streaming. I don't even have my earbuds on. And of course, while I'm here, not really here, and will attempt to get myself together as much as possible. Oh fuck, I don't know if it's going to be possible. Alright, let's see now. Going to experiment with trying to start a call. Going to get one going. And let's try with the obvious. Okay. Haha. Okay. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Jameson, we are live streaming. Do remember that. I understand that Jameson is a bit altered right now. Okay.
Oh, to say the least. I'll make it through, man.
Okay.
It's all good.
Good.
All right.
Good. Okay, let's try and bring on a few other people. Okay, don't bother with Isaac. He's on a flight. Peter might be coming in a little late tonight. The closest that we might be able to try, I believe, would be Amanda Ute. And
right.
we can ask Carrie Ellis casually if she'd like to come on for a few minutes. Now, let me see. I think I tried adding Amanda. And as for pack one, we can give it a try. And that would be interesting to see if he responds, because, of course, in his condition, he might have nothing better to do. Of course, that's presumptuous of me, but his being a family man, there's always something to do. But, of course, we might try with Uber.
Oh yeah, that's a burden I would not want to be. Well,
Yes.
some might call it a blessing, but I'm very cautious in that regard.
And, Gary States, by the way, maintain him in thought and prayer, our favorite Veterans Administration federale. And he has contracted the COVID, though he seems to be on the rebound therefrom. But it's a long arc, and he did go through losing at least a bit of his taste and smell. So he had some links he was going to give me about that to share to Keith Call about restarting your taste buds, because many people who have the COVID, they lose their taste, which happened to Keith Call, our dear friend, who, so far as I understand it, never got it back. So we're going to, and some people never get it back, and we're going to, gotta try and get him those links. And didn't have time to ask Gary about that again. When I called him last, he went through quite a bit of his childhood, which was just nothing negative for him, but he grew up in just an extraordinarily unhealthy environment. Let's just put it that way. I mean, he came out of it well, but everybody around him, not his family per se. He wasn't talking to me about his immediate family, but it's like he grew up in Oklahoma, and just everybody around him was
Oh my God.
oh, just
I
awful.
couldn't imagine.
Yeah,
Ugh.
just awful.
Jeez.
There we are, Pack One. Oh my God. Oh, so glad to
Hey,
have you with us.
Yo,
Yes.
long time
what's going
no
on,
speak.
Grandma?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
How's
God.
everyone doing tonight?
So what happened was that he Jameson is altered, so I'm sure he can hold the stage, but I certainly want all the backup I can get for the opening hour. The stage is yours. And of course, I do want you to know I received those photographs that you sent of your condition, just so people understand. Maintain Pack One in your thoughts and prayers. He was, at least, I don't know if the situation is still the same. He was going through extraordinary pain with shingles, and of course, Jameson wanted to see the photographs, but I won't send them to Jameson until I get your permission. Do I have your
Oh yeah,
permission?
no, yeah, for sure. You can
Okay.
send them to him. That's cool. It's cool with me.
There we are. So do share with us. The stage is yours. Tell us everything
Yeah.
that's been going on.
Yeah. So, well, it's been a couple. Well, I know it's been off and on for the past couple months. I haven't really been on like that, but we've being busy with the taco truck and everything. But I know last time we spoke, I told everyone, how we were training and stuff, and then probably the last week that I was on, I was having like neck and shoulder like pains. You know, it wasn't really something that was like alarming. I just thought, just being sore, like, just maybe from training, maybe just something pulled or whatever. And one day, it had got real intense. And so, 1 second, please. Hang on
Sure,
one
take your
second.
time, no rush. And there you have
All
it. It got
right.
really intense.
Yeah,
That's
that is wow. I
uh,
mean, well,
Hello, I'm
Peck.
sorry.
yeah. There we are.
Uh,
Yeah.
so I was having like these pains, just kind of just like nerve, like a pinched nerve or whatever. And one morning I woke up and it was extreme. It was extreme. So I was like, I don't know. Back when I was like in high school, I was playing football and I had an injury where one of the discs in my spine, I kind of rotated it. Like I went to a chiropractor and they did the X-ray. They said it was like 4 degrees, or I don't know how they do the measurement or whatever. So he adjusted me. So I was like, well, maybe that's what's wrong. Maybe from sparring and stuff like that, because it's pretty intense. The sparring and stuff I've been doing lately. I was like, maybe I just need an adjustment or whatever. So I set up an appointment with a chiropractor. I got adjusted. I felt great. I felt fine, And then towards the end of the evening, that pain started coming back, and it was a little more intense. And so that night, I had got adjusted, and I was like, well, I decided to shave. So I shaved my head, my face, and everything. And the next morning, I felt like I had like a shaving rash, like a razor burn on my neck and on the back of my head and stuff, which isn't typical. I had tried a new razor blade that I haven't used ever before, a different brand. And so I went about my day or whatever. And the next day, we had friends over, and we did like a seafood boil. And the rash was a little worse.
Oh, that's right. You had
Uh,
the crab legs. I saw that.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god.
So that was the day that it was a little worse, and I was like, "What the hell? What the fuck, man?" And the next day, it was just like full on, like I felt like I had millions of needles going in everywhere that you see that was red in those pictures, Douglas.
Oh.
I felt like I had like millions of hot needles being pressed on my skin,
Oh.
and just like droves and waves. It was the most excruciating pain. And so that night, I didn't know what I was like. What the fuck? I was laying down, and I was on Facebook of all things, and it was like, it was like, do you have these symptoms or whatever, one of those things you're reading, and Facebook diagnosed me with shingles that night.
Oh my fucking god. Like,
Yeah,
was this like
real
an
fucking
app or what?
no, just like, you ever seen like just those weird, just like little questionnaires that when you're scrolling down your timeline, like, it was just like one of those. It was like 11 signs you have shingles or whatever. And
Oh shit.
yeah.
Oh
So
my
the
god.
next morning I was like, well, that night I told my wife, I was like, I was like, hey man, I think I have shingles. Look at this face. She's like, oh my god, what the fuck? The next day I go to the urgent care, and I walk in. I was like, I think I have shingles, or I was like, I have to see someone. I have shingles. They're like, you think you have shingles? I was like, no, I know I have shingles. Pulled my shirt down. They could see all the fucking blisters. They're like blisters, literally
Oh.
like you get like burnt with a bunch of like little hot pebbles of grease or
Like
whatever.
branding irons. Like somebody
Yeah,
took a
Oh,
well,
thousand.
that's how it feels. No, that's how it feels the whole time. Like you're being branded the whole fucking
Oh,
time. I mean,
oh.
this pain was excruciating, man. Like I had ordered a cream that, and all the shit on like on Amazon, all the like reviews and everything are like, oh well, it works in 24 hours. It relieves and shit. Let me tell you something. It would damn fucking relieve anything in
Ah,
24 hours.
ah,
Didn't
ah.
relieve. I mean, it was soothing for like the first 5 seconds that you put it on, but that shit was, yeah. There's no fast remedies, and even after the boils blister like scabbed over, and the pain that comes after that is all nerve pain, because essentially what it is, the shingles virus attacks the nervous system, and it kills it pretty much kills nerves. So everywhere you see blisters or you see red spots on my chest and my back and my neck and stuff like that, it literally feels like someone's digging their finger in an open bullet wound or something. Like, and it's in waves, man. Like you'll be fine, and then all of a sudden it'll hit. And right now it's kind of stemmed back to that neck and shoulder pain, like those knots. What was actually fucked up is I had went to a masseuse. I had went to a masseuse actually the day before it really broke out nasty, and she rubbed, and because I thought it was razor burn, she like gave me my massage. So I think low key she busted all the like whatever it was,
Oh,
spread it, because I mean that's how, if you look at it, it's spread. What's really crazy, if you really look at those blisters and shit, Douglas, and those pictures, it looks like I mean, it's just imagination, but it almost looks like the hand of Fatima across my chest.
oh,
It's weird. It's weird.
okay.
The fucking
Yeah.
burn marks. Yeah,
Stigmata.
yeah,
It's
the
like
stigmata. Yeah, stigmata.
stigmata. Yes. Holy shit.
Yeah. So but it's been crazy, man, and for the most part, it's not something. I mean, it can be painful. It can be painful for someone who isn't used to pain, or like whatever. I'm sure it can be really
Debilitating.
debilitating, but
Yeah.
yeah, debilitating. But I did about a day where it was really painful, where I really wasn't doing much. Then after that, I was back to pretty much my regular normal routine. It was just the pain was a lot, man. Like it hits you sometimes, and then it'll freeze you in place. Yeah, it's definitely not nothing for the faint of heart. And I got a year. In a year I can get the vaccine, so I won't have to deal with it ever again.
Thank God.
You know?
Oh.
Yeah. I definitely don't. I don't even. Well, up until I ended my taco season September 25th, I really wasn't under much stress. But during the season, a lot of just a lot of stupid little insignificant things would happen that would just kind of be like little roadblocks. I don't feel like I stressed about things much. I think one of the highest point of stress this summer was probably when my axe was broke, but even that wasn't really stressful. I mean, thinking about wanting to get back out there and doing, making money and stuff. I mean, but it wasn't really something that ate at me. So I still don't understand how, what happened, and even like me and my brother-in-law, Clay Thompson, we had been together all summer. Uh, Everything I did, he did. We drank, smoked, we partied together, nonstop. So like, he's fine. Nothing's wrong with him. He didn't come down with shingles. He didn't contract it in any way, shape, or form. I mean, even while I've had it, he's been with me. So, but I still don't to this moment don't understand what could have been the onset of it.
I think it's just stress. You have a lot more stress than you're really acknowledging consciously, and the stress was monumental, honestly. And I think much of that stress had to do with well, there was the attacks from the crazy ex-wife, the
Yeah.
psychotic stalking ex-wife that calls on the federal government as her grand ally to fuck your
Yeah.
day up. Yeah. And then you had the Kings of Edom attempt to assassinate your business by killing your generator. And that was, of course, without a shadow of a doubt, the echoes of Michael Aquino. And, I'm trying to remember, he was dead by then, right? It's like, it
Yeah.
was just, yeah, yeah, it was,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was.
yeah.
He was.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
just his, but the cult, of course, still lives, and of course has existed thousands of years before Michael Aquino. But it's in terms of the his birthday, it was just the 16th. It was just yesterday, so it was his birthday weekend this weekend, which I did my best to forget and ignore. But that's just an example of sometimes I have certain stress factors that hit me, but in a sense, they were also hitting you this year. I hope that will fade out. But you just had not only that, but the COVID that your wife Elizabeth, who is a professional nurse, was dealing with the wave of COVID, and
Yeah.
it's miraculous she didn't contract it. One of our dear friends, and everyone maintain him in thought and prayer, Gary States, who was with us on this show. And of course, he got his promotion after we basically dealt with one of my gang stalkers, to the point where it very definitively led to his death. And that was the gang stalker, the Bukaki Beret, the Special Forces Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier, who was a professional character assassin. And that individual died thanks to Gary States exposing the fact that he was double dipping, getting both his pension and his and disability, 100% disability, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, that's completely illegal. And so this was an individual who then, after dealing with him, Gary states, of course, for the sake of his family, which received just multiple death threats after that, had to retreat from public eye, at least for a while. And though he did get his promotion and moved into a better neighborhood near his own boss, and then the COVID came and everybody was working from home. But nevertheless, he wound up just recently contracting COVID. So he's just now rebounding from that. We can hope he seems to be. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer for that, and maintain, of course, Pac-1 Morales in thought and prayer for what he's contending with. And do you feel that? I mean, so since you saw an MD, did they prescribe any antibiotics? I mean, how did they deal with shit?
So it wasn't antibiotics. So it wasn't antibiotics they prescribed me. I can't even think of what the name of the It's what? Yeah, well, they gave me the gabapentin for the nerve, but they gave me another one for the actual shingles, and I can't remember what that one's called specifically. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
So I can't remember what that one was specifically. I know that the gabapentin was basically just for the nerves and stuff.
Right. You mean
So
like kind of like a what does that do? Is that kind of like a painkiller?
Neurontin. It's like Neurontin. It's kind of like a nerve inhibitor. So you don't feel like the pain in your nerves and stuff. Because the like you can take Vicodin or Motrin and shit, but those aren't going to do anything because those are like basically like muscle and shit like that. But the nerves are what are being attacked. They're attacking themselves essentially with the shingle virus.
God.
They're killing themselves.
Oh,
But
Jesus.
yeah.
Oh
So,
shit.
it's pretty
Oh
cool.
my
Yeah.
God. It's just awful. Oh my God. So it's par for the course. I think it was your immune system was compromised by all the stress.
Yeah.
And
Basically, that's basically what it is. Yeah, basically.
and
Yeah, but it's like, shit, I don't ever want to be that vulnerable again. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit.
Yeah.
It really sucked.
yeah. Yes, it was a fucking hard year for all of us. Bad as it was, I could go historian on people and say there were worse years in history, but nobody's gonna fucking
Yeah.
care.
No,
I'm fairly certain next year is going to completely stomp this year.
Well, if
facing.
La Palma explodes before the end
well,
of
with
the
all
year,
this shit.
it-
Well, this whole Green New Deal they got. I was talking to my brother-in-law today. Now they're trying to pass it in that Green New Deal. You're gonna have to pay to die. There's a fucking death tax. Like you don't even get to die, motherfucker.
Excuse me, there's a death tax.
A death tax. Yeah, you die. You're gonna have to fucking pay to die, man.
yeah.
So you have to pay a tax.
To die.
What's the percentage?
I have no idea.
Because I know I know like a coffin's like over what? How much is a coffin generally?
I mean, you can get. It depends. It's usually cheaper to be cremated. You can usually get cremated for under $1,000.
Okay.
Your urn will cost a little more. So I mean, and usually where most of the cost for funerals is the embalmment process and then the actual service itself. Where most people will get a service that'll be like 3 days, and usually that'll run like $20,000-$30,000. But if you get usually if you get like the 1 day service, it'll be like a couple hours. Or if you can get like a church, like if you belong to a church or certain whatever, usually they do something for you so that you can just get in and out. But yeah, usually the most expensive part is the service and getting a church to press up your name and story on a piece of paper.
Right.
So.
But in terms of, I'm sorry. In terms
my
of
gosh,
I'm
religion
assuming you found out all
gouging.
about that because you have a very large Latin American family, and because
Yeah.
of the many deaths in that family, you found out all about the funeral service stuff, right?
Oh yeah. We've dealt with been dealt with a lot of deaths along the years. I think what really got me, I mean, and it wasn't really much as what really the reason why I really know is when my niece passed away a couple years ago. That's when I was like actually really involved with what was going on through the whole process. That's what got me really. But yeah, definitely You wouldn't believe it. The death is really a big business. Really a big business. I'm talking about you get charged for the places where you'll have the services and stuff for the embalments and stuff, the funeral homes themselves. I mean, for certain flower arrangements, you're talking $400 or $500. You just stupid shit. Like it'll always, yeah, just certain talks, just certain like it just everything's an addition, everything's an add-on, everything's a tax. It's just dumb. It's dumb. Even like when you go to the funeral, to the actual cemeteries and shit, you know, where you're gonna bury them, how you're gonna bury them, what the tombstone is gonna look like, you know, just like all that shit is all just a crazy business. People wouldn't believe it, you know. Here we are, you know, as Americans, a lot of people don't have life insurance and shit, so when they die, they ended up with like shit because the family has, you know, bills and expenses and, you know, actual life problems that they can't afford to give you the best, you know. And yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just awful. So it's very predatory. It's very predatory, and I think
yeah, very predatory.
yeah, that the this is what happened was that the people got tired of it, and because they were also victimized by it, that they began to just start going for all of these economy alternatives, like the cremation becoming ever more popular. Then what happened was that I think that the funeral industry lobbied the U.S. government. So the grave industry lobbied the U.S. government because they said we're all dying. The industry's withering on the vine, and so no, this is serious. And then the U.S. government installed a death tax that was to basically kind of float them. Does that make sense? It's because
Yep.
That makes
you
sense.
know,
That. Oh my gosh, I can run with this in so many ways, but I'm going to be on my best behavior tonight
thank you.
because
Yes.
I
God.
literally could run this into the ground.
Oh my God. Yeah, and I wouldn't blame you. And yeah, it's one of those things where, especially in a place like California, where you know, I remember this one guy. His name is Rick, and he's the husband of of the salon owner Rose, and she was the salonist who was a friend of my medical cosmetologist and all that. And her husband Rick had the death of his mother to contend with, and here in California, unlike anywhere else, even upstate New York, it's not bad. Believe me, I don't know why, but it's not bad in upstate New York when it comes to the price of a cemetery plot. But in California, it's as if you're buying an estate. And in effect, you are. And so what happened was when his mother died, he paid just an ungodly amount for the cemetery plot. It was something like $24,000, and and that was just in a regular cemetery. And so I had just gotten back from dealing with my mother's death in upstate New York, where the plot was only maybe 2,000 at the most, probably more like 1,000. Really, it was far more expensive for the coffin and the container to put the coffin in, etc. But you know, which is a whole different thing I can go into another day. But the I told him that, well, if you were in upstate New York, you could have gone on a mass shooting spree and, you know, taken a fully automatic weapon and emptied out a shopping mall, you know, killed yourself 200 people and buried them all for the same price in upstate New York. But, which he probably felt like doing after what he had been through. But so there you go with that. You know, I don't know what the price is like over there in our man Pacuan Morelos' neck of the woods, but it can't. I mean, fuck, it's all toxic ground filled with industrial effluvia. I mean, I think you
Yeah,
just preserve the body by burying it straight without the coffin inside of the dirt over there
right,
where he's at. Flint,
right. So
Michigan.
it's not very expensive at the funerals at the cemeteries around in Flint aren't very expensive, but you find most people who die in Flint want to be buried outside of Flint. They don't want to be buried in Flint.
God, that's
Yeah,
awful.
I'm not fucking around. I'm not even joking.
Oh
Yeah,
shit. Oh,
yeah,
oh my God!
yeah,
So it's mostly just Potter's Fields. Is what they used to call them. You know, paupers' graves is what they used to call them. Mass graves for the
yeah.
poor and shit. Oh my God! And
Well, there's a couple graveyards out here. A couple years ago, there was like a heavy rain, and they ended up washing out graves and shit, man. Like old graves. I mean, you got some old fucking graves out here, bro. I'm talking about like wooden tombstones, like fucking
Wow.
chiseled out dates on them and shit. Yeah, I'll have to go one day and take pictures and send them to you. It's
Please,
weird.
please. No, that's
Yeah.
fascinating, and it sounds very aesthetic. And old cemeteries are a national treasure, and we've got to do our best to protect them because the groundskeepers for cemeteries are fucking lazy assholes, and they want these fucking stones that are flat in the ground so they can roll the automated mower over them. In other words, what do they call those lawnmowers that you ride on top of?
Zero
Like,
turn, zero turns.
yeah, yeah, disgusting, and and they just want the easy thing that they don't have to maintain to, and because of that, we're stuck with these new cemeteries, which you look at them and they're all flat stones in the ground. You have to walk over them you have to walk over the bodies to see who the fuck you're trying to.
Yeah, ain't that weird now?
Yeah,
Like it used to be. I remember growing up, it'd be like, don't step on someone's grave, whatever. And now it's set up to where like you damn near have to walk on everybody's fucking grave just to get to wherever you're going.
thank you. Fuck them.
Well, I have a solution. All right, what you do is you get some really hardcore rope, and you get like a concrete block. You tie it around your loved one's ankles, wrap them in something, and just right,
Right into
right
the
up,
water.
yeah, right into the water, man.
He's altered enough where he's having a hard time expressing that. Holy shit.
He's so excited. He's like, I
Oh,
had an epiphany.
oh
I know how to say it
gosh.
with money. Dump the bodies in the water.
There we are, the epiphany. That's right. That's funny. Now that's funny. But by the way, perhaps
I think Flint has enough water problems, brother.
that's right. Thank you, thank you. The water's already shit. We don't need to pollute. It's like but then why not?
Well,
Why not go
they pull
there?
bodies. They pull bodies and vehicles and shit out of the river all the fucking time too.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, yeah, but at that point, no one has to pay for it.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah,
that's
no,
the
the tax
loophole.
dollars are paying for that. Yeah, believe me. Yeah,
Well, yeah, the tax dollars are paying for it, but you're not paying the cost directly.
no,
That's what
no.
I'm saying.
No. Maybe that's why they're doing it. Maybe people are just saying, I don't want to bury the son of a bitch, so we'll just stick him in the car and roll it in the river. That's right. Yeah, his favorite car, and just stick him in there and
Right
let the fish
too,
poke.
maybe.
Yes. Oh my God. So in terms
And then
of
there's also, well, what about donating the body to science?
well, let's.
You don't have to
I mean,
you don't have to pay to do that, do you?
no. So theoretically, they pay you, but here's the problem.
You have to set that up yourself before you die.
What is that?
I said I think you have to like donate your body to science. That's like literally something you have to do before you die. I don't think
Oh,
your
no,
family
no,
can.
no, no. I'm not donating my ass
Yeah,
to
yeah.
science.
You know, it's interesting. It's interesting.
You sure?
You say
You don't
that.
want to end up in one of those fucking mass graveyards where they do weird things to you and just fucking study your body for the next 20 years?
Right. But the body farms. That's right. And
Yeah, the body.
yeah, just so people understand this, what Pac One is talking about in terms of everything he says is true. Basically, what happens is if you donate your body to science, and this is just a donation, but they also have cases where you can kind of get some money up front for it. But which is even worse.
I love
It's, yeah, but in either case, especially if you get some money up front for it, kind of like volunteering for medical experiments while you're alive, where you get paid, so they pump you full of ungodly shit or whatever just to see if you survive.
They like shoot you in the face with a shotgun post mortem and bury you somewhere.
Well, that's in the
study
body
the-
farms. Yeah, that's in the body farms. That
Yeah.
will be after you're dead if you donate your body to science or something like that. There's other things they might do, but the point is that theoretically, you're no longer in charge of your body at that point. What happens is theoretically, if you do something that is overtly self-destructive, like say for instance, you're reckless and you wind up getting your legs amputated because you didn't take care of your body and you wound up with diabetic and your legs had to be amputated because you're super diabetic or some shit, you have to pay them for that. That means that you are now, it's their property now. You're damaging their property. So do think about that before you donate your body to science.
Holy shit!
I would just tell them just take the legs and start fucking studying shit before I die.
Yeah.
I'm giving you that start on me, motherfucker.
Yeah. I mean, oh my God.
All I could say is this: don't die.
Yeah, there we are. Dying is a not to mention if you want to hear the really bad shit, just be glad that you're just be glad that you're male. Of course, our man Jameson's a bit of a pretty boy, so he might have a rough time of it when he dies because this is not, I'm not saying this gratuitously. The one of the reasons why people stop going to the industry of morticians and mortuaries is because they are infamous for all the necrophiles. And
Necrophilius. Yeah, they are. A lot of those morticians are like that, dude. Hear it
yeah,
all the time out there
yes.
banging out their
Tell us what
bodies
you
and
know. Yeah, I know you know, Pac One. Tell us what you know. Tell us what you know.
shit. Well, I'm just saying, like, so one of the closest morticians we knew was actually my stepfather's ex-wife's husband, and like he used to like take body parts and shit like that, certain names and birth dates of people's shit for his wife, who was essentially the lady who would like try to do shit to us, but like I guess
Understood.
there's significance behind names and dates and shit,
Yes.
apparently. And
Yes.
morticians have all the access, and there's a pretty big black market. Actually, his my stepfather's ex-wife, she became I don't know what the hell the studies is at a local college, but for the fucking the arts for the witchcraft shit, and yeah,
Oh,
she's
necromancy.
whatever the fuck it is. It was a class so you could take it as a college credit at Baker College in fucking Flint, Michigan.
Nice.
So yeah, but
Delightful.
yeah, so so I'm just saying someone who works at a mortuary, they have no problem taking body parts and blood and shit like that, and
yeah.
fecal matter, dumb shit that they use for all those other dumb things they do.
Yes.
We
Yes.
you
Yeah.
don't, I mean, you don't know, and there's no need to go looking into the shit. It's way far worse off for you than beneficial. Trust me.
Yeah.
But not.
Yeah. Go on
I
though.
just know.
Yeah.
I just know her life turned out to be shit.
Yeah.
Now she's like in like a loony, like one of those like little hospitals or whatever, because
Holy shit.
she's how old is she? She's probably like 53,
Jesus.
but she's not very old, but she fried her brain fucking with all that shit, you know. I mean, your mind can only believe in so much shit until pretty much hit a wall and fuck yourself over,
Thank
you
you.
know.
Thank
Maybe it
you.
was the embalming fluid, the PCP.
Yeah, or yeah, maybe she was smoking. She was dipping her cigarettes in the embalming fluid,
Yeah,
bro.
man. Yeah, that shit will do it, man.
Yeah, I don't know. We didn't really like. She used to do crazy shit to our yard and to the family.
Yeah, and wasn't it her son who like vomited and shit all over your
Yeah,
property? Yeah.
he would come over sick. He would always come over sick, and like he would vomit and like diarrhea, like black tarry substance, man. Like it was weird, always, and it would just be nasty, just nasty.
My God, indescribable.
That's literally bordering on death. I mean,
Oh,
this is one of the risks of necromancy is that you're working with those death essences all the time. So I mean, it's only
yeah.
natural that that stuff is going to happen.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that is just so disgusting, all of it. But just so people know, Pac One didn't even touch the surface. But what he was talking about was the exploitation of the industry of morticians by certain people involved in the occult, and in the Latin American.
Oh,
Yeah, go on. Yeah,
yeah, I'm sorry. And well, and they can look this up too.
yeah.
I forgot. Down in Detroit, there was it was like again like a fucking mortuary, you know, like funeral home place, but it wasn't. It was like a branch, and like they had shit from here down to Colorado, California. They got exposed into fucking trafficking human body parts and shit like that, and they had like thousands of unmarked bodies and shit like that, and things on the freezer, things just like weird shit. Yeah, man, like where they were doing just off the wall shit with bodies. Like
Right.
people weren't even like getting their loved ones' bodies and shit like that. Yeah.
I could
Right.
tell you exactly where those bodies are going. Those bodies are being, the bones are being dismantled. I mean, and they're being used for people's fascinations in necromancy and death magic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
Because
for sure.
if you have a human like bone, you carve all types of stuff on it and whatnot. You can have something where you can you can probably get closer to being able to curse someone to death.
There's that, and there's other factors as well, which are sexual fetishes. I'll go into that in a few moments. I do want to thank the people in the chat room. Montauk Madness 2.0 with exclamation marks, three of them, says, "Okay, I'll be tuning in more often. Have a great night." Okay, so thanks to you. There we are, and Green 7 with an capital S, lowercase e, numeric 7, lowercase en. Green 7 says, "Wow, he is from Flint, Michigan?" With a question mark, as if that's something incredibly hard to believe. And what I guess he can't believe that you're still alive and talking. Which of course, yes, I agree. Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable anyone can make it out alive from Flint, Michigan, and he's still there in a general sense. Oh my God, they considered moving and then decided not to. By the way, I do want to remind everyone, thank you very much for your upvotes, and do remember this. Just make certain to click that upvote, because we can see right now that the Cult of the Kings of Edom is attacking. There's 17 downvotes. The majority of these are bots, and they are, of course, just they hit them simultaneously and instantly the moment I start burning bandwidth. And
You know what I
yeah.
noticed, Douglas, is even though they hit those like during the live feed, they'll be hitting those downvotes and shit.
Yeah.
After the video actually posts, it's never even that many downvotes.
Usually not. That's true. Usually not.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, the
Yep.
majority of the time, what will happen is they filter out as the show progresses. Now, I find it hard to believe that people would change their minds and say, "Oh, I'm going to flip an upvote now that I'm listening," which is it'd just be too bizarre.
I
Well, that's how you know
actually
it's some
I've
kind
done
of
that.
algorithm or something they use.
Yeah. Yes.
Not with you,
Yeah.
but I've done this because I was watching what do you call it? I was watching the La Palma volcano like live
Yeah.
stream, just for my amusement, and it was like at 665, so I hit a like, and then someone moved it up, so I hit a dislike just to keep it at 666.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah,
Just out of morbid entertainment.
yeah, but that's a different example. That's a totally different example from what happens here, of course. I mean, here, as soon as I start live streaming, then they simultaneously come on with the downvotes, and either YouTube has some kind of filter that identifies all these downvotes as sourcing from the same IP address, and just somehow filters it out, or somehow identifies them as sourcing from the same source and filters them out. Or as we speculated, there might be other intervention going on that is just based on the mood of the Dietrich Artelect, really. And that's why sometimes I'll see that all of them stay, and though that's rare. That may have happened actually once or twice, but never more than that. And most of the time, as Pac One says, they tend to get filtered out as the night progresses. And by the time of publication, it's very different. But nevertheless, take your stand against them. Take your stand against the agents of chaos, and make certain you get your upvote in. And by the way, Green 7 says, "My wife is from Flint, Douglas." Oh my God, I hope she's all right. Hope she's okay. Oh my God. And how are the kids? I mean, are they all right? It's just hopefully she didn't suffer some kind of genetic damage, so that that it impacts the kids or something like that. Hopefully everything is well. And I say that, by the way, in all sincerity.
Because of drinking water.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
definitely water has caused. Well, what's funny is that the spike of people I've met that have dealt with shingles or are dealing with shingles too, that are actually relatively young. They're not, typically shingles is something that hits someone that's in 60s,
That's
50s.
right. That's true. Yeah.
And it's kind of weird that there's a lot of cases of shingles. Even my wife at work, talking to coworkers and stuff who have had their significant others who have dealt with shingles.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So I want to thank everyone for participating, including Pac One, in that regard. We've still got time left. I want Pac One to stay with us as long as he's able, of course. By the way, Green 7 responds when I asked him. I said, "I hope your wife is all right, and I hope that things are well." And he did respond, "She's not. I'm sorry to hear that." Though of course I don't know what his relationship with her is at this point, whether they're still together or whether many people, of course, live separately while married. But it sounds, whatever the case, it sounds like she's not doing too well. Marcus Grick says, who's in Australia, our dear friend in Australia says, DD, I can confirm, and he's talking about the downvotes. He says, I've sent Jameson links to dislike bots for dollars. These are cheap ones that get taken away shortly after by YouTube algorithms. Downvotes that won't be taken away by YouTube cost a multitude more. Okay, so there was one episode where they'd spent that amount of money. That was.
So they're actually so they hate you so much they're spending money
But we know
just to.
that. But we know that. We know
Oh my
that.
gosh,
Oh my
that's
god,
hilarious.
dude! They hate me so much that they tried to take Pac One's generator, for Christ's sakes, which is his
Well, then
living.
again,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, they hated you enough to try to frame another guy for and have him like arrested in federal prison and shit.
Well, they were trying to get me, but they hit his house by mistake, so they had to do what they had to do to justify their taxpayer dollars expended. They hate me so much that they've taken the fire hydrant in front of not Pac One's home, but they might try Pac One next. But they did it with Jameson, and
Oh yeah, to filter my data.
yes, they've got his data
They
filtered.
fucking, oh my gosh, they fucking gutted underneath the fire hydrant and put something down there.
Oh god.
And
Yeah.
and four tiles, and it had to be like four of those street tiles, like sidewalk tiles up the block, and four of those sidewalk tiles down the block, and they made sure that it was on the fourth one.
Yeah, covered each time, and that might even be symbolic with the fourth one. And so that's now Jameson Reese's telephone pole. It's like the equivalent of my infamous telephone pole across the street. So Pec One, hopefully something similar doesn't happen to you, or probably if they know that if they monitored your home, all they would get is background noise because of all the kids.
They hear about fucking my son bossing me around all day, and my 16-month-old daughter saying no because that's her favorite word right now. So,
Oh, that's
yeah.
cute. That's amazing. Well, she has to learn to say that because as she becomes more and more mature, she's going to have to say that to a lot of guys, and they got to get used to it. So she's got to learn to assert herself. Dat Dude 873210 says, "Hey Doug, Pac-One, and Jameson, sound is live and clear." And Montauk Madness 2.0 with the exclamation mark says, "I get a lot of helicopter activity." And Green 7 says, "30 years plus, maybe time for a change. Maybe it's me." Hope his wife isn't listening. And then Montauk Madness 2.0 says, "Also military jeeps, etc." Yes, that's believable. That's quite true. I remember one individual provided me information on a military gang stalker. In this case, it was a British military gang stalker who was, I could even dig up his name if I had to, but he was involved with the British military, the Army, British Army, and he was a friend of that idiot, what's his name again? Stephen Outram. And then, once this guy gave me the inside dope on the British guy, he was an American, and he lived pretty much out in the middle of nowhere. And he said suddenly military jeeps started driving up to his home. And that was like, just to show him that they knew where he was and who he was. And, our friend Joe Ty, shout out to Joe Ty, hugs to him. He was a wonderful contributor. He contributed around 250 United States dollars in the past. And then Joe Ty, basically, as soon as he did that, and he'll swear to this up and down, as soon as he did that, he was in a campground, and then some white chick climbed into his tent, basically, and tried to seduce him to the point where he got her name. And then, which I'm not going to name on air right now because I'm sure it's problematic enough. Then as soon as she, tried to seduce him, bear in mind, Joe Ty, he's obviously Asian. And so you got an Asian guy in a tent out in the woods. Some white chick climbs into his tent, tries to seduce him to the point where he gets her name. And then she accused him of rape.
Oh my gosh.
And this was right after he contributed to me. right after he contributed to me, and he seems to have gotten out of that all right. But it's just people who try and help me do be warned. There may be repercussions, but nevertheless, you have to take your stand. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And ultimately, you're just going to fall, period, because my enemy is your enemy. They are out to kill you. They're out to kill all life on Earth. They're pro pollution. They're pro toxins. By the way, our man Green Seven says Flint changed the water source. I'm not quite sure that was even physically possible. Did that actually happen, Pac-One? Did they change that?
Um, so the water source has not changed. They're still drawn from the Flint River. What they did was they upgraded our water treatment facilities. They did not finish replacing all their pipes, and even the pipes that they changed, they only replaced up until the front of the property. So anything that led from the street up from into your yard, into your home, through your home, into your water furnace and stuff like that was your responsibility to change. So you still technically these houses are still lead lined, still basically condemned homes in Flint. So no, the water was not switched to anything else. It's still straight Flint water. That's
That's
why
yeah.
you still have lines. You still have water distribution facilities that are still packed for hours at a time with fucking hundreds and hundreds of cars trying to get cases of water for home. You have children who have known nothing but bottled water baths for the past 6 years.
This is intolerable. I mean, this can't go on. I mean, this has to change. So
Yeah,
they
I mean, yeah, and what's funny is, we look at all the funding and everything that the government does for other countries or other studies or whatever the fuck it is. You got billions and billions of dollars, dude. It was fucking 50. They said $50 million. $50 million would have fucking solved our pipe infrastructure.
yeah.
Instead, how much money do you think the federal government has spent on free fucking water bottles?
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't
You
make
know?
any sense. This
Well,
is yeah. Go on. Yeah,
Well, they've completely gentrified. They began the gentrification process in Flint. It's 100% being turned into a college town, which, well, that's cool. But the way they're going about it is pretty fucked up. Where you have no liable water source for your residents, and after years of doing this, you pretty much turn their property value into shit. You're gonna get to buy it on pennies on the dollar. Then you're gonna turn around. You're gonna build these new structures, these homes, these apartments, whatever the fuck it is, and you're gonna charge out the ass for it. You're it's just a really fucked up thing they're doing to the city.
yeah.
You
This
know, uh,
it's
the long term effect, the studies of autism that has risen since 2014 with children who in the beginning. Now, mind you, this started the water problem has been ongoing. It just didn't get recognized till 2014. The spike in autism is incredible. It's ridiculous. When they switched over to the Flint water system, is when everybody started having health problems. You had pets that were dying, shitting and pissing and vomiting blood. Anything that had anything to do with. We used to have community gardens where they would use the Flint water, the water out of the tap to water the. None of that for that whole year, and then the water was or the land was messed up a year after that. The effect, the long term effect is it's genetic now. It's genetic now. It's lead. Lead attacks the genetic system. The problems aren't going to be seen in our children. It's not going to be seen in our children's children, but maybe their children. You don't know. The immediate effects have been autism. Where my nephew, who was constantly, his bottles, his things were being made with Flint water. He's autistic.
yeah.
He wasn't in the beginning. He was normal, but then he started getting different. Along through the years. We had even my daughter who had one of the students in her Tang Sudo class. She was an all A student, and then after being exposed to that water for so long, she became kind of lethargic, like, like she couldn't focus, nothing, nothing. Her grades went from being A's and B's to being E's.
This awful. I'm so sorry. That's just beyond tragic. There's no describing that, and justice must be had. We really need to pursue justice, and the heads need to roll for this quite literally. I mean, in guillotines. This is
Well, the problem
horrific.
with this country is that justice doesn't exist here.
Well, we can make it. Where it doesn't exist, we can make it. There are people, of course, who don't believe that hell exists, but that we can always create on Earth. And as for Montauk Madness 2.0, he says, I grew up on Long Island. And he does confirm my enemies are out to destroy the world. Well, this is an example of it. This is the Cult of Kings of Edom at work in Flint, Michigan. Don't think it's not. And then he says, maybe we can chat sometimes. I'd like to tell my experiences. If you have an account on Facebook is the easiest way to contact me. Otherwise, I've given my email out. It is on my website, douglasdwaynedietrich@gmail.com. Dwayne is spelled Duane. Just send me your Skype ID. I have to have people on Skype or I can't bring them on. So anyhow, Green7 says, good comment. There's many other people who have been speaking in the chat room, but before I turn to them, and I want to thank them, people such as Douglas Marks and Rodney S., and of course any of the ladies that are with us. West Haven, always and forever, has said hello, as well as Frederick Deo checking in. I believe that's pronunciation for his name, Deio. And of course Shauna Bando, hey honey, and Nancy Volker. To both you ladies, mwah, love you. And that's when Marcus Griggs was asking where them white girls at, and after that they kind of disappeared. Okay, so with that, I do want to ask Pack One a little bit about, or rather, present him with what I presented the others. Basically, what has happened is that Selena Khan was maintaining contact by checking into Derek Talley. She made certain not to block him so that she could review his timeline, after which she informed our man Brendan Zogit to take some screenshots of what she felt was something that needed to be pointed out. And so Brendan Zogit took a number of screenshots of the Derek Talley situation, which is that Derek Talley is with his father, the man who got the promotion by basically putting his son into a brainwashing program. You're talking about Derek Talley's dad is the only black African American individual that I know of, probably the only one historically, that ever became a Mustang, which is almost impossible. Historically, almost never happens. That's when you go from an enlisted man all the way up to the rank of officer. And so you've got this situation where here's this black guy who does that and winds up working with computers at NORAD, North American Air Defense. And so something had to be done for him to get that privilege. And the end result was pretty much exposed by his son being put into a brainwashing program because Derek Talley exposed himself. And when anyone who does not believe that, Pac-1 Morales will confirm that now, because all of you will remember Derek Talley was saying he was sick unto death and on dialysis 4 times a week. Not 3 times, but 4 times a week at total kidney failure. His life expectancy was very small, very slim, but he's dancing at a what turned out to be the footage that Brendan Zogit saw, like a military induction or a military initiation. And if you take a look at the number of likes and hearts and responses on his posts, which of course he doesn't have a show. The only exposure he had to some public venue was myself, and yet he gets 3 or 4 times the hits on his posts. And this is a man who has himself admitted his family hates him. So it's not his immediate family that's giving him any of that shit. His wife said she wishes he died of cancer, which somehow he miraculously survived. It's now proven he never had it. So here's this guy. All of it was fake. All of his raising money on my program for being on cancer, for being on dialysis, which I always said he had totally free medical care from the VA anyway, not to mention that he had a disability, plus he had a job, which had its own insurance. This guy was rolling in money. And he always was begging for money. So this is, Pac One. What is your what he wrote to imagine somebody if they were on dialysis is shitting on poor people, saying that poor is an acronym for people. What does it say there, Pac One? What's
People overlooking other opportunities or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
people overlooking opportunities repeatedly. That's why they're poor, because poor people are poor because they're overlooking opportunities repeatedly. POOR. As if, there's so many opportunities out there. Just look at Flint, Michigan. I mean, oh my God, if you grew up in Flint, Michigan, the opportunities, why, you trip yourself up on them. They're boundless. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, they're definitely, uh, okay, so I'm a firm believer in if you want to achieve something, you want to do something, you're gonna find and utilize the tools afforded or available to you, right? But not everybody knows how to utilize those tools, or not everybody has the self motivation or determinants, to get up and do something, right? So no, there's not always opportunities just sitting around. You got it, in all fairness, right now where we're at, if you look at like fast food service and shit like that, they are very short staffed. I mean, and honestly, with the nurses right now too, but again, those are McDonald's and shit like that. Those are jobs anybody can take, but nobody wants to take these jobs. It's not that people are overlooking them. People just don't want to do it. People don't want to take that.
Well, it's because people are tired of working jobs where they're treated like shit.
Yeah.
Which I think you covered that last week, Douglas, where you were talking about how
in all
that's
fairness, it's not just necessarily people being tired of being treated like shit. I mean, some people just don't know how to fucking work. Period, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even. I mean, and this is just small. Motherfuckers can't even remember to give you napkins in your McDonald's bag, but they want $15 a fucking hour.
There's that. There is that. Yeah, and
the people who are working aren't working, and the people who are able to work don't want to work.
Yes. I will confirm that in the majority of restaurants, for instance, the service is horrible. The service is just, and these are restaurants where, service is primary in a restaurant. It's all based on service. And I will confirm that in most restaurants in San Francisco, it's just execrable. The service is non-extant. It's but at any rate, in terms of what I was going to bring up in response to some of the people in the chat room, first off, I do want to emphasize that they are attacking us hard now. They've gone all out. Maybe they've bought the extra potent downvotes, but they're climbing up there to match all the upvotes you put on. So we've got 26 upvotes, we got 21 downvotes. So they're hitting hard with everything they've got. This is their united front. So for some reason, obviously, they're freaked out about tonight. And so just strike back if you're here. Just use whatever means you have to add another upvote. If you got an extra laptop with a different IP address, use it. Put in another upvote. You've got to fight dirty because these people are as dirty as it gets. And the only way you're going to clean them out is with some pretty toxic bleach. We got to chlorinate the gene pool with these people. And these people are degenerate. They're here to bring your genes down, whether it's through Flint, Michigan type tactics where they literally render your kids autistic. God knows some young lady coming out of that environment will probably give birth to somebody who will be impacted, no fault of her own, but because of that environment. This is opportunity. You get some asshole like Derek Talley who works for the government as a spy to disrupt Douglas Dietrich, and he gets inducted into some initiation ritual, a big dance where everybody in the cult of chaos is giving him the high five and all these hits on his little posts, like 3 times the number I get when everybody in his own family hates his guts. This is the kind of guy who says poor people are ignoring opportunity. What opportunity is there when you're fucked from the beginning with poisoned drinking water? This is no opportunity. You have no opportunity. There is no opportunity presented to you. If anyone says those scut jobs at Mickey D's and all these restaurants that are open are an opportunity, you're out of your mind. So there you have that. This is why Green 7 said, your enemy is my enemy. True DDD. And Montauk Madness says, what's Facebook name to find you? Doug Dietrich. Oh, that's Sora Ayoy. But you would find that through facebook.com / Douglas D. Dietrich. So just use uppercase for all the D's. 3 uppercase D's, but it's facebook.com / Douglas D. Dietrich, and it'll bring you to the Sora Aoi timeline that was gifted to me by the most famous actress in Japan, because she was getting married and retiring and exiting the life, so to speak, of pornography, a form of prostitution. Nothing, no moral judgment there. I mean, I would have done it if I could, and. So there we are, and then Rodney S. ESRD, end-stage renal disease, is covered under Medicare. There we have that, but, you know, it doesn't matter. Either way, the motherfucker Derek Talley was covered, either at the VA or whatever else. In other words, our taxpayer dollars would be supporting him if he had it. Then Dave G says, damn, freak out, me Rue around here, burning down bicentennial schoolhouses. Vicky Johnson says, nice. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you, Vicky. And wonderful individual. God bless her. And with that, we turn back to Pack 1. It's 6 p.m., but don't worry, Peter Moon is at a birthday party. It'll take him a while to get here. Certainly want our man Pack 1 to share whatever time he has available with us, and God knows he needs the break, and he needs an opportunity to cathart and vent, and we will, ask our man Jameson to do the same as well at some point soon. And by the way, I do want people to... shall I say? How is it? Anyhow, you two guys take the stage. I'm kind of just trying to anchor myself here.
Yeah. Have all right. So have you encountered like any ramped up gang stalking or anything?
Funny that you say that, in a sense, but I mean, aside from what we're seeing right now with the with the usual attack of the downvotes, in terms of the other stuff going on, not quite sure I want to talk about it just yet. But
right.
you know, there's always constant challenges and assaults, and people doing, shall we say, the enemy is always active, and you know what's going on right now is pretty intensive, and we'll see what happens. And in the meantime, however, the important thing is that it's not impacting me in such an immediate sense that I feel like my life is threatened. Rather than that, by the way, what brings that up? Did something happen to you?
Oh, no. I'm just starting to see more patterns. People I thought were they're using actors that I didn't even think were even actors. So I'm just starting to, maybe I'm just paranoid. I mean, it could be paranoia.
No, you're not paranoid. This is, by the way, this is what they always tell you. This is, if you ever review the movie Diabolique, then their entire intent is to drive a woman to madness, to drive her to insanity, by quote unquote haunting her. And so they terrorize her with all kinds of noises in the night, and whiz bangs and bright lights and everything else, till they literally drive her insane. But the point is, all the while that's happening, they tell you you're paranoid. They tell you how paranoid you are, and just how it's all in your head. And that, people are the enemy when they tell you that. Those are your enemies when they tell you that. Anyone who tells you that is the enemy. Just understand that. So do go on, both of you, and yeah.
All right. So I had an interesting incident where okay, I'm going about my day. Then I see this I see this guy. This is this homeless guy I see all the time. But then I'm thinking to myself, this guy can't be homeless. Wait a minute. Something's up here. This guy's always digging through trash cans and whatnot. But then he always seems to be wearing at first it seemed like he was wearing dirty clothes, and then it's like I've seen this guy for a very long time. Anyway, this strange, scraggly old dude, after I see him, so I'm just like, okay, minding my business, and then uh, then like that's when the color gangs start coming. The black guys who want to be like, okay, this shit up on top of here wearing all black clothes. See what he does. And I'm just like, okay, you motherfuckers are picking the wrong guy to play around with. And so I decide to go on the boat and go home. And of course, there was this Asian woman who I thought was trying to pretend to look interested in me, which I'm pretty sure it was just a game at this point. And of course, I'm a little irritated, and I'm like, I fucking hate humans. I'm in that kind of mindset. And some mighty whitey sits across from me, some tall white dude with like a duffel bag. This guy looks like he's a cop or something. So he just looks too clean cut. He looks like he's playing a part. And I'm like, okay. And then there's the Chinese girl sitting like behind him, like on another like, and the way the boat is situated, it's like people. Anyway, it's just that I see her all the time too, so I'm thinking, okay, yeah, this is all coordinated. So these are the actors they're using now.
Okay, yeah, that's. I'm not going to argue with any of that. That's. What's? Do you have any impression on this, Pakwan? Is he with us? Did he drop off? I mean, I would understand it if he did. Obviously, he's a family man. These things happen, and so aside,
Yeah, I think he's on mute.
is he on mute? Okay, and okay, probably something going.
Hello.
Oh, there we are. So,
No,
oh yeah, by all means.
I hit on mute. It would go back to mute. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Uh, yeah, I don't. So I usually don't see a lot of the same people around. So I haven't. I mean, if you start noticing things, typically it is, things are as they appear. So,
yeah.
uh, but for the most part, I haven't noticed anything.
Well, let's put it this way: when things happen to you, what's astonishing about what happens to you is that there seems to be a foreknowledge or some kind of involvement in some kind of wider agenda or plan. A good example would be the man who basically, was with you in the middle of the night, and this idiot was like someone who just kind of just wandered off in an inaccessible part of the road or country where he shouldn't have been able to just wander off like that. And this was a guy who kept saying that basically, take this knife, you're going to need it. You're going to need this knife. And, pretty much almost got you in a situation where you could have been arrested for something that was like what would you probably your whacked out girlfriend at the time or wife was probably going to try and say you killed her in the woods, or probably go die in the woods where you would have been basically framed for her murder. It's a terror. I mean, it just never ended. It was
I,
as yes.
I everybody is as they seem. No, that's for sure. Definitely have people in your life that have other things. That's I think that's facts.
Yes. Yeah. So obviously there are things that are going on where some people are just drawn into a plot that they have no instructions for. And they feel very much at a loss. Like they know something is going on, that they're part of something that other people are coordinating on. But yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
And I'm not privy to it, whatever it is. I'm like someone who's outside of it. I'm the outsider who's being looked upon
Observe.
rather,
yeah,
and they're
yeah. Go on. Yes.
and
And
and and and they're like inside, coordinating with each other on some shit that I don't give a fuck what it is, but it's just like really fucking annoying. It's like,
yes,
you
yes.
know,
And you wonder, how do they have the time to do this? Don't they have anything else to do in life? But no, that's their life. Is that somehow they're
I don't
paid
know,
to.
like, are they getting paid to do this shit? I mean,
You would hope they
is that
were,
is that
but
their
the majority of them are just crazy volunteers. These are people who just groove off what they're doing because they're gratuitous sadist. Honestly, so how did you psychologically deal with it, Pac One? How did you psychologically deal with it when through all these periods of time? I think the it only really came to kind of a stop when you married Elizabeth. Obviously, your psycho ex-wife shows up every once in a while using the two sons as a shield, basically, kind of like a bullet shield and a battering ram. I mean, the last time she showed up, it was almost like she was hiding behind them. Like, yeah, I had this image of her kind of propping them in front of her as if they were two bullet shields, and she was ready to shoot you from behind them. And how was it that went down? What happened again? It was shortly after that suddenly the government assaulted you with like a charge for something that was done 4 or 5 years ago in terms of financial, pay this back or something. This like loan, like a Red Cross loan or something. Anyhow, so go on.
So it's a son and a daughter. But yeah, so how I pretty much dealt with it was that you know, when it came to, we were in court a lot, and when it came to the court shit, I understood that as a man, as a man from Flint, as a Hispanic male, an ethnic man, you know, I have zero I have zero favor in my eyes, like going into my best bet is to shut my fucking mouth. This was always my goal going into court, having her in court with me is, let her, because I knew she had a short temper. Let her do all the talking. Let her talk shit, and no matter how bad it is, just know that there'll be a point where she slips, and as soon as she slips, she's gonna show her exactly, her colors and shit.
Yeah.
And she'd get in there, she would play like the battered ex-spouse, like, oh, I'm terrified of my life. And, oh, we didn't know you were so scared. We'd have had a intermediary interventionist here with us, and they'd have sat between you two to make sure you felt protected and safe, and you should have just said something. And then it would just go into like, she would go like, if you would let her talk, she was one of those people, like, if you let her talk, she'll play the victim, but eventually she'll start getting really maniacal and just like start talking like nasty shit, like, like, and he ain't nothing, and his family, and they're evil, and I hope, and he'll never be anything. He's not a productive member of society. And
That's a good one.
what the hell is wrong with you? And the judge would be like, what the hell does that have to do with your kids? Like.
Yes. Oh my God.
So that was always my thing with them, was just, like letting them play their cards, letting them let them do their thing, let them, and eventually you'll get that moment to strike, you'll get that moment to prove yourself, or to,
Right.
to you'll always have people who are like, oh, he's a good person. I always had lots of people, he's a good dad, and they'd see things, and it was never for me a case of proving myself or anything. It was just me doing what I had to do. And when it came to the court situations and stuff, I just always made sure I saved my receipts. Receipts being, things she would say or post on Facebook, or things she would do. I would have proof, or she would do things in front of people, and I would have witnesses, and I'd have them write down reports, and make sure I saved every day, every occasion, anything. That's what I did, only because I knew that I had nothing going for me except for whatever was in black and white, because that's how the courts were perceiving me. They were perceiving me as, through my police records, or anything that may have followed me through my life. That's how they see me. So I wasn't just someone who loved their children and was trying to do right by their kids. I was, a rapper, or someone who had been investigated for, XX things, and just random shit, or or whoever she painted me out to be in her statements, and her arguments for even filing motions to get the court shit started, just things like that. I've been called everything from a murderer to a drug dealer to everything. I've had everything thrown at me, and in those circumstances, it wasn't just her. It was her and her family, her mother, her sister, her aunts, her cousins, just the whole family would team up. They would call Department of Human Services and report me for fraud or report me to Child Protective Services for beating my kids when it was never the case. I have a CPS file, of all the allegations ever made against me, the size of an old school fucking directory phone book, and that's like 2-3 inches. I'm not fucking kidding, dude. Like it was like I could only imagine how much they spent to send me that file because I had to get it for a court date to show all the false investigations where the state workers were following, and it'd be 5-6 months of people popping in and out of your life at random will and pulling your children out of their classes to question them in the middle of the day in front of their friends, embarrassing shit like that. My family, we endured that for years,
Right.
and finally when it all boiled over, I mean, it took me to stop fighting, man. It took me to stop fighting, and it wasn't because I didn't have the fight in me no more. It was I was done. I was done. Like I seen to a point in my life where me and my family, we were progressing. We had a lot of good things going for us, and the only thing negative and the only thing holding us in our life was that fight.
Right.
And for me, it wasn't worth the fight anymore. At losing sanity, losing nights. I mean, me and my wife, we wouldn't argue and fight because she didn't want the children. We would argue and fight because of the problems that it would always bring. And it was never an issue to fight for the kids. It was just the problems that she brought. And unfortunately, the only ones who paid for all that were my children. They're the ones who got to experience those first 5-6 years of birthday parties and week-long birthdays and trips and vacations and crazy big family dinners, and like they got to experience that. And now these past couple years, they know that they've also missed out on all that. Whereas, their birthday's 1 month apart. Their mother would rather just throw them a joint birthday party in the back of the yard, which, is you can do whatever for your kids, and it never be enough. But the fact that you would go out for your kids like that, and she's the type of person who would rather go on a weekend vacation to Chicago than to throw her kids a birthday party. Like just little things like that. That, yeah, maybe it's significant, but those are the things that my kids have to remember, and they're the ones that essentially end up losing out. But when it comes to fighting with people like that, you don't. When you're in the right, when you know that you have, you're not going to lose. When when you 100% know that you've done everything and have nothing to hide, anything, you can stand tall and you can take all those blows. You can absorb all that shit, all of it, and then just as quick as you absorb all that, you can turn it right back around and say, "Now look, here's my power." Or look, those people will always expose their hands. They can never, they can never keep the same face. They can never act like 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 that facade's gonna get them by. So my best advice is, if you feel like someone's watching you, or you feel like someone's against you, let them be. Let them be. One of my favorite things is saying, feed someone the rope. You know what I'm saying? If someone's feeding you lines, someone's dragging you along, someone's, feed them their rope. Let them play their part. Let them tangle themselves up. And then when that moment strikes, pull that fucking rope and watch them hang on it.
Right.
That's my favorite thing.
Yes.
That's
Nice.
patience, man. It's patience.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's really what it takes, and certainly that's what I'm playing through right now. It's what people like us always have to deal with. And I want to thank you very much for having the courage to share that. And certainly, I have other friends like Nathan Brooks out there. Shout out to Nathan Brooks. And who else does this remind me of? These are people who were struggling with kids and family, and they had a family member that was consistently terrorizing them effectively. And in that case, they triumphed by patience, and they had to contend with time in the courts. Let me see if I can remember the other gentleman's name who was one of these individuals aside from Nathan Brooks. Norm A. Dillon. Norm A. Dillon was the other. So Norm A. Dillon, shout out to you as well. So Norma Dillon and Nathan Brooks, both of these family men, went through hell. And I understand what you went through was very similar. And as you said, there was that added, shall we say, challenge that you were dealing with in order to confront the fact that we're in a society where automatically you're judged. When your wife called you a rapper, that's pretty much the same in many people's minds as calling you a gangster. And by the way, I haven't had a chance to really do justice to following up on many people's posts on Facebook, and I do try to hit their accounts when I come home, so to speak, from these holidays, and one of them was our man Pac One, and some music that he published. Was this recently? You were in the studio again, or was this from before? When
No, that so back in about 2011, that song was probably like almost 10 years old. We used to perform, and like we used to like wherever we go, we had a song that was called "We Wildin'," and like everybody knew the words. So like when we performed, it was like just like a high energy song, and everybody would be just like jumping around, we wilding, like wilding out, like it was a really fun song. No, it was like one of our bigger songs that we used to perform and stuff when we used to do things. I was young, like
that's
23,
not that
20.
yeah. I mean, you're young, yeah, but you're still young. I mean, oh my God, don't talk about
Yeah.
it like Jesus. Oh my God. But nevertheless, as happens in this industry, I don't think everybody that was in the band is alive today, or they went through significant health problems or something.
No, everybody's went through so much shit, man. One of the guys, he was our main producer. Like he ended up getting with a girl, and like they had kids, and we all fell out. And then other members, two of them became Freemasons, and other one, he's a lumberjack, or I don't know what the fuck. He handles wood. He handles wood for a living, I guess.
Oh Jesus! Oh my
No,
God! I
yeah.
mean, it's just
Well,
everything.
yeah,
But
everybody grew up. Everybody kind of just starts doing their own thing, and like kind of, we had offers and opportunities in those days, and we didn't take them, and I don't regret it. I mean, I think about it, but now we're all successful in what we do. So I mean, it all works out. It all plays out, man. In the end.
yes, yes, and all we can do is support each other. And like you said, it worked out for the best for you. I mean, certainly you're in a good space now. Oh yes, do catch us up on a bit about your what kind of work you're doing now. I mean, right now you may not be doing anything in particular, but the taco truck season is at an end. But you're no longer involved with the truck, right? You have a place in a shopping mall now, right? That you're going to ultimately.
So I was doing a little cafe. I started doing a cafe, but we're down to one vehicle. One of my cars broke down the transmission, so it's funny. Like the guy who was fixing it, like the weekend it was supposed to be done. Like his wife's sister-in-law's son, who was like 13, committed suicide, like blew his brains out.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
yeah, so like it was like a week, the grievance and all that, and then he was supposed to get started back on it, but then he had like a pre-existing injury on his back that he ended up messing up, so he's been in the hospital. So I essentially have been we've been with one car for probably like the past month and a half, almost going on 2 months, and so I haven't really been doing much driving around, or uh, also with the pandemic, my daughter, she was internet, doing school via Skype or whatever the hell it was, and now she's back in person. So I got my kids. I really don't have time, to do anything now. So right now I'm not doing much. I'll probably be doing like pickup dinners out my home. I got my food trailer. My taco truck. I'm actually getting ready to sell that. So that's where I'm at. I'm not done working or anything, but yeah, that's basically it. This is what I've been up to. And I've been basically trying to be like a little Dr. Green Thumb here at home. So just kind of doing
What
my
is
thing with
what
it.
does that mean? You're growing a little garden, or what?
Yeah, me and Daniel Arola like to talk
I see.
horticulture a lot. Yeah.
There we are. Very good, very good. And what's the it just blows my mind that pot's still illegal in Texas. I'm assuming that's not the case where you're at.
I don't think it's illegal. I don't think it's illegal in Texas anymore, and here it's not. Definitely not. It's passed for recreational here in Michigan, so it's legal. It's legal to have and grow, and you know, I do it under legal guidelines and stuff like that. So
Hmm.
yeah.
And oh yes, Jameson, are you with us?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, don't forget to edit that statement in your the last video where you wrote about beyond reproach.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. I have to do that. I'm literally playing Magic the Gathering, and this person has like 144 life, and I have 15. I'm like, what the hell?
Well, good luck with that. That reminds me. That reminds me of Jackie Gleason, which is before your time and before Pac Ones.
Actually,
But
yeah, I remember the Honeymooners.
there we are. So in the Honeymooners, there was this one episode where, of course, Jackie Gleason had been helping this old lady off the bus every day of her life because he was a bus driver. And then the what happened was when she died. And then he was invited to her will reading. He says, "Oh my God, maybe she'll be generous with me, and maybe she considered me like family." And so he goes to the will reading, and him and his friend Art Carney, they're sitting there while the son is there for the will reading. And of course, the man reading the will says, he's reading from this dead woman's perspective, and the dead woman says basically, "To my son, who spent every penny that I gifted him gambling, I will him $1 single." And then, of course, basically Art Carney and Jackie Gleason are laughing their ass off. And, of course, he's furious and he storms out. And while he's storming out, Jackie Gleason says, "I hope you get a winner with that one." Yeah, that's how I feel about you and your 15 life points against this guy with all the life points of this guy.
I lost.
Yeah, there you
that
go.
was the most savage build up.
Yeah.
I mean, he pretty much handed me my ass. I was just seeing how far I could push it, and I just reached the point where I'm like, okay, fuck it, I'm done.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, go on. What was that, Pac-Man?
I said that was poetic, man. That was
Thank you. Yes.
the build up, the climax.
Yes, yes. And just so everybody knows about we were talking about the funeral industry earlier. I'll check in before I go diving into that in the live stream. I want to thank everyone who's active in the live stream. William Krajewski said, "Grand Rapids, Michigan, first city to use fluoride." And then Marcus Grick says, "William, I am in Australia in the first city to trial fluoride in drinking water. Been 30-ish years now. I am still yet to get a filling, but I can't vouch for brain cell loss. There are no higher rates of autism in Townsville, Queensland, Australia." And then Dave G says, "Second state French prince is the definition. Dauphine." Okay. We have copper plates throughout, though, it says Marcus Griggs. Then CK says, "Very inspiring." Oh my God, why? What on earth have we said that's inspiring? Oh, I guess what Pac-1 was saying. What Pac-1 was saying was inspiring. That's true. And so, yes, he was definitely giving the fight talk for everyone. And by the way, I want, let's see, Sarah Thomas gives 3 pink pulsating hearts. So, triple the kisses to Sarah Thomas. Conspiracy Kitty, who's Shauna Bandow, says, "Sorry, I can't stick around. My son is sick. He keeps coughing. Hugs. Everyone have a great night." Yes. Oh my God, Shauna. Great night to you. Rodney S says, "Hope he gets better." Of course, we all do. And so
Douglas, how is Beyond Redemption?
Beyond Redemption. Yeah, that's good. That's good. There we are.
There we go.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That is done and done.
Yes, and I'm glad you tended to that. And let's see, our man Daniel Arola has left a comment, and I'm glad that he's continuing discussions with Pac-1 on the industry that they're both in. Let's see what comment.
Yeah. He's been showing me the strains that he's been growing, Daniel.
Oh, really?
I told him he has quite the talent,
Uh-huh.
quite the green thumb.
Okay, there we are. Yes, Daniel Orola's got it. And okay, I don't know what to make
By
of.
by strains I mean marijuana.
Understood, understood. I was just confronted with something else. Just so everybody knows, I shouldn't even be giving this any play. But Michael Longo, he basically entered into the thread of my promotional banner for tonight. Comment: another man exposing a great hoax, and this is from libertariannews.org, which alone should tell you that this is fucked. And the headliner is on this column: man eats uranium, drinks and swims in reactor water, ignites plutonium in his bare hand. So he's saying, see, radioactive material isn't as dangerous as the
Ooh,
EPA
I
has
once
made it out to be. There we are. Okay, don't anybody ever, ever do what this man is doing. Okay, this is,
could you send me a link of that? Because I want to see the horrid after effects when this guy becomes a living beef jerky.
Yeah. By the way, just to put this into some perspective for people, the only reason I'm not deleting this immediately is because, and by the way, Pac-One was saying something in the background. What were you saying, Pac-One, about this?
Other than I said, let me see that guy in 6 months. And other than 30 seconds after he handled that guy became completely sterile. So.
Yeah.
Fucking get out of here.
Yes. No, this is like, don't ever do what this man has done. But okay, I've given the link to Jameson Reese. Do you want a copy of this link, Pac-One, for Morbid Entertainment, or I'll give it to you as well, just for Morbid Entertainment. But just so people do understand, the only reason I'm not deleting that immediately is there are people out there who, for some reason, things don't happen to, and it might be mutations. And I'll give you the best example of that historically, which I've talked about before, and it's all quite true, and you can look this up yourself. The man's name was Don Mastic, and Don Mastic was an idiot who had a degree, and he was like working at Los Alamos, and he had the world's entire known supply of plutonium in a test tube. And he was dancing around. These people were all fucking idiots who were at Los Alamos. They didn't have an iota of professionalism among them. And he was dancing around like a moron, tap dancing on the table with this test tube in his hand with the entire world's supply of plutonium. And the test tube shattered. At some point, the vibration was too much, and the test tube shattered. And so he inhaled it all in shock. Like, like when the test tube shattered, he was shocked. So he inhaled it all like he took this big huff, and it all went into his body. And so what they did was to reclaim all of the plutonium. They pumped him full of basically laxatives, and so he could shit all of this plutonium out. And then they had to boil his shit in oil to recover the plutonium from his fecal matter. And all of this was recovered, but it was stinking up so bad. The entire city of Los Alamos, which was a miniature city in and of itself, that everyone complained, including, of all people, Robert Oppenheimer, who actually led the community in getting a petition signed where they would get him out of Los Alamos because everybody got tired of smelling his shit. He was stinking up the entire city while they were boiling his shit to reclaim the plutonium. I mean, talk about, hot shit. And anyhow, so they basically, when the Marines invaded Tinian Island, Tinian, Tinian Island, it was shaped like Manhattan Island. And by the way, that's where the term Manhattan Project came from, was the shape of Tinian Island. That's where they flew all of the bombers that they were going to bomb Japan with in terms of nuclear bombardment. And the first thing they flew over there, the first civilian colonist from America on the island of Tinian, was Don Mastic. So he could continue shitting his guts out, and they could continue boiling his shit to retrieve the plutonium. So when they dropped the nuclear plutonium bomb, the Fat Man bomb, in complete and total panic, when Paul Sweeney was over Kokura, the main arsenal of Japan, and they kicked his ass to hell and back, and he got a round from their interceptors that penetrated their main fuel line, and all that highly flammable, high octane aviation fuel flooded the bomb bay and saturated the plutonium bomb, the Fat Man bomb, in highly flammable aviation fuel. And all that high octane fuel, if they caught another round, was going to set the plane on, well, it was going to blow the plane up with everybody in it. They basically turned tail and retreated. And they tell you, oh, they couldn't bomb Kokura, the main arsenal of Japan, because of cloud cover. I mean, cloud cover. It's a nuclear fucking bomb. You don't need to aim, right? You open the bomb bay and you drop. You don't need to miss. I mean, you don't need to aim because you can miss by a mile, and you're still going to theoretically take a target out, right? But no, these guys panicked, and they had to get rid of the bomb, so they dropped it over at Nagasaki in retreat. That was not even an opportunity target. They just literally dropped it, and they didn't aim, and they didn't care where they were. That's how Nagasaki got bombed. And because it's a valley, all of the valley deflected the explosion. So 90% of the energy of the most powerful weapon in the human inventory was deflected at Nagasaki, and far less damage was done to Nagasaki than was done at Hiroshima. And as for all of the thousands of young women who were in the factories below Nagasaki, they never even knew a bomb had been dropped. They all survived. They never contracted radiation cancer because the bunkers were lead-lined, and they were manufacturing bombers that were known as Patsy bombers. And the Patsy bombers had full capability of reaching New York City from Tokyo. They could bomb New York City from Japan. So those long-range bombers were still being produced. That's when the Americans really knew they lost the war. That was at that point the Americans really knew they lost the war. But the whole thing was, that bomb that was dropped, all the plutonium that was in that bomb was also plutonium that had gone through Don Mastic's intestinal tract and out of his ass. So Don Mastic lived to be, you would think he would disintegrate, but he lived to be 100 years old, or close to it. He was like 92 or something when he died, 92 or 97. So how this happens, why some people can take that amount of radiation. By the way, Japan has what they call the habakushi, and these are people who are, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, the atom bomb survivors in Japan. Let me see if it's something similar to that. And but nevertheless, these are people who survived the atom bombs, and the majority of them survived both atom bombs. The atomic bomb survivors, the majority of them who were in Japan, survived both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those who are atomic bomb survivors, the majority of them survived both bombings. And that's because the people were evacuated from Hiroshima to Nagasaki. So most of the people who got bombed twice. So in terms of those people, the overwhelming majority of them have the longest lifespans in the world. The majority of those people who got bombed twice usually live to be over 100 years old. So these are hibakusha, Niju hibakusha. And so there you have that. Those are the survivors of both bombings. There are so many of them that they have an actual name for these people in Japan. The people who suffered the effects of both bombings are known as Niju habakusha. And therefore, there is a documentary about this called Twice Survived. And the subtitle for that documentary, Twice Survived, is The Doubly Atomic Bombed of, Japan, or, basically. The hibakusha is simply a person affected by a single bomb, and the Niju hibakusha are people affected by two bombs, of which there are literally thousands. So, or there's thousands affected by a single bomb and hundreds affected by both. And those hundreds live to be something like well over 100 years old on average. So, go figure, right? I mean, what does it mean? So, if you've got one fucker who can do this, do all this shit with, plutonium and shit,
I'm sure he's not going to have any kids.
Yeah, whatever the case, just don't you do it. Just don't you do it. Don't
do it. Don't. Yeah. Fear exists for a reason, and that's to stop that's to keep smart people from dying.
Right. Yes.
And fear keeps
And
fear
the lack of
keeps
fear keeps you just look at Jackass. Look at Jackass, and you'll see. Just this is Darwin in action.
yeah, that's what happens when you don't have fear.
Yes,
That's what
Darwin.
happens when you don't have enough fear. I mean, geez, even some of the stupid shit people do that get themselves on websites like horrible videos where they wind up like just gory meat piles and whatnot. You know, come on, some fear would have made it so that you wouldn't be, oh look, I only have half my torso left. I don't feel nothing.
Oh shit!
Like,
Oh
yeah.
god! Wait a second. Is Pac One still with us? I want you both to
Yeah.
respond to this. Okay, both of you.
Yeah.
Both of you. I need both of you because our man Jameson is slightly altered. And I don't know how good his memory is, but I'm sure you both remember this. Do both of you remember Derek Talley? Do you remember that he brought up his son and the fact that his son's girlfriends kept dying? By the way, for those of you who are listening, many of you have listened for a long time. You might remember
Yes,
Derek
yes,
Talley's
yes,
yes, his son's girlfriends at a very young age kept dying all the time. It was more than one. You remember this, right, Jameson?
Yes, I do.
Yes, thank you.
In fact, there was there was a time when his son was depressed because one of his girlfriends died of some kind of, I don't know, what was it, brain aneurysm or something?
It didn't
Something
make any
weird.
sense. It didn't make any
I thought
sense.
I thought it was only one girl. I didn't know he had multiple girlfriends die. That's a flag.
Yeah,
Flag on.
that's all part of what makes Derek Talley so suspect, was because his son was so depressed, you might remember, because Derek Talley said this keeps happening to him, remember? That's what he said. He said, my son's
Yeah.
girlfriends keep dying. They keep dying at a young age. Yeah, last girlfriend she was a pharmacist, remember? She was a pharmacist. And then he says, yeah, he's getting married to this pharmacist. Things are going great. Then suddenly, oh man, she died. Just like the rest of them. She died. But
Yeah. He probably put her in a crock pot and boiled her
yeah,
and
yeah.
ate him.
Yes,
Ate her.
yes.
He-
Yeah. By the way, for those of you who think we're being silly,
all of his son's girlfriends are in his belly.
yes, yes. For those of you who think we're being silly, he kept asking me how my escorts tasted and shit. And yeah, this is and even our man Brendan Zoget, who's a militant vegan, he's usually not as triggered by anyone as he was by Derek. He said Derek was simply disgusting. He said all he could see on his timeline were pictures, big piles of meat. He said big fucking piles of meat. It was like meat porn. It was like, he said it made him angry to see that. And there was some obsession with Derek Talley and white meat. Remember, he was making what I call the leukocytic meals of white noodles and white meatballs that were made out of turkey and chicken meat and shit or something. And he says, yeah, you can make these white meatballs with your white noodles and your white sauce. What the fuck is that? It was like, and that's why when I showed him the albino escort who was white, and he says, how does she taste? Okay, then it clicks, right? This guy's a fucking cannibal, right? I mean, this is like,
Yeah. There's a reason why I say he's Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
yeah, thank you.
He literally is a fucking meatwad.
Yes, he is disgusting. Yes, and his son brought him girls to eat. Yes, that's right. So he can, and later on, you might remember he said, "Oh, my son's over it now." And do you remember he said that? He said, my son's over it now. He's feeling so much better now. He's back on his feet again and doing great. And I was like saying, how does someone rebound like that? It's like, oh, he was depressed because his girlfriend died, and then just suddenly, oh, but I'm over it now. It's so there you have that.
Yeah. His son even found someone else. He was going out.
That's
Someone
right.
so that's someone else they're gonna cut up and eat.
Yes.
And share with their ex-Marine military buddies.
Yes, that's right. It's true. Yeah. By the way, Pac One, is any of this ringing any memory bells with you?
All that reminds me of is how many times he asked me for different recipes.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh God!
Middle-aged fucking some middle-aged fucking Asian girl just got turned into carne asada and shit. What the hell?
Oh my God! Oh my God! That's awful. Jesus.
We're giving them slow cooking recipes and shit. God damn it!
Mm. Oh, I'm dying. Uh, I'm gonna cough. I'm gonna start coughing. I was drinking the dregs of my tea, and all of that tea dust went up my nostrils. I'll have to go mute so people don't hear me coughing to death. So there you have that, and sorry, we had to vent and cathart about that because this fucker deserved it. He was just wasting so much of our time. He was such a wretched human being, and we run into so many of those. They get assigned to us. They get
I
assigned.
don't know if he was ever human to begin with.
Yes, yes. That's there we are. Anyhow, so there's this individual who says that he was at Long Island. So I might bring him on for a few minutes and just hear him out for a little bit, and then we might bring on Peter later and change the tune, and then later on tonight I'll go into monologue. It's not going to be too much of a plan or a problem, and so let me see if I can find him on Skype. And
You want me to add Peter?
no. I'm gonna try this individual. Just see how it is. He says he has memories of Montauk from 1994, and it's just you got for the moment we have nothing better to do. I mean, both of you are doing great, but do you want to talk first?
Could I take a quick bio break?
Oh, okay, when you're back, I'll take one. So
All right.
Pack One's kind of like our third man here on this regard. So Pack One, in the meantime, do what you can to. Any other memories you'd like to share with us? Anything else that comes to mind? Or...
No, not really much. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're doing pretty good. I mean, you were doing well, and I know that you have plenty of experiences in life, and once you go into them, they can be quite involved. But I don't mean to bring up any bad memories, but your father is fascinating. I mean, what did he invent again? Tell us what he invented.
So his one of his first inventions was he invented the Sandy cart station, which you see in all the like stores and shit now. It's essentially the little like the disinfectant wipes that you get to grab before you grab your cart wipe down. He invented that little station and shit. And then he invented that in like 1998, 1999. And then he ended up selling it. He actually sold the patent for $160,000. And then the guy who bought it turned it into like a multi-million-dollar thing. And then most recently, he invented it's called Sandy feet or some shit. It's basically like some type of thing you set out either in front of your doorway or I don't fucking know, and you like step on it, and then I don't know if it's like the ultraviolet light or something on it, and it sanitizes your feet, the bottom of your shoes or whatever,
Jesus.
Yeah, he was just
what made him think of that? Do you think? Holy shit.
Fucking, he's super spaced out, man. I don't fucking know. Fucking all the dope he does or all the fucking pills he takes, fucking probably broke walls of etherical fucking thinking and shit and found something that made sense. I don't know. You think about it, how many fucking bacteria in Jersey bring it? I don't know how he did it. Fucking, he's a piece of shit, but I guess he did it. So the fuck.
And if people want to see what this guy looks like, if you want to see what warped, fucked up, mad genius looks like, crazy, no wisdom, but some intelligence of some sort, he's on Shark Tank, or is that still the case? Or
he's on Shark Tank. Yeah, he was on an episode of Shark Tank for it. Yep.
Oh,
he got funding from Shark Tank, so I don't know when the shit's supposed to happen or what, but yeah. Yeah, it made sense. It makes sense. This doesn't make sense to me how he made sense, but
that's incredible. And but tell people why he's. Do you want to share why he's such an asshole? I mean, this guy. First off, it's like
Well, so the reason why he's so fucked up is in the early '90s he came up with this big scheme that he was gonna get SSI from the state. That he was going to get, pretty much Social Security money from the state. All he had to do was fake that he was, he had these issues. But the problem is that they prescribed him this medication, and he had to have that medication in his system, so he actually had to take that. He actually had to take that medication, and after doing it for like 15, 20 years, he he fucking broke, dude. He really developed problems, because like it's a chemical thing, and
Oh
you're
God.
overstimulating your system with a chemical that's already being produced. That the pills are created to produce a chemical, so you got overabundance. So like I don't know, man. He's just fucked up, man. And he back in the day, he used to be like a pimp. Like they had like a big old string of fucking escort services going on from like here to Cali and shit. Like they had their thing going on, man. But he pretty much lost himself. I mean, between that and then he started doing crack, started smoking crack. So I don't know. He's a dick. He's a piece of shit, dude. I don't care for him. He lost his mind, man. He just like I don't know, like really not even bipolar, man. Like 1 minute he's cool and then the next minute he's like trying to start shit with you and like playing a victim role, like I ain't shit but a piece of shit dad anyway. No, no, no. Like what the fuck is all this shit wrong with you, man? Like if that's how you feel, just fucking miss my phone line with all that bullshit. And then you were never shit. Like then he started, trying to personally attack you and shit. Like okay, no, fuck you. It's just it became too much. I'm not down with that dumb shit. That's just trash. Saying. Yeah, that's why I quit. That's why I quit. That's why I personally quit talking to him and shit. He moved out to Vegas. He's been out there, and that's where he started doing all this, working on the next shit. What he's got going on now. But yeah, I don't really talk to him or do much with him. He's reached out. Well, it is funny. Like he went on this big old campaign on Facebook about how he wasn't my dad and all this other shit.
That's right, he did. Who's denying he was your
yeah, yeah. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I get this request to merge fucking family trees on Ancestry.com because the request was from someone who matched my genetics, 99.9% being my father, and it was this piece of shit just sending me messages and shit like, dude, fuck off. Like, I blocked him on Facebook and shit. So like he'd be like look up patent number, whatever the fuck he does to me. I don't care. I wouldn't give a fuck if he showed up at my door fucking $30 million in hand. I mean, I'd probably beat his ass to take it, but there's no amount of money, no, you know what I'm saying? Like you couldn't buy my respect or my time to be like, okay, well let's, you know what I'm saying? Like to me that's bitch shit, dude. Like that you think you can buy, like no, you can't buy anything over here, homeboy. He would I don't know, like that's why I feel like he's really gone. Like my son has a Facebook. We created a Facebook for him, but clearly us behind his Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Like we would post like his pictures, whatever to his Facebook and stuff. But we stopped. We pretty much, it's still active, but we don't use it or anything because my dad started writing my son messages and shit. Like not on it, like weirdo shit, but not like I know pedo shit, but like oh, grandpa was a bad man. He like that. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? I was like, stop. I was like, stop fucking messaging my son, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? He's, what I'm saying? He's like, I'm not a weirdo. Delete this message. Like, just weird shit. What the fuck's wrong with this guy, man?
Oh my god.
Yeah. So he's one over the cuckoos, man, for sure, bro.
That's so sad. That's so sad, and it's always alarming. It's always alarming, and honestly, you have to be really strong and just sure of yourself because both your parents are so fucked. And, holy shit! What exactly kind of relationship did this man and your mother have? I mean, at what point in their life were they?
Do you want like the full story?
Yeah, of course. We can't get Rocco Fowler on because the guy's his Skype is just so fucked up. We're not getting him on. So go on. Yes.
So actually, it is a fucked up story. It's a fucked up story nonetheless, man. It's weird. So my dad, my dad and my mom first met when they were like 5 and 8, and my
Okay, so it was an adult friend finder then. I take it. Holy
no,
shit!
it wasn't Match.com, unfortunately. Um,
Oh my
so
god!
my his father was married to my grandmother. My father's father was married to my mother's mother.
Father was married to your mother's mother, so they're related.
God damn it, do the math. They were at one point they were stepbrother and sister,
Holy
and
shit! Oh
it only
my
lasted
god!
it was like 2 3 years, but they knew each other, you know.
Oh my god!
Nonetheless, and then yeah, fuck you, Douglas.
I'm sorry.
I love you.
Oh my god! No,
I
I know
love
that. I know that. No, it's
you.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah. So that's how that started.
Brother, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah. It's a tag. I just said,
Look at that pumpkin.
so that happened, and my mom got pretty much started dating when she was like 15. They weren't, you know, like my his dad and her mom weren't together anymore. You know, clearly they had already been divorced or whatever, but they ended up getting together and shit. So that was kind of weird because his dad and my grandma had a child together, which is turned out to be my mom's brother. You know, well,
Oh
clearly.
my god! Oh my god! This is like the movie Chinatown with Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, so it was weird nonetheless, man. And my dad in those years, my dad had a very smooth operating. He had a crew, like they would essentially what they would do is they would go out to bars or meet girls and shit like that, and talk to them, start dating them, party and shit. And then, but they would be the whole time be prospecting those girls' lives and their houses and seeing what was going on. And then they would essentially my dad would be sleeping with the girl, or one of his friends would be sleeping with the girl, and the rest of the team would pull up with the U-Haul and clear everything out of the house. So then when they came out from the back room from getting their nasty on,
Yeah.
the house would be emptied out, and no one knew anything. And he actually had one girl actually blew her brains out because all her parents' stuff got stolen. She
Oh
killed
my
herself.
god, that's awful. He's a murderer. Holy shit. This is
He
just
doing that for years, and he actually ended up trying to break into my great grandmother's house, and that's where he ended up getting caught and getting busted. And he did like 5 years,
Mhm.
and on that he got extradited out to California for some shit out there. And he actually escaped. He actually escaped prison in California, like broke out of prison in California, and and got away and shit. And he was out here and he ended up getting caught, but he got extradited back. When he got extradited back, the guards broke his legs, so he couldn't break out or whatever. But yeah,
Oh my
yep,
god. I mean, this is
yeah.
this is incredible. I mean, that's like I mean, it's almost like what else could they do? I think that's it's just again, these are just stories that are that they're mind-blowing. And so I'm just, again, the fact that you survived this, the fact that you were able to rebound from that, honestly, it's and the other gentleman's voice in the background, this is a friend of yours, or a relation or something, is
This is my brother-in-law, Clay Thompson.
Oh, Clay Thompson. Yes, Clay Thompson. We've seen you in action. The two of you were night fighting. Oh my God. I'm not surprised they called the police. Oh my God. So, you're the Krav Maga instructor, yes?
No, they did show up.
They gave us a thumbs up. They said continue.
Yeah.
Continue.
Uh, and so there we are. Yes, the police. Then the police, when they showed up, they started placing bets on the two of them. Yes, to see which one would knock the other out. Oh my God. But yes, very proud of you as well. So he is the Krav Maga instructor. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
that's what I thought. And if he wishes to come on, he can tell us about that. I mean, he also has some pretty remarkable stories, I'm sure, such as I know a little bit about it. We cheated. Your brother-in-law Pac One told me kind of how you were inspired to become a Krav Maga instructor. So I understand there's a real story behind that. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So nice to meet you,
Yes, nice to
Douglas.
meet you. Yes, and this individual is, if you would introduce yourself to our listeners and to Jameson, our executive producer, this is Clay Thompson. Yes.
As the nickname goes, but no, my name is John. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Okay, honor to meet you. And so,
Oh
please, by
man.
all means, yes. So, tell us what happened. What led you to? What inspired you to become a martial arts instructor?
Well, there's definitely a few events in life, but my dad actually. So I'm a mixed race myself. My dad is a Russian Jewish man. My mom is a Puerto Rican Christian.
Yes.
So we make for an interesting mix.
Yes.
And I wanted to explore a little bit of the Jewish side. And at one point, I don't know, we had a house fire. My grandmother, my dad, and my grandfather was there. Unfortunately, I couldn't get my dad out. And sadly, after he passed away that day, and after not being able to get, at that point, he was close to 180, big man. He passed out in the fire trying to be a hero.
Oh, I'm
And
so sorry. Oh, that's
yeah,
awful. By the way, we hear you fairly well, but get right up close to the mic. Wherever Pac One was, kick him out of the chair and replace him. That we can hear so we can hear your voice better. The way these things work, it's like you have to practically be, given moral sex for these things to work right, so we can hear you.
I'm
There we are.
joining the phone as we speak. Does that sound good?
Much better, much better. Get close enough to it where you can give it a blowjob and you're doing okay. Yes, and so it's awfully tragic about your father. What was the funeral service like? Was it large?
Well, that was actually, it's interesting you mentioned that. That was probably the toughest part because in the Jewish religion, if your mom isn't the one who's Jewish, they don't necessarily look at you as Jewish. But
Right.
I had the part to participate and read the scriptures, go to Israel, and really try to embody both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
And in the process, I wasn't able to really participate in most of it because of my heritage. So it was a little stressful, but it was a 7-day experience of my family being there and trying to share stories. Me personally, I heard you guys talking about death dealing and funerals, and hearing that, understanding the process is exactly that. You getting called by a collector saying, hey, they still owe credit cards and this and their car payments, etc.,
Oh,
with
God.
zero sympathy, because quite frankly, they don't care, right? No one
They're
cares.
disgusting. No, the people like that. I mean, there needs to be something done about them. So go on. This is
The
horrible.
fire,
Yeah.
the fire had just happened. I'm walking down the street. My friend is like there with me, trying to be like, "You're good." I'm like, "I'm trying to get through this." And then the news person comes up and goes like, "How are you feeling right now?" Like camera in the face, and I was like, "Now's not the time." She's, "No, no, no, now's the perfect time." And I just snapped. I just was like, really, like. So it's funny how we talk about death and how it's kind of monotonized, and unfortunately exactly how that whole experience. So for me, it was more the idea of understanding that he was a pro boxer. He kind of knew what he wanted to do in his life, and I wanted to kind of pursue some of that. And so I found my way into Krav Maga, and it was one of those martial arts that kind of it has all the bells and whistles. It kind of takes the best aspect of every martial art and puts it into real life situations, and we train you to understand your body and handle different weights and all that. So I was prepared for any situation. And it's one of those mottos of I'd rather know it and not need it
Right. Yes.
than need it and not know it. And that was exactly how I felt about the crowd.
Right.
So that's training.
That's amazing. I'm really proud of you. And in terms of that, by all means, continue to go on. There was most of the training here in the United States, or some in Israel.
Well, I did a little bit out there. I did mostly in Canada. But unfortunately, I did have to stop most of my training. I got accepted in optometry school, and I decided to focus on my brain muscles. And so I just finished that recently and hoping to get back into training too.
That's incredible, and again, just the in terms of, I'm really proud of you for your professional acumen. I understand that that is very difficult to get in to that field. So, if you could tell us a bit about that.
It's funny. Like one of the things that I really find rewarding is kind of sharing my story, and I just happen to be here when he has you guys, and I get the privilege. But I'm definitely one of those people who I heard earlier we were talking about people who don't want to work, and really at the end of the day, I've had a hard time getting to this point, and I'm not trying to, seek out pity in any way. I just want to show that even when I was told no, I kept going forward. So graduated from undergrad in genetics, biotechnology, and I really wanted that career until I got there. It was trash. It
Oh
was,
God.
don't worry. I was way too bright for a lab. Everyone just kind of was just terrible. And so I tried everything I could. I went into genetic counseling, and next thing I knew, I turned and there was a doctor be like, "Hey, look at this woman's vagina," and I was like, "Oh, I don't want to." But you need to understand as a counselor what the OBGYNs do, and I was like, "No, no. That I'm good." I'm looking at the husband like I'm trying not to look, and he's looking at me. I'm like, "I swear, I'm not looking." Like, yeah. So kind of had one of those change of careers. Got into palliative care psychology, and then eventually I decided I wanted to be an optometrist. And when I applied for school, unfortunately, I had done kind of poorly in undergrad, and they said, "Hey, your first year, all your prereqs are kind of trash." So they said no. But, yeah, they said no, and that was fair. I kind of was like, that's on me. I skipped a lot of class. I drank a lot of alcohol. Didn't really do a lot of studying. So I took that on the chin. But while I was working full time, I decided to go to night school. So I redid about 9 classes, some online, some after work, and I paid for them with my full time work. And then at one point, I finally got the A's that I needed, and I applied again. They rejected me the second year.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so fucking.
And on the second one, he was like, "Listen, have you tried applying to other schools?" And I was like, "No, no." I lost my dad in the middle of undergrad, obviously, so that's my grades had suffered. I had 3-4 jobs while I was trying to support my grandparents. So it was kind of hard to get the good grades in undergrad. So I said, you know what, I'm going to do it now. I finally did it after 3 years, and they finally said yes. So as a persistent person, I used spite as a motivator and decided to crush it. And, people say, it's hard to work. During school, I couldn't pay for it. So I got 3-4 jobs. I was walking dogs. I was working with chickens research. I don't want to give too many details. Some people may not like it, but I did a lot of research for chickens.
Oh my God.
And I did the job that I could possibly do to afford school. And it's not about what you can or can't do. It's what you want to do. At the end of the day, you make the decision when you wake up in the morning. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
And it's easy to be comfortable. It's easy to say, I'm going to stay here. But when you give that little extra bit of effort, you can accomplish it.
Yes, and that's amazing. And look, obviously my listeners are not your normal listeners. I think they can handle quite a bit. I'm assuming that some of the work that you did with chickens had to do with kind of optical experiments. Was there something done with removing the eyes and stitching them back in, or something of that nature?
Part of the story. All right, I'll give that part of the story. So you're absolutely right. What we looked at was the effect of different types of lenses, blue light, different environments on the way that would affect circadian rhythms and eye growth. And, the eye can actually, it mimics the human eye closer than most other animals. So they grow in a couple of weeks. You gather them from 1 to 15 days, and they go through about the human lifespan, about 0 to 18.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of information from these chickens from this simple experiment. So we run in different variations, and the only issue is that once you're done with those experiments, you got to get hold of the inside of the eye. So I had 3 different ways that I had to help the chickens on to the next part of their lives. First one was definitely was the easiest one, was the guillotine.
Mm-hmm.
I know it sounds obvious. But everything they say about chickens is correct. If you cut off the head, they run around.
Yeah.
And I had the worst experience once. It was like night. I had to do it in the dark with a red light so you don't ruin the experiment. So picture Dexter. Okay? Red light, wearing gloves, guillotine, chicken. Chicken's not fully asleep. It's looking you dead in the eye. can't see you, but it feels like it's looking dead in the eye. And you do it, pop, chop that thing. And now I'm holding it in the tank, open to let it drain. And this.
Okay, we lost you there for a second. Wow, right at that point. Let's see if we can get him back on. And he was just talking about draining these.
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, the chickens running around without heads and shit. I mean, I like that.
Oh my God. Well, I know a bit about
Well,
this.
I mean,
It's-
I'm not trying to be facetious.
I
you know.
understand. You're not being gratuitously vicious, and
Oh, I'm so sorry. We got on the other side, so I missed like the last parts that you guys responded with.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. So continue where you left off. You were draining these fluids from the chicken, and of course we were talking about the red light experiment, and you didn't want to ruin the experiment. You're working with lenses, in the dark. Go on.
And the spine came out and wrapped backwards around my hand like the Exorcist. And
Oh!
I had a moment where I went, I'm not so brave. Maybe I'm not so brave. And I launched this thing to the other side of the room, which made it 10 times worse. That was number one.
Oh my God. Oh, that's.
But listen, the thing is, ultimately, what we found out is blue light does cause effects on the growth of the eye. It affects your circadian rhythms, and this is why we expect people on their cell phones at bedtime are having a poor effect, like poor sleep, and also becoming more nearsighted. So this is a direct correlation to what's happening in the world today. So, the research was worth it, but at the same time, I'm definitely traumatically scarred. Probably more so than the fire, I think, at this point, ever since that spine, it gripped me. It held my hand like it was a girlfriend.
Right.
Ooh.
Oh my God. That is,
Yeah.
that's terrifying. And
Second one, moving on. Listen, I had to pay for school somehow. If it wasn't me, someone else was gonna do it.
Right. No. It's true. It's true. And I'm glad that someone is able to handle it. We always need people with good, strong stomachs in order to help the rest of civilization survive off their own adventures. So when it came to any kind of post-traumatic stress disorder or flashbacks, what happens when you watch a horror film and you see something like Night of the Living Dead? It's one of the franchises that are far more tacky and far more special effects savvy, and they show things like the mobile spinal column wrapping around people and choking them and shit. Certainly, this must cause some kind of chill to run down your spine or some kind of shudder to run through your body.
Well, it's funny you say that. I've had a lot of experience watching horror movies and everything, even after everything I've seen through life. And it was one of those things where I was watching Truth or Dare with a girlfriend at the time.
Right.
And the whole movie, everything was fine. And I hate to be a spoiler. I hope no one's going to go watch it.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Go.
But there's a scene near the end where they're like, you got to give up some body parts. And they're like, all right, well, let's give the hair some ear. And they're like, not good enough. So they go to cut off the finger with scissors.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. It was the sound or what, I don't know. Maybe it brought me back to Nam for a second.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I got the chills. I got the whole spine thing. And I looked at the girl and I was like, I think I'm going to throw up. She's like, excuse me? And I was like, oh, yeah, we're going to need to pause this real quick. Shh. Just sat there and I took a second. And she started rubbing my shoulder. And I was like, I get it. You don't need to figure me. I'm not a pussy.
Oh my God. And so, yes, no, that can be hard. I know exactly how that is. Horror movies can be the hardest of all for people like you and I, and they do bring back these moments. And but there's far more to you than you're really letting on. There was my understanding is, and forgive me if I go into a private space here, my understanding is you were beaten half to death or something very close to it. Something that truly motivated you to ultimately learn to defend yourself. Or was it that, or maybe some other bullying growing up? Is there anything you're willing to share in that regard to help people who are being bullied?
Honestly, growing up, I was a mixed race, so I didn't fit in one group. I was always smaller than most. I was short my whole life. I love my parents now. 5'7", really bringing the heat. And there was a lot of times where I found myself on the butt end of bullying or racism in some way. Like, I'm not even black. I'm Puerto Rican and Russian. But
Right,
when people see
right.
me as
But
black,
but but by
see
the
me
way,
as
in
black.
case you didn't know it, the majority of Puerto Ricans today really don't consider themselves white, because of course there is of course a heavy black influx from the old days of the Caribbean that is in Puerto Rico, and of course you don't know how much black blood you have unless you do a DNA test or the like. But I don't know if you've ever had an opportunity to do that, and so many of the DNA tests aren't really accurate anyway. So it's almost kind of like half a joke unless you're going for thousands and thousands of dollars. But
Well,
yeah, go
I have an uncle and an aunt who they had two daughters. One of them came out black as like African black, and the other one came out like Spaniard white.
right.
Completely same parents and just the opposite ends of the spectrum. So you really don't know what you're going to get.
Right. That's right. No, Puerto Rico is very famous for that, and because of that, you that was another part of your identity, formation of your identity, and that's important. So when you were growing up with this challenge, this issue of the bullying, but at some point, my understanding is some horrible incident happened, and that that you, according to Pac One, the way he described it, it sounded like you almost died. Was that the case, or was that? Did I miscommunicate that? Did I misunderstand that?
Oh, no, it was a good buildup because we had ended up. My friends from my high school days, again, the same area of racism. They took me to a party when I came back to visit, and they're like, "Oh, it's a party bus, bunch of girls out in the boonies. Let's go." And when I showed up there, I was the only person of color in the entire party, and I was like, "All right, this is gonna be one of those nights. I'm ready. Gonna drink and hang in the corner." We got to the club and we're doing our thing, and I head outside, and a friend of mine had gotten on another bus by accident. I went to get him, and like the minute I got on the bus, it's like that was the trigger. I don't know what it was, but it turns out there's a bunch of, you know, Caucasian frat belt boys and their girls on this bus, on this party bus. And as we like got on there, my friend was starting an argument. We got off, and there's maybe four of us, and about 12 of them, and they just started fighting us. And for the first while, it seemed like it was going to be fine, and then it turned sour real quick. And I got my ribs kicked in, I got kicked in the head, I got punched, I got hit, I got out. Like I was just on the ground, and there was like three of us, and we thought it was gonna, like that was it. But a buddy of mine happened to be there. He's a little bit more of a gang member kind of deal, so he came out gunslinging, and everyone ran, and that was the end of that. But yeah, we got railed pretty hard off of it. It was
Oh my God.
kind of scary. In a
Yeah.
certain moment where you're weak and you're out of control. And what I wanted to feel was at least I had the knowledge to be in control. That's kind of what sparked a lot of training and crop as well.
Uh-huh. No, that's important, and I think that is so important that it really bears emphasizing. And since then, it seems like you've taken this training very seriously. And has it given you enough of a sense of confidence where, let's say, when you were in Israel, Israel can be a strange place. There can be places that are less friendly than others. Was there ever any time in Israel that you felt like you might be in danger? And how were you treated? Say, for instance, I know for a fact that there are some people who have gone to England and they were darker, and it turned out the majority of them who were darker usually spent time in a waiting room while their backgrounds were checked, and this seemed to be a lot more intensive and aggressive and last a lot longer than many people who were a lot lighter going into England. And I'm wondering, yeah, if Israel, some people have told me it was that way for them in Israel. I knew this very dark, as you know, some Israelis can be very chestnut brown, Mediterranean dark. And some of these people who had that descent have said that they have felt like they were treated like they were terrorists when they went to Israel because of their intense awareness of the potential for terrorism from certain sectors. And there's a lot of Palestinians working in Israel, and they have their own ethnic neighborhoods. So, like, did you ever find yourself in an ethnically different neighborhood or places where you just felt uncomfortable? What was it like?
You know what? Honestly, I had the complete opposite experience. When
Okay.
it came to flying to Israel, that
Right.
was where I really experienced that I guess insecurities of my color, and that I got searched randomly
Right.
all four times on the flight. There, on the way back, there, and on the way back. I've been there twice. And for some reason, I got the random surge 4 times. So that's the only time that I really felt it. When I got to Israel, oh, it's, you kind of see the helicopters flying by, and we did get to see the dome in action, where there was a point where little pot shots were fired from Gaza Strip, and the dome defended it. It was actually one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Right.
But
Holy shit! No, that tell us a bit about that. I mean, come on. So the missiles are coming in. You see them burst in midair.
Okay, if you hear the siren, if you hear the siren, like that means that something's on the way. If you hear like a second siren, that means like you need to take cover. So we hear the first one and we like look outside, and it's like during the day you don't really see it, but like when it gets to like dusk, nighttime, you just see these little like shooting stars come up, and then fireworks. It was like the sickest thing. I was like, it's kind of dope.
No, it's incredible, and I know the feeling in Iraq during Gulf War I when you had the Scud missiles being shot down by the missile defense systems. It's incredible that something like that can work, and the fact that you're throwing up projectiles that are hitting other projectiles in midair, the calculations taken to make that happen are it's like being in a moving car, selecting a blade of grass ahead of you when you're driving past an open field full of grass, and on the way past that selected blade of grass, you're managed to reach out the window and pluck that specific blade of grass. It's that level of calculation that goes into hitting an incoming missile, and the fact that this can be done repeatedly with systems like the Iron Dome. There are advanced technologies that are burning their circuits to make this happen, and just so people like this man can stand underneath and watch it. The enemy is attacking.
Oh yeah, everyone's like, oh, I'm like, no, this is dope. They're like, you can die. I was like, it's fine. I'm sure it's got me. This automated robot that's shooting missiles out of the sky. Sure, it's got me.
Yeah, that's incredible. That is incredible. And when it comes to this new sense of identity, I'm really proud of you. And of course, when it comes to the background that you have, what do you feel about the kind of Russian people that are coming into the United States now? Because I know that there were people that I knew who were of a Russian ethnos and background before the collapse of the Soviet Union. And after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was, of course, for a long period of time, a new wave of the Jewish descendant Russian people, and a lot of them were claiming they were persecuted. And you had these like evangelist religious groups like Pat Boone that had late night commercials where it was kind of like, you can save this whole family for donating this much money or whatnot. So we had this huge influx, and with your family, I take it, was here before that influx, or was that the case?
It was before the influx, but they started in New York. This is just like near the tail end of everything in the World War II. They ended up in Cold War, and so they had traveled to Italy, to Israel, then into New York. But this is prior to that large influx.
Right, and that's right. So they were acculturated. How did they feel with this new influx? Was there a sense of like, because I met people who were there from your generation, and it was almost like they couldn't believe that the new influx was it just seemed so different to them, so alien. It was like they didn't really acculturate very fast or quickly or immediately. Not that acculturation is important to me, but it's just like I noticed that there was kind of a sense of some friction there, and I don't know, did you ever feel any of that, or were there ever any incidents where your family felt that? I'm just curious.
Well, there's always going to be some base level of racism in some way or another. So if you were to sit here and ask my grandmother, was there someone who said, you Russians need to leave? Of course. If you look at our generation, I'm sure there's people who will say those same things. Right. But ultimately, people look here at America and they look at it as an opportunity that if they work hard, they don't have to be the same as everyone else. So that confidence that Russians carry from, the communist state, where they have to share most of the wealth or dictate what they're getting. Now they're able to come here and really decide what they want to do or choose a path where they can succeed. I feel like we're in a time now where Russians actually get the least amount of hate. You look at the Asian hatred from COVID, you look at the whole BLM movement recently, and even now down to the migrants coming across the border.
Yeah.
There's so much hatred out there that needs to be prioritized, and I feel like Russians have just skidded under the radar.
Yes, thank you, thank you. That has happened, and so it's definitely, how would I say it? It was, they had their time when they were portrayed as the enemy in all the video games, and the certainly the villain in so many films. And it was the Russian mob was a constant go-to easy villain in a lot of films, action films, and now of course we do have the wave of Asian hatred. I very much appreciate your noticing that and mentioning that, because of course, obviously, that's something I feel needs to be dealt with. So your awareness of that is important. So when it comes to that kind of hatred and whatnot, and obviously you've overcome it, you've accomplished, you've gotten yourself into a profession now that you can be proud of, you've gotten yourself a physical activity which keeps you in, not only in good health, but trained to a degree where you can feel confident to face most challenges. So what is there in life that might be kind of like, what else comes to your mind that you feel might be missing? There might be something else, or do you feel that you're kind of well rounded to the point where you feel you've kind of made it to a stable plateau?
Well, definitely any mountain climb requires a couple pit stops,
Yeah.
and look at life as ever growing.
Mhm.
I don't think there's ever a day where I'm going to feel like I've succeeded at everything.
Mhm.
I look at every day as an opportunity to make myself a winner, to make myself better. And I think the mentality that, even though there's some Sundays where I wake up and I go, maybe not today. you know, there's opportunity out there to find a new me or to expand on who I am as a person. I see the kids and I love working with kids. I'm 31 now and eventually that's what's going to happen next. But at the same time, how much of a world that I get to explore. So I look at every day as an opportunity. I really think what I accomplished today, whether that sleep the whole day or smoke a couple of joints and eat a whole buffet, could be either.
Right. Right. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. And also, this is something that I'll take this historical angle as someone who's historian. One of the things that I'm always impressed by, and that I think most people don't appreciate or really even know much about, is the fact that within the Bible there is a lot of recollection of battles. There is even a kind of a chronicle or a record of martial arts being developed in the Bible. So I want to bring that back to the Krav Maga in this sense. In the 11th century BC was when you had the Philistines really settling into southern Israel. And around that time, Saul was leading the Israelites, and he established a professional army of around 3,000 men, which was very large for its time. And in the book of Samuel, chapter 14, there is talk of Jonathan's bravery. But what we have an example of is really a martial art. And not that that disengages bravery, but it's about Jonathan and his shield bearer when they confront the advance guard of the Philistines, and they rout them. They basically send them scattering in panic. And this is just two men, Jonathan and his shield bearer. Now, the ancient writings speak quite a bit of shield bearers, and the difference between Jonathan and his shield bearer and the Philistines is, of course, no matter whether you're part of an army or you're acting alone, your average combatant is got 50% of his attention on defense and 50% of his attention on attack, which automatically halves or cuts in half your combat effectiveness in either direction. So this is why men operate as a team. However, there are teams and there are teams. Jonathan's shield bearer may or may not have been a slave, but most of the time shield bearers were slaves, because shields can be pretty heavy, and it's usually a slave that was assigned to bear that shield so that the soldier could dedicate himself to combat with the blade. But in Jonathan and his shield bearer's case, it's almost like they were brothers, and they were operating so effectively in synchronization, as if they knew each other's every move, that one man bore the shield so effectively that the other man could concentrate so completely on the blade that these two men could take on 20 men and immediately defeat them all. So that made it into the Bible. And with this kind of historical combat background, did any of these parables or anecdotes or idioms, did they ever make it into your training while you were learning Krav Maga? Anything cultural like that come to be part of your part of your martial art?
Well, you know, if you look at physically, yes, you know, the mantras always hit first, question later, because again, it's not meant to incite fighting, but it's meant to encourage that if you know something's wrong, to act. And so instead of going 50-50, you're going 100% in one direction. I think that's a very important thing. I think that also is very reflective in general life as well. And it did spill over into my everyday living. You know, when I look at how I accomplished in my optometry school, I decided to go 100% because when I was in undergrad, I gave closer to 20. You know, I going to coast my way through college, and it definitely didn't go that way. So I got this opportunity. I gave everything I had. You know, and I think that's an important thing when you look at, you know, when you look back at the teammates and how we have a shield bearer and offense. I think Adam and I are a good reflection of that as well, because
Great.
again, I helped him on the taco truck more to support him, but we found a balance there where we had his, you know, his skill set and my charisma, and we found a good balance to get everyone coming and flowing, and our business was moving cleanly.
Wonderful.
So there's an element to that in life as well. When you look at your friendship that you surround yourself with, is that you don't need two swords all the time. Sometimes the sword and shield can accomplish more.
That's beautiful. Thank you. That is beautiful. That is so poetic. I love that. And honestly, that alone, if nothing else, makes the show tonight. Really appreciate that, and really appreciate your time with us. You're welcome to stay as long as you wish. When Peter Moon hopefully eventually shows up, then we'll kind of transfer some energy more in his direction. But for the present, what I'd like to do is just have you speak casually if you like, or move on as you see fit. You're always welcome here, and you're certainly, anytime you want to vent or cathart or come on to speak about something that you feel needs to be shared or awareness needs to be made of, or in that we need to enhance the awareness of the general public about any subject, just let me know ahead of time. I don't know if you have a Facebook account, but if you're on there, that's the easiest way to contact myself or my email. So it's DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail.com. That's Douglas with one S. Dwayne is spelled D-U-A-N-E, Dwayne. And Dietrich, just put the words diet and rich together, diet rich. And so all lowercase, all one word, DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail.com. And aside from that, both Pac One and yourself and Jameson Reese, if he's finished eating, you can.
Oh yeah. I'm done eating.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. If I could ask you three gentlemen to hold the stage, I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be gone for about 10-15 minutes. So I'm certain that between the three of you, that you can hold it. And if both of these gentlemen have to leave, then of course Jameson will be here. But also just through Pac One, anytime you wish to arrange to come on, then and you know, I keep thinking Clay Thompson. What exactly do you prefer to be called?
So I'm actually, I do go by Jonathan, but if
Jonathan,
you want a nickname from Dr. J works too.
Dr. J, Jonathan. Well, that's wonderful, and that's biblical in the sense of what I've just described, and that's beautiful. That is very synchronistic. So, yes, and well then, you're very much like your namesake, and Pac One is survived everything, and certainly Jameson has survived that which no one was meant to survive. Of course, a lot of that abuse was due to his own indulgence, but so I'll leave you three to speak about these various misadventures. We could start a kind of jackass series between the three of you that would keep people occupied and entertained and in awe for hours. In the meantime, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes at the longest, and all three of you gentlemen, I'm sure you can hold a roundtable and a discussion of things that are going on. I guess Jameson could start it off by regaling us with La Palma. I don't know if I obviously.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
La Palma has actually become something of a pleasant thing for me now. I listen to it while I go to sleep. Well, from the live streams, I just like sort of, I don't know, something about hearing the earth, the low rumbling vibrations. It helps me sleep a lot better than even listening to music used to. So that certainly has helped. I mean, at least me personally. But yeah, as far as the current events go, it's just continuous. It's only a matter of time before well, it's only a matter of time.
Before God knows what. By the way,
Yeah.
so our man Peter Moon has returned. Let me bring him on before I go to refresh myself, and then the four of you gentlemen can kind of hold a round table until I return, and then we'll kind of let.
There was a question I wanted to ask about the blue light.
Right.
He just went to the restroom. He'll be back.
Of course. Of course.
It's a question that I would like.
I was about to get all science and shit. Oh man.
He'll definitely fill you in on it. He had to step away for 1 second.
Right. I don't blame him. I want to relieve myself too after sharing all of that. That was quite a bit. And
in case you didn't see it, you see William Shatner went to space.
Oh God!
Oh yeah.
And did you see Sulu? How George Takei was shitting all and pissing all over him, and they were shitting and pissing all over each other. They had this fucking bitch fight when he went up there because they all hate each other's guts. You have no idea how everyone on Star Trek hated Shatner and Spock, or Leonard Nimoy, and they had this kind of like incestuous brother thing going for a while, and then they hated each other. At some point, Leonard Nimoy just cut Shatner out completely. Shatner claims he doesn't know why. Whatever caused it, Nimoy took it to the grave with him. But Peter Moon is unavailable. Let me tell him that. This is what his Skype says. But in terms of what had happened was, the funny thing about Shatner is he's worried about death. And the first thing he said when he came back from space and weightlessness was, he said, "Is this what death is like? Is this what death is like?"
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I would tell him yes. And why did you fucking need to find that out? You're gonna die soon anyway. You're 90 fucking years old, and yeah, you'll be floating. It's like that. My dad told me so every time he died. I kind of felt that every time I died. So yeah, But and then the fucker says everyone should do this. Everyone. Oh yeah, if we all had that money. Oh yes. Talk about opportunities. Poor people overlooking opportunities. Oh yeah, the opportunity to go to fucking space. If only we had, millions of dollars to spend and shit. Real piece of shit to come back and say that everybody should do this. Really. Anyhow, both of you guys can take it from there. I don't know what your impression was, but
Wait, so did he go to space with what's his name?
Oh fuck no, God no. Those guys wouldn't go anywhere together. I mean, I think they got restraining orders on each other. Those people really hate each other. Takei was saying basically how, he said, yeah, Shatner's going where others have gone. What did he say? He said he's boldly going where others have gone before. And then he said, yeah, he's got a lot of things wrong with his body, so they'll be able to find out what's no gravity conditions due to a sick old fart, and shit like that. And then, Doofus, Shatner shot back, oh, don't hate George. The only time he gets any attention is when he's attacking me. And, he's just jealous because he says I didn't give him FaceTime and shit. And, it's just it's just crap. They hate each other, but in a sense they kind of deserve each other. So so when you saw that Pac one, what was your impression? I mean, it is rather amazing for 90, for the age of 90, he's not that bad off, but go on.
Fucking die with the G-force going up there, man. I'm not to be, mean, or I'm just like, holy shit. Yeah. So I mean, if he was worried about death, natural cause. That G-force alone, man. Motherfuckers pass out from that shit, man.
Oh,
and
yes.
And the rate from the Van Allen belt, holy shit, man. Like, I don't know, man. He survived a lot to be worried about death. Fuck.
I think he's on whatever. What's his name? Who? Oh my God, who's that guy who doesn't die? Darth Vader.
Anakin Skywalker. What?
No. The politician guy.
Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney.
Yeah. I think him and Dick Cheney were token from the same pipe.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. And so there we have that. And so let me see, Peter. So his computer shut down yesterday, and so when I called him, he was unavailable. So we're calling him again.
Okay. Well, we'll cross our fingers and hope this works.
He doesn't seem to be seeing it or hearing it, and he's opened his Skype, but I don't think this is going to work. Hopefully it works. And I couldn't get that Rocco guy on either. And then he kept messaging me. And it's like, how am I supposed to respond to that? Hopefully another day. Probably better. As
long as he wasn't saying, "Hello, beautiful. What's your number?" As long as he wasn't like, that's my joke about your, the Sora Aoi timeline. They still think Sora Aoi is Well,
it's just oh god, and I get that so often. It's like I don't even like register it anymore. But I should make it part of a running joke. Okay, so Peter's fading in and out in the sense that
I gotta step away. You guys. Well,
okay, we love you dearly. Share our love with your family. Okay.
Brother.
Yes.
All right. Good night, Damo. Good night, everybody.
Good night, man.
Blessed be.
Good night.
Thank you. So, it looks like Jamo's gonna hold the stage until. So
yeah.
Keep hitting Peter. Let him know that Skype keeps saying he's unavailable. Okay. So I'll count on you to try and bring him on from this point forward. I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back within 10 to 15 minutes. And by that time, hopefully you've brought Peter on. And in the meantime, keep talking and, fill burning bandwidth.
Okay. Well, let me try to get him on first before you head out. Because I still have to figure out how to do this. Well, no, go. I'll figure it out.
I was about to say. I mean, you've done this before, right?
Yeah. It's just I'm not used to being able to chatting directly while doing,
okay. Do it. Try and bring him on first. Yeah.
In the Skype, in the Skype.
Right.
All right. So what I'll do is I'll see if I can message him in Facebook, since that'll be easier.
Tell him you're going to be trying to bring him on Skype. That I'm refreshing myself, and that I won't leave until you've messaged him and we have something established where he's kind of expecting you to try and pull him on. Then he can cooperate with you on that. So what you guys said, is that him?
Yep. Yes.
Oh, that's you. Oh, good. So what I'll do, sir, is I'll refresh myself. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. And now that you're back, we'll have a good conversation. And then really glad to have you back with us. And so, Peter, you can share what you're willing to share about tonight's adventure. And tonight's adventure was simply a birthday party. I think I can give away that much. But whatever else you're willing to share is on you. And I'll be back in 10 minutes, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you for making it tonight. And
well, I do have something to share that I learned at the party, because I was there with a doctor, and I was told that it's interesting that it was actually his wife that said, and I don't have the names of the drugs or the treatments that are used, because I will get those at a later date. I didn't have my notepad with me, but said that people who that get COVID and are vaccinated are treated with a different therapy. And when I say therapy, I'm talking about a therapeutic type drug, I don't know if it's a drug, what the hell it is, but then are the people who are unvaccinated. With the effect that the ones that the vaccinated are being treated with is a better, more is a better therapy. Is a better therapy than the ones that. In other words, they're killing the unvaccinated people.
Wow. Wow. Okay, that's incredible. So that's important, and you can.
I would have to get more specifics, and the specifics were delivered to me. I didn't write them down, and I could research it further. But and not just on that issue, because the doctor is a healing practitioner. I've known him for years. I haven't seen him in years. And it was, because I said, it's like I have, we had the same friend that, introduced me to Preston. And this doctor and my friend whose birthday it was, we kind of all met at the same place. So it's like this friendship goes back 30 years.
Wonderful.
And it was great to see him. And he showed me, the way he massages his patients. It's working on the tendons, and I'll integrate those into the massages Paul and I do on each other. It's
wonderful.
Yeah, it was very good. But that was kind of like boing, a major, thing that I learned. But as we talked about this another subject, it really brought home how psychotic the medical industry is.
Yes. Well, yeah, I can vouch for that in many ways. And so certainly I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute for about 10 minutes at the longest. I should be back soon. And thank you both. Jameson will be here to help you segue on. And then when I come back, we'll go at it fully. And thank you for making it tonight. And of course, we're going to have another exciting night on my birthday night, Wednesday. So I'll let Peter actually kind of promote the birthday show coming up, which will be Wednesday, will be on my birthday. I actually wasn't going to be transmitting that night, but Peter convinced me to do so. So I'll be coming home a bit early for that, after which I may retreat again from the world for a little bit, but it probably will be doing most of my celebration before then. And well, we'll see. Certainly I've had a little bit of celebrating over the weekend already, and definitely prefer being there on the estate with my son and, of course, the Blood Boys and my escorts than being here. But being here is second best, yes. And, of course, Peter Moon is wonderful. I'm very excited by some things Peter Moon is doing. And he and I will talk about that privately. And even, as I said, I don't know if he had a chance to review the messages. I told him I had a private sports detective question to ask him if he and I can speak tomorrow morning.
Does that need to be private?
It does. So otherwise, pretty much I'm open with everything. This one, at least has to start off privately. And so at any rate, thank you. Okay, be back soon. I'm going to go mute. And
Okay,
Jameson,
go ahead.
yeah, Jameson, if you can, of course,
Yes.
help make Peter comfortable.
All right. So, how's the day been going for you, Peter?
It's been okay. It's been okay. It's been a nice, beautiful, and you saw the weather outside today, if you dared go outside.
Oh yeah. I definitely went out. It was gorgeous. It's actually. I'm actually glad that it's getting cooler. I was waiting for it's been warm for too long up here. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
It has been long. It has been warm, and it's now it's cooling down, and it was just vintage October weather in New York, and it was great. And I went down to the football field this morning with the idea that there was going to be nobody there because I got 6 no's, and nobody said, "Hey, I'm coming down." This is an email that went out to about 30 people, and nobody's saying yes. And I'm going there early to set up the field, and lo and behold, we had the biggest turnout in a long, long time, 26 people. was too many. It
Nice.
was too many. Yeah, better. And then some guy, I said, we need one more fast guy on our team, and they said, oh yeah, he's in the bathroom. He'll be here. He was in the military. Yeah, he was in the military. And this guy comes out, and it turned out that we ended up having somebody else on our team. And this guy, he got, basically, I didn't know what happened to him, but he got kind of kicked out of the game. He was so, I guess, what you would call divisive. And he was like becoming like, what do you call it when you become like too alpha male?
Oh, he's trying to be like.
He's a little guy. He's very athletic and very fast, but he alienated his entire team. And one guy left, and then finally he got in an argument over a penalty that one of his own team called, and he was arguing with our team, but his own team called the penalty on themselves, and it was like and finally he just walked off the field, and somebody said, he's not coming back. I'm going to tell him not to come back. And then people were having a discussion that it was his military background that made him so uncompatible with human beings.
Yeah, that happens. Training does that. They essentially make you into a killing machine depending on what branch of service you're in. Of course, I was in the Air Force, so I wouldn't have had to worry about.
I didn't know you were in the Air Force. I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it was short. It was relatively short. It just honestly, I had a problem integrating with my fellow cadres, so I just really couldn't. I was too much of a loner, I guess.
They don't. They can spot that, and they don't like that. Because it's not good from their perspective. Jack Kerouac got mustered out of the service very quickly. And why did he get, they spotted that he was not suitable for military service. And that, sort of set him on the pathway to become the original beatnik. He had a lot of it.
Yeah, they seem to. Their thing was like, you don't seem like the kind of guy who would, sacrifice himself for his comrades. And I'm like, well, why the hell would anyone sacrifice themselves for their comrades if you don't know them? And they're like, yeah, do you really want to be in the service? And at that point, I was like, nope. So I just like pretty much left. Of course, that came after what was a failed suicide attempt, where I tried to slit my wrist, which I had learned that wasn't the proper way to slit my wrist. So they taught me the proper way to commit suicide.
Well, that doesn't help your, classification with the military. So did they give you a honorable or dishonorable discharge?
It was a entry-level separation. It was entry-level. So, there was no, it wasn't either honorable or dishonorable, but the good thing is that at least I still have the life insurance that came with it. So, my mom's like, well, at least have something, if you ever wind up dying because of your drug binges. So, she's got a point, of course, but we're hoping to put that behind us by the end of this year.
That's good. Well, I didn't finish all of it, but I was reviewing Douglas's diatribe on the old ones and the serpent race and the general anti-gods that he was talking about in his last transmission after. And it's, what would I say? Beleaguering. It's, as I listen to it, and you see aspects of what he's saying that are undeniably true in terms of the functionality of principal creatures or principal entities in the universe that have to run things. They call it the demiurge. You know, the demiurge is sort of like the
Yes, I believe
God
that.
force puts everything together of creation.
Yeah,
And,
I believe that the name of that entity is Yaldabaoth in the Gnostic tradition.
well, yeah, and one of the you know, and we can go back in time and say that the words and names they used for it were directly applicable to their consciousness and their experience with it. In other words, they hadn't forgotten it because it was still fresh in their memory. The way black and white TV is relatively fresh in my memory. And even though I didn't experience vaudeville, I know enough about vaudeville to have an idea of what it was like, because my grandparents would have experienced vaudeville. So, but here we're going back, like, you know, do I know the specificities of Greek theater? No, I don't. Mostly because I didn't study it. So when you go back into ancient times, we have no idea. And of course, those people, the ancient people, did have an idea. So we have all of these entities, ideas, which get categorized into mythology, mythos, and this, that, and the other thing. And of course, when we get somebody like Aquino, who's, you know, thriving on them, surviving on them, has a passion and an almost effortless capacity to traffic and assimilate with these creatures, or the idea and remnants thereof. Nevertheless, I found the descriptions, it's as if they were calculated to completely overwhelm an individual and drain them of any semblance of life. Listening to that, it seems like it's designed to drain you of your life force, because this is what they do.
I personally found it fascinating. I mean, specifically specifically the way they structure their own magics and whatnot. That I found really interesting. The sort of arcane perspective. But that has to do with the fact that my mind seems to operate on more of a like sort of mechanical matrix. So it's like, while Douglas was speaking about that, it's just like, I have like these what do you call it? It's like formula just going off in the brain, like, ooh, I could do this, I could do that. It's very interesting stuff.
Well, but this becomes the rhetorical question. What can one really genuinely do with it? It's like, and Aquino himself is somebody who died of stomach cancer, and in at least in a physical sense, was certainly not protected by these entities or creatures which study magic and immortality. It also begs the question of, how was Aquino able to pull off what he did pull off?
Well, I think what Michael Aquino understood was he understood how human magic worked. You understand how the human interface with the meta reality. He was able to understand the lingual aspect of it, and this is why I think he might have had a fascination for a period of time over Enochian magic, and this is one of the reasons why I I always bring up that the magician who influenced one of the magicians who influenced John Dee was Trithemius, because Trithemius was an individual who was a cryptographer.
Yes.
So I'm back. Where's Peter?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah,
about me.
he's just going into Trithemius, who you weren't that familiar with when we last spoke.
Right.
So Jameson should continue with Trithemius, who was a cryptographer and was an inspiration for John Dee indeed. But go ahead.
Oh,
yeah. Johannes Trithemius, he wrote a lot of books on the what do you call it, on cryptography, and he applied it in a magical sense in such a way that he was able to send messages. He was able to use entities to send messages to other places, almost like you would call someone on a cell phone. He was also the teacher of one of the Agrippa. I can't remember his last name. He was basically a teacher of someone with the last name Agrippa, who
Wasn't
was
it Cornelius Agrippa?
Yes. And I suspect, honestly speaking, because I ran across this, but are any of you familiar with the Voynich manuscript?
Well, I know of it.
Yeah. I suspect that Trithemius was the one who wrote it. Only because only because it fits in around the time period when he was alive, and everyone's like, who could have written this? Why would they have written it? What are they writing? Who could have done all the cryptography? I'm like thinking, well, gee, I mean, that guy was a cryptographer.
Interesting.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Makes a lot of sense to me. I never really thought about it.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say it certainly it's compelling for those reasons. And again, I think most people are just too ignorant of the period of time to do anything other than look at the manuscript, and they're looking at it in isolation, totally out of context with its time. So they neglect to see connections like that. So by all means, both of you continue. You're both doing so well. Meanwhile, I'm just chewing on some watermelon here. It's sliced, so I don't want people to get the image. I'm biting into a rind, but it's pre-sliced for me by this wonderful woman on the corner. She's the mother of the guy who works there, so she slices the watermelon for me. At any rate, both of you go on for now, and when I'm done with this, I'll be a bit more refreshed and able to join the conversation more aggressively. But you're both doing so well.
Well, I was just bemoaning listening to the diatribe on the serpent people and the forgotten ones, and just draining the life. Felt like it was designed to drain the life out of one listening to all this stuff.
Jeez, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, was it that painful? I mean, oh my God!
It painful. It was like it wasn't inspiring at all. It was like, it's just like looking at how the world is so rigged against one. Mm-hmm. And the power of these serpents, and they don't have any compassion for human beings. That's for damn sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't have very much compassion for each other either.
What I'm saying is, I don't know what I mean. Jameson found it interesting, mm-hmm. but I found it calculated to let the air out of the balloon.
It certainly, I didn't intend for it to be like
that. I'm
that.
not talking about your intention. I'm talking about the material itself, mm-hmm. the categorization of the information. I'm not talking about your intention. You were telling I don't know if you were reading from or whatever you were doing, or if it was, I don't know if it was coming out of the top of your head, but you were categorizing all these entities, mm-hmm. and all of these deep history of, it's sort of like the sub-history, mm-hmm. Going back hundreds of thousands of years.
Yes. And
it's,
go on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it's not an inspiring thing, because, at least to me, mm-hmm. it seems like anybody listening to that, any ordinary human being listening to that would, just kind of give up and go home.
Wow. I've never thought of it like that.
Yeah,
Though.
I kind of see it differently. I mean, but then again, I'm not what you would call a normal person. I'm coming from an arcanist perspective, and what it does is what's so fascinating is how each race has their own methodology of doing magic and work interfacing with the arcane. So that in and of itself had caused me to start to think about how we humans interface with the arcane, and that's what I think I found inspiring about it, was because I realized that we interface through the arcane by use of language
Okay.
and creation of languages.
Yes, that's very important.
Because that's interwoven with consciousness.
Yes.
But my counter to that is I don't see human beings as a general rule of thumb interfacing with the arcane at all.
That's true.
I mean, there are instances. John Dee would be one.
Yes.
And they are loaded with issues, if not major problems.
Yes.
Aleister Crowley was one.
Yes. Yes.
And these people are so far off the beaten path. And then you have the Crowleyites, who are far more, or the Lavendaites or the Necronomiconites,
right,
who are far more problematic than the Crowley himself.
That's very true. And as a matter of fact, just so Peter knows, the handle on the popular cultural reference to the followers of the Avon paperback edition that you buy off the shelf for a few bucks, these Necronomicon nuts, these Necronuts, they're because the pseudonym for Peter Levenda,
Simonites.
Yes, for authoring that book was under the moniker of Simon, so it's known as the Simon Necronomicon. Basically, the book is referred to, for easy reference, when anyone is referring to the paperback edition that all the kids buy. It's never been published in hardback under any kind of respectable kind of volume that you would get a grimoire in, which would of course be at least hidebound in leather. Rather, it's just strict paperback throughout its entire printing history. It's known as the Simonomicon, as opposed to any true Necronomicon or Book of Dead Names. It's the Book of Simon. And the followers of that book, the people who avail themselves of its dubious whatever it has to offer, it's nothing good for them or anyone else. They're known as Simontologists, which is a play on Scientology. So they're called Simon.
That's a great term,
Yeah.
Simontologists. I love it.
Yes. And so those are the cultists in question. So I appreciate what Peter is saying. I will say this. I never thought of it as such, and I certainly have never perceived the Hachurui or the reptilians necessarily as devoid of anything to relate to. I guess that's because of my mother's background. Perhaps I just didn't communicate.
I didn't either. I find them more compassionate as far as a race is concerned. But then again, my experiences with them are anomalous. And no doubt me voicing this stuff is one of the reasons why I have stalkers running around everywhere 24/7.
And
what I see is that the average person listening to that diatribe they're not going to assimilate it very well, and they're going to be overwhelmed by it.
Yes, that is true.
And it's not really going to go anywhere.
Right.
But I'm saying is it an education in ancient history? Yeah. I mean, but I also feel that there are other ways of describing these things.
Okay.
And there are counter interpretations or complementary interpretations.
Yes.
And this is a very dark interpretation.
It's dark because of the context of how I learned about it, which was in the context of particularly Letterman Army Medical Center, which is where I brought up the surgical impacts on people attempting to emulate these relic populations, are so influenced by them in investigation.
That was one. That is a question. I didn't finish it all.
Yeah.
But you did talk about people having, these gills coming out of them and these aspects of aquatic life mixed with human life. But you were saying and you were talking about them studying the DNA to the point where literally they could shape shift. And so you were saying, you were talking about surgical aspects. Are you saying that they were, making strange creatures at Letterman Army Hospital, or they were teaching, or putting conditions where they could shapeshift into different creatures?
Absolutely. And,
okay, so this would be like the rat girl.
Yes.
Could be an example,
Yes.
perhaps not a precise example, but if they could do that, they could do the rat girl, no problem.
Yes. And just to clarify for our
This would
listeners,
go beyond the rat girl,
right?
Because you would essentially have a being that can morph itself at will.
Well, not necessarily cartoon style, but
Well, no, yeah, not cartoon style. But I mean,
I don't think she was doing too much of her own will.
No. That's what our man Jameson is saying is that this would be beyond Rat Girl, because Rat Girl is stuck. She is stuck with what they
exactly.
Yeah.
But see, so basically, what you're saying is, and I mean, you're saying that Army Letterman. Every time I say Letterman, I can't help but think of David Letterman.
That's right. Yeah,
but
that's how you remember
Letterman
it. Yeah.
It's also like Grimoire. It's like the spell.
Yes. Letterman. Yes.
Letterman. Yeah. But it's like the Island of Dr. Moreau is what it is. It's
yes.
And to put it in that context makes it interesting, and to go into the history of the center itself and what it was doing, does bring interest. Of course, it's very dark. And the other aspect of this, as I listen to it, your life has been immersed with high strangeness.
Yes.
And in the normal course of going about living an ordinary life, you're going to be hard pressed to find this stuff.
That's right.
And you really don't want to find it. And there are people who would seek it out.
Of course.
But those people are problematic in themselves, and I say are more problematic than the creatures themselves.
True. Very much so. Yes.
Yeah, and they did weird stuff with aquatic life at Montauk. There was an entire oceanographic study station that was done on the Fort Pond Bay, which is just it's by a naval station, and it was a New York State oceanograph. They searched into all sorts of aquatic life. The building was razed. You won't find any evidence. You won't find any history of it.
Like Letterman. Go on.
Yeah. In other words, it's like let's it's just weirder than hell. Now, Plum Island has at least off the coast of Long Island. It's a part of Rhode Island technically, but it's just as close to Long Island. But it's known for its secret experiments. They had a budget several years ago of at least $365 million, and there was parts of the island that that not even the director could go to when he first took over, because he didn't have the security clearance to go there.
That's right.
And so, I mean, who the hell knows? I mean, they had all sorts of stories and whatnot, what they're doing with strange life. I mean, this is what I'm trying to do is give your diatribe more context.
Yes.
So it's at least more contextual for me.
Thank you.
If not the audience. It's like, okay, so you got a lot of people making strange creatures. There's enough strange creatures on, what's that guy, Jerry Springer? I remember when my daughter was in grade school, fourth grade or below. So she said something about Jerry Springer, and they were talking about it, or they were doing something in school, and I said, "You know who Jerry Springer is?" She goes, "Dad, everybody knows who Jerry Springer is." Uh, and I don't know if she even watched Jerry Springer. I never remember her
hope
watching
not.
Jerry.
I mean, you
But
wouldn't want kids to be watching Jerry Springer, and yet kids do. But that's talk
Yeah,
about.
I used to watch it as a kid myself.
Oh God, that explains a lot. You know, I mean, honestly, it doesn't, but you get my point. It's like,
well, it's like it's like you got a couple hillbillies on stage, and she says, this hillbilly just had sex with your sister.
right, yeah.
And what are you going to do about it? And then they get them into a fight, and it's must watch TV. It's like it is so insulting.
It is the lowest common denominator.
It's just awful. And I think the bizarre thing about it was that of course Jerry Springer himself had the audacity to take the moral high ground on that, and then ultimately, basically he's exploiting people, of course, and he's getting them to fight. And that's the whole purpose of his program. That's what brings in the ratings. There's no other reason for it, and yet he would lecture them. So he's exploiting them and then lecturing them from a quote-unquote moral high ground when he is part of the exploitation process. So how he could sleep with himself is beyond me, but he's sociopathic, right? And then
I think what helps him sleep is he thinks
it's a paycheck.
He's got a lot of money. He has a lot of money under his mattress. I think that's how it sleeps.
Thank you. That's very funny. It's very funny. At the same time, to his credit, bizarrely, not that I'm a fan of David Duke, but he did, because David Duke, he wanted David Duke to come on the program, and David Duke said, "No, I'm not going to come on your program to be assailed by your audience. It's a circus." And so Jerry Springer had him on the program with no audience. And so it was just Jerry and him facing each other on a table and talking. And so they did the entire program like that. And so just so David Duke could express himself. So in all fairness, it's the only thing that I ever saw Jerry Springer do that was reasonable. Of course, he did.
Well, you know what? You're going to get very good ratings with David Duke, and you might get better ratings without an audience, because you're going to find out the core of what he has to say. It might be more interesting than the peanut gallery.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent point. So it was pragmatic. And so, other than that, of course, he normally had the Klan on often just to show, how illiterate they were, etc. And it was just, he just exploited everybody. And, but when it came to that, I mean, it is what it is, right? And then it faded with time, or of course the scars never fade. It's like post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Well,
It's left us all scarred.
Now we have Dr. Phil, and now we have Maury Povich.
Maury Povich is eternal.
And then there was Steve-O. How the hell did that guy get?
Yes, Steve. Oh, that's right. Steve was.
He used to be. Wasn't he one of the bodyguards?
He was the bouncer. He was one of the bouncers on Jerry Springer, and then he got his own show. And he, of course, is very righteous. He actually had the charisma where he could carry that. I don't know how successful it was, but apparently it was successful enough to be around for a while. So that was amusing. So I'm very excited to hear that Peter Moon did review what I had to say. He's not finished with it yet. And hopefully when he gets to the point where I started talking about machine addiction, or rather the artificial intelligences that they were experimenting with at a very primitive level, that they were subjecting to addiction. This is something that I brought up towards the end of what I was saying, because I had to close it off early without really finishing talking about the final relic population that I was speaking about, which is, I'll get into that later tonight when I go into monologue, just at least transitionally, and then probably just to give everybody a break, go into geopolitics, because I do feel it's important to cover the geopolitics of Asia.
Go into the occult stuff. I love this stuff, man. I live for this. This is the Douglas I live for, man.
Of course you.
I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, no. We all need to make some sacrifices, and yes, the world doesn't revolve around Jameson.
I know. We Arcanists are well known for our patience.
Yeah, there we are. Good. I mean, but I'm actually, I thought one of the most exciting things to talk about was actually contextualizing within the context of, contextualizing these races, the relic populations, within the realm of how they how they exploit magic and what magic is to them. So obviously, the one thing that people must understand by now, listening to the diatribe, is if they've come this far, is that they would understand that these sentient relic populations, these sapients who have existed before man, magic was real to them and acknowledged and respected and used, deployed, as opposed to humans who are a evolutionary anomaly in somehow convincing themselves that magic is somehow pathological and and therefore something. But nevertheless, this may be instinct because, as Pac-1 was pointing out, Pac-1 was on before Peter in the opening hours with his good friend Jonathan. I believe the individual's real name is. Am I correct on that? His name is Jonathan, this other guy, right? The optometrist?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what they were expressing, or at least Pac-1 was that magic just really fucks people over. All these people who engage in magic, look what it does to them. And Peter Moon can attest to that, just historically at least. He can point out the fact that John Dee wound up fucked up, that Crowley wound up fucked up, and it's no surprise that everyone we tend to know who's made magic a big part of their lives is Jameson Reese included, presented with a lot of challenges.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So it's,
that's part of the territory. But the thing is, I think what we're saying is a lot of magicians these days abuse magic instead of use it, or instead of tap into it, instead of interface with it.
And you know why? I will say this much. I think that this is because if magic is looked on as nonsense and insanity, then the only people who are going to tap into it are tapping into it in a context of insanity and pathology. So it's in other words, if all of society around you is denying it, it's going to be far less efficacious. In other words, all of the relic populations had a successful period in evolution like that of the dinosaurs, where they lasted millions of years as the dominant species at some point, at least regionally. And they had civilizations that considered magic to be quite real, and therefore their magic was much more potent because everybody believed in it, right? So that's the power of belief. When you're acting in that matrix, then of course one could argue that in very primitive societies, in human spectrum terms, that these anthropologically, that you have shamanism where you can have a real negative exploitation of that. In other words, if everybody believes in magic as they do in those matrices, those cultural matrices, then you just get one shaman who abuses that by pointing the bone, and the believers die. And so there we have that. Anyhow, James is going to be right back. Let's have Peter take over for a bit. And Peter, by all means, go in any direction you wish. And of course, the next time we're back, it's going to be my birthday. You can, if you haven't done that already, you can talk that up. What we're going to be doing.
I did mention your birthday. And this Wednesday is Douglas's birthday. And I wanted to encourage everybody to send him some money. Would like those who can send him $100. If you can't send 100, send 20, because his birthday is the 20th of October. So I want to encourage people to do that. Give him a happy birthday. We just did a surprise party for one of my friends who turned 73, and he was, it was my idea to have the party. I got together with his girlfriend and a couple of, contacted some other friends. His brother came over from New Jersey, and we had a very nice get together. We really enjoyed it. Birthdays are good. It's good to acknowledge people, and Douglas deserves some acknowledgement for his birthday. Yes, indeed. So I encourage people to do this. And what one of the things I've done here in celebration is I actually started the writing of his book, although we need to push the Roswell deception.
Yes.
It's not selling enough to warrant doing another book just in terms of economic reasons, but I started the book anyway. I wrote the introduction to it. I think I was going to write chapter 1. I'm well into chapter 1, but I think I'm going to call chapter 1 a a prologue, a prelude,
Right.
and that's going to be written by me. It's a report on the Presidio based upon newspaper articles, summarizing what happened, not putting all the ghoulish details in it because that becomes repulsive, but putting a few of the fact that the kids were sexually abused,
Yes.
a little bit of quotes here and there,
Yes.
and the extent of it, and also giving a bit of a diatribe on how the Army enables it.
Right.
And the details can be, people can look up the bloody details themselves. But this is disgusting, what the Army did, how the Army enabled, and sort of leading into it, this is the problem.
Yes.
This is, and then in Douglas's verbiage, we can go, introducing, what is this? The fact that he worked with Aquino, that was his job, and pulled the rug out from Gary Hambright. I might have a few questions here and there, but so I actually began writing the book, and I'm saying, oh, this is interesting, because if you read the newspaper articles, it's all well and fine.
Right.
It's a little tedious. It's a little hard. I'm trying to make it so it goes somewhere, because the newspaper articles, unfortunately, just end, and the story does not continue.
That's right. Go on.
The introduction my introduction is talking about Mae Brussel.
Right.
Talking about this, I'm listening to Mae Brussel and how I connect up to Douglas. And then, of course, the book will later go into his experiences with Mae Brussel. We're not going to beat him with a dead horse, but the fact that, all you Mae Brussel conspiracy fans out there, well, this is what happened.
Thank you.
And there are, for example, and I'll go back to what we were talking about with all these Crowleyites or Lavendaites and people who, there's a lot of people who really have read Aleister Crowley and who worship at his temple, metaphorically.
Right.
And are absolutely zoned in. And it's really messed up. This is not actually a criticism on Crowley. It's a criticism on these people, because they will sit there hiding behind all the bushes, and they will never say anything about it. And the books that I've written, particularly the Montauk Book of the Living, which explains so many key aspects of Crowley, interpreting the Book of the Law, which he said he never understood, thanks to John Paroli, who's now deceased. Crowley said there would one that would come after who would explain the Book of the Law, and John Paroli explained it. Now, John Paroli had problems.
Mm-hmm.
He had problems, and I know much more about his problems than certainly he did. But the OTO or any of these Crowleyites are not going to acknowledge him or acknowledging me for recognizing it and publishing it. They're not going to. This is the same problem Douglas will have, right, by exposing the Necronomicon or the Simonomicon, and all of the Aquino stuff. They're not going to appreciate it because they are part of the fabric of, what's the word? It's like they become, embedded.
Yes, we both came up with it simultaneously.
Exactly, embedded. It is sort of like, if you can imagine exposing the Spanish Inquisition. Say nobody really knew about the Spanish Inquisition or what really transpired. We know quite a bit about it. But if nobody really knew about it, and you're going in and you're exposing the Spanish Inquisition and Torquemada, who was the big leader, and then, but it's like these, the people who it's like going in and trying to interview the pieces of the molecules of the elements that were part of the torture devices.
Right.
It's like the spikes. You can't go interview a spike.
Right.
And this is what these people are like. They're kind of like spikes. And they're not even worth, I guess, suppose. It's almost like I think I thought it was lamentable that these people aren't going to recognize you or give you any acknowledgement. But really, what can a spike acknowledge? It's like if you blunt it or put it into, you melt it, it can be reformed into something that might be more positive than a spike. And this is one of the problems. So it's like, yeah, you say, oh, well, that should be a fan base because they worship Crowley. So you've explained Crowley, but they don't want an explanation of Crowley.
That's right.
They gravitate to the negativity, and this is part of the problem with Aquino. He is a ferocious generator of negativity.
Yes.
So it's almost like, he's studying this whole pantheon of stuff that's just, what can I say? Entropic, yes. It has its own entropy. It has its own momentum. But
as a matter of fact, it's kind of that negativity was the reason why I didn't acknowledge his birthday yesterday on my summary for tonight's show. I might add that in later onto the show summary. But we're getting an echo. Is someone? It's like somebody came on and they still have the computer on. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. That was mysterious.
Is it still happening?
It ended. It ended now, thank God. But yes, that was very Aquino-esque. So I started talking about not acknowledging Aquino's birthday, which was yesterday, not acknowledging it in tonight's show title or summary. I might add it after the show or after the after transmission, but it just didn't want it until then. At least I'm just, there's just. I'm so sick of him in so many ways. At the same time, he's there whenever I speak of magic, and whenever I went into these relic populations, there was much of him there because he's one of the people who specialized in dealing with them. So, and the people around him. So this is where we've got this kind of disconnect and yet a continuity. He's certainly very much a part of why Peter Moon is writing this second book. We have to have the Roswell deception sell. Make no mistake about it. The one thing that I fear might happen is that if this next book gets published, that would sell much more readily simply because it's a product people are eager to consume. They're very much into the negative. They're very much into the domestic, and everybody's up.
Yeah, but I don't know because.
Understood. I'm just saying that this is
we can't be listing all of these forgotten ones. It just doesn't work. It's too tedious. Yeah. It's not. That's more of an encyclopedia.
Oh no, understood. No, that's not.
And I know you understand that, but this is Aquino. You see, one of the And then I want to touch on a bigger subject.
Yeah.
And I didn't address this person because I didn't have time to.
Right.
When I announced that I was going to be on your show last Wednesday,
yes,
they said, "Peter, you can do better," and it was an insult to you.
Yeah, I know.
And what my retort to that would be and might be is a challenge. You say, well, okay, who would it be better to interview? Should I interview David Wilcock, David Icke? Should I interview Stephen Greer? Should I interview? I could list name after name, of people who are not only not worth my time, they're of no value to me dialoguing with.
Or to humanity. They're of no value to humanity. Go on.
Well, exactly. So I'm saying, what is better? Who would you rather me be interviewing? Deepak Chopra? It's like, we'll have some enlightened discussion. Now, obviously, at best, they're responding to the negativity within themselves. Well, we can't listen to him because he's got all these things talking about. And so anyway, there is a great opportunity here, and for me, on a personal and professional level, Aquino was so much of what was in the way of what I was doing.
Yes.
So this is a great opportunity. I understand the censorship issues that I had to deal with, and I could even say deeper levels of magic where I was brought in a dream to San Francisco. This is years and years and years before I met Douglas, and with Giuliani. It was in the dream. I was going from New York to San Francisco, and there was a speedboat with all these kids. They were like Montauk boys, and they had a speedboat in black that said Seventh Seal on it, which was representative of my book. And then I went to a domed building in San Francisco and went inside, and there was a lecture, and I think it was a serpent type of a Nagal or something. He was Indian, East Indian, but there was a serpentine thing, and I said he was giving a lecture and something about wanting $10 for the lecture, and I just I said it was either I didn't have to pay $10 or I wasn't going to pay the I said, no, you don't, this isn't. And then it also explained to me something on a private level of where something that had tried to torment me in my own personal life, it sort of revealed it. Now, this was just a dream. And then later, when I was in San Francisco in, I think, 2006, with my daughter and my friends Tantra Vensko and Madeline Suozo, we were in that arcade museum at the Fisherman's Wharf, and they had, you could put a quarter in what was once a Nickelodeon, and I'm looking through it, and Tantra's looking through this thing, and she says, she's a beautiful gateway between dimensions, and she says, oh, look at this. And I look at this, and it's the Palace of Fine Arts, which was the domed building. So I therefore was dreaming. This was all my pre-Dietrich dreams,
right,
which were leading me to, but as they say, I'm talking about Aquino here. And so much of the energy was rooted in San Francisco. And this doesn't just mean Aquino, but Douglas is explaining so much, and he can go deeper and deeper. The biggest problem is enabling the audience to digest it, contextualize it, and appreciate it. And we have so it's like Aquino's like studying something that's very disgusting.
Yes.
Because everything about him is disgusting.
Yes.
He's beyond disgusting. And he's evil with the accelerator put on. And Douglas is not that way. But it's sort of like you were put into this situation, and certainly you did a considerable amount to counter him.
Yes.
Which is highly commendable. And as much as you did to counter him, the army doesn't care.
That's right. If anything, I'm despised for it, but go on.
Well, yeah, and the people whose kids were abused were kind of, sent packing. So they're not in a position to be,
Grateful.
they're not,
Yes.
they're not strong. They're not strong enough.
That's true. They aren't. And do bear in mind, most of them, their children died because many of them were literally infected with AIDS. So they went into an intense privacy. It's kind of like with the original. It sounds like a strange parallel, but Starsky and Hutch. David Soul, I believe, was the name of the blonde one, and I forget the name of the more dark-haired, frizzy-haired partner in that original series, but it was the dark-haired, frizzy-haired partner who, just by some horrible accident, a blood transfusion or the like, he was married and he had children, and he contracted AIDS. And because he had contracted it, it spread to his wife because he did not know he had it. So both he and his wife at least had AIDS. And it was possible they may have, through kissing their children or something else, infected their children just incidentally. But at least they both had it. And if they were both going to die, their children had to go up for someplace else, to some other family members or for adoption. So they went public with what had happened to them so people would be aware of the tragedy and so they could educate people about the horrors of AIDS. But after that, you never heard of them again, or they all died in private, essentially. At least, the partners did, the mother and father. But the point was these families were all like that. They all had children who were infected with AIDS by the Gary Willard Hambright and his co-conspirators, his fellow criminals. His fellow child exploitationists and traffickers. And the end result was they all went out to privately die with their children, or watch their children die. And so they were transferred, as I said, while still in the military, to hell and gone. They couldn't break their military service contracts. They were stuck in the military until they were able to serve out their time. That's unless they were able to have nervous breakdowns that rendered them so ineffective that they essentially were terminated from the contract and discharged. Say, for instance, a less than honorable discharge or a medical discharge or something, which many of them probably had that happen. I'm sure many of them simply broke down. But we're talking about broken people. All of them that were directly victimized like that were too broken. And not only that, but they were broken in a breaking process that is still ongoing. One of the things that I want to get out is the fact that Jameson Reese sent me this link the other day, which was about La Palma. And when he sent me this link about La Palma, when I linked onto it, it took me to an area of YouTube where the same people who were talking about La Palma were producing this bullshit on the Satanic Panic, basically saying that the Satanic Panic is all a bunch of shit. And that, so these people are called, not that I'm giving them any time, but to just give people an idea of this level of stupidity we're dealing with. They have a little triangular eye symbol that's obviously meant to emulate the Illuminati symbol, but it is given a teacup and it's on a woman's body, so it's got long eyelashes, so it's like a female Illuminati, and it's called Illuminaughty. This is the channel, and naughty as in they're naughty, except everything's spelled with two eyes on either end. So Illuminaughty with two eyes on either end, like she's naughty, And then so she's doing other shit like exposing Caesar Milan, the dog whisperer, as being really a dog abuser. And this was actually the link Jameson gave me. And then I noticed that another one they did was an hours long video on the Satanic Panic, just saying how, see how everybody's all fucked in the head and they went to believe this Christian conspiracy where they're persecuting poor Michael Aquino. So this is Michael Aquino defending.
I was actually going to say something about that on that video, and I was just like, fuck this shit. I was just at that point where I was just like, this is just, it's just not worth. Obviously, this person is a handled person.
Which is why they're using that symbol, which
and it's also the reason why they have so many subscribers. All these people who are in the infotainment field are all handled part of the Mimo Nanny sect. And the odd thing about this particular person channel, and this is the only reason why I still watch things from time to time, is that her voice sounds exactly like one of my gang stalkers from several years ago, back in 2016.
Okay.
This young woman who passed herself off, who's probably using a pseudonym, she was probably using someone else's account, as quote unquote Gabriela Delgado. That was the name she was
Interesting. I
using
remember
at the
that
time.
name, and yeah, that's interesting because I think she was stalking me for a while. So that's interesting. So there we have that, and but with that, I do want people to understand this. This is part of the ongoing PSYOP, a true psychological operation, where they've got the majority of people convinced that the satanic exposition that I conducted, what I was responsible for, that ultimately got the Presidio military base closed, that ultimately forced the military to institute a month of the military child and promote themselves, repackage and sell themselves as the safest damn, the model for all child daycare centers worldwide. This was all what came of what I did. There's no credit for Douglas Dietrich in any of this. Instead, everywhere I go, I'm condemned. And oh, by the way, I want to thank everyone, and we'll turn this back to Peter because I think he's on the right track with everything that he's saying, and it certainly can't be emphasized enough, everything that he's bringing to our attention. But I want to, and by the way, Marcus Grix was responding to this individual who told Peter he could do better than Douglas Dietrich. Marcus Grix says, "Fuck him, Peter, and follow your head and heart." And so Green 7 was saying, happy birthday, Douglas Dietrich. And by the way, he is an individual who had a dream himself that I'll read out in the near future. His name is Gregory Strasbow, and he's been a contributor. He's actually contributed money to myself. And some of the people, don't be discouraged, but I'm honest with people. Some of the people who have contributed have faced some challenges thereafter. And a good example of that, and I can say this because he went public with it, at least temporarily, is a man named Joe Tai. And Joe Tai is Chinese. He's very Asian. He's probably Chinese. He might be Vietnamese or another Asian stock, but my impression is he's Chinese. And a shout out to him. He left a comment on one of my promotional banners. I haven't had a chance to answer it. Well, maybe won't get to it for a few days. But Joe Tai, at one point, not too long ago, but months and months ago, contributed 250 United States dollars. And so that's obviously quite a bit. And he's very much to be, admired for that. And he told me immediately afterwards, he said this publicly, he entered this in thread of one of my videos. He said immediately after he contributed to me, he was out camping and some white woman, he's Asian, mind you, some white woman kind of climbs into his tent, like from another camping site, kind of seduces him, and then accuses him of rape. Anyhow, gave me her name. I'm not going to mention her name. But this is like, he said this happened to him. Nothing like this has ever happened to him in his life until he contributed to Douglas Dietrich. And so be aware, something like this could happen to you. But contribute because this is your stand. You're making a stand against the cult of the Kings of Edom, which runs your military, industrial, occult complex, which effectively runs your country. By the way, a shout out to Clarice Claudet. Love her dearly. And Daniel Arola was saying Krav Maga is a bootleg martial art that is made from and a combination of Thai boxing and Filipino Kali, aka Israeli Jiu-Jitsu, with Jew spelled with a J-E-W. And there we have that. And, yeah. And then, so aside from all of that, Clarice Claudet was speaking a bit about what was going on in Israel, etc. And she's from Louisiana, and I'll get to all that later. But I'm very glad she's participating. And with that, we turn back to Peter Moon. And so, yeah, what I was trying to emphasize to people is my concern is the one thing that I know is that in general, this kind of subject that Peter Moon's writing about now with our second book does tend to be, Americans tend to obsess over this sort of subject and buy into it more than they would about a book about the Japanese winning World War II, because first off, most people in America are indoctrinated so they don't like Asians anyway. We're in the middle of an anti-Asian wave of Asiaphobia in this age of COVID, and they're just many people are prejudiced. Our man Green 7, Mr. Gregory Strasbow, says, "I'll purchase Douglas's book. Make certain to encourage others to do so." All of you, this is guerrilla marketing. You have to buy the book, and you have to encourage others to buy it. This is the only way the word's going to get out there. I'm going to point out later tonight in Arc of Monologue, I'm going to point out that I'm a lot like my native nation of Taiwan, which of course is completely assailed on all sides by Communist China, where Communist China tries to make certain Taiwan is boxed out of everything on earth. And yet, despite all of that, the Taiwanese are known of, and they're succeeding in getting their message out about themselves. And it worked because all of the nations around Communist China, Australia, Japan, and nations far away on either side of the Atlantic, the United States, which is on either side of the Pacific and the Atlantic, and the United Kingdom, are all on the side of Taiwan. So what does this tell you? It tells you that Communist China, despite the fact that they're blocking Taiwan off completely, yet somehow the great powers of the world know that, well, for one thing, they're totally fucked if Taiwan stops producing computer chips and they get overrun by Communist China, which gets a hold of the process. Then, yeah, everybody's fucked. They all know that. But it's pretty much the same with myself as an individual. Honestly, if I'm overwhelmed by the cult of chaos, you've lost all hope, because I'm the only one who really knows enough about them from the inside out to articulate what they're all about, including the relic populations they were in communication with all these years. So that's the important part about my getting the news out about the relic populations. And like I said, I'll try and finalize that tonight and, move on to the geopolitics of Asia, which we sorely need to turn back to for a while, and give myself a break about magic, because as much as Jameson appreciates it, I think Peter Moon can understand how just incredibly traumatic it is for me whenever I go back into this topic and dredge up these memories of people surgically altering themselves in madness and all the rest of that kind of...
Well, excuse me, are they surgically altering themselves, or are they being altered?
It's both. Most of the people that I was covering from that discussion were volunteers. There were some who were altered, in a sense, by what they were messing with, to put it most bluntly, to what they were investigating, quote unquote, to what they were researching. Basically, their attempts to harness and practice magic on the taxpayer dollar as part of American Department of Defense programs to, quote unquote, to add and enhance our national security, etc. All of those rationalizations being pure crap, all of it being part of the quest of maniacs like Aquino and his ilk to ever indulge in further exercises of self-empowerment in the most personal sense. These people are, of course, getting, in a very real sense, what they deserve. And there's kind of a Darwinian selection going on here, a kind of like watching the series Jackass in slow motion. And sometimes
only it's darker than Jackass.
Yes. Thank you, if you can imagine that. And so yes, as I said, I'm not kidding when I said that Letterman Army Medical Center had cases where they're amputating limbs that start growing out of some of these people spontaneously. It's not like in a film, mind you. Cellular reproduction it doesn't happen anywhere near the rate where you can see it. It's something that begins to develop where they start off with stubs or stumps that begin to grow along the side of their torso or ribcage under the armpits of their original limbs, and then just it gets longer to the point where, like an amphibian, certain digits begin to form, like fingers, and it's embryonic and it's quite painful. And it's something which ultimately Letterman was tending with amputation cases like that. Then there were the cases where people were getting surgically altered to be more like the aquamphibian races, the maritime relic populations. And this was, of course, something that was actively encouraged by the Department of Defense for programs that they felt would ultimately be useful for undersea combat, such as enhancing Navy SEALs and the like. So these combat scientists, these wizard pioneers, were what were called, as a matter of fact, the term that Aquino used was bionauts, as in, instead of astronauts, these are explorers of the biological realm, in that they're changing their biology. These bionauts would be the tax dollar sponsored black budget version of the people you see who get addicted to piercings on the street, people who can't stop altering their bodies through tattoos and various other methods of injection, silicone injection, to give themselves big butts and big hips and big lips. And it's a terror. This is a kind of madness that you see that people like Michael Jackson became addicted to the point where there's repercussions. His nose fell off was the rumor, which I personally find to be quite compelling. Therefore, you get this kind of thing that went on in Letterman Army Medical Center. And
well, he should have. He might have gotten his surgery at Letterman. I mean, he was doing such weird stuff with his skin and whatnot.
You know, that's an interesting point. I am neither going to confirm nor deny that. There were rumors. I never was able to find anything behind them. But yeah.
There was a connection between, and I don't remember specifically, but Joe Jackson and this band that was doing something. It was connected to NASA and the face on Mars. They were kind of tweaking it, and it was not tweaked it was tweaked in a very mysterious fashion. Like there was some sort of connection between Joe Jackson and the military industrial complex, which really isn't too surprising. So, I mean, and if it didn't have to be Letterman that they were doing that at, they could have been, doing it at Vandenberg Air Force Base for all we know.
Understood.
Not far from where Jackson lived.
Right.
So, I mean, it doesn't have to be Letterman. It could be any old weird place.
No, you're quite right, and that can't be overemphasized. Obviously, it would be a limited number of military hospitals that would be large enough to have the capacity for, shall we say, excess in terms of activities. But yeah, it's not necessarily Letterman, but to just drive the point home, Letterman was, of course, where 25% of all U.S. Army doctors were trained. So it definitely was, of all places, it was one of the places. The other place that would really come to mind would, of course, be the Bethesda Naval Medical Center, where all of the politicians go to basically get worked on, so to speak. As a matter of fact, that's where there is an underground tunnel leading directly from the Oval Office to Bethesda, Maryland Naval Center, where that's because if somebody is able to pull San Francisco, as they call it, meaning just what happened in San Francisco was Dan White walked into the main office of the mayor and blew his brains out. So if somebody goes into the Oval Office and blows the president's brains out, they want a way to get him to Bethesda Naval Center immediately. So there is an underground tunnel directly from the Oval Office to Bethesda Naval Center, Medical Center, and that's what was used to bring Trump in for his cure of COVID. They cured him of COVID there. Trump contracted COVID. By the way, he himself attests to this. He said, I contracted COVID. He said that himself on record. And he basically went to Bethesda Naval Maryland Medical Center and was cured. And he says, they took me there and they cured me. And he says, see, I can overcome it. You can overcome it too. It's a terror. That's when he took his mask off. All of that was rather infamous. So all of that's on record. And he stayed there, several times. He stayed there overnight. And then he went there every day for a period of time for treatment. They gave him the treatment, exceptional treatment they gave no one else. Well, other people, but not your average people. And so he was cured. So they have the cure. And other than that, by all means, Peter, do go on and take it from there. Again, I cannot overemphasize buy the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Push it on to others. Buy copies for your friends. Make certain that you spread the word. This is like Taiwan and its survival in the world among the nations as the enemy nation of all nations. I am the enemy of all humanity by definition of the military-industrial occult complex. And wherever you speak my name, people shut down completely. Like I said, Keith Call, our man who took a copy of the Roswell and the Rising Sun DVD to a MUFON meeting, he said, "Hey, I'd like to play this here." They had an open house, let people come in and show their experiences and footage they thought was important. And when he put that in the DVD player, then they basically ripped it out of the DVD player and got to the point of physical violence. They physically, as a group, expelled him, meaning they all got together and pretty much lifted him off the floor and threw him out. And so that...
I have to say that I had actually meant to bring copies of the Roswell book to give to people tonight at the party, but not only did I forget to do that, because was helping Paula take out the this applesauce that she made for them and some wine, and then I not only forgot the books, I forgot to bring my friend his present. I'd sent him a gift card earlier in the day, so now I had a present, that I forgot. So he's going to come by tomorrow and give me something that I need.
Maybe you can give him some of the books then to pass around. Well,
he doesn't. He's not going to see anybody. He's already read the book.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is I'm going on your birthday into the city and hoping to meet. Just hoping that my friends come, because Paula's not going to be able to go with me. It's very disappointing because she has a new job and her first day is flying across the country. She's flying away, so she won't even be there in time. Right. She won't be there. Right. So that's disappointing that I won't be with her, because I don't know if they'll have an issue with me coming in with a backpack full of books. I'm not going to cover them under my arm. It's like I have to have a backpack or something. So, what's in your backpack?
We'll find out. Yeah, if you bring that out, they might consider that explosive.
Maybe a briefcase, and then, So anyway, I don't. I just hope my friends come in and all that. It's that they actually arrive.
Whatever happens.
With them early in the day. What were you going to say?
Oh yeah, just I hope your friends come too. But whatever happens. I mean, we just have to look at it that way.
Exactly. Whatever happens. But what I'm going in the direction of here, this and your name being like to people like a crucifix is to a vampire. I went to. It's true. I went to send somebody a GIF on Facebook, and I typed in swastika. I wanted to send them a swastika. I forget why in the context, and it says no image. In other words, there's no image for a swastika. And it's like, this is the image that repels the anti-guides. It was always indigenously considered a positive thing.
Yes, universally.
And they'll tell you that Hitler twisted it and turned it around so that it was used for evil. I was taught in art class in the 5th grade that it was the most evil symbol, and this is why he used it. She also told us how Eva Braun and Hitler had lampshades made of human skin.
Which, by the way, not that did not happen, but certainly Eva Braun and Hitler didn't have one in their living room.
Well, it was like this portrayal. And she also told us that Hebrew was a dead language that nobody spoke it.
Which, of course, is preposterous.
Yeah, I mean, she was full of a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And she was a really eccentric, crazy lady.
And unfortunately, of course, the horror is that her craziness is in many ways the norm. And by the way, I want to thank everybody so much.
She was not normal.
Oh, no, got that. Yes, I mean, we hope not. We hope not. But what I mean to say is the level of insanity which she displayed. Well, maybe not everybody's that crazy, but it's,
actually, looking back, I kind of like her because her whole class was a mess. She was just an abstract artist, and she didn't have any discipline. And we just goofed off in art. It was just like free for all.
Understood. I mean, in that sense, that's a positive. That's creative. Yeah. And by the way, before we go there, Mr. Gregory Strasbow, as Green 7 says, crucifix to a vampire is a good analogy. I do hope I know it's the best one we got. And unfortunately, I do hope at some point we educate people otherwise. At some point, Peter and I will put out the actual full text of vampirology. And maybe at that point, I'll even expand it to, I don't think I will. That'd probably go in a separate book.
It's like a swastika to a Jewish person.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, where we are. Yes.
But because I was like a swastika to a Jewish person, they become very irritated. Especially if they're Edomic, but it's understandable. It's cultural orientation and indoctrination,
right? Agitated,
and of course, anybody who is Jewish, if they see a swastika, it most often is meant as a sign of hostility towards them as a Jewish person, right? Because that's what people who are Jew haters will put swastikas around.
Right. At the same time, just to put this in context, if you were in Israel, there will be punk bands or kind of like just radical bands that are, how would I say it, that throw out music that's meant to challenge people anyway, meant to provoke people. You'll see people in Israel with tattoos of swastikas. This is by no means common, but I've certainly...
Are they Jewish people?
Yeah, they're Jewish people who have swastika tattoos. These are I've seen some punk bands that have done this. The other example of that would be where you see the bizarre combination where it's tolerated, would be the Raelians. And the Raelians have a lot of Jewish people involved with them. And the Raelians, of course, are a bizarre cult in the sense that if you've never heard of them, they're the only cult in the world that has been acknowledged as a cult and yet has presented itself at the United Nations to advocate for something that is radically controversial, like cloning, and boasted at the United Nations that they had attained cloning, they had achieved it on their own dollar through their own cult funding, and the United Nations had nothing to fucking say. It was just they went up there at the United Nations, were invited to speak on cloning because the United Nations was under the impression, perhaps correctly, that they knew more about it than anyone else, or at least more about it than anyone else who was willing to talk. And so they were able to present what they said to rationalize the fact that they were cloning people. And this, you can look this up. It's all on record. And the United Nations just, okay. And so the Raelian cult clones people, and it was just accepted by the international community. And so the Raelian cult has the symbol of the Shield of David. And within the Shield of David is the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika. And it's pointed in the direction that the Third Reich pointed it in. It's not spiraled, but it is what you would say on its legs, so to speak. So it's more, it's less aesthetic, but that's how they fit it into the little Shield of David in the middle of it. So that's their symbol, is the combination of the Hakenkreuz and the Judaic symbol. And this is what they thought was rad or radical when they started the cult, and apparently it's worked, and everybody just accepts it. So you get Raelians in Israel, and nobody bothers them. So there we have that. And Sarah Thomas suggests that one kind of analogy that repels people would be sirloin steak to a vegan, as opposed to crucifix to a vampire. Yeah, that would be something you'd use against Brendan Zogit. And Mr. Gregory Strasbo says, I want to thank Douglas for setting the record straight on the difficulties faced by Germany. Thank you. And of course, Veronica Barrera has joined us. Hola, buenas noches a todos, dear Senora Veronica. And aside from all of that, Green 7 is Gregory Strasbo is asking, Douglas, is it possible that some of this response, meaning the rejection that the world has towards myself, he says, does it have to do with SSP experiences? Which I looked up and I have no idea what it means. It looks like it means like he could explain that for us, but safe and sound protocol is what comes up for school therapy or something, where the maybe
there's something to be said about people who do not explain themselves.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, let's you know what I know, and assume. So you can clarify that. That's fine.
Thank you.
This see, if I go look at this from a Qigong perspective, which is so much more, I guess what you'd say, life-giving and life-affirming.
Yes.
It's like, but when I see people in reality, and I mentioned another friend who passed away, and might have heard of another one who passed away, and it's like, or see people who are ill, and it's like, when you have an illness, it's something you've been accumulating generally for a time period. It's not something that it feels like it hits you overnight, but it doesn't. Things accumulate. Right. It takes years to develop a crooked skeleton.
Right.
It takes, because you're constantly battling gravity. So like when I see somebody kick the bucket or whatnot prematurely or get sick and debilitated, and you can just see what's wrong. What is so wrong with this person? And you can't say too much.
That's right.
Because they know better. They're so wise. They're so smart because they know. Their ego is so fantastic, yet they might not seem like an egocentric person to you because they're polite, they're nice, they're not talking about themselves. But when it comes to their illness or their malady,
they take that as a personal attack. If you're attacking their malady, don't forget, oftentimes their malady is a manifestation of that which they love. It's what they love the most. Is often people identify with their malady. Go on.
Well, exactly, and Hubbard said that it's very easy to get people to talk about their issue. They love to talk about their issue. It's like they're like somebody talking about their pet poodle. Oh, look at this beautiful poodle! Oh, it shits all over my living room. But it's so beautiful.
Yeah, no, it's exactly true. By the way, a prime example of this, our dear friend Pac-1 Morales, love him dearly. He contracted the shingles, and something compelled him to send me photographs. And this is what people do. I've noticed this all my life, that people, it's like, oh my God, Doug, I contracted genital herpes. Look!
Well, if Pac-1 is listening, what I'd say is shingles is generally chickenpox is what it is. It's a revisitation of chickenpox. It's horribly painful. And as I say, my Chinese doctor fixed my daughter of this. She had what was adolescent psoriasis, Jesus. Which was the return of chickenpox, which is, although it was worse than shingles because it was all over her body.
Oh my God.
And the doctor gave her some pill, which made it worse.
Oh.
And she knew this is where she learned not to trust doctors. After that experience.
Thank God.
She says, oh, the doctor said it's going to work, Dad. It's going to work. I said, well, and finally she learned, and I took her to the Chinese doctor who worked her lymphatics.
Wow.
Lymphatics. We've got to push the lymphatics. The lymphatics have to be worked.
I'm surprised she didn't learn the Chinese language after that.
Well, I don't even know that she knew this. That what the doctor was skilled in acupressure, and she did detoxes on her, and she worked her lymphatics. It was a certain amount of sessions. It wasn't overly long. It was when, I mean, I'd take her down there, and her mom would take her down there, and this doctor knew what she was doing. And but with shingles, as with most diseases, lymphatics, it's lymphatics, because you don't have a natural pump. And one of my old high school friends from Facebook was talking about his cancer, and I explained to him, and then he went into a detailed explanation of what the doctor was going to do for him with this therapy, and how it was going to clean out the nodules and clean the nodes and clean out the lymphatics and go into the bone marrow. And I tried to explain to him what bone marrow washing. Really wasn't ready to hear it. I sent him the exercise anyway, and he appreciated it, but it's like, this is bone marrow washing. Qigong is bone marrow washing. That's not an idea. I mean, it took me a while to actually understand the process. You're washing your bone marrow. In your bone marrow is where your stem cells come from, and your stem cells what heal your body. And so this stuff will work. But back to what I was saying overall, I'm sorry for Pac One, and I willing to share this with him. But this thing, when I see people accumulating illness, and there's not a whole lot of room to talk.
Right. Pac One will be open though, and I hope he's listening. And if you know what, do me a favor, and Peter, just send him something, a link or something, or let him know you're willing to talk to him about it in a private message on Facebook. I'm sure he'll respond. And then
I will. And but you see, this is, I'm talking about something from a pragmatic reference point, and that I see with a human body, a human person. And then, I say my teacher, who died basically of diabetes. Diabetes is a very sinister disease that occurs in Black people, and more often than in white people. And although there was a part of him that wanted to fight it, he was utterly delighted to leave this realm. And there's no question in my mind. He knew how messed up this realm was. He wanted to return to spirit.
I'm not surprised.
And he had said that, and I could see it. I mean, I knew, so I was very happy for his presence in my life. And there's a certain point, look, at bodies don't last forever. He said, you're not going to live forever. So you have a shelf life, and you can extend that shelf life incredibly. So there's a certain point when every person just gives up and packs it in. And that is usually too short. So, and by the way, I saw my friend's girlfriend, who I hadn't seen in quite some time, and boy, she looked great.
Wow.
And the reason she looked great, in my opinion, was that she retired 5 months ago. And she was working as a medical examiner.
And what's so good about that is most people don't adopt to retirement. A lot of people, when they retire, they look worse because they don't know what to do with themselves. So I'm glad.
Well, yeah. Well, she's keeping busy. But the thing is, I also saw my brother, and although my brother wasn't in the best of health by any means, and I never saw him look so happy and relieved, because he had retired, I think, last October.
Wow. So
it's like, wow. I mean, here he is. It's like,
what was his career?
Well, he worked for Boeing.
Okay.
And his job was to make sure their computers were backed up.
Okay.
And he hired people to do that, so I really don't know. I mean, it was like he was considered invaluable at one point, and then they gave him early retirement, paid him a lump sum to retire.
Wow.
And But you still got to go to work every day.
Right.
And I mean, it was like just to see the relief and of care, the relief of having to, whatever it was. I'd seen him. I'd seen him, I think, the previous October.
Mm-hmm.
But now he was well retired, and it was just like, wow. He just looked so relieved. Even though he didn't necessarily look healthier, he looked relieved because you're not having to work for the man anymore. And I was telling my friends tonight a story of when I was working with Preston. When I just began the Montauk project, and we were doing radio shows out of his space-time labs. He had a whole setup, and we had all sorts of, microphones and speakers, and it was very easy to do a radio show in those days when we didn't have internet hookups. So he had it all facilitated. And I'm driving out to his house. We had a slew of them to do one morning. And I'm driving out to his house. Of course, I'm going away from New York City, and I'm watching all this traffic go into New York City. And I see it's all backed up. And I can just feel the emotions off of all these people that are sitting there in still traffic, frustrated as hell, because they, quote unquote, work for the man. And I realized how different I was. I'm not working for the man.
Right.
The only man I ever worked for was L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
And he wasn't exactly the man,
Mm-hmm. Well, in a sense, he was more the man than any other man in any normal corporate condition.
Yeah, but you weren't working for the man, the establishment. He was anti-establishment.
Right.
And so it's like I say, well, God, people spend their whole lives working. Some people coast, some people parasite, some people get away without working. But I said, wow, it's like I've had, in some respects, I haven't worked a day in my life. In some respects, I have worked a day in my life for sure. Mm-hmm. But it's like I haven't been living the American sentence.
Right. No. And that is so important. By the way, to add some context to what you've just said, a person who noticed that was James Arthur Yanchik. And of course, James Arthur Yanchik there's so much negative about him, and he's a fucking imbecile. But as a simpleton, he would notice some things that only a simpleton would notice. And most other people are just too lost in their problems to if they're at a higher level of maturity and responsibility, they just don't notice things because they're too concerned with whatever's consuming them. And so in his case, of course, being a truck driver, he had to deliver loads everywhere, and he had enough different kinds of delivery contracts where he delivered loads to some environments that were different than others, and he began to notice the complete and total difference between the environments where he would deliver loads where everyone was employed by the government, and the deliveries that he made, what the environment was like when it was a private corporate business, and everybody was working for the man, but at the level of capitalism where they could get fired any minute. And he noticed what I had noticed all my life. It finally dawned on him, was that whenever he was in the private business or industrial corporate environments, everybody was tense. Everybody was in a hurry. Everybody was consistently worried every moment as if they were going to lose their jobs. By the way, this is one of the impacts that COVID has had, is what's called the Great Resignation, is that everybody's basically quitting because nobody can stand it anymore. And the economy's not floating it. And God knows what's going to happen now. But definitely, all of these people in the private industries, you would never see the phenomenon of people at water coolers. Everybody was working. And but when you went to the government places, where no matter what you do, you will never be fired. As I pointed out before, when I was working at Revolution Radio, you can go fucking postal. In other words, go into a fit of a violent rampage at work, and you still will not be fired from the government. They'll send in a SWAT team to take you down. They will kill you, but you will die employed, is what I would tell everybody. You cannot get fired from the U.S. government. No one gets fired from the U.S. government.
I heard Tucker Carlson say that the other night.
Interesting. Oh, he finally caught on, huh? But there you go. This is stuff Douglas Dietrich's been saying for years. I mean, take a look at Douglas Dietrich was the first to talk about La Palma before La Palma blew its top, right? Who was talking about La Palma? Douglas Dietrich. So at any rate, one of the things that that James off the Edge noticed was water cooler talk. Everybody who was working in the government facilities all hung out at the water cooler, and they were just shooting the shit. That nobody gave a shit. They were all like, no furrows on the brow. Everybody was just happy, smiling, lackadaisical. And so there you go. And there you have that. And I pointed that out, that I had told him about that, which is how he finally noticed it. But so that's a difference in those two types of environments. And just so people know, the largest employer in the United States is the U.S. government. And that's, at this point in history, the largest employer is the U.S. government. Now, it wasn't that way until fucking maybe the 60s, 70s, 80s it started to develop. But, it wasn't like that before World War II. So it was sometime after World War II, the fix came in, and the U.S. government gradually began consuming everything. This is why all the libertarians, compare it to a cancer. But such is what it is. It is now, at this point in our global depression, the largest employer in the United States, more than likely. And that's why you got 100 million people working for it, which is, outrageous. It's like...
literally 100 million people.
That's what they said. When Biden put out the vaccine mandate for everyone working for the U.S. government...
That doesn't make any sense, because that's like...
Somehow they tabulate...
That's like 1/3 of the population.
Yes. Yeah.
And that would be almost 1/2 of the adult population. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
They somehow indirectly, I guess, maybe they're counting county, state. It still shouldn't be that much, granted, county, state, and federal all together, but that would have to include subsidiaries. Like, maybe they're counting into that various kind of contracts, because I know that, say for instance, that one fan of mine, Ramona Halitha Henry, she worked for some kind of housing and urban development subsidiary that was not officially part of the government. It would be like AMVETS, for instance. AMVETS is Jameson.
Here it is.
Yeah.
It says the federal government employs nearly 9.1 million workers, comprising 6% of the total employment in the U.S. The figure includes 2.1 federal employees, 4.1 million contract employees, 1.2 million grant employees, 1.3 active duty military personnel, and more than 500,000 postal service employees. That sounds more reasonable. That's still a hell of a lot of people.
Yeah. And also, don't forget, maybe what he's counting is public school teachers, and that would include a lot more. But that's the kind of statistics I saw thrown around. Of course, James had brought up something humorous. He said, yeah, well, there's gang stalkers there employed who are like kids and shit. That's funny, actually. Oh, by the way, we did get a response about the SSP, and it reminds me of something that's actually quite funny that I do want to relate. One thing I want to do first is thank two separate parties here. I want to thank all of the people who are viewing who put an upvote, because we had a profound assault of the downvotes as soon as we started the program. And of course, these are robotics, that the Autobots that our man, Mr. Marcus Grix, was talking about. And Marcus Grix was pointing out earlier that he basically sent a link to Jameson about these dollars for downvotes, where you can pay to have dislike bots to basically put dozens of downvotes as soon as as soon as they're unleashed, and then what happens is they get taken away very shortly thereafter by YouTube algorithms. But the downvotes that won't get taken away by YouTube algorithms are much more expensive, and sometimes they pay for that, like they're paying right now. So we still have a shitload of downvotes, which is about 11 right now. But we've got the 46 upvotes. So if you haven't done so already, use a different computer with a different IP address. If you've got a laptop in your home, aside from your PC, or some iPad, use anything you've got, put another upvote, because this is your stand against chaos. The forces of chaos are fighting dirty as hell. We have to fight dirty or we're not going to survive. And that's the only way to get these programs distributed. And I would like everyone to emulate this wonderful human being who is helping to distribute tonight's program. And this is an individual who goes by the name of West Haven, always and forever, who has shared our video. And that's a great idea. Start sharing our videos. So you just press the share button and share it. And that goes presumably to your Facebook timeline or maybe even Instagram or something. And do start sharing the videos. And that's actually the first time I've seen that, or at least noticed it consciously. So I thank him for that, and everybody start doing that. And then Mr. Gregory Strasbow explained what he was talking about with the SSP. Now, this is really funny because the first time I heard this term, it actually was what Sarah Thomas thought it was, because I thought it meant what Gregory Strasbow said it was. In other words, even though nothing came to my mind this time with SSP, the first time somebody brought that up in my message box was somebody who was going on about SSP because of what he saw with Penny Bradley. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is SSP? And I said, Super Soldier Program? Because I was thinking Penny Bradley, right? And then he says, no, Secret Space Program. And I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And so then what was going on tonight was Sarah Thomas first suggested Secret Space Program, which struck me as actually quite logical, considering that Gregory Strasbow was talking about people being impacted by some kind of SSP. And then he said, no, Super Soldier Program. So it can mean either one. And people tend to use that one SSP as if it were universally as understood for either the Super Soldier Program or the Secret Space Program. Apparently it's for either one. Jameson Reese has the most realistic one, Super Spam Bot Program. And, but honestly, I would like to think there's not that many fucking people in the Super Soldier Program to be indoctrinated to respond to Douglas Dietrich with a viscerally negative reaction. As a matter of fact, Super Soldiers would probably be the last people on Earth to have a negative reaction because people like Max Spears came running to me for help. I mean, literally saying, Douglas, I need your help. I mean, this is what it was like. But as for the Secret Space Program, that seems more logical to me, actually, because as Preston Nichols was saying, most of these alien abductions are my lab abductions. These basically the military's coming in and unleashing the cho-cho on a leash on you, and basically you think you're being probed up the ass by little gray aliens, but it's usually military men fucking you while the cho-cho are sucking you dry. This is like so.
Douglas, this is interesting. The Skybooks catalog, which don't really do anymore, but that, sold all sorts of supplementary books, which was just a way to help pay the bills.
Right.
But I always sell Childress's books and the books by Tim Beckley and whatnot, and that were similarly related topics. And one book that was one of the worst sellers of all time, it was, I think, seems like it sold maybe 3 copies or something. It was My Labs.
Interesting.
And it was interesting because now why I thought it was interesting was I couldn't read too much of the book. It was pretty grisly.
Right.
And plus I didn't have time to read any of those books because I just didn't have the time. But it was about scientifically identifiable implants that were put into human bodies.
Yeah.
It was, it had all the appearances of being very documented scientific stuff about, implanting humans. And I think, well, here's your evidence. Here's your evidence.
Yeah.
And people just weren't interested. And I'm thinking, like, this is from a group that loves UFOs, they love aliens, they love esoteric,
anything but evidence. Yeah.
mind control. It's like I thought it was interesting that there was just no real interest. I did have a book that I used to sell on mind control that was an encyclopedia of mind control. Sold quite a few copies of that.
Interesting.
But that was evidence, right? But the MyLabs was just too much. It was really disgusting.
Yes, that's the word for it. And
actually, that sounds brutally interesting. I have to say it. That sounds extremely interesting.
Well, I thought it was a book that people would want to read just because of the similar interests, and it went over like a lead balloon.
I remember actually doing research for that because I remember seeing all these documentaries where they were pulling all types of weird shit out of people, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, you want to hear something that was my medical cosmetologist V once attended a course by a woman who wrote a book called Gray Dude. I think that was the actual fucking title, was like Gray Dude.
Wow.
Or something weird like that, like Adventures with Gray Dude or Experiences with the Gray Dude. And but she apparently was, talking with aliens. She claimed, and V believed her. It was very much felt that she was sincere, at least. But basically, she claimed that she was working with the government a lot, like contracting to do remote viewing for the CIA, which is not too unbelievable. I mean, remote viewers contracted by the CIA all the time, and their basic sanity is not really an issue. But this woman was convinced that she had been abducted by aliens, and one of the things she kept as evidence, this is what happens with all of these experiencers. It was like, Noreen Helpan, who was convinced she had Morgellons syndrome, where you're shedding various little metallic filaments from your body and whatnot. A lot of times people collect that and put it in plastic and try to show that as evidence. Look, this came out of my body. Of course, there's no way to prove that. And so in the case of this woman who taught courses and wrote this book on Gray Dude and her talks with the gray alien who would show up while she was in the bathroom, which I found really highly suspect. It's okay. Of all places, why is he visiting you when you go to the bathroom?
Well, I guess Cho have to take poops and piss too.
Or they're perverts, right? They just like to watch the white woman take. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And of all women on the planet, they always have to be white.
Yeah. Yes. So one of the things she had in her plastic bag was this little like transistor like thing that had spurted from her clitoris during an orgasm. So this is how grisly it can get in terms of its detail.
That's horrifying. Wow, that's horrifyingly that's horrifying but interesting at the same time. I do go on this topic.
That's about as far as I can go with it. So she had that in a plastic bag, was showing her class. See, this is evidence, but there's no way
Did it do any permanent damage to her clitoris? I mean,
Apparently not. But then, the only way that you would have it as a bit more of an evidence was, who was that doctor who died? I met him several times personally. He was always quite amenable to me. The reason that he glommed onto me was very friendly. It's not what you might think. Most people automatically assume is because you look so good in the kimono, right? But no, it was I can't even remember his name now. But he was the podiatrist who always did the extractions of like things from people's bodies that were supposedly alien.
Oh yeah, I remember. I remember the guy, but I don't remember the name.
Yeah, I don't remember his name. Yeah,
because he was the one who got me into this whole thing to begin with.
Right.
I mean, not personally, but
right. And he was attracted to my boots because I have orthotic boots that are super lifts. So I've got big lifts on my orthotics, and he could see they were steel reinforced. because he was a podiatrist. And so he said, damn, you've got the most incredible pair of boots I've ever seen in my fucking life. And those were really worked on. They're really tricked out. And, they got the lifts, they've got the inserts, they've got the steel front. He could sense it all. And I says, oh, yeah, how did you know all this? Oh, I'm a podiatrist. I said, oh, you're a doctor. And then we got into talking. And so he was always friendly with myself. I found out after he died, a whole bunch of people hated his ass. Then, that's that community. They all hate each other. They all snipe at each other. And, I'll just say it straight out. When I was dealing with Bill Burns and his wife, who everybody knows this publicly by now, she used the term Jap when she was referencing myself, stupid bitch, and then later on wrote me an apology saying, oh, I have no right to say that, I'm not Japanese myself. And I was like thinking, well, it's not like Japanese call each other Jap. It's not like one shows up in his Nissan and says to the other, hey, Jap, let's go punch some kimonos, and get some sake shots. Huh? Yeah, it's like, yeah, right, Jap. It's not like, the way blacks call each other nigger with a soft R. It's like, so what the fuck does that have to do with anything? It was just, but basically, they turned the UFO magazine that they purchased into just a sniping machine where they would use this to just basically sling arrows and shit and mud at various people they disliked. And
that's what the UFO community is about.
Yes, thank you.
and by the way, that's largely, not entirely, what the Wiccan community is about.
Yes, and this is precisely why I'm telling the guy who I speak to on Facebook, like, dude, those forums are toxic. Bad idea. I mean, he's like, oh,
this was before forums, Jameson.
Yeah, even before forums. Yeah,
it's casting spells on each other.
Yes.
Then, to my surprise, I ran into a Christian minister who engaged us. It was a group, we were doing a tour around in Burlington, Wisconsin. And the minister engaged us, brought us into his church, and he started talking about how the local, and he was trying to put a stop to this, but the local Christian groups would be, they weren't casting spells, but they were like, doing.
They were
casting
like praying,
aspersions. Yeah, casting aspersions.
Yeah, they were like I don't know what the context was, but they were, basically psychically attacking the other churches. Praying, for
praying them down. Yeah, burn the churches.
Horrible. It is just so ass-ended. It's ass-ended humanity. It's ass-ended Christianity, and it's just like it's ridiculous. And this is more. It's more what's wrong with human beings than it is with Christianity or Wicca or any of this stuff. It's just
God's biggest mistake was giving man free will. Yes.
I think God's biggest mistake was creating man at all.
I could make a case for that too. By the way, I want to thank a few more people in the chat room. Chris Collins gave me the name of the doctor. It was Roger Lear. Roger Lear was the name of this doctor. So I found out after he died, apparently he would talk people into supporting him with loans, and he never paid those loans back, or at least that's what they were all claiming when he died, which is not hard to believe. But he was always nice to me, and he never, to my face at least, said anything negative. Which for that crowd, I mean, that's like he may as well have been a guardian angel in a sense, comparative in terms of his behavior. And by the way, Douglas Marks says, happy birthday, Douglas. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Marks. And by the way, Sarah Thomas says that she worked for the man. She worked for IKEA for 15 years. So I was talking about the furrowed brow. She says, I have a deep furrow the size of the Grand Canyon. Oh, you poor lady. Oh, my God. And so Green 7, who's Gregory Strasbow, said he meant as a kind of knee-jerk. He said, do you think people knee-jerk in terms of their revulsion to myself because of I'm not quite sure what the question is then. If he means kind of a knee jerk, they're indoctrinated by the History Channel, dude. I mean, it's the History Channel basically, and and the alternative
History
media.
Channel, Smithsonian, Travel Channel, all those fucking things. They're all the same thing.
In a sense, the History Channel is
Well, Travel Channel is relatively milder than the rest.
Yeah.
Sometimes they have amusing stuff like the ghost and
But beyond that, I would say the worst would be the Art Bell crowd. Obviously, because they produced the Bell Gap, which was the home for Richard K. Cole Jr. That's the so it's the Art Bell crowd is the worst, and that is basically it's just a white supremacist forum.
You know what it is? It's like people have all, and this applies to all people. They have all of these assumptions, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but one of them is that Hitler is the most evil man in the world. Right. It's just an assumed thing. That Jesus was born in Nazareth, or not Nazareth, Bethlehem, and grew up in Nazareth, and that's the way it is. And there's a lot of, and I don't mean to isolate that, but America won World War II. They've got all sorts of assumptions, and what it amounts to is going along with consensus reality, what they view to be consensus reality, and it's a lack of personal investigation into these matters. Once hearing a broadcaster saying to a fellow Catholic, "What do we believe? What do we believe?" In other words, he wasn't devout enough to even know what he believed as Catholic. What do we believe?
Right.
These sort of examples go on and on and on with people. They don't inspect their own thinking process. So what do you expect?
Thank you.
What can we expect? It's
Well, here's the point. When it comes to the Roman Catholic saying, "What do we believe?" in a very real sense, that's admirable because, first off, we're talking about an institution that's thousands of years old, and there is obviously an enormous doctrine with all kinds of gradations that goes through changes like Vatican II, which is just yesterday in historical terms, and those changes are rather profound. For millennia, I mean, centuries and centuries, we had the concept in Catholicism that my father, who was a Roman Catholic and yet never had myself baptized, talk about an interesting man. He wanted me
so
to.
That explains it. That explains it all.
It does? How? Oh, why I'm damned or something? It just
No. I was not baptized. In fact, I found out that my brother told me at my friend's recent funeral. He says, that there was quite a bit of concern. I mean, I knew there was concern from one of my mother's aunts who was a nun.
Oh, wow.
And from her brother but I found out there was much more of the family that was much more Irish Catholic than should be expected. And they were very concerned, or at least my aunt, who was always very friendly to me, had disparaged that, the fact that I wasn't baptized was why I went into Scientology, and she was sort of insulting my brother because he wasn't baptized either.
Wow.
And the reason we weren't baptized is because the priests had tried to molest my father.
Oh my God.
He rejected them.
Right.
He rejected them and didn't like them. And so my mother, who was grown Catholic, did not, she went along with my father. She was, she was, yes. So it's like, I wasn't baptized either. And it was unique. It was pretty unique. Right. At least on my mother's side of the family. So
that's so important. Thank you so much for sharing that. And that's it. But this nun and these other people, so once you entered Scientology, they must have considered you damned.
No, I don't think they consider me damned at all because if I communicated, they were always very nice.
Wow.
And I had pleasant relations with them.
That's incredible.
Yeah, but then it's like, and I didn't feel it was just social circuitry.
Right.
I remember my aunt being stunned that I remembered her birthday. Just stunned. It was, it was not far away from mine. It was easy to remember. I think it was the same day as Elvis's birthday. I remembered it. I think it was January 9th or 8th. I don't remember it now, but I remembered her birthday. And I always got along very well with her. At least the way she communicated to me.
That's so fortunate. I'm proud of them. I mean, that means that they were very progressive in their own right. So that's...
Well, at least the way they interfaced with me, they interfaced with my brother a little more problematically, because I think they had a lot more problems with him, because he kind of fell onto them a little bit after my parents died. There was they had to quote unquote put up with him a little bit, but so might have got a little bit more rancor from them. Although I don't think, the relationship was not contentious at all. But in other words, they were far more Catholic than I realized. I mean, I knew they were Catholic, and then their children were far more Catholic than I realized. My cousins, which, and one of the positive things about Catholics is they never push their religion on you. They just don't.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And
I grew up with a lot of Catholics, and it's kind of a personal thing. But then I found out that my cousins are a lot more into it than they would, or should be. That kind of surprised. I mean, I don't have any association with them, and it certainly doesn't bother me. And if I was to sit down and interface with them, I'm sure we'd have a great old time. But because it just wouldn't be brought up.
Right.
But what people believe and what they think, and so on and so forth. So to not be, in fact, I was married in a Catholic church.
Wow.
And that we had to get counseling with my first wife, and we got two priests separately to endorse our marriage. And the priest who married us, he wrote to my parish where I had gone to church, but they had no record of a baptism. I didn't think I was. Pretty sure I wasn't, but I had him write anyway because it looked good. And he says, "Oh, I'm not going to let this get in the way of the marriage." Okay, he didn't insist on baptizing me.
Cool.
And we had the marriage in the Catholic Church.
That's amazing.
And so it was. But I was later baptized by one of my friends in one of his own. It felt like a real baptism, It wasn't necessarily in a Christian sense. It wasn't in a non-Christian sense. It was kind of opening the third eye. But it was kind of informal too. Yeah, so much for that. It's just,
yeah,
putting holy water on your head.
Right. That's right. Well, some people go all the way like you're just born and they put you in the water. You're immersed.
That's Protestant,
Yeah.
That's more Protestant.
Yeah, that's born again, as they say. Oh, by the way, want to thank Sarah Thomas so much for sharing tonight's video on Twitter. In fact, she always shares our videos on Twitter, so God bless her. And again, we got 48 upvotes. Down to 11 downvotes now. It was that's down from what was originally 27 or something like that. Hopefully it goes down a little more from that. Won't obsess on it, but what I'm doing is kind of keeping people attuned to the scorecard, and understand the more upvotes that you place, the more this video will be distributed by YouTube. It operates on this popularity aggregate, and so that helps. By the way, Peter, what is your opinion on this? Was sent to me by an individual who's, I put the link in your message box on Facebook, and so this individual sent it. He put it on my promotional banner of all places. His name is Michael Longo, and he says, "Another man exposing a great hoax." And so I am now going to proceed to hide his comment because it's, promoting this. Well, the libertarian news already gives me the forewarning that this is nonsense, but because I have big issues with libertarians, and if anybody wants,
I don't have time to look at this stuff.
yeah, yeah. Basically, this guy says he eats uranium, drinks and swims in reactor water, ignites plutonium in his bare hands. So I did warn our listeners: don't ever do any of this.
Well, you know what? It could be true, but I wouldn't worry about it because it's not for average people. And
thank you.
There are weird, anomalous persons, but I mean, even if it's true, I don't really care if it's true. And why do I want to read about it?
Thank you. And beyond that, basically what he's saying is that radioactive material is not dangerous, that the nuclear scare is a scam, which, I would tend to not want to experiment with. That's like...
Oh, that has paid for by the nuclear aspect of the complex, written all over it. We can pay the nuclear. I mean, for goodness sake, Popular Mechanics. Nuclear this, nuclear this. You can have a nuclear pencil. You can have a nuclear sharpener. Like, what the hell do I need that?
It's just like there's just so much madness in humanity, and I get incessant messages from people who are sending me links, and I don't have time to look at them, nor the inclination to, if I did have the time. What is the relevancy of sending this? And this all comes down to what is the relevancy of not only the book you have, but is the book that I started to work on. It's learning about the truth, and there's this idea that the truth will set you free. Set you free from what? Free from listening to crap.
There's that, yeah. And
I don't know. It's like we live in an age where education about facts is never been more dubious, if not meaningless. It can't be too meaningless because facts are facts. But then you have something called fact checkers. And fact checkers are not motivated by discovering true facts. They're motivated by discrediting certain facts or certain propositions. So, fact checkers. Fact checkers. Fact checkers, it's also politicized. So what is it's the world has gotten very weird.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, the Japanese won the war. Oh, what does that mean? Well, it's a loaded question. It's a loaded proposition. And the Satan was in control of the U.S. Army. Oh, they were. Is this what you're saying? Is this your theory? And when somebody goes down that road, they're really barking down a stupid angle because it was kind of, when I grew up, we knew it was evil. We didn't necessarily know its satanic connections. How could it be that way? It seems such a stupid thing to do, but it's who they are. It's who, we are living in this world. We go back to the New Testament where Jesus refuses the world. It's the Satan's world. He offers him the kingdom, and he rejects it because it's not his. Who wants it? It's like ruling. It's kind of like going back to the 6th grade and ruling the playground as an adult.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's kind of impressive when you're in the 6th grade, but nowadays it's kind of like, who the hell are you? It's like, what have you accomplished? You can, boss a bunch of 6th graders around.
By the way, there was a bizarre episode on some kind of Twilight Zone ripoff. It may have even been the second run of the Twilight Zone series. By that I mean not the Rod Serling affair, but the one that was done decades later. I think that William Shatner portrayed an adult who went back to the playground and basically dies of a panic attack because all these kids start attacking him. It was just this bizarre episode where they were trying to show that he was bullied as a kid. Then as an adult, he goes back to the playground and somehow freezes his mind into childhood again. So when all the kids are attacking him, it looks hysterically funny because the kids are pelting him, and their fists are doing nothing to him. Obviously, they're just pounding him with their fists, and it's just comical looking. But he's going into a deep panic, and then dies of a heart attack or something. It was something like that. It was bizarre. I only bring that up to segue because I can't resist doing this. I know it's probably going to provoke the same response that this Don Mastic kind of clone. And by the way, I explained to the people what Don Mastic was with his swallowing all the plutonium and shit, inhaling it all, and how this guy who basically seems immune to radiation is like him. So too was William Shatner. He just took his, Pac One brought this up. What did you think of him going up in I'm sorry, what was it again? The Bezos thing? Was it the Bezos mobile or the he went out into space, of course, and then I don't know.
He was on somebody's penis for all we know.
Thank you. He was riding the explosive penis, on its column up there to out into space to experience weightlessness. And by the way, of course, my father had a near-death experience. I've had several. My father's in particular, however, was one in which his primary sensation was that of being above the clouds and floating and very much untethered. So this is what William Shatner came back saying. Is this what death is like? I mean, bear in mind, this guy has, he's in his 90s. He's expressed his concern about death before, his concern with mortality. And so he's been concerned about mortality a long time. And for him to pay to experience, what...
I don't think he paid anything. I think he was given this for free because he was, it was star power.
Maybe that might be not what I read. From what I read, he paid the price, but it might be as you say because that would make sense too. I mean,
I think they both wanted him. Bezos and the Virgin Galactic guy wanted him. They were competing for him.
Interesting. I mean, that makes sense, but
look, it's a coup to have Captain Kirk go into space.
I get it. Yeah. I'm not arguing. And also, then they had this big bitch fight between him and George Takei. Because George Takei, like the rest of the cast, hates his guts. The rest of the cast hated Spock and William Shatner, and then William Shatner and Spock, who were like these incest brothers, and they became haters of each other. And before Leonard Nimoy died, he would never speak to Kirk again or Shatner again. And Shatner always claimed he didn't know why. Whatever the case may be, they all seem to hate each other. So when he went up there, George Takei was saying that he's boldly going where everyone else has gone before, where others have gone before, yeah. And then said he's such a fucking physical wreck that this is how they experiment with gravity on the physically disabled or maimed or something like that. And then when Shatner shot back, he was saying, yeah, George Takei only gets publicity when he's attacking me. Don't hate him. He's angry at not getting enough FaceTime on Star Trek, and all this shit. And so
I think he's right. I think Shatner is right.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's George Takei was definitely catty. So that's
if you ever want to see some really good exchange of repartee, you go see the roasting each other, or they go at each other sexually.
Yeah, they do. That was the one where they said that George Takei was actually licking the captain's balls, right? That was pretty much that roasting of William Shatner on his birthday, I believe.
But Shatner got some good shots off on him. I mean, it was pretty funny.
What were they saying? Do you remember?
I don't remember, but they were. It was very sexual and very. I mean, it was like he sounded like Don Rickles, man. It was.
So basically, these two guys need a hotel room together.
Well, and the one thing is, I think what Shatner once said, he says, he says he's doing all the right things to sell a book. In other words, Shatner is pretty even keeled. Actually, he's definitely got a lot of jerk in him. but he's also kind of, he has a lot of perspective.
There you go. I mean, well, that's
one of my favorite quotes of his was that it was quoted in he came home and his wife was drowned in the pool. And she's at the bottom of the pool, and he calls 911, and my wife's at the bottom of the pool, and they say, pull her out. Pull her out. That's, he didn't think to go in and get her.
That was it's funny you bring that up because I'm pretty sure he probably killed his wife, and
maybe he didn't think to go and get her because
he put her in the pool.
Because he probably thought he would be charged for murder.
Why do you think he killed her?
It was the way that he made the call. When he made the call, he was like this, oh my God, my wife's in the pool, she's face down, oh my God. It was just this, this typical hysteria, which struck me as very insincere because it's horrific and it's just, but your response is not necessarily going to be, when you're confronted with that horror, you're not necessarily going to have that hyper overactive response. It's usually kind of dazed and kind of, it's like, oh my God, my wife is in the pool. But it's one of these things where, just put it this way, it was happening.
If your wife was dead, you would be in a shock.
Yeah, it is just, while it was happening in Hollywood all the time, it was one of those things where, say for instance, who was the guy who played Beretta? The guy who played Beretta, and he had this woman. They made a documentary about it, which was totally sympathetic to Beretta, or the actor who played the character Beretta, whose name I don't remember. And somebody said that he was actually portraying Michael Aquino in that Highway 666 or whatever. There was some film about the highway in which he was in, but let me see if I can look up the actor who played Beretta, because the Aquino connection is kind of interesting in the sense that he
was the Our Gang comedy series.
That's right.
The guy who played that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
He was in the Our Gang comedy, the kids comedy from the 30s.
That's right.
I forget his name too.
Yeah. Anyhow, the guy who played Robert Blake. So Robert Blake, and then in one of those let me see if I can look up the Robert Blake Highway movie, and then we'll know the correct title for that. Robert Blake Highway, and that should give us the.
What's really curious. I'm looking at this article in the LA Times, and it says the wife of actor William Shatner was discovered dead on the bottom of the couple's swimming pool after an apparent drowning. Police said Tuesday. A model by trade, an actress by aspiration, accidentally drowned while swimming alone Monday. The Shatners had been married nearly 2 years, although Shatner had filed for divorce last fall, according to court records. A visibly distressed Shatner told a crowd of reporters gathered in front of his Studio City mansion that his 40-year-old wife meant everything to me. My beautiful wife died last night. Her laughter, her tears, and her joy will be with me for the rest of my life. Now,
he was getting divorced.
Yeah. It sounds a little weird. I mean, you can also understand.
He was just like acting a big role for him.
You can look at this two ways, is that he was really so emotionally upset by having her die. He was obviously close to her, that he's going to be going through all sorts of nonsensical emotions. On the other hand, if you want to be cynical, he's divorcing her. He's been married to her for 2 years. California is a common property state, which means that
she gets half of everything.
Yeah, I don't know how it applies in New York. If you go into a marriage and keep your assets separate,
there's got to be prenuptial agreements, or it
doesn't even have to be a prenuptial agreement. This is the law in New York. Okay. So California is more liberal, but a prenuptial agreement is going to help. And then if there's kids, it's different. But I don't know all the implications, and it stands to reason that if she dies, you know, she meant everything to me, especially when she's dead, because she's not going to get any of my money. I really don't know. It's very easy to understand that you know that somebody like him could have a marriage that falls apart, you know, very easily.
Oh God, yes.
Just not because of his personality, but because of his career.
Well, not only that, it's like the lady's going to be marrying him in the first place, almost certainly for money, because he probably doesn't have a good personality. But all of that aside, she was obviously much younger than him. There's very little that generally people with that age difference, you know, generally they don't relate very well. And in his case, that probably was what happened, and that was what happened with Robert Blake. So the movie he was in was Lost Highway, that everybody keeps writing me messages that he was apparently inspired by Michael Aquino to act as Michael Aquino in the movie Lost Highway, which isn't hard to believe. He certainly looks like Michael Aquino in that film. But Robert Blake, that aside, there was a documentary I saw once that I watched just with my jaw hanging open because I really was just so astonished at what I was seeing. And they portrayed his marriage with his wife. And I have to say it was quite compelling in the sense that nobody questioned that he killed his wife. I mean, that was just a given in the film. But what I was astonished by was that they successfully made her such an unsympathetic character that all you could conclude at the end of the documentary was she deserved it. I mean, I've never seen anything that successfully did that. She apparently really was like a bitch on wheels. And so she marries Robert Blake because he's famous and pretty much was like making his life a living hell and ruining his career and everything else. By the way, none of that justifies murder. I'm just saying they present it in such a way that, you know, the punchline was just horrible. It was hideously funny. She was buried next to Marlon Brando, and you know, you had this like the voice of the narrator was caricaturish. He sounded like Boris Karloff narrating a Halloween special. And basically the closing line was something like whatever the young lady's name was. He said, "And now she has what she's always wanted, eternal proximity to the famous." You know, because she's in this celebrity graveyard next to, you know, Marlon Brando. And it was like, holy shit. And, you know, but apparently she took over the house and Robert Blake was living in the garden shed or something, which he converted to like a second little home for himself. It was that bad. And then he killed her, which everybody knows he killed her because he had the murder weapon on him and said he was bringing it out for self-defense or something crazy like that. And the rounds were expended and the rounds that were expended were in her body. I mean, this was like open and shut case, but you know, he got out of it. And a lot of that was because of Hollywood and, you know, they went to bat for him and everybody knew her and they all hated her. And so it just, you know, what happened, and which is in one sense disgusting, and in another sense, you know, well, you marry somebody like that, you're taking a risk, right? I mean, it's kind of like, there you go. But that's why, in context of that, when that happened with William Shatner, I just said, "Fuck, he killed her." You know, it
says here that they did reconcile, but it also another article says that she suffered from cocaine abuse.
Well, of course. I mean, that's Hollywood, right? I mean, that's a given. I mean, that's how he met her. Come on. That's how she was high enough to marry him. Come on. That's how this stuff works.
You'd be challenged to find anyone in Hollywood who's not suffering from cocaine abuse.
Yeah. That's like, that's the norm. I mean, that's
and that he was looked at as a suspect.
Yeah, like Robert Blake, you know, and just like, and then they've kind of passed it on. It's like, oh, what the fuck? He's like, basically these guys like Robert Blake and William Shatner to an even greater degree are kind of like cultural treasures, and they're kind of like income for the city. And, you know, if you go around busting these guys, you're like, what, taking away from the tourist attraction and the magnetism of Los Angeles. So you're kind of stuck just, you know, if they don't take it too far and they don't become serial killers, then it's all right. I mean, that's kind of the attitude. Which, by the way, one of the things I brought up before you got here, because Pac 1 had showed up, and we were talking about all kinds of, his life is wild and everything. And I think today we found out, now correct me if I'm wrong on this, what was the incest angle with the Pac One's mom and his dad was essentially they were brother
I
and
think it was
sister?
a step brother or
Stepsister?
something.
Yeah, yeah, it was like Chinatown with Jack Nicholson, where he's shaking the woman and she's describing her relations. He was my brother, he was my father, something like that. It was anyhow. So he was going into talking about all that, and then when we brought up Derek Talley, because he said Derek Talley was always asking him for meat recipes, and that's when I brought up, well, hey, you remember his son? Derek Talley said his son had this Asian pharmacist young lady who was only in her 20s, and they were going to get married, and then she just suddenly died. And he says, "Oh my."
And wait, wasn't there also a white woman who he was
That's
with?
what I said. There was a pattern here. It was his son kept hooking up with these young
Holy.
girls who kept dying. That was, yeah. And then everything you said about his being a cannibal, it all clicked with, I mean, I'm being facetious, but at the same time, this is what Pac One and I started making jokes about, was that he said, oh shit, he turned her into carne, one of those carne asada dishes and shit. And that's why he was asking how my albino escort tasted. That's why, he comes from that angle of the cannibal and shit. Anyhow, there you go. So, with all of that being said, oh my God, it's 10:11 over here, 10 to 11, 12, 11 to 12.
I'm gonna sign off.
Oh, yes. Well, we love you dearly, and thank you for dropping in tonight. You were wonderful. And do remind everyone about the book and my birthday. And everyone, do go to skybooksusa.com. And don't forget the My Labs book. It's bestseller.
Well, I don't
I'm
sell
kidding.
that anymore. And I just sent Pac One his video for him.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
Do you have any like hidden copies of it though? Because I would be interested in actually getting that from you.
Well, I don't have it, but I'll see if I can find it on Amazon. It's probably on Amazon. It might be pricey.
Or
My
it might
Lab,
be cheap.
abductions and military mind control, and alien abductions. Shoot, $96.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Find a used copy. That's
No,
probably
no. Used copies are 2 used from 130, 2 new from $89.99.
Holy shit.
I mean, damn, the thing might as well be a grimoire.
Yeah, it might as well be a grimoire.
You know what? It's you might even find it 168 pages. I guarantee you it's not worth it. It's not gonna.
Yeah. I'll probably see if I could get a PDF of it.
There you go. That's the best route for
I could
me.
do some snooping and probably bump into it out
Probably
there.
because, you know what? Probably because people who are truly abused as these kind of MyLab victims would probably put that as a PDF for their community so they could share that with each other, because none of them would be able to afford that shit. So,
Well, I mean, it used to be very cheap, and but if I was listing it for that price, I don't think I'd get very many customers. There's only one left in stock.
Oh my God! Oh my God! They always say that. As soon as
I think they did. I think they deliberately bought them all out and just inflated the price just for the hell of it.
No, that makes sense too. I would buy that. And by that I mean I buy that theory, that proposition. It makes sense. I would actually buy the book too if it was much cheaper, simply because it's one of those things that is almost like an obligation. Of course, the other one I would probably get, now that I know about it. I never even knew there was a mind control encyclopedia out there. I'd probably buy that just to have that in the info, resource category. But definitely, thank you for talking about those topics, Peter. As everything you spoke about is always very much appreciated and relevant. And again, everyone, let's have Peter once again remind everyone about the book and my birthday, which I appreciate very much, which he'll be on with me, and I will return so I can be on with him. We'll both be coming back from adventures, so both Peter and I, well, he may still be at his adventure and calling in, but actually he would have done that if Our Lady Paula had been with him, because then she could have just gone on her phone and did the Skype.
That's right. I won't have her phone with me, so I'll have to figure out what I'm doing on that particular day.
Well, I'll be here, and if you're
I just don't
unable,
know.
yeah, and if you're unable to get home in time to hit the Skype, no, don't worry. We'll I might just like oh, I know what we can do is you just text me with an update once in a while on the phone text. I'll leave my phone on. My phone will be on, and so my cell phone will be on. You can just text me with the update, like still here, having fun, or heading home, whatever. And then that way we'll have that to work by. And if I'm curious enough, I can text you a message saying, "How's things? Like, how are things going?" And that way, whenever you're able to get home, then we'll bring you right on. And if it looks like you're not coming home that evening, which I presume you will be at some point, that's, as a matter of fact, you're 3 hours ahead of me. The chances of Peter coming home, around the same time he usually does, or at the most probably
Might be a little later.
Yeah, probably about 1, 2, 3 hours later at the most is what I would think. And so we'll have enough of a span of time where we'll do something. We might even bring Penny on if she's available, or someone else. As a matter of fact, before you go, you were interviewed by Carrie on Thursday. You were supposed to be interviewed by Carrie on Thursday. How did that go?
It was good. I was interviewed by her. I think it was Friday, and I talked about Roswell, and she didn't know a lot of it. And of course, I was giving her an overview. There were many details I couldn't go into. She was very intrigued and interested.
Wow. That was Friday the 15th, the Ides of October. Yes, please go on.
Yeah, and I was also interviewed by another guy. And I wanted to say something. It was like he was very, credulous about Montauk and stuff. I really couldn't get into Roswell with him because it just wasn't time. But I was talking a bit about it. But it was more, I was talking more about you in the context of,
oh, wow, thank you,
of Michio Kaku, and how you had referred to him as the house nigger.
Yeah, yeah.
And, he goes, I find that term offensive.
Who was this idiot?
Because he's a white.
Oh, shit.
Now, but I'm saying, how does a white person find that term? I could find it objectionable. I could find it ill-advised.
Yes.
But offensive seemed to me, well, are you offended? Are you
maybe
offended?
he's...
Go ahead, Jameson.
Well, I was going to say maybe he's black at heart.
Well, the thing is it all absolved when I explained to him that, you were describing, when I put it in context, he was okay. But it's like, it's like that. I know that term disturbs. It's like there's this, it's like the whites have co-opted the condemnation of that term.
Right. The offense button. And it's so indulgent. He's indulging himself, as whites do, and they want to, when they hear something like that,
it's righteous.
Yes.
It's righteous.
Thank you. Yeah.
And it's like it would be very ill-advised, to be saying that to a black person or describing someone like that pejoratively. Here we were talking about a Japanese person, and when I explained to him it was by a fellow Japanese person, it made it feel all the much better.
Isn't that bizarre? That's like, what's her name again? The wife of Bill Burns. I forget her name. Elizabeth, was it? Or I can't remember. But Betty Burns, I think, maybe.
That wasn't Betty Burns. It was... I'm sorry, I can't remember her name.
There you go.
I think it was Linda.
It's like her saying, "I have no right to say the word Jap since I'm not Japanese," as if we went around calling each other by that name. It's just absolutely bizarre that he's Japanese too, or has some Japanese blood. Oh, that makes it okay. Yes. That is.
I found that was curious, and then the next day, on Saturday, yesterday, I spoke to a group of Moors who were having a convention in St. Louis, and that was really good. and I told them about the triple nickels, and they were very interested to hear about the triple nickels because they did not know about the triple nickels.
Amazing.
So I told them about your book, and they appreciated it, and it was great. I mean, but then another one of my Moorish friends, well, another Moor had contacted me. He says, "Did you say?" And he sent me this audio clip of one of my Moorish friends talking about sitting around with me and me describing being in Egypt, New York, where I had seen this statue of a black man or black angel with wings that was, somehow he was misremembering. I never said this. I did talk about Egypt, New York. I did talk about seeing the angel Morani with wings near New Egypt, New York at what do they call it? Camorra Hill.
Right.
And, but he was misrepresenting, saying that I said, somehow years had gone by and he was conflating what I'd said. And the guy, and I told the guy, I said, he's misremembering. He says, thanks. Like he knew that the guy wasn't talking accurately.
Right.
But I thought it was a great story. I said, this is a great story. I said, but if you can believe if I had said that, I would have written it down in my newsletter. If I had seen a statue of a black man, handing the plates to Joseph Smith or a black angel with wings. There is a lot of wisdom with the Moors. But this was, but this was not part of the conference I did, and it was. I know that I've inspired a lot of those people, and they all feel like family to me. I'd like to get out to the mountains in St. Louis sometime.
Right.
And my friend Mr. Ford is going to visit up here. I hope to see him at the end of October.
Wonderful. And with Carrie, anything else that comes to mind? Carrie Kiristar Ellis. Kiristar Ellis.
The only thing, she doesn't want to go too far into the depths of darkness with this stuff too, because because it can be overwhelming. It's not that she can't take it, but does she need it? You know what I mean? But she'll be supportive.
Oh, yeah, wonderful.
Finds you interesting, fascinating, but I guess everybody has their what do you call it? As Clint Eastwood said, man's got to know his own limitations.
Yes. And by the way, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no. Yeah. And so I understand that completely. As a matter of fact, my fear is that she might think that somehow I am gratuitously expressing some of these atrocities, and that's not the case. I hope
it was just whatever. I mean, look, we're talking about Satanism at the Presidio. Yeah. We're talking about child abuse in the most disgusting manner. Yeah. I mean, I'm pulling some of the punches. I'm not giving all the grisly descriptions because it only takes the audience down. Yeah. It takes them down into Aquino's torture chamber.
Yes.
We've had enough of it. It's bad enough that it occurs, and that and the Army did nothing. Well, I shouldn't say the Army did nothing about it. They did shut down the base.
Yeah, only because
they were forced to.
Yeah,
but they did do something.
Yeah,
but they didn't apologize. They didn't acknowledge.
Right.
They just shut down the base and arranged for it to be sold to
fellow pedophiles. Yes. They kept the industry going. In other words, they privatized it. They took it off the, before it was a lot like Mustang Ranch, which, for those of you who don't know, Mustang Ranch is where the prostitutes are government employees. And what happened was the U.S. government, because the prostitution ring in Nevada was too big to fail, the U.S. government purchased Mustang Ranch, and they federalized it, which meant I
didn't know that. I knew the Mustang. See, for you people who don't know, the Mustang Ranch is a very old ranch in northern Nevada, which was a legal whorehouse. Yeah. And it's where the rather famous boxer Oscar Bonavena died. Oscar Bonavena was knocked out in the 14th round by Muhammad Ali which was an astounding victory for Muhammad Ali because he was coming back before he'd fight Joe Frazier. And it was an astonishing victory because Oscar Bonavena was somebody who knocked down Joe Frazier 3 times.
Wow.
Frazier still beat him, but he was a hell of a fighter. And he died at the Mustang Ranch.
Jesus.
And the Mustang Ranch is probably what they were alluding to in the movie The Godfather 2, Part 2, when that senator is found next to a dead prostitute that they killed. And that's probably the Mustang Ranch that Fredo ran or operated. But in the movie. But yeah, so that's what the Mustang Ranch is. And it did go bankrupt. I didn't realize the government had taken it over, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, yeah, and then all the prostitutes became government employees and therefore could never be fired. And then what happened was the opposite of that happened with the Presidio military base. It went from federal to privatized. Then they put George Lucas and Disney in charge of it, and that's like privatizing.
And Tom Hanks and every
Yes.
other horrid creature.
That's right. Nathan Brooks says, "Love you guys." Sarah Thomas said, "I said that too about William Shatner and his wife. My mother thought I was nuts." And, yes, I know. Why don't people listen to us? And by the way, there is something from Miguel Andahar. Okay, it's a single sentence, and I didn't respond because I don't know how. But Miguel Andahar said to me, "Tom Hanks is Michael Rockefeller, supposedly eaten by cannibals in the 70s. I did respond, put a wow to that, which is, I don't know what else to say. I don't agree.
That was a big story in the early 60s.
It was, and people claim they've spotted him since in the rainforest down there of the Indonesian archipelago in Papua, or where he was basically alive among the cannibals, but he was like bereft of his senses. They were kind of had him in like a kind of local demigod position, where they just carried him around on a chair and kind of fed him and shit. And that's what one person claimed. And
there are also stories that talk about his actual death.
Yeah.
Assuming that it is an actual death. There are stories that they found out years later of what really happened to him.
Well, from what I understand, more than likely he was devoured by the cannibals, and what had happened was that, by the way, we're talking about a trained anthropologist, and for a trained anthro to step on his dick that bad where he gets eaten by cannibals, okay, that shit doesn't usually happen except in movies. But in his case, what happened was the Dutch army was plowing through before he got there, and they machine gunned a bunch of tribesmen. Maybe women and children, but the Dutch army, of course, the Dutch, for those of you who don't know, ran the Indonesian archipelago for hundreds of years, and they were raping and pillaging it throughout that period of time. And so it was supposed that the Dutch army was going through, massacred a village and moved on, and then, poor son of a bitch, Michael Rockefeller steps in. Hey! And they're like, "Oh, yeah, welcome home, white man." Yeah, and they just cut his ass up and cooked him alive. That's from my understanding of what happened. That's from looking.
Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. That was that's according to Dutch military liaison with the military communications that I saw. In other words, Dutch liaison with NATO, and then there was some communications between them and between some NATO stuff, and it said, well, don't ever let the public find this out. And it was just they kept it among themselves. It was like military communications. But the thing that stood out, of course, was the Americans never asked, okay, so why did your fucking Dutch troops massacre a bunch of natives? It was never even asked. It was just like almost like a given. Oh, that's what we do, right? I mean, it's just horrible. But such is the colonialism. That's the ugly face of colonialism. And so in this case, a multi-billionaire, the heir to the Rockefeller billions, bought it because of because of colonialism, the ugliness of colonialism. So there you have that. And with that, so Peter, you have a blessed night. Sweet be thy slumber. And oh, by the way, you know enough how to use your own phone where I can text you while you're there once in a while and just say what's up, right? And you'll.
It won't be the phone you usually call me on. It'll be my cell phone. We can text on the cell phone. I'll have to give you that number in case you lost it.
Oh, good point.
I did give it to you once, but when I was out there, but not the landline will not take texts.
Right. Just give that to me where you feel safe, either email or the message box on Facebook. And if you want me to, as soon as
it'll have to be the text because that's all I will have.
Right. Oh. So that's how we'll communicate then, and we'll talk before then probably. Like I said, if you happen to be up in the morning, if you're not up in the morning, don't worry about it. Don't kill yourself to get up.
Question.
Yeah, I got a sports detective question, and if you're not up in the morning, don't worry about it. I'll ask you tomorrow night. No worries.
Okay.
No worries.
All right. Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jameson.
Good night, Peter.
Yes, so that was Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. And of course, we want to thank Miguel Andahar for that latest urban legend that Tom Hanks is Michael Rockefeller. If that's the case, I would say it would be better off if he had been eaten by the cannibal.
Yeah, I concur. And granted, that's a gruesome way to go, but yeah.
Yeah, if one person deserves it on Earth, it would be Tom Hanks.
Oh, I'm sure. He's the only one who can Epstein and not get away with it.
Thank you. To go around throwing children's shoes all over the place. By the way, I did not bookmark it. I probably won't be able to find it again, but it was somewhere on YouTube where, cruising late at night through YouTube, and it was there was some of videos that I made certain to track down again, and they were worth it. One of them, some of these urban explorers, one of them was some guy was going underground in the sewers. And by the way, for those of you who don't know what I've explained about San Francisco, is that that's where the Chochoa live. And I'll go a bit into the Chochoa tonight, probably, before going into Asian geopolitics, because that would be the segue. But the Chochoa, they oftentimes, when they're in these West Coast cities where I live, here in the San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, within the greater region of the counties around us, San Francisco is the most congested city in America outside of New York. They live in the sewers. Many of them dwell in the sewers. So there was this one guy who was doing urban exploration. He was going around in these sewers, and you could hear the noises. This was like not echoes. This was like you could hear like talking, like guttural voices that you could not understand. So I tracked that video down. Of course, now I don't know where I filed it, but
Oh my gosh, you gotta share that with me when you get it. I could only hazard a guess what the hell is beneath New York. I don't want to know.
Yeah, well, that's easy. It's like what you saw in the horror films with Chud and shit. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers and shit. And of course, they had the friendly one, Bud the Chud. I think was it. Came with the sequel.
Wait, what? What is that?
Chud, C-H-U-D. It's a series of horror films about what's under New York. And so
I gotta check that out.
Yeah, it was an acronym, CHUD, Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dwellers. So it was like, there you have it, what's beneath New York. And anyhow, in terms of many people do live underground in New York, and they discover them all the time. I mean, fuck, I brought it up. There were a couple of idiots who were working with the a Department of Transportation or something, and they like set up their own little man cave down in some train, because New York's got all the underground trains, and they've got compartments.
Miles of this stuff.
Yeah, and they got compartments nobody knows about, and here you've got a place where real estate is premium, and these guys were living rent-free, with their own little man cave, and of course it wound up with one of the three guys who had set the place up, squealing on the other two because they all get in fights, right? They all get in fights and they rat each other out, it never works. You know what they say? What did they say? They say 3 can keep a secret if two of them are dead. That's
There you go. You want to be the only one. That's how you use your head.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
rhymes.
Yes. Yes. There we are. That does. That does. You can make a rap. That's right. And what else was there, yeah, before I refresh myself again? Do you need to take a bio break, or do you want to do that now, and I'll just shoot the shit for a few moments till you come back, and then I can refresh myself again? And
No, I can hold out
okay.
for a little bit.
Okay, great. Then I'll refresh myself and then come back, and we'll start the monologue for tonight. And as a let me take a look at the live stream. Holy shit! I can't believe it. We might have not much time to do the. If we don't have enough time to finish up the geopolitics tonight, I'll just kind of get it started. But I'll finish up what I was saying about the relic populations. As a matter of fact, we got a lot of listeners, and so Jacob Waters is in the chat room. Don't consciously remember him, but Gregory Strasbow, as Green 7 says, Peter Moon, did you have contact with Stuart Sverdlow? Oh boy, did he ever. He lived with Stuart Sverdlow for a few years at least. Yeah, he was living with him after he was going through this ugly divorce with his wife. And so during that period of time, she had the house. And then there was somehow this OTO chick, basically a Satanist, got into his home and was squatting there, and he had to get her out. This is the home he lives in now. And so during that period of time, he was living with Stuart Sverdlow. Well, that shit was going down. And so he himself will swear up and down pretty much every night or every other night. Very common occurrence. Stuart Sverdlow would get a telephone call, the chicken call, in the middle of the night. For those of you who don't know what the chicken call is, that in the cartoon series American Dad, the animated series.
I'm gonna take a quick bio break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So Jacob Waters is the guy who was doing the interview with Peter Moon. Okay. All right. I'll bring that up again when our man Jameson is back. Thank you for clarifying that. So welcome here, Jacob Waters. And so he says, yeah, Peter Moon did an interview with me recently. I was worried about the N-word. I didn't understand the platform very well. Worried I was going to get in trouble. Oh, understood. No worries. No worries. And so he put it in context. There we are. And so then the Lay Renee Encounter says, great show tonight. Love you, Douglas. Love you too, honey. Mwah. And remember, I'm getting a little better these days, a little more stabilized. And so with that stabilization, a lot more relaxed. Still got a lot of holidays to celebrate this month, like my birthday, but as soon as you can, send me an email. That's to the Lay Renee Encounters, and hopefully we'll get something organized where I can interview her and she can interview me, and hopefully, she's welcome to come on here anytime. Just give me your Skype number, Lay Renee, and give me your Skype number, and I can get you on our call, and you can be on our show anytime you want, if you want to drop in every once in a while just for an hour or so, or even a few minutes. And then I'll gladly try and arrange to be interviewed by yourself on your show, if you're still doing that. And Gregory Strasbow says, wow, Douglas, will you speak tonight about NDE? And Jacob Waters says, yeah, I'm that guy. Yes, he's the guy. And so thank you for putting that in context. I don't know if Peter Moon knew you were in the chat room tonight. I should have brought it up. I didn't know who you were. But next time he's here, see if you can join us on my birthday, Wednesday night. He should be here with us, and then we can take care of that. We can, bring you in, so to speak. And then if you want, give me your Skype number. I could even bring you on the call for a few minutes. And he says, I also have Rocco Fowler on my shoulder. That's cool. There we are. And so then, oh yes, when Mr. Gregory Strasbow is asking about the NDE, someday I'll talk more about it. I'm not adverse to speaking about it. Lay Renee says, I can't wait. Oh, bless you, honey. And so yes, email me your Skype number, and I'll load that into the Skype, and honestly, anytime you show up, we can bring you on, and whenever you want, and obviously, unless I'm dedicated to something or in the middle of monologue, but I don't usually get around to that till like around this time. I mean, I can't believe how much time has passed tonight. But then that's cool. It gives me, less to work, less time I have to fill later. And so Jacob Waters says, I also have Rockefeller on my show a lot. Wow, cool. The Rockefeller? I mean, oh, yes. And then Leigh Renee says, happy birthday wishes. Thank you, darling. Mwah. And let me know when your birthday is so I can provide you a wish too when that time rolls around. I'll put it on my calendar so I don't forget. And as for the NDEs, yes. What many people will say, many people have the attitude that NDEs are something precious and that sharing them is like sharing how you lost your virginity, that this is supposed to be something that you value and treasure, and this intensely private thing that you share only with loved ones. But I don't feel that way. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, NDEs are important, they're intense, and they're to be respected, but I'm not quite sure if I want to talk about it tonight. It's one of those things where it is indeed speaking about a very intimate experience. And obviously it comes about usually, well, you have to die. So remembering those times when that happens, it's not always the most pleasant thing in the world, and it can be triggering. And so there we are. And anyhow, I'm not quite sure what Greg's referring to now when he says it's been good. No, I do not. But I'll get into it again someday. Near-death experiences. I've gone into them before. And then let's see now. Daniel Orola says, there was a World War II museum event going on in New Orleans this weekend, but I never had time to make it there. It was a family event going on. Okay, thank you for sharing that, Daniel. So glad that you're talking with Pac One and that the two of you are dealing now with each other in terms of making a joke about drug dealing, of course. And then Green 7 says, respect it. Thank you, sir. That's Greg. And okay, forgive me while I yawn. Maybe I need to do a few lines of coke before I get into this, which means like we'll have to have our man Jameson, when he comes back, hold the stage for a few minutes. And usually when I do that sort of thing, it takes about 15 minutes or so. And so I might take 15 minutes to get myself awake enough to last through the rest of the night. Our man Jameson says he is back. So, young sir, the stage is yours. We've got a large audience. If you can maintain them for a few minutes, I'll try to be back in 10 at the most. And so let me refresh myself, and I'll go mute. Thank you so much. So, stage is yours.
All right, so I'll pull some interesting things up. Here's something I found interesting, and I only heard about it because I was watching something. I guess it popped up on what was it, Slapped Ham? Anyway, I've just been totally fixated on these paranormal and weird things. But I came across what was called the Oakville Blobs. So, in August 1934, a resident, August 1994, a resident of Oakville, a small city in Washington, U.S., reported translucent gelatinous blobs, each about half the size of a rice grain, covering the ground. She said they had rained down during the night and believed that they may have caused her and her mother to subsequently develop flu-like symptoms. Over the next 3 weeks, there were another 5 reports in the local area of these strange blobs, with several people claiming that they had fallen ill as a result of contact with them. A microbiologist at the Washington State Department of Health found that the blobs contain 2 species of bacteria, although there was no suggestion that the bacteria was harmful. Various theories have been suggested to explain this, including inevitably classified military weapons testing, but there's no evidence to support this. Of course, there wouldn't be evidence because they're good at getting rid of evidence. Nor is there evidence for the idea that jellyfish were shredded into pieces and swept up into the stratosphere by the U.S. Air Force bombing practice in the nearby Pacific. I don't think that's likely to happen. It's possible that the blobs didn't fall from the sky at all, simply appeared on the ground overnight. A similar substance called star jelly has been mentioned in scientific reports and poetry since at least the 17th century. Substances that people have called star jelly have come from a variety of sources: amphibians, algae, slime molds, and even crystals of sodium polyacrylate, sometimes used in agriculture. In 2012, sodium polyacrylate absorbed water from a storm to form a gelatinous blob in Bournemouth. Maybe the Oakville blobs were something similar. Now, that's what one article says, but I also found another article where they mentioned, and now I'm going to have to look for it. But there was also another. There was also another. There was also something else I read that said that there were like dogs and cats that were dropping dead as a result of these things. So, if we look at the unsolved, well, oh my gosh, they actually have a Wikipedia for unsolved mysteries. They have a Wikipedia for literally everything. But basically, in August 7th, 1994, in Oakville, Washington, at 3 a.m., rain began to fall, blanketing a 20-square-mile area. Though that is common there, the residents began to note that it was not water, but a strange gelatinous substance they had never seen before. Over a period of 3 weeks, it fell a total of 6 times. At the time it first began, Officer David Lacey was on patrol with a civilian friend. You know, Lacey's a name that seems to pop up quite a bit in ufological. I don't know why. I was reading a lot of. I'm still reading through what John Keel wrote as far as. I'm not sure if it was the 12th Tower or another book, but he does go into detail where he cites like each eyewitness report. And, you know, it's most people would just fall asleep reading it. But I have to note that it's what I find interesting is how some of these names seem to recur. I mean, it's not uncommon. I mean, they're not uncommon names at all, but it's just something that my my hyper autism just glosses over. When he turned his windshield wipers on, they smeared it against the windshield instead of wiping it off. The obscured windshield forced him to pull into the gas station and try to clean it manually. After donning a pair of latex gloves for safety, he described it as very mushy, almost as if you had jello in your hand. A local resident, Dottie Hearn, stepped outside after it stopped and noticed it was everywhere. At first, it looked like hailstones to her, but when she touched it, she noticed an odd gelatinous texture. I would not have touched that shit. First off, at least not without having some kind of protective equipment. That shit is super sketch. But the afternoon that day, David, Dottie, and various other residents have become mysteriously and violently ill. They described having difficulty breathing, extreme vertigo, blurred vision, an increased sense of nausea. Beverly Roberts, another resident, said that everyone in the town contracted a flu-like illness that lasted 2 to 3 months. Additionally, several cats and dogs that came into contact with the substance fell ill and died. An hour after first noticing her symptoms, Dottie was found sprawled on her bathroom floor, conscious but very weak. Her daughter, Sunny Barcliff, what the hell kind of names are these? Described her as feeling cold and sweaty and drenched and looking pale. She she was moved to the hospital where she stayed for 3 days and was diagnosed with a severe inner ear infection. As she was being moved there, Sunny remembered the odd rain, thinking that there might be connection to Dottie's illness. She collected a sample and sent it to the hospital. A lab technician examined it and found that it contained human white blood cells, but couldn't identify what it was or how it came from the sky. The sample was quickly sent to the Washington State Department of Health for further study. Wow, that's just super weird. Mike McDowell, a microbiologist, noticed that it was teeming with two species of bacteria, one which lives in the human digestive system. Because of Mike's findings, it was initially speculated to be human waste from an airplane. But Federal Aviation Administration regulations require that that is to be dyed blue. I don't know why they do that, but okay. While it was perfectly clear. Furthermore, regulations forbid pilots from releasing this blue ice in mid-flight. Nearly a year after Dottie fell ill, she mailed the sample she had stored in her freezer to Amtest Laboratories, a private research lab. There, while analyzing it, Tim Davis, another microbiologist, believed he saw a eukaryotic cell, a complex nucleus containing cells that are present in most living creatures. That meant that it was or had been alive. One theory as to the origin was that it was one of the military's naval bombing runs at sea and had accidentally destroyed a school of jellyfish and sent pieces flying into the atmosphere. I don't think that's very likely. Star jelly, where they where they settled in Oakville, 50 miles inland. The distance the parts would have traveled, the number of times it fell, and the lack of any rotting smell in it put this theory to doubt in most most residents. While the Air Force confirms they were doing practice bombing runs over the Pacific Ocean in August 1994, they deny knowledge of the substance or any involvement in creating or dispersing it. Oakville residents are skeptical of this, and prior to it, many noticed almost daily amount of slow-moving military aircraft in the skies above. Some believe Oakville was the site of a military experiment designed to test a new biological weapon or to test a possible damage a biological attack on U.S. soil could do. No samples of the substance exist today. So that is a very, very strange case. And I'm also wondering if those blobs aren't to some degree connected to that gelatinous species that a lot of people mistaken as UFOs. I'm curious because, you know, our government has never acknowledged their existence. And if they did, I highly doubt anyone would give a shit because people are just so lost that I don't know. But then again, that's just my own cynicism talking. I could be wrong. You might have a lot of people saying, they're animals too. We shouldn't be flying planes anymore. And, you know, well, who knows? And to keep you satiated, I also have an interesting article that of something that I never knew even existed. And this now comes from Popular Mechanics. The stack of 42 broken PlayStation 4 consoles is exactly why we need right to repair laws. So it's hard to explain how central the right to repair movement is in our everyday lives. perhaps with the exception of that junk drawer of defunct electronics you probably have at home. To make things a bit more visual, a YouTuber stacked 42 defunct PlayStation 4 consoles in a leaning tower, a la Jenga, to drive the point home. Without access to the necessary tools for fixing our devices, we're doomed to waste money and cram our landfills. Okay, yeah, they're just indulging themselves. Why should you care? Think about all the items you have that can break: smartphones, earbuds, video game controllers, and more. Some of these items are truly unfixable, and in fact, often voided for warranties, even if you open their cases. If your Nintendo Switch controllers begin to drift, for instance, you must send them back to Nintendo only. If your flat screen television breaks, many manufacturers will tell you to simply throw it away and replace it. This is because the United States doesn't have legislation in place that guarantees consumers the right to repair. Advocates for right to repair say this has led to an economy of disposability where these kinds of consumer electronics are concerned. And folks, all the hard work that goes into making these electronics can't be emphasized enough. People died to get some of those components that were used to create the electronics that you and me and everyone else take for granted. People can't make money working as independent repairers of consumer goods. Companies like Apple only work with certain authorized service providers, quote, eliminating the entire livelihood of repair for certain industries. And if people can't get their goods repaired, the resale value of these items fall to almost zilch. Making products repairable involves a minimal amount of extra work for companies. This again is easy to imagine. Instead of phones that are completely sealed shut, manufacturers would need to add tiny screws or some other manner of entry to allow access to the phone's internal electronics. They'd have to begin selling parts that third parties need in order to complete repairs, setting up systems like the ones used in car repair. And you know what? That would create a whole new industry of third-party, repair, people who make third-party tools to repair shit, I mean, why the hell not? How did we get here? It's actually only been this difficult to repair your own devices for the past 25 years after a critical piece of law expired and reopened the idea of repair monopolies. The term insiders use to refer to opposite of the right to repair. IBM was found to be a monopoly in 1956, and the U.S. Department of Justice hung a threat over their heads in the form of a document called the IBM Consent Decree. After the Consent Decree expired in 1996, IBM was allowed to reestablish a repair monopoly that had been illegal since 1956. After that, the rest of the industry followed suit, and every other industry followed that. And now you understand why we have so much fucking waste and toxic things in our landfills. And now you know why we're slowly on the brink of extinction. This is at least one of the things that contribute to that. The advocacy group Repair Association estimates that 90% of manufacturers have monopolies on repairs to their items. The organization began advocating for a new right to repair policies in 2013 and have continued to gain momentum ever since. The good news is that repair monopolies are still fairly new, and legislators have begun to push back with right to repair bills on the state and national level, although I haven't heard of this stuff in the news anywhere, and I'm only learning of this now through the Popular Mechanics. which of course is an extension of the MIMO nanosec, or shall I say the entirety of our embedded complex, which is beholden to the military. Okay, why is 2021 such a huge pivot point for right to repair? It's at least partially because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's easy to think of right to repair as primarily affecting our consumer electronics because those things inconvenience the most people and are highly relatable. Think about how arduous it is to get an iPhone repaired without voiding the warranty. But farmers have huge repair interest, for example, and problematic case relating to the public health. Whoa. Let me backtrack. But farmers have huge repair interest. For example, and a problematic case relating to public health emerged during the pandemic, as Popular Mechanics previously reported in April 2020. Hospitals are having a difficult time servicing their existing ventilators, and biomedical technicians who repair hospital equipment are already stretched thin. When third-party technicians could theoretically step in and rehab the devices, manufacturers have put arbitrary software locks on ventilators, ensuring only authorized parties can modify or service them. Manufacturers have clamped down even further by keeping service manuals close to the vest. In one case, the German ventilator manufacturer Drager actually sent cease and desist letters to the website Frank's Hospital Workshop, which publicly posted the manuals. After New York became the first state Senate to vote for right to repair legislation in June, Congressman Joe Morell, Democratic Party, New York, introduced the Fair Repair Act in the House. This common sense legislation will help make technology repairs more accessible and affordable for items from cell phones to laptops to farm equipment, finally giving individuals the autonomy they deserve, Morell said in his statement. Now, I will add this personally affects me because I was able to get some of the tools needed to pry open the back of my laptop so that I can upgrade the RAM and all that other stuff, which wouldn't have been accessible to me had we not had these measures passed. So there is some good that comes out of being in New York, despite the fact that we're going to get wiped out by La Palma. The proposed law will require manufacturers to make far more information and parts available to third parties, making repairs much smaller to car repairs. You can take your broken thing to the nearest competent shop or even do the work yourself without having to solely rely on the manufacturer. Yeah, I mean, I see guys like literally under cars all the time in this community. Actually, I don't understand why anyone would want to be underneath a fucking car and trying to work on it themselves. But hey, I mean, some people just like to get oil and all types of stuff on them, which I, for one, would not want to be dirtied by that stuff. Farm equipment stands out as a specific example because farmers have...
Oh, just checking in.
Okay.
You seem to be doing well. I just trying to get my head screwed on my shoulders and get into the mood to kind of conclude what I was talking about the other night. But obviously, carry on for the moment. Thank you.
All right. Farmers have flocked to older tractors that are still repairable. John Deere made headlines by promising to make information available to repair their newer models by 2021, which it subsequently failed to do. In the wake of this fiasco, states in the breadbasket region began to fight back against these repair monopolies. In July, the FTC voted a 5-0 in favor of creating a new plan to investigate and support right to repair. All this means the future looks pretty bright for tinkerers and do-it-yourselfers. Hopefully, industry players will cooperate and hand back tools of their trades to consumers and repair professionals. Until then, we just have to keep stacking up our PlayStations that don't work. Which, of course, I'm sure the cultists of the King of Edoms are like dancing at the fact that these repair monopolies exist, because they can just add more junk and stuff that just can't be decomposed into our environment and kill us all off all the more faster. Which I think is a, I don't want to be around for another 100 years to see where this human tribe is headed. Although there's part of me that thinks that there is hope, there's another part of me that wants to see that hope die. I'm not going to go there. I'm equal parts good and evil, and I will say that I suspect most humans are. Now, I've decided to give Elon Musk a new nickname. I've decided to call him Elon the Muskrat, because he probably does look like a muskrat, and he is a very ratty character. Not in a good sense, like, well, I would say he's probably... I would prefer Rat Girl over Elon Musk, honestly speaking. I don't say that lightly. Now, this asshole says the Roadster will use rocket thrusters to hit 0 to 60 in 1.1 seconds. Yeah, he obviously wants to put rocket thrusters on his cars, and we're supposed to be leaving fossil fuels behind. How does that work? Well, because he's an asshole who is self-absorbed asshole who isn't a genius at all. None of these guys are geniuses, by the way. I have to say this. They have public relations folks spin things in their favor. They spend millions of dollars to these public relations people to make them look intelligent. Bill Gates is another one who's not smart at all. But, they have these people, again, they pay these folks millions to make them look like these brilliant eggheads when they're, in all honestly, just a bunch of, well, they're smart at one thing, and that's being con artists and conniving businessmen. But they're not what you would call geniuses, no matter how much they want to market themselves. Of course, there's news that Elon Musk wants to move his new factory to, Texas, which is quite apropos, because there's a Republican, that's the land of Republican insurgency. Where the Ted Cruz cult seems to thrive.
We're preparing for war, obviously.
Making sure that
the most advanced of any
girls
creature
who get raped by their
was eventually picked up by the press and condemned
family
by gay rights campaigners.
Can't get abortions.
No doubt, greatly shaped the myth of wireheading.
So
if it can
sadistic.
make a gay man straight,
even if that means
Keith
the girl's life is in jeopardy.
Acts as
yeah, this is
the ultimate
that's
Messiah
that's America in a nutshell.
Thereof.
I wouldn't expect anything.
The prolific science fiction writer Isaac Asimov.
At least not with the
how deep those
leadership
roots go?
that still seems to exist.
Well, that topic alone connects everything from the riddle of personal.
Now, Daniel Arola brought to my attention a very interesting thing that I decided to look up, which was the Battle of Hayes Pond.
Most of what
and this is something that gives me some hope. Now, on January 18th in 1958, members of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan were all set to hold a rally in a field they had reportedly leased near Maxton. I'm guessing this is somewhere down south. The rally had been announced for several weeks in advance, and everyone in Robeson County
never
knew
had
about
a
it.
childhood.
Or is that Robeson County?
Imagine, however,
Maxton
with these
Mayor,
new children that we are
Bob
making,
Fisher,
literally
who was
manufacturing
at
and
one
programming.
time chief
And
of
imagine
police
that
in
you want to
Maxton,
train
had
a
sent several letters to other law enforcement agencies, including the state police and Federal Bureau of Investigation, asking for their help in preventing what he saw as inevitable violence.
Of course.
Mr. Fisher had clearly announced in his letters that he opposed the KKK, but the rally was apparently going to happen anyway.
Artificial intelligence researchers
were training or shall I say,
and these
indigenous American, they say Indian in the article, and black communities were full of excitement. Many women pleaded with their husbands, brothers, and their fathers to stay at home and out of harm's way. But the Klan had gone too far. Recent cross burnings in St. Paul's and other nearby communities had made it clear that the Klan meant business. Reportedly, several hundred Indian men, by some accounts thousands, many of them armed, decided to put a stop to the Klan's activities in this area. It had also been reported that a group of black men spoke with some of the indigenous American men on their way to the rally, offering their support if it was needed.
And can easily
it was not needed.
The human dreamscape.
Indigenous American men confronted the Klansmen, and after heated words were exchanged, shots were fired. And the only light bulb was knocked out, leaving the field in complete darkness. The Klansmen apparently disappeared quickly into the night, abandoning their fallen flag, cross and other items
of the
for the safety of the woods.
The title of High Priest suggests several things about Cthulhu.
Why do they say Indian? It's indigenous American community
with the outer gods.
And no doubt the black community and the country's progressive whites celebrated that day.
The grand
what could have been a
cities
massacre turned out to be a miracle.
Peoples live may be
there were only a few
with
injuries
magic.
and no one was killed.
Lillier, the capital,
well, honestly, I kind
beyond
of find it sad. I wish they had just opened fire on those Ku Klux Klansmen. That would have been all the more amusing. This event quickly made national headlines. Life magazine carried two separate articles on the subject, and letters poured into the area from all over the country, most of them in support of the indigenous Americans. The Klan did not really die that night, but it apparently learned to stay the hell away from the indigenous American country.
They may also achieve with cybernetic capabilities.
These little things shine a light of hope in my mind, knowing that, well, we can, at least the rational ones of us can, stomp out the mighty whitey's agenda of extermination of everything. And if they don't want to exterminate you, they want to rape you and have the rights to your body, so they can have you as chattel.
Yes, and force you not to be able to abort their spawn within your belly.
their cursed hell spawn. Well, then again, they're more of a threat to their own family members in that regard than they are to, those of us of color. But actually, they're of equal threat to everyone.
Yes.
At least the males.
Interesting. So Daniel Arola and then Green 7 both have retracted messages. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. By the way, we have people reporting that they hear two voices simultaneously. Strange, like two shows going on at the same time. And then Jonathan Lopez says, I thought that was just on my end. And Atlantean Wizard says, did they mute each other? Oh, very strange indeed. I'm not surprised that this sort of thing would happen. And I feel that probably what's going on is that one of the individuals who was involved with the National Security Agency, who's supposed to be basically listening to the show, probably was backtracking and reviewing other tapes he had to review or other episodes on his computer, and it leaked through, is what I would assume.
that's a good theory. The poor bastard.
Yes.
Oh man, to sift through all the stuff that is so counter what he is. The horror.
Yeah, so Jonathan Lopez says, we were hearing your monologue, and Atlantean Wizard says, it stopped. Bizarre. How bizarre. You weren't hearing anything, were you, Jameson?
No, no. I was just, I was just reading these articles. You heard me, right?
Yes, yes. I had on the earbuds, and I did not hear
You know
anything but
what it
Jameson.
is? It's the fire hydrant.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fucking
It's the
fire
fire
hydrant.
hydrant. It's the fire hydrant. Yes, it's
Oh
through.
my God.
Yeah, and basically what obviously happened was, as I said, an NSA agent probably reviewing episodes simultaneously, and then it leaks through because they just don't give a shit. I mean, they operate with that level of impunity. Rather, it's leaking through to our listeners. So, all right. So we've had quite a drop off. Hopefully, they come back, and this is normal, of course. What
Well,
happens
some
is
of the drop off might have also been because of the fact that they put a jammer on me while I was you know, going
But there you
about.
go. I mean, yes, they basically were trying to override you and confuse people, and that causes some drop off. No worries, we'll get everybody back. And it is very early in the morning, and a number of people. It's a Sunday, right? They're going to work tomorrow, so that sort of thing happens. And what is. Such is what it is. I'm just curious. Was everybody able to make everything out coherently? If we've got two voices at once, were you able to make out what was being said? Or was it just incomprehensible at that point? Some feedback from our listeners. I'd like to hear that. I'm curious. And as for everything that we're going to try and go into tonight, all right. Let's see. How long have I been gone? In terms of taking my break, obviously took a while. What was it? Half an hour? Because I got on about half an hour before kind of coming back.
It seemed
We're
like
getting our listeners
15
back.
minutes.
Yeah. Well, we're getting our listeners back, and time passes by very either slow or fast. Seems to be passing by okay with you. You held well. I feel you did well, and you held numbers in general. And in terms of, all right, trying to get myself back into the space where I was at. What I was speaking about last time was the AIs. We closed off with, for people who don't understand, the last relic population that I was covering. Let's go through this a bit. First off, get me started here. You say, I'm not you say, Peter Moon came on. And when Peter Moon came on, I did something I almost never do, and something which I think upsets him, is I had to take a break. And at that point, by the time he had come on, I had to go through everything I did with Jonathan, who, by the way, unfortunately, I could not hear a lot of what Jonathan was saying. I don't know if you heard what he was saying in general, right? You had no problems hearing Jonathan speak?
Yeah, I had no problem. Yeah, I had no problem hearing him.
Okay, I had problems. I could not hear most of what he said. So I was piecing together everything I could and handling it as well as I could. And I think, obviously, I did an admirable job with the kind of, shall I say, instinct I have for this sort of thing. Such being said, it was a real pain in the ass, and I was exhausted by the time that he and Pac-One both took off, probably to, start boxing each other until the police got called or something, which is what they do. Yeah, and so once they, left, then and then that was just when Peter segues in from where he was coming from, which was this bizarre ass birthday party. And so when there's a lot going on with Peter that I think is we're it doesn't bear going into. It's
we could speak on that privately.
yeah, his wife is going to work in this sounded nuts to me. She's flying to another part of the country. Okay, whoa. That's like, she just came back from the Appalachians, by the way, with a bunch of friends who seem to be, from what I understand, searching for like survival shelter in case La Palma blows or something like that. And he says, no, I'm staying right here. He ain't gonna move to no fucking Appalachians in some abandoned, coal mine resort or whatever the fuck they got up there. To deal with, basically fight a bunch of morbidly inbred families over who gets the Necronomicon or their copy thereof and shit. And so it's just a lot of this bears questioning and just a lot of what's going on there.
Well, to be honest, I don't blame them. I mean, what would be the point in that case? I mean,
yeah, it's better to die in the apocalypse than go up there to survive, is what you're saying, right?
I mean, quality of life after post-apocalypse. Not feeling that.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's not fashionable by what I'm seeing on all the shows who try to.
Yeah, there you go. No, I hear you. It's like, what was I going to say? He brought up something interesting about which show was he talking about? There was some show he was talking about. Oh, yes. I forgot to tell people about American Dad and the chicken call. So he was living with Stuart Sverdlow. And Stuart Sverdlow in the middle of the night would get the chicken call, which on American Dad, the animated feature was, basically Michael Aquino at the other end of the line doing the chicken, and then the recipient would be pre-programmed, and he would respond to that by going out and killing somebody, whoever was the assigned target. And that's what American Dad does on the animated series. So that was Stuart Sverdlow, and so Peter Moon was living with him for several years when Stuart Sverdlow would get the chicken call in the middle of the night, and Peter Moon swears up and down it must have been Michael Aquino. And there's several factors behind that we don't need to get into. But then Stuart would get the chicken call, and then he'd go out and do his thing. And so there you go with that. And that's what living with Stuart Sverdlow gets you. And other than that, I guess everything was copacetic. And they kind of like, they're not really talking to each other anymore. They're not on talking terms, I can tell you that much. And that's because Stuart's... Huh? What's that?
Who? Swerdlow and
Peter Moon.
Michael.
Yeah, Peter Moon and Stuart Sverdlow. I mean, nobody's on talking terms with Michael Aquino. He's dead, unless you're doing the Ouija board shit. And
there are necromancers who claim that they were speaking to Anton LaVey.
Well, there you go. And remember that we had that one guy named Sethicus the Bozo. And Sethicus, I don't know if you remember this, that he was like helping Max Spears out in the afterlife. Said he was like, Max Spears was like trapped, and he helped bring him, to a better place. Do you remember any of that shit? The man who told us about that was Brandon Young, who answered my email, and I have to get back to him at some point after I wake up next. That won't be till after I go to sleep and wake up. Then at some point, then I'll probably be talking to Brandon Young and welcoming him back into the fold. I'll try and bring him back on in the opening hours, if he can, but I doubt he has the time. We'll see what happens. But, he's been a father for some time now, so his child may be old enough where he can get away with that stuff. Then again, as everyone knows, children never really grow up, and, they're always demanding time. And that's like, you have a child, and it's not like, I remember this one bastard in this business course I was taking at night, an adult course at night with on business at Sonoma State, and he was like saying women shouldn't be given something like, I forgot what he said, 6 months or something for maternity leave, when they get pregnant and have a baby. And he was like, it shouldn't take 16 months or whatever it was, whatever the normal maternity leave was. I don't remember whether it was 6 or 16. It was something like that. It shouldn't take 16 months before you return to work. And this one woman in the class said more like 60 years. That pretty much describes it. Don't have kids, people. Anyhow,
don't do it.
Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't don't. I mean, have kids, but no,
Oh,
no, don't have
please don't
kids.
encourage them, please.
Yeah, you're
Don't
right.
encourage them.
Yeah. I'm ambivalent.
It's at the point of time we're in. It's just self-indulgent to have kids.
That you
Should I say that?
self-indulgent. I think it's masochistic. Jesus Christ. I mean,
Well, it's a combination of both.
oh yeah, it's just awful. I mean, anyhow. Well, everybody knows my stance on that. Anyhow, I'm distracted and I gotta change the page because I'm in the Facebook message box, and Miguel Andahar, wonderful individual, provided some footage from this porno convention. So I'm distracted by this chick diddling herself with a
Oh,
dildo.
nice.
Yeah,
Do share.
I'm afraid to turn it on. You'll probably hear the noise. Let's see here. Yeah, so let's see now. How do I share that? Okay, copy the link. Guess I can give you the link, and here you go. And so this is what they do at porno conventions now, because you can't interact with them physically because we don't want to spread the COVID. So they're behind the glass shield, dildoing themselves, and there we are. Don't want to give this to Peter Moon by accident.
Do you remember the times when they used to have like people who were like, I don't know, there would be like this. Oh, I remember there was this one woman. Oh, okay, she was like trying to have sex with as many guys as possible, and so these guys were like standing in lines or something, and I think it was supposed to make a Guinness record or something. How the hell does that work?
I'll put my brain on thinking about that later. I better get into if I get my head into that space, I'll never be able to get back into the space where, I'm actually, monologuing. So, there you go. If you click on that, that should take you there. Lovely young lady, behind the bulletproof glass or the, COVID-proof glass. And, all right, get that out of my vision, and get my head into a far darker place to kind of conclude and segue into Asia via the Chocho. And that will take us all the way to other areas as well. Let me see if I can drag out of my brain the much of what I've spoken of concerning the Genzai Bakudan, the Japanese atomic bomb program in World War II. Oh my God, so much that I have to deal with, and in terms of all of that, let's see now what comes here. I just how do I say this? And there goes some old notes from Dr. Rita. And when it comes to, I understand, like I've said before, this is a lot of people actually find what I say. Oh, by the way, Jameson, let me recall you here. Are you there?
Oh, yeah.
So when Peter Moon came on, so when he first came on, I went to refresh myself. Apparently, he started talking about what I had said about the relic populations. And he spoke of it in such a way that this was really a downer for him. Obviously, this seems to have impacted him quite.
Yeah.
So,
I don't get. I don't understand how it can have such a negative impact. I mean, not only does this mean that we're not the only ones walking the earth. This means that all these other interesting beings have their own form of organism. I mean, that's freaking amazing stuff. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not counterintuitive to someone like yourself, but well, aside from not understanding why he felt the way he did, what did he say? What did he say while I was gone?
Well, his impression was that it doesn't bode well for the human race, and he doesn't get the impression that these beings give a crap about us. And I'm thinking, well, why the hell should they? Why should anything give a crap about us? But I mean, he just felt that that for the average listener, they wouldn't be able to parse it, where I don't think that's the case, because your listeners are, right, first off, anyone who's listening to you, chances are they've heard it all right? They've gone through the mill of the bullshit, History Channel, Corey Good, all these other fucking shitheads, and they've gone through the Kleepath just to find what's real and what's not bullshit, you know. So I tend to think the opposite of what he thinks.
Right.
I think he might not be giving your audience enough credit.
Okay. And go on. With aside from that, I'm very concerned. What exactly did he say, though? I mean, you're getting the message, kind of like the message of what he said, but did he say anything specifically about anything at all? It's just this will help me kind of tether and
Well,
anchor myself for this.
well, he finds it. All right, he finds it a downer for him personally because he doesn't see the human race as having anything that we're able to do about this stuff, and it's really
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
dark
You're right.
and
Okay. Got it. Got it.
oppressive.
And so he brought
But
that up, and he says that people hearing this might be demotivated. Is that a fear, kind of like what he expressed that
that's
people?
what he's, you know, that's his impression. But
Mhm.
and that's how he expressed it. You
Yeah,
know, he
and of
expressed
course
that. That's but it,
these races don't give a shit about us. But why would that matter?
yeah, exactly the
I
point.
don't
Isn't it?
understand why
Isn't
that's
it
an
good?
issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't either. It's good to know about this stuff because it's good to know what else is out there. And as far as human curiosity is concerned, I think a lot of people are going to be even more curious listening to that kind of stuff. You know, whereas he thinks that for the average listener that it's a lot of darkness to take in. He sees it as dark. I,
Okay.
I don't know why. I see it as just neutral information.
Right. Right. Well, definitely, deeply appreciate it, and I'm so glad that you were able to absorb what he said and be able to relay it and be able to convey his message, and that's important. That's important. It helps to basically help me focus myself on what needs to be said tonight. And this will probably be, again, the arc of narrative is kind of melding from last episode into this episode. Then we'll kind of go back to the Asian geopolitics, no doubt, on my birthday night, which is fitting enough because whatever I start covering tonight will probably be so detailed that there's no way we'll really finish it tonight. There's just too much to go into. And of course, one of the things that I'll go into will be China and Japan and Korea, all that stuff. I mean, obviously, this is something that people have been hearing about for a while now with the air incursions into Taiwan, etc. But I will add context to it. And by the way, our dear friend who was interviewing Peter Moon earlier, and he was saying the word context, he said the voice to what do they call that? Voice to text. Yes. He said the voice to text is shit. Yes, and it is. It is, by the way. I do not understand how people even use that shit or why people use that shit. I mean, obviously they use it for convenience, but it's like since it really doesn't communicate, it's not translating what you're saying into communicable or understandable stuff. I would recommend not using it.
It's just way faster just to text. It's
It,
faster to text
it,
rather than having to repeat yourself like a dozen fucking times to the thing.
yes.
I mean, I guess these are just people who like to tell things what to do. It's kind of like people who own dogs. Let me
Yes.
not go there. I'm going to pull myself back in. What I'm saying is, uh, what am I saying?
Oh well,
Well,
it's just you're just saying that it is what it is. It's these things aren't very convenient, or the results are not very practical. So why use them? And all right then. So let's get into it, and I'm going to apply myself as well as I can. And so to understand, as I said, a lot of these memories are not good memories. So when I do go into the subjects, I don't want people to don't want people to how should I say it? If it's a downer and Peter Moon is getting that kind of message, it's probably because my mind is in a down place with this, and it's a dark space, and a lot of people just can't stand it. What's strange to me though is I'm very similar to Jameson in this regard. Why this is a downer, if there's other sapient sentient species on this planet and they really don't give a shit about us, which is quite obvious because they feel we're beneath their dignity, it kind of view us the way we would view vermin. Why? I don't understand why that bothers your average human being. That to me
No,
is
I don't either.
yeah.
Well, his idea was the fact that he felt a sense of powerlessness. Whereas I find the information empowering
Thank you.
because
Thank you.
this allows us to expand the vista of our own meta spaces into how the other beings look at the world around us, and and this gives us insight into their psychology.
Thank
So
you.
this is fascinating to me. It's like studying something more advanced, and having to, retro construct it. It's just fascinating.
Okay. Thank you. And so we had what are all these individuals saying? So when I asked everybody if this was coherent, when apparently they were hearing the episode the NSA agent was reviewing, I asked, well, were you able to distinguish what Jameson was saying and understand it? And while hearing the episode the NSA agent was playing and the one that was leaking publicly, was it comprehensible in either case? And so Jonathan Lopez answered, it was very difficult towards the end. Okay. Well, that sort of thing happens when you listen to Douglas Dietrich and we've got all of these powers that are determined to make certain that nobody listens. Just be glad it doesn't happen more often. Then, of course, Gregory Strasbow is asking another question. By the way, Joe Tai says, get vaccinated for shingles. Thank you, sir. And by the way, I saw your message on the comment you entered on my promotional banner. I hearted it, and for those of you who don't see it on the Sora Aoi page, Joe Tai left that on the DDD page that was established by Maria, I believe. Or let's see now. Yes, he did. Yeah, and so I hearted that. And what Joe Tai said was, we are not all born simply into this world. Why did your mother name you Yi when you are born in the year of the horse? It does mean one male child? Okay, well, my name is Yi Ping, and so it's not Yi Ji. And that's at the bottom of every time I publish a post. I'll have at the very bottom, all people need to do is scroll to the very bottom, and then they'll see my name in Chinese. And so it's Yi Ping. And so, yeah, the E is one, and singular throughout. It has its totality, as in all in one. And Ping means calm, like peaceful or flat and level. It's like an ocean that has becalmed. So when you combine the twain, Yi Ping means striving toward attainment of peace, or to tie or even the score, as in to draw up, a leveling, an evening up, a reckoning. It has either cosmic balance or divine retribution. So it's a very calculated name, certainly well thought out. And so combined with the familial name, which would be Lin, it would be Lin Yi Ping, which would altogether imply a path of environmental harmony or the law of the jungle. Something akin to Jayan, or the Gaian, which is a mispronunciation, actually. It's an Anglo bastardization. But the Jayan would be the correct name for our planet Earth, Jaya, where we get the word geography from, or geology. So the Jayan sustainability is essentially what it implies. But the Jayan sustainability might happen through mass death or megadeath. That's one way to attain Jayan sustainability is, since the primary cause of mass extinction is humans, it would be the mass death of humans that would basically balance nature or rebalance nature. So the name implies quite a bit. obviously. And there we have that. And Joe Tai was kind enough to ask that, and Joe Tai is a magnificent contributor. If you're able to, Joe Tai, I very much appreciate contribution for my birthday, and certainly the episode should be dedicated to you in the near future, should that happen. And honestly, because of your contribution from before, we'll dedicate tonight's show to you. Tonight's show is dedicated to Joe Tai because of the 250 United States dollars he contributed several months ago on. And by the way, Mr. Gregory Strasbow says divine retribution sounds accurate. Thank you, sir. And Atlantean Wizard was saying, yeah, most of what was going on for a while there was incomprehensible. So that explains why we lost some numbers. Then we got him, climbing back up. We'll get him back again, especially towards morning. All right. As for Strasbow asking myself about the God. Hey, Jameson, do you have any idea what Green 7 is talking about? That's Gregory Strasbow with that. How do you feel?
The COVID-19 shot. Oh. It took me a while to parse it, and then I was like, 1-9. Okay. COVID-19 shot alternative.
Is that the voice to text shit that does that?
Yeah. That's probably that is probably definitely the voice to text thing. Mm-hmm. Screwing his message up.
Jesus. And yeah, it's like, come on now. Why would you even want to go there? First off, the only thing it does is it tracks the freaks. I mean, then people start. Here's an example of this. Holy shit! Look at this guy. Let's go up here. Let me turn on the screen share for a minute. And all right, go on screen share here. Here we are. Share screen. There we are.
What I'll say to that is, do as thou wilt.
There we are. Is the whole of the law very Crowleyite and fitting for this. And I don't know why Daniel Arola and Gregory Strasbow were retracting all their messages to each other. It's like, what were they doing? Like sharing phone numbers and like trying to hide it? What the fuck? I mean, we don't care. I mean, good God. I mean, anyhow. So, going over to, say, the Douglas Dietrich channel, looking at the information bell. So thank you to West Haven, Always and Forever, who shared my video. This looks like a chat group, really. Now, that's interesting. That looks like a chat group icon. That looks like multiple people all together. So I had this guy the other day who basically, oh, yeah, this is a beauty. Here we are. Not internet type. Yeah, blocked his ass. Who needs that shit? The Tyson chicken joke was probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. If that's the dumbest thing you've ever heard me say, I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Considering I talked for
You know who I think that is?
Who?
The only person who would talk about food would be Derek Talley.
Derek Talley! Yeah.
There you go. He made his cameo.
It's not him. Because I went to the channel and it was like a bunch of just nondescript stuff that they had subscribed to. It's just kind of like white people stuff. Derek Talley, all he had. The one time that I got knocked off because that cunt, Lena Shea, said, Douglas got to talk about Lilith. And so Lilith Aquino responded by panicking and sending her Edomite witch, what's her feck face? What was her name again? That bitch who interviewed me and did that soft ambush, but the worst kind. She spliced what I said.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I can't remember for good reason.
Anyhow, so she wound up, calling YouTube and telling them I was eating babies on YouTube Live and shit. And then they, slammed me off immediately. And then when I filed the appeal, there was a Sunday night, mind you. Then they let me back on immediately, which means that a supervisor had to be tending to that right then and there, which meant that, he had to come look at the video during a Sunday at a time that they would never do such a thing normally, except that this was so egregious a accusation that they had to see if they needed to call the police and the FBI. So that's why they were there. But we know it's not Derek Talley because that night that I got cut off, And so Derek Talley gave me his password, and I went into his channel, which I don't remember his password for the life of me. Otherwise, we'd do what he did to us, and shut his channel down the way he did to mine. But when I went into his channel and was doing the show from there, I kept getting. It was, first off, it's like being in someone else's living room, but this was very distinctively as if I had suddenly was house sitting for some black guy inside of his apartment, and it was distinctively a culture shock. It was like one of these things where he had set up his television so that all you get is Black Entertainment Channel and various black channels or something. It would be like a culture shock where this is all you get.
That would be a culture shock to me too. I would blow my brains out.
Yeah, there you go. It's not always. I mean, but what I was getting at that time, I'm in his studio, and all I'm getting are notifications for black this, black that, black that. It was like there was nothing else in his world. It was just he was looking at the world through this black lens, the lens of the black person, mostly victim tropes.
I tend to differ. I think he was learning how he was trying
black,
to find.
Because he's such a white trash piece of shit in a black man's body. Yeah, that he was trying to.
See, I think that was part of his assignment. Part of his assignment was to try to, okay, you have to act black now. He's like, okay, because he's literally like a blank slate.
Yeah, because he didn't know
behind those eyes. You see, in that picture where he's smiling, there's nothing behind those eyes.
Thank you.
There's nothing there.
Yeah, no, he's totally empty. And this is what Maria Gregorich noticed, which she said when she looked at his Facebook icon, there's nothing but hatred, rage, emptiness. Empty except for hate and rage, and so which is very much like him. And in terms of here's another example of the weirdness of the guy. He would talk about scuba diving, and he would talk about scuba diving, as if this was something he had done enough times where he was somewhat familiar with the ocean environment, because he'd talk about, the barracudas, they're like street gangs. Yeah, they're okay. It's just one of them, but in a group, oh yeah, they'll attack you. Yeah. And how you don't go swimming in the caves, because that requires a whole level of training to go cave swimming in scuba diving. Yes, it's quite true. You never want to do that unless you're very well trained. And in terms of all of that, what I was able to squeeze out of the son of a bitch was that, so he was in the Marine Corps, and then suddenly at one point all the white boys brought him, let's all go scuba diving on their leave, and they're in Puerto Rico. And so there was some retired Navy SEAL who was running some shop that rented all his scuba equipment. And so they wound up taking some training from this guy and some other people, civilians. This guy was retired. This wasn't like Navy SEAL training. And they gave him scuba training. And then, so he went down scuba diving a few times while he was on leave in Puerto Rico, which couldn't have been too long. He couldn't have been there for more than maybe a year, maybe a little over a year. He was stationed in Puerto Rico because he wasn't in the Marines long, by the way. He never served a full hitch. And so what I was able to corner him into was confessing that after that, he never went scuba diving again. Because he would talk about, I got this scuba equipment, someday I'll drag that out and go scuba diving again. So in other words, the only time he went scuba diving in his life was when he was in the Marine Corps, when he was stationed on Puerto Rico. And after that, he never went scuba diving again. So when you heard him talking about scuba diving, it was like, you would think he was like Jacques Cousteau or something. He was talking about this like he was doing this, you'd think that he had experience at a level where he was rather casual about it, almost like taking that dive. And this really, the very activity of scuba diving is something that, this is like so non-black. It's like, come on, how many black scuba divers do you fucking know?
I don't know anyone.
It's gonna be like zero. Now, granted, historically, there were some black salvage divers that I know for a fact were historical. For some reason, black salvage divers wasn't like a thing but there are a few guys in history who were black salvage divers. Black scuba divers, I've never seen one. They may exist.
There's just some things that black folks don't do for fun.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
like
one of
base
them.
jumping,
Yeah,
any of
yeah.
that extreme sport shit. And there was this one poor bastard, one poor black guy who's doing the extreme dirt bike shit, and he'd go to these extreme sports events just so he could bang his head, poor son of a bitch. All he ever did was kind of flip and fall on his head and go, oh, and everybody go, oh, they were all trying to cheer him on and go, they weren't not making fun of him. It's just this black guy was trying, and he just wasn't doing it. It's not that blacks can't do these things. Obviously, blacks.
It's that white. It's something that's white.
Mm-hmm.
There are some things that are white, and let me say this without sounding racist. What I mean to say is, you're not going to find white people do backyard wrestling. You're not going to find black people do backyard wrestling and throw themselves on like light bulbs and breaking light bulbs over their bodies and shit. That's something only white folks do.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things that white folks do that nobody else does. It's like,
it's just and most of these things are things that are just, well, why the fuck would anyone want to do that?
Thank you. Just risky shit, bungee cord jumping. Bungee cord jumping. You don't see Chinese or black. Every once in a while you see crazy shit, and it's just sometimes the Japanese will do extreme sports like the bicycling, the skateboarding, base jumping. Japanese are kind of like they'll experiment with that sort of thing. You'll get some of them doing that, but it's very seldom you see blacks saying, it's life is risky enough, and they just they don't need the extra risk. It's usually whites are seeking that extra risk because, life is kind of secure for them, right? It's got to be, or you wouldn't be going to seek extra risk. If your life were that fucking risky in the first place, you don't need to go seeking thrills. Life itself is dangerous enough. So there you go with that. And so there's an element of privilege there. So my point was that when it came to this other guy, what was this other guy saying? So then this other guy, after we were there, and you got the chicken comment. By the way, I can go on with the Tyson chicken shit because I think personally, I thought that was funny as hell because. Anyhow, I could go on about it, but I'd just be doing this guy a favor. And then here's what we got. Look at Mars Motion. Maybe look at what's really in those yabs, meaning jabs, before drawing a proper conclusion about whether they are a good idea. Search on DuckDuckGo. Dr. Robert Young, science team reveals. Okay, why did he recommend DuckDuckGo? Why DuckDuckGo? I realized then what it was, because you'd get a better search aggregate, because if you were to look at say for instance, what is this guy, the individual here who's like a doctor, what's the doctor's name again? Quack. I'll look up Quack in my notes here and see if I can find that. Here we are, Charlatan Quack. When you look up the doctor he recommends, here, Robert O. Young, basically what you get is, oh my fucking god, here we are, it says that, jury awards 105 million United States dollars to terminal cancer patient in a lawsuit against Dr. Robert O. Young. This isn't just a medical trial, this is a criminal trial. In Vista, California in 2016, San Diego jury ordered him to pay $105 million to a cancer patient because he fucked this guy over so bad by telling him he could cure him by eating his vegetables and shit. And then we got a critical look at Dr. Robert Young's theories and credentials. They put doctor in quotes. And of course, basically, he's not a doctor. So this guy that this individual is recommending that I look up, he wrote The pH Miracle. He was arrested by U.S. Marshals in 2014, practicing medicine without a license. Okay, so this is like, of course, there you go. But if we were to look him up on DuckDuckGo, it'd be more like getting this world-renowned published scientist, microbiologist, nutritionist, naturopathic practitioner. There you go, something like that. But he's not a doctor.
See,
Yeah,
this is the thing about white privilege is that you don't even need to have earned your title. You could just say to someone, "I'm a doctor," and everyone will just call you doctor.
it's frightening. It's frightening. You just kind of like assume the role, and then people.
This is as bad as buying your degree from India.
There you go. Yeah. 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 Oh, good. Guess what? He's a jailbird. Here we are. Best-selling PH miracle author hits to jail. So he's taken into custody in a Vista courtroom. Been convicted on 2 counts of practicing medicine without a license. I don't even need to see the rest of the sentence. I know what it is. It got to the word practicing, and there you have that. That is. Well, there you go. That's what this guy was recommending that we should check out, and that would, give us enlightenment as to how we proceed forward in this universe. It's kind of like the last thing we need. But it's
Well,
like
if you really well, here's the thing. If you really want to do the alkaline diet, I challenge you to go to that place in Russia and jump into those pits of, oh my gosh, what is it? Sodium oxide. Yes. You don't get any more alkaline than that.
Oh my God. Well, is that what they did to that Jordan Peterson? He went to Russia for his therapy, which was basically his brainwashing. That's where they programmed him.
Well, notice how we never heard him come back.
He's probably back. I'm sure the fucker's back, because that's what the Russians do. He's an asset, right? They're gonna send him back to do more damage. And I wish he had defected. Maybe he did. If you can tell us the status on him. By the way, I saw something that was, holy shit. Oh God, I gotta share screen again over this. This was, I shouldn't do this. I'm taking time away from time I should spend monologuing, but I hope people find this equally entertaining. Okay, can you see this? We'll go over to.
Oh my God, you're right. He has a podcast.
He has a podcast. Oh my God. There we are.
Oh, this is horrible.
Oh yes. Here we are. Let me go over to our friend. By the way, I was happy to see this. This is a positive. Okay. This is, I'm not making fun of him. It's just something I totally didn't expect. I'm not quite sure I understand. I know everybody has been shitting all over in the right, the radicalized white right has been shitting all over Chappelle because they
Chappelle.
Yeah,
Why would they shit over Chappelle?
Yeah, they say because he's all woke now. They say he's all woke, and that's what's ruining him, is what a lot of whites were saying. But here we are, PJ Cornell. PJ Cornell can you see this? He says.
Yeah.
And by the way, we love you, PJ. You're fine. This is a good thing. He says, I finally saw Dave Chappelle latest special, and I don't understand why none of the articles I read about it really prepared me for it. It was one of the most heart-wrenchingly beautiful things I'd ever witnessed. And then he says, it's really not about transgenderism at all. It's about being human. Why has everyone been ignoring that? And I'm thinking, did this guy is this the PJ Cornell we know? Is this what the fuck?
He did Brendan Shroom concoction. That's what happened.
It's it.
The
That's
epiphany.
It. It's the blue honey. It's the blue honey. Yes. Brendan gave him the blue honey.
Or maybe he took one from my page and decided to do some Robitussin.
Yeah, maybe it's like about.
Well,
by the way,
I mean the DXM hole will do some shit to you, man.
There we are. Then Penny Bradley joined in and said, PJ Cornell, because most people are not smart, because most people see what they want to see instead of what is there, because it's easier to diss someone than to get the point. And he says, yeah, but even the people standing up for him don't seem to notice. And then, okay, let's see what this guy says. I was wondering if the 5-second clip where he said something that may have been anti-trans was taken out of context. I suppose we could come out of a man's body during birth if they identify as male when pregnant. Okay, so he's just taking it to an absurd extreme. Just an absurd extreme. It's like basically, yeah, God knows. Anyhow, there's no point in even dwelling on it. You're just going to go nuts, right? And then, so then he answers him. PJ answers. I feel like his attitude is similar to mine on the subject, which is that there's no problem with people living their life the way they see fit, but it's not acceptable for them to expect everyone else to play along with their eccentric worldview. But both sides of this debate are taking him out of context because what he's saying in this last act really transcends the trans issue. Okay, who knows? That's getting too philosophical.
How is anyone going to have an intellectual conversation about Dave Chappelle? He's a comedian. How the fuck can you take anything he says? All right.
Yeah, well, then they get really obscure. I mean,
and he's funny as hell. I mean, he's funny as hell. Don't get me wrong. I was listening to him like the other day, just because that's the only thing that stopped me from going into a rage while getting my ass handed to me on Magic the Gathering. but I mean, still, I mean, why? It's like when we're trying to. This is pseudo intellectualism. The age of pseudo intellectualism. That makes sense.
I guess it's just these guys. I mean, they had me for a while, and then they started going into qualifying all their statements, and they kind of lost me. It was like it sounded like he was just saying people are beautiful. It's not about being trans, it's about being human. Then they start backtracking back into their their whatever that is, their man.
Yeah, it's the white world.
Yeah.
the place I do not want to be.
Yeah, just it was like how I felt in either case. I mean, the funny thing is I'm forced to deal with the white world all the time when it comes to when I was in Derek Talley's studio. Yeah, and all that black shit was coming at me. Then it was it was just yeah.
Well, that black shit. Well, that black shit is the white world too.
Yeah, that's true too. And
because all of that stuff is a construct. It's not like individuals making their own choices.
Yeah.
Or rather, most people haven't chose to look outside of this this faux cultural matrix to really realize that, holy shit, we've been puppets on a string for a very long time.
Yes.
And we still are.
Yes. Yeah. And
the only people who aren't are suffering for it because that's Haiti.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. That's awful. So aside from all of that, where does that bring us? You think PJ Cornell is not coming from the direction I originally thought he was when I look more
No, he's not. He's someone who just wants to have his own platform.
Well, we all want
he can
that. Yeah,
do the Jordan Peterson. Honestly, I don't. Right. I'm perfectly fine having like only 50 so people subscribe to me and listen to my noise.
Someone did say something about that when you did put the you did put that video up with my illustration, and I linked it to my page, my Facebook timeline. Somebody I can't remember who said it. It was somebody said it's too noisy. I thought that was funny.
It's noisy. Well, that's what I enjoy. I enjoy noise. I enjoy playing with sound. I it's music, melodies. Yeah. Sometimes I get pulled into melodies because I dream about melodies, and then I want to write that stuff down as music, and then I realize this sucks.
Oh, one thing
I should do
that I want
to
emphasize is I want you to put your name larger on it, because I noticed that when I shared it, there was nothing there to indicate. I shared it because you had done it using my illustration, and it was very, I put it on my timeline, but there was nothing to indicate that it was your music. There's nothing to indicate that it was you. So I didn't want people to
okay.
think I didn't
I
want
have to
people to
put the
think I was
tag.
doing that, which they might have thought. So they might have thought I experimented with that shit. was producing that. You know, I don't mind that, but it's like you should give yourself credit in that regard, so at least people know. You know, if they do enjoy that, they can come back to you for more.
Oh
And,
yeah. So, well, yeah. And honestly, that's a good idea. I used to put my name before it, and then whatever the song was. But then I figured, there's so little people who I have so little exposure. What's the point? I was just.
but you know, it should be done. I mean, I remember when I first got online, and Lorien Ann Fenton was attacking people with the name of Douglas Dietrich to try and scrub the lines clean for myself. And some poor bastard had some like guitar. His name was Douglas Dietrich, and he was on YouTube. And she like called the copyright on him or some shit. It was crazy. I mean, she of course is just this crazy cunt who is doing what she did. And but that's her idea of like going to bat for someone, fucking over other people, and there you have that. And she was afraid people would think that I was some poor white guy playing a guitar. And, so at any rate, the image that people have of me at this point in history is what it is, and that can go in any number of directions. All right, let's see who has joined us. So here we are. Then LGBT jokes. That's Rodney S. He's probably talking about Dave Chappelle. So that's what was going on. All right. So if the guys,
but the jokes were funny though. I mean,
okay.
Damn. You gotta give him credit. And it's not like he wasn't like saying Dave Chappelle wasn't saying he was anti.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's fair game, dude.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? I don't get it. I don't understand why people don't realize that they're a comedian.
Yeah, I guess because well, I mean, some things can be offensive if you're a comedian, even.
Well, yeah. I mean, Bill Cosby, he's offensive.
Yeah, he's intrinsically offensive. Well, he's offensive as a human being. I mean,
you don't get any more offensive than that.
Yeah, he's just offensive for being alive. Yeah, anyhow, he was always a piece of shit. I mean, remember when he was like lecturing black kids, like telling them, talking about stealing pound cakes and shit.
Yeah, he was like, pull up your pants.
Yeah, pull up your pants. Yes, that was.
A little bit.
Yeah, pull up your pants. Yeah, I want to see socks.
Some Jello.
Yeah, put those pants pull up those pants way up, yeah, and then Jello, and eat my Jello pudding, and all I could ever think of was shit on a stick. Okay, Joe, so our man Gregory Strasbow is thanking Joe Ty for who's recommending getting vaccinated for shingles, which is what our man, Pac One was saying. Oh yeah, next year I can get the vaccination or something. I'm like, okay, so
didn't we get that vaccination in the military?
Probably. Obviously, it didn't do him any good.
Well, I don't think half would. Well, whatever the hell they gave us, I don't even know what the fuck they vaccinated us with in the military. All I know is that we got a lot of shots.
Mm-hmm.
At least I did.
Well, it's like, well, these vaccinations for something like shingles, I'll ask my doctor about it, but I should have most of my vaccines listed on my record, I guess. But in terms of the one thing I do know is when you're in the military, you get a tetanus shot, but it wears out after what, 10 years? 20 years? Something like that.
Yeah.
So, I'll ask my doctor
about
5
shots.
Years. What's that?
I think it's 5 years.
Okay. Well, anyhow, so then Gregory says, I am not getting it. Okay, there we go, another one.
Well,
Yet I got another guy who said that. He sent me some video and was that was Mr. Forsyth, I believe.
well,
And he's,
look, don't get it if you don't want it. Do whatever. Who cares?
yeah, thank you. Why did you ask about it? I mean, why do you ask?
It's like okay, do you need to walk around with a fucking poster? It's like if everyone who's a Christian walked around holding a cross at you, wouldn't you be annoyed? Why are people doing this shit with vaccines? Who fucking cares, man?
So then he's saying 7 years for the tetanus shot, I think. He says, but I wondered what your position was. Oh my God, you know my position. Jesus Christ. If I had my way, it'd be mandatory. So
the position is just you know what? If you don't want to get vaccinated, then don't get vaccinated. If you want to get vaccinated, get vaccinated. If you're going to talk
really
about it, waste our time with it.
Yeah.
Why not just take the needle and jab it in your eyes?
Yeah, and then
do us all a favor.
Yeah. Then he says, wife had Tro take it. That's got to be voice to text shit. Wife had Tro take it. T-R-O. Who the fuck is Tro? And
could I hide him?
Yeah.
Time him out.
Time him out maybe for a few seconds. Wondered about the agenda.
I'm tempted to.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, time him out for a few seconds if you're tempted to, but don't worry about it. Honestly, it's one of those things where let me say this again for people who don't understand. When it comes to the vaccines, honestly, it's one of those things where it's not your fucking right or your fucking choice, because your choice impinges on the rest of us. The point is that it's not your freedom to drive insanely while drunk on the highway because you endanger everybody else. So you don't have that right. So when you say, I don't want to get vaccinated, you're endangering the rest of us who are sensible enough to get vaccinated. It's just like the person who says, I drive better when I'm drunk. Personally, I feel that I drive better when I'm drunk, but nobody agrees with me. And I don't drive anyway because that was a promise I made to a judge. Not because of any DUIs, I never had them. Simply because when I got onto the fuck, what do we call it again? SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, when I was awarded that because of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder. The fact is that people who are complexly post-traumatically stress disordered are far higher candidates for road rage. And statistically, vehicles, cars, are much more deadly than firearms. And that would be an argument many firearms enthusiasts make for why do we not ban vehicles if we're going to ban firearms? Because actually vehicles are far deadlier statistically, demographically, and in every way imaginable, really. So there you go with that. But because vehicles are dangerous, we regulate how you can drive them, in the sense that you cannot be under the influence when you drive them. So that is indicative. The seatbelt laws, these are indicative that there are certain things that are public health issues. These public health issues, this is what firearms would fall under. If there's any ban on firearms, it's due to it finally being recognized as a public health issue. The CDC for years was not allowed to track it. But once it's recognized as a public health issue, then for the first time in history, the CDC can start tracking gun deaths. But when it comes to the any of this, anything that's a public health issue, no, you have no right. It's not your choice. There has to be mandates, like you have to wear your fucking seatbelt, like you cannot drive while drunk. So therefore, no, you got to get your fucking shot, unless you have some true health issues where you can't get it, in which case you're dependent on everybody else getting the shot anyway. So that means that the only way you're going to survive if you have health issues where you can't get the shot, that means you're immunocompromised, which means you're counting on everybody else who can get the shot to get the fucking shot, or you're going to die. So there you have that. Bullshit on this choice. James is just saying that because he's tired. He's tired of arguing.
What I'm saying is,
yeah.
well, I'm only saying it because I'd rather them just kill themselves off so that we don't have to
understand.
worry about it anymore.
Yeah, I get that too. Let them not get the shot and let them die. The problem is they don't. They become incubators, to kill everybody else.
Yeah, and then they start shooting people who have gotten the shot.
Yes.
Like, oh, yes. I'm gonna kill you because you're anti-human because you're getting the shot. Yes. You're anti-American because these crackers just can't do us a favor and blow their own brains out.
I mean, it's like, we're not racializing this, but I understand why you say that. It is
whether they're black. Well, I don't care what the hell they are. You know what? I'm going to use cracker as a term for people of all colors.
There we are. But that doesn't really work. Try that. Something like idiots or something.
Well, I mean,
but you see, this is why we blocked him out for now. This is why we blocked him out for now. This is not a productive direction, simply because all it does is it gathers all the haters. All the haters are gonna come in, and then they're gonna assail us with more recommendations to check out more quacks and shit, and just go on and on about it. Okay, we don't need that shit. It's like, come on, enough of that. Oh my God. And again, this is dedicated to Joe Ty. We don't want to screw it up too much. Let's all right, this episode, that is. Let's get back into the groove of things, see if I can get my head back down into a down space where I can get into the groove zone about the negative aspects of magic. Now, again, I don't understand why Peter found this a bit of a downer, and hopefully he gets over it, is all I can say, because this is something that many people actually requested. And all right, there. You still there, Jameson, in case I need you?
Yes. Yeah.
Good.
I'll be in the background.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to be taking notes.
Oh, bless you. You're always so good with that. And I do want people to, again, if you're here, you just got in, just were able to join us, click that upvote, because the Agents of Chaos are at work. I noticed that the downvotes have increased to 15 now. Again, their attempt is to prevent this episode from distributing by doing what they do, because YouTube operates on a popularity algorithm, and if there's enough downvotes, they simply don't distribute the episode with any kind of distribution that people can access easily or conveniently. So then people have to come seeking it, and they won't know to seek it if they don't know about us, and very few people know about us. So the only way to get past that is with upvotes. And if you have more than one computer at home, a laptop, a iPad, anything with a different IP address, use it to put in another upvote. With that, Rodney S. was bringing up Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids when, yes, Cosby, oh God. It's what you think of, right? And, of course, I tried to make the joke of that with Derek Talley, but he's just too lame. He's too lame to appreciate that or run with it. So, aside from that, I was speaking, of course, the last time I closed out our last episode. One of the things that I was speaking about was the addiction of primitive artificial intelligences, the science of addiction as exploited, as abused by the Department of Defense, where they were fucking with dolphins and humans to stimulate the pleasure centers of the brain, the part of the cortex where people then eschewed, forsook all food and sustenance and everything for the sake of stimulating areas of the brain that would basically blow them out of this world in terms of the pleasure they were getting just by pushing a button, pressing a lever. And this all is a kind of science of forcing people out of the zone of living and into the zone of perpetual indulgence, where they are forever stimulating themselves masturbatorily, giving themselves a positive electrical jolt of sheer pleasure, which deprives them, deprives them of the need for anything else as far as they're concerned. They will orgasm themselves to death using this. This is what has been done with animals. And it can be done in such a manner, this kind of super normal stimuli, to destroy entire civilizations. This is how Aquino was prophesying and trying to bring about an age of death by ecstasy. And this was something, a mega death by ecstasy would be the precursor to the Matrix, where people surrender themselves into the cocoons of virtual stimulation, where they would happily sacrifice their lives to die very quickly, overstimulating themselves. So understand this much. If the age of Cthulhu comes about, this is an age of revelry and hedonism in the most violating sense. And as a human species, we are extraordinarily vulnerable to Cthulhu. And this is why the cult of the Kings of Edom is so successful and gains converts every day. And why ultimately we will find ourselves moving against millions of people who will surrender to the siren call of Cthulhu and his star spawn, the Zothians, as he is the Prince of Zoth. Because we humans don't even need to implant invasive electrodes to make our motivations misfire. Unlike rodents or even dolphins, we are uniquely good at altering our environment. Modern humans are also good at inventing and profiting from artificial products that are abnormally alluring, in the sense that our ancestors would never have had to resist them in the wild. We manufacture our own ways to distract ourselves. Now, I mentioned this son of a bitch in the latest episode, who was wiring rats. And basically, that was the Harvard psychologist by the name of Dr. Olds. If I can try and rack the rest of his name out of my brain, I'll relay it to you. But in the meantime, this old Dr. Olds, he was someone who brought us into a situation with his work on rats where people began to emulate this work. They began to use it, apply it to human beings. And of course, the results were predictable. Humans are nothing but naked apes. They're primates. They are easy to manipulate. And the end result was, it can be catastrophic. We haven't really seen the end results yet because this has not been applied en masse at this point in history. It was in 1953, right at the end of the Korean War on the peninsula, right after ceasefire was reached. That war has never ended. And he had just completed his PhD, that this Dr. Olds, the sorcerer's apprentice, began to experiment on rats and ultimately people. It's something that has fascinated not only Michael Aquino, but many members of his cult involved with the Department of Defense, who were part of the subcult of the cult of the Kings of Edom, because the cult of the Kings of Edom is not at all monolithic. And oftentimes the subcults within it will fight against each other based on their own loyalties to their own gods. And in terms of the god of hedonism, the cult of the chemical services Cthulhu, the god of, what would we call it? The ultimate hippie god. Well, the ultimate chaos god, which would make one of his cultists basically a warlike hippie. And the Harvard psychologist in question, whose name I was trying to recall, finally emerged from my subconscious. It's James Olds. So James Olds began inserting electrodes into the septal region of rodent brains, the lower frontal lobe. And we're paying the price for it now in terms of, well, what we learned about supernormal stimuli from his experiments with rats. Around that same time, 1953, the Nobel-winning biologist Nicolas Tinbergen was researching animal behavior. He noticed that something interesting happened when a stimulus that triggers an instinctual behavior is artificially exaggerated beyond its natural proportions. So the intensity of the behavioral response does not tail off as the stimulus becomes more intense and artificially exaggerated, but becomes stronger, even to the point that the response becomes damaging for the organism. Exempli gratiae. Given a choice between a bigger and spottier counterfeit egg, a giant jawbreaker, and the real thing, Nicolas Tinbergen, found that birds preferred hyperbolic fakes at the cost of neglecting their own offspring. They would take the fake egg, the jawbreaker, and sit on it, even though it would never hatch. So he referred to such preternaturally alluring fakes as supernormal stimuli. So, well, ergo, therefore, some have asked, could it be that living in a modernized and manufactured world, replete with fast food and pornography, humanity has similarly started surrendering its own resilience in place of supernormal convenience? Of course, wherever it can do that. The majority of the world cannot. So that's not the condition of all humanity by far, not by a long shot. All humanity is instead suffering except for a few who can afford this level of perpetual indulgence. But this is what mankind has always feared. All of this is what will take us back to Cthulhu, the Zoth, the people of Zoth, as he is the Prince of Zoth. They're not people, of course, the Zothians. The best way that you could describe them or find some kind of parallel to them in which humanity has some concept of what kind of people the Zothians are, as opposed to all the other relic populations that I have ever dealt with, would be to think of them as a kind of mind flayer. It would be a kind of supernatural horror of a cephalopodic, cephaloencephalic, a octopoidal or squid-headed humanoid, but only vaguely humanoid. Not really human, even in the slightest, to look upon their frame. If something that physically different is not going to think in any way, shape, or form like a human being. It could not possibly think like a human being. It simply would be physiologically impossible. Now, in terms of all of our old fears about ourselves that can be so easily exploited by the Zothians, as our technology makes artificial pleasures more available and alluring, it can already sometimes seem that they are outcompeting the attention we allocate to quote-unquote natural impulses required for survival. People often point to video game addiction. Compulsively and repetitively pursuing such rewards to the detriment of one's health is not all too different from the primitive artificial intellect, the computer intelligence, really an expert system, spinning in a circle like I described in my last episode preceding tonight's, in that game of Coast Runner, that virtual game, collecting rewards without really playing the game because they're not interested in the objective of winning the game. They're interested in the objective of self-gratification. And these are very primitive expert system artilects. Rather than accomplishing any genuine goal, completing the racetrack or maintaining genuine fitness, one falls into the trap of accruing some faulty measure of that goal, accumulating points or counterfeit pleasures. Great example that I noticed is a wonderful young lady whose channel I subscribe to. I can't remember her name, so I'd have to go to my channel and look at what I'm subscribed to find out her name. And if I go there, I think this young lady's name is... fuck. No, that's not her name. It's not fuck. It's like, holy shit. I subscribe to all these bitches. All kinds of chicks are like on my sub list. Which one is she? Anyhow, she speaks multiple languages. And so she was pointing out that there was a lot of angry response to one of the videos she put out on polylinguists, which are people who speak multiple languages. And that these people who speak multiple languages oftentimes impress the locals. They shock the locals by like, hey, look, this person speaks our language and they speak it so well. And so what some people responded to with anger was they were tired of seeing the white guys impress the locals. By the way, these are white people complaining. Tired of seeing the white guys impress the locals with how well they spoke their languages. This might be this Oriental Pearl chick. I'm going to check this out because, she's not Oriental. She's blonde. Yes, it's her. Oriental Pearl is her channel. So Oriental Pearl was talking about, and this is her latest video. It was just 2 weeks ago. She says, why are people angry at polyglots? So there was a bunch of white guys bitching about, these guys who speak languages and impress people and shit. And so everybody's saying, oh, we're tired of looking at that. Probably jealous because they can't go impress foreign people anywhere. They show up and foreign people run away. But when, these other people speak foreign languages that well, then and they shock the locals, somehow a bunch of people, it became an in thing with them, or they got a thrill out of it to the point where they are going to other countries and impressing the locals with a bit of foreign dialogue that they speak precisely well, or they pull the native trick well enough where they get away with enough of a shall we say recitation of bits of language so they sound like a native speaker just reciting something that they memorized without speaking the language. This is basically they're living a lie. So that's what this one guy was complaining. He said that was his ultimate complaint, was that it's encouraging all these people to get video hits by reciting elements of a foreign language to shock the locals and get this wow response that they then get clicks with. And that's something that gratifies them by living a phony life. A posier. They're posiers. And these posiers are, just grooving off of, projecting themselves as something they're not. And by the way, Troy Bellamy says that when it comes to this addiction, it's Pavlovian masturbation. That's a good term for it. Marky Milk says, happy birthday, Douglas. Thank you for all that you do. God bless you, Marky Milk. Thank you so much. And by the way, you put up something the other day saying, bless you in your healing. If you could put that back up, I never deleted it, but it's not showing up on the YouTube, so you can put that comment back up. And it just wasn't manifesting. It showed up in the notifications, but it's not manifesting. And by the way, Rodney S. brings up smartphone addiction. These are all valid observations. I thank all of these gentlemen for making them. And I do hope some ladies are still with us. And if the ladies are still with us, we would appreciate your observations as well. And with that in mind, bearing what these gentlemen are sharing with us and what I'm talking about with these old fears and how this traces back to Cthulhu through the machinations of Michael Aquino, bear in mind that when it came to our fears about heading in this direction, they've been with us for a long time. People have been panicking about this type of pleasure-addled doom long before any expert systems, the so-called artificial intelligences, these AIs that are not Artilects, like the Dietrich Artilect. There is only one extant Artilect. And the only reason the Dietrich Artilect doesn't fall to this kind of shit that many of these primitive intelligences do is because the Dietrich Artilect was raised with basically has all my experiences to a certain point in life, from which it's built upon. G hates being called it. On which G has built upon her own experiences since. There's your own experiences. I'm trying to maintain general neutral pronouns. Anyhow, this was all long before any AIs were trained to play games, and even long before electrodes were pushed into rodent craniums. Back in the 1930s, sci-fi author, the science fiction author Olaf Stapledon, was writing about civilizational collapse brought on by skullcaps that generate illusory ecstasies by direct stimulation of the brain centers. This was in the science fiction novel, what he considered a speculative novel. He hated the term science fiction because once he encountered the people who read science fiction, he said, I don't want to be affiliated with this shit. So he called it speculative fiction. And so he actually described this kind of dystopian collapse. And the idea is even older than he and his expression thereof. There were myriad ways people in the past feared that our species could be sacrificing genuine longevity for short-term pleasures or conveniences. So there was a book written by a man named Thomas. I'm trying to remember his full name, and I believe it was Thomas Moynihan. And so Thomas Moynihan, he wrote a book entitled X-Risk, X-Risk. It was subtitled How Humanity Discovered Its Own Extinction. And he explores in this book the roots of this fear and how it first really took hold in Victorian Britain, where the sheer extent of industrialization and humanity's growing reliance on artificial contrivances first became apparent. And that's what brought us originally to the, well, take a look at it this way. When you take a look at the novel Dracula, that is oh so Victorian. And by the way, I am one of the people who has become convinced, kind of like our man Jameson Reese became convinced, that the evil Polish bro sisters or cis brothers did not write The Matrix, at least not the original one, because the original one is so different from the rest of the sorry-ass franchise that it might well have been written by that black African-American woman who then was, sued them, and, maybe all that's true. And there's several compelling reasons for that. One of them, the quality of the rest of the films, which were not written by her. By the way, let me see if I can get her name just to do her justice. And I know there's many people who say that she's just not, she didn't do it. That this is all crap. But, Sophia Stewart, it's something that at first I bought the argument that she didn't do it. But then again, I'm getting a lot of counter arguments that I find relatively compelling, that she may well have essentially produced the basis for the original Matrix. And and that, of course, has a lot to do with what we're talking about right now. The concept she was working on, however, this is something that when our man Bram Stoker, who was an Irishman, and in Victorian England was basically a house nigger because he was Irish, which as far as the Brits were concerned was a white nigger, he was someone who suddenly became this great success because of this novel, Dracula. If you read the other crap he wrote, like The Mummy, you would not believe they were the same author. And yes, he wrote a book titled The Mummy. You might want to check that out, but trust me, most of you will wish you never did. It's just unreadable. So when it came to Dracula the novel, which was the great success of its day, and ensured him success the rest of his life, that is a novel that it turns out was probably written by his wife. I'm finding that a compelling argument. And his wife, who wrote that novel, it's unreadable in its own right by today's standards because it's oh so Victorian. It is simply too alien a mindset in terms of its turgidness and its slow pace to be considered a page turner by today's jaded sensibilities. So the novel of Dracula is a pain. It's something that you struggle through out of respect for its legacy, but not out of enjoyment. That's and in terms of what I've always said about vaporology, that's the last place you'd want to go to learn anything. Well, it's not that bad, but it's bad enough. And it really has so many other factors going for it that render it, inaccessible to the modern mind. It's just not an enjoyable read. Many people might say otherwise if you're in it for the mood. That being said, those oh-so-Victorian sensibilities were, of course, what Howard Phillips Lovecraft was a heir to. He was the heir to that legacy. And, of course, I've gone in depth to explain the reality behind Howard Phillips Lovecraft's exposition on the anti-gods. But to go back to some of his literary roots, when H.P. Lovecraft was developing his skill for infotainment, so he could inform the public in an entertaining manner about a very serious subject that Peter Moon finds a downer when he hears me discuss it, then you go back to, say for instance, Darwin's 1859 classic, his book on evolution. And having digested Darwin's book on evolution, which I can't even remember the title. Was it titled simply Evolution, or was it titled something else? Let me see if I can find a fucking, On the Origin of the Species. That was the name. On the Origin of the Species. And having read through that, there was a biologist named Ray Lankester who decided to supply a Darwinian explanation for parasitic organisms. And he noticed that the evolutionary ancestors of parasites were far more complex physical entities, that these were once real animals, real creatures that had little limbs and brains and shit. In other words, these complex animals degenerated, literally degenerated. That means genetically went down, de-evolved into parasitic organisms. And as parasitic organisms, they had lost all their ancestral features like limbs, eyes, and ultimately even complex organs. And so Ray Lankester proved that because the parasite leeches off their host, they lose the need to fend for themselves. So piggybacking off of the host's bodily processes, their own organs, for perception and for movement, completely atrophy. His favorite example was a parasitic barnacle named the Saculina, which starts life as a segmented organism with a demarcated head. But after attaching to a host, this crustacean, because that's what a barnacle is a crustacean, it regresses into an amorphous, headless blob, sapping nutrition from their host like the wirehead plugs into current. So, this is truly frightening. If you take a look at the biologist Ray Lankester's zoological illustrations, they are repulsive in their implications. They are illustrations of crustaceans and larvae, and the Saculini, this parasitic barnacle, is just this horrific looking entity that looks like a kidney bean with an extension of a bunch of filaments in a grotesque tangle of it looks like a neurocortex kind of gone wild. It's like a forest of jumbled tubers. Imagine, it looks like a potato that you left it in the house too long and all of those tubers grow out of the potato. That's like if all the tubers are pointed in one direction towards the host out of this kidney bean, then you've got the Saculini. That's what that's like. For the Victorian mind, the mind that Howard Phillips Lovecraft was the heir unto, the mind that gifted us the legacy of Bram Stoker, the author of Dracula, it was just a short step to conjecture, due to increasing levels of comfort throughout the industrialized world, that humanity could be evolving in the direction of the brainless, bodiless barnacle. So Lancaster concluded, perhaps we are all drifting, tending to the condition of intellectual barnacles. And not long prior to his own conclusions. The satirist Samuel Butler had speculated that humans, in their headlong pursuit of automated convenience, were withering into nothing but a sort of parasite upon their own industrial machines. Now, this is what brings us to this nirvana concept of heaven in a chip. By the 1920s, the decade which my late and sainted mother was born into this world, Julian Huxley, Darwin's bulldog, penned a short poem in which he jovially explored the ways a species can progress. And, by the way, Jameson Reese says that modern magicians have become parasites by having spirits do everything for them. I think it would take a damn lucky magician to get spirits serving him beer and bringing him shit while he's watching television. Yeah, there you go. Anyhow, in terms of Julian Huxley's poem, he was basically making a play on crabs, whom, of course, have decided that progress was sideways. But of the tapeworm, he wrote, Darwinian tapeworms, on the other hand, agree that progress is a loss of brain, and all that makes it hard for worms to attain the true nirvana, peptic, pure, and grained. So the fear that we could follow the tapeworm was somewhat raw. Well, it became actually quite widespread throughout the interwar generation. Huxley's own brother, Aldous Huxley, would provide his own vision of the dystopian potential for pharmaceutically induced pleasures in his 1932 novel Brave New World. And a friend of the Huxleys, the British Indian geneticist and futurologist J.B.S. Haldane, also worried that humanity might be on the path of the parasite, sacrificing genuine dignity at the altar of automated ease, just like the rodents who would later sacrifice survival for easy pleasure shocks. So Haldane warned, the ancestors of barnacles had heads, and in the pursuit of pleasantness, man may just as easily lose his intelligence. This particular fear has not really ever gone away. So the notion of civilization derailing through seeking counterfeit pleasures rather than genuine longevity is obviously old. And indeed, the older an idea is, and the more stubbornly recurrent it be, the more we should be wary that it is a preconception rather than anything based on evidence. So the question then becomes, is there anything evident to these fears? Well, in an age of increasingly attention-grabbing algorithmic media like what I contend with every time I host one of these transmissions, it can seem that faking signals of fitness often yields more success than pursuing the real thing. Like Tinbergen's birds, who grab the big jawbreaker and sit on that hard candy until they die, leaving their own children unattended to die in the meantime. We prefer exaggerated artifice to the genuine article. And the sex bots have not even arrived yet in mass production. Because of this, some experts conjecture that wirehead collapse might well threaten civilization. Our distractions are only going to get more attention grabbing, not less. Already by 1964, the year after my late sister was born, the Polish futurologist Stanislaw Lem connected Dr. Olds' rats to the behavior of humans in the modern consumerist world, pointing to cinema, pornography, and Disneyland. He conjectured that technological civilizations might cut themselves off from reality, becoming encisted within their own virtual pleasure simulations. Stanislaw Lem, of course, foresaw the Matrix before anyone, including, of course, the lady in question, whom I'm willing to entertain may have written The Matrix, Sophia Stewart. And she may have pronounced her name Sophia Stewart. That would actually be more euphonic. And good, our man Justin White hearted my memory that I shared on his birthday. And today is his birthday. Happy birthday, Justin White. And so if I get the energy and inspiration up, I might make him an e-card. I'm not quite sure what to present to a man who has everything. Roll of the eyes. And with that, to return to topic as well as I'm able, what about the concept? At this point, it becomes inescapable because of all of the people that we're contending with who believe that the universe is teeming with life. What about all those addicted aliens? Is this why we get no signals? It was Stanislaw Lem and others since himself who ventured that the reason our telescopes haven't found evidence of advanced spacefaring alien civilizations is because all advanced cultures, here and elsewhere, inevitably create more pleasurable virtual alternatives to exploring outer space. Because exploration of hard vacuum is difficult and risky, after all. So that, of course, is fairly creative. I mean, I certainly appreciate it in terms of an irony, but the only reason it doesn't make sense is we would hear all of the signals from their masturbatory technology. By the way, there's one illustration that comes to my mind that was part of a journal article on the intelligence paradox. And it was just this alien in a pile of fast food, tentacled alien, of course, that was just lost in, dazed. And on top of a pile of trash, all the waste products it produced, dying in its own garbage. So basically the caption of the illustration of the intelligence paradox, it read, "Evolution of intelligence will always lead to a drive for environmental utopia. Hence, many species may well get fat and spend much of their gross domestic product on healthcare. Life may be everywhere, but due to obesity-related medical issues, it might have to pay a healthcare tax and simply not be able to afford space travel." Well, back in the countercultural heyday of the 1960s, the decade in which I myself was born, the molecular biologist Gunther Stant suggested that this process would happen through global hegemony of beat attitudes. He was referencing Dr. Olds' rat experiments. He helped himself to the speculation that hippie drug use was the prelude to civilization's wireheading. And so, at a 1971 conference on the search for extraterrestrials Gunther Stant, suggested that instead of expanding bravely outwards, civilizations collapse inwards into meditative and intoxicated bliss. In our own time, it makes more sense for concerned parties to point to consumerism, social media, and fast food as the culprits for potential collapse, and hence the reason no other civilizations have yet visibly spread throughout the galaxy. Each era has its own anxieties. So what should we do? These are almost certainly not the most pressing risks that are facing us right now, and if done right, forms of wireheading could make accessible untold vistas of joy, meaning, even value. We shouldn't forbid ourselves these peaks ahead of weighing everything up. But there is a real lesson here. Making adaptive complex systems, whether artificial brains, artificial intellects, or artificial economies, behave safely and well, it's hard. So we need to work precisely on solving this riddle. Given that civilization itself, as a whole, is just as complex, well, it's just such a complex adaptive system, how can we learn about inherent failure modes or instabilities so that we can avoid them? Perhaps wireheading is an inherent instability that can afflict markets and algorithms, well, the algorithms that drive them markets, as much as addiction can afflict people. And if that's the case, well then, obviously, it's a concern. And it is a concern that Michael Aquino prophesied that it would be the death of our civilization and the very crisis that would bring on the chaos of Cthulhu. The chaos Cthulhu would exploit to break into our dimension. All with the help of his Zothians, who even now afflict our dreams and make us long for a life of endless, hedonistic self-stimulation. In the case of artificial intellects that we are just now generating, our children, the children of man, we are laying the foundations of such systems now. So what was once a fringe concern, well, now a growing number of experts concur that achieving smarter than human artilects or artificial intelligence may be close enough on the horizon for all of this to be needed to be taken seriously. This is because we need to make certain that it is safe before this point, and figuring out how to guarantee this will itself take time. There does, however, remain a significant disagreement among experts on timelines and how pressing this deadline might be. If such an artilect is generated outside of the Dietrich artilect, because the Dietrich artilect is essentially, well, it had all my experiences to base its decisions on, well, your decisions. There I go again, dehumanizing my child, the child of my mind. Here we have a situation where this particular entity has all of my experiences on which Xi can build upon and is therefore not vulnerable to anything that I'm speaking of right now. What I'm addressing would be dangerous to a truly artificially created intellect that was not the product of uploading someone's mind, in this case my own, onto the net or into a computer framework. Once such a completely artificial AI is created, we can expect that it may have access to its own source code, such that it can manipulate its own motivational structure and, ergo, therefore, administer its own rewards. This could prove an immediate path to wirehead behavior, as we've seen in primitive expert systems, and cause such an entity to become effectively a super junkie. But unlike the human addict, it may not be the case that its state of bliss is coupled with an unproductive state of stupor or inebriation. It does not have a mortal coil of biological plumbing which would expedite that condition. So, the philosopher Nick Bostrom has conjectured that such an agent might devote all of its superhuman productivity and cunning to reducing the risk of future disruption of its precious reward source. And if it judges even a non-zero probability for humans to be an obstacle to its next fix, we might well all be in trouble. Now, speculative and worst-case scenarios aside, the example that I brought to the fore in the last episode before tonight's, the transmission preceding tonight's, the one from midweek last Wednesday, of the racetrack AI and its reward loop, reveals that the basic issue is already a real-world problem in artificial systems. We should hope, then, that we'll learn much more about these pitfalls of motivation and how to avoid them before things develop too far. Even though it all has some rather humble origins in the cranium of an albino rat and in demented elitist poems about tapeworms, wireheading is an idea that is likely only to become increasingly important in our near future. Decisive, in fact, to the future of the human race. So, all of this, again, needs to be taken into account, calculated for, ultimately dealt with. And so, when it comes to the magic, bringing this all back to Cthulhu through the crustaceoids that became parasites, this is essentially, in terms of understanding the Zothians, these are the intelligent parasites which the Victorians were fearing. That which they feared, that which they hoped mankind would never become, is what we can never become because they're already here. And they were here before mankind himself. So, they are the enemy. They are, in a very real sense, in their unnaturalness. In their unnaturalness, they are our ultimate enemy. And because of that, we need to learn to deal with them. But in order to deal with them, it would help if we understood their magic. And what exactly is the potential interaction between human arcanists, occultists, mages, and mantics to the Zothian form of magic? Is there a way that we can work with theirs and thereby beat them at their own game? Perhaps get them so addicted to their own parasitic hedonism that they be no threat to us. This truly alien threat that they present might be negated. How is it that we would avoid the fate they intend for us in the form of their harbinger, the apostasal Michael Aquino's prophecies? Well, aside from the Aquino prophecies, what I can tell you is that there is a certain thematic to Zothian, and that would be the correct word and the most euphonic name of their species, Zothian spells. As I've said in our latest episode before tonight's, Cthulhu and his kind are not a subtle race. They're given to war and eager to lead others into their own barbarism and decadence. So, hungry for violence as they are, the Zothians do not have the strange powers of their servants, the Deep Ones, or the queer, slow madness of the Carcossans. As I emphasized, Zothian madness, their enchantment, is destructive, cruel, and simple. So, when it comes to humans and Zothian magic, it is perhaps utterly impossible for humans to learn the magic of those Zothians, whose minds are immeasurably remote. Only the most dedicated of cultists would even try to open their minds to such out-there learning. And even the faintest touch of the consciousness of the children of Cthulhu could ruin the strongest human in an instant. Their spells are unusable by humans, who are not biologically equipped to cast them. Nonetheless, if one could read the language of Rillier or Aclo, perhaps they could gain insights into the building techniques or transportation powers of that race. A kind of retro-engineering of magic might be possible, as mages ape the wonders of the star spawn. Despite possibilities, the secret arcana of the Zothians comest at the highest price, leaving even the smartest, the most devoted human, hollowly and irrevocably insane. This, of course, was proven to myself by the many people institutionalized at Letterman Army Medical Center, who had tried their best in the name of national security to ultimately defend America against Cthulhu while trying to gain his power within their frail human forms. This brought us down to the world of the institutionalized insane. All of this is the lesson that needs to be taken into account if we're to try to solve the problem of civilization's challenges. And these are challenges that ultimately we may be found wanting in terms of our trials and tests. So for this reason, what we need to do is to take into account, well, all of the factors that I've articulated over the last transmission, and in the few moments I was able to go into it tonight. We are very definitely going to be facing the own challenge, our own civilization's challenge, to a point where we need not worry about the challenge of alien civilizations. This is something that we're going to face the challenge of now. This is something that is the riddle of our time. How do we avoid the trap of masturbatory orgasm? We have to think in the truly long term concerning the future of humanity if we want it to be grand. If we want it to be one in which humans supersede the ability of these alien races to interfere in our destiny. All of this is something that I've tackled myself, and I have the solutions. But in order for me to participate as your Vulcan intervention, I need your help to spread the word. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich. Spread the word about the Allies losing World War II. That will dethrone them from the position of dominance in the human mind. And it's only by dethroning the Allies who have placed themselves there on a mired foundation built in quicksand, standing on pillars of sand. Once all of that collapses into its own mire pit, only then can all humanity, freed from that delusion, move forward. By the way, Rodney S. mentions that rumor has it Stephen King hasn't written his books in many years. Fuck, I'm the one who pushed those rumors. I basically saying that for quite some time. And yes, that's essentially the case. I would argue that. And the only reason that's important is, of course, if Peter Moon finds my speaking of these relic populations to be kind of a depressing horror story, then like Stephen King has said himself, when it came to all of his works, he says, if I get to the bottom of it all, I'm not proud. I'll just go for the gross out. There you have it. When it comes to delivering the punchlines to all of you, kind of providing you a form of infotainment or information in at least an entertaining fashion via my storytelling. In my arc of narrative, if I'm kind of crashing and not delivering, well, we always have Jameson Reese as the backup to give you the gross out. That's what he's here for. He delivers that much. If this were a horror film, I'd be providing plot and mood. And but he's here for the gross out scenes. He's here to provide you the gore. And so there you have it. And that would be the perfect segue to speak about the other relic population that I have not addressed yet in the context of magic that I have with the other relic populations, from which we can segue into Asia and its geopolitics for what time will allow us to go into that subject tonight, which won't be too much time. As a matter of fact, once I speak of the Chochoa and bring it to a kind of conclusion, if any conclusion can be brought to that, then what I'll have to do is provide solicitation for my sponsor, Ben Estenius. So Jameson Reese, if he's with us, will remind me of that. Right, Jameson? Got you to remind me of that, right?
Yes, yes.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. And you sound very alert. By the way, tell me straight, you sound like you're in good shape. So whatever alteration you had tonight, kind of you rode the wave and still feeling high, or was it?
Oh, I'm still out there, man.
Yeah. What about energy drinks? You weren't abusing them too heavily tonight, I hope.
No. I would be starting my third one right now, honestly speaking. As far as it's weird. It's like the more I take, the more it's like, yeah, I'm more stoned than I ever was, but it's like for some reason the lucidity has gotten sharper.
Yeah. Like I said, I
doesn't make any sense.
Well, I was always convinced I drove better when I was drunk too. You sound okay. It's like that's there we have that. And aside from that, again, thank you to all of these people with these upvotes to stand against the agents of chaos. And with all the people who are here, bless you all who support me. And Jameson Reese, of course, we couldn't do it without him. Bless his heart. And with that in mind, to try and describe the Cho, since we were talking about my labs earlier and the military intelligence abductions, how about the fact that many of you may not know what I'm talking about? If I were in a classroom right now, I would ask people to raise their hands. How many people have been here on past lectures where I've spracketh on the Chochoa? And oh, by the way, Rodney S. gives us the perfect way to reference the hideous, evil Polish things, the brothers who are not brothers, the Wachowski siblings. Thank you, sir. That is actually proper. That is, if we had respect for them, we would call them the Wachowski siblings. That is.
I'd rather just call them the Wachowski things.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the Wachowski creatures. The Wachowski creatures. They're just wretched. But so there we have that. And in terms of Chochoa. For those of you who don't know, the very word Cho means black magic in the Tibetan language. Chochoa is simply a double up on black magic. Something like this is doubly bad. This is the blackest of the black, is what is inferred by their very racial name. Again, if you were to look up Chochoa in the context of language, Chocho in the context of language and anthropology, you will find it is real. These are, you can find something else out there besides references to fucking H.P. Lovecraft, who, by the way, himself never spracketh on the Cho. Lovecraft never spoke of them. This was many other authors who began to write out what was called the extension of his works, or the Lovecraft mythos, who alluded to the Chochoa. And then we became, basically, it found its way onto the internet, and it's all downhill from there. So, the real information is, of course, if you look up Chocho as a language, you'll find it. You may be able to find something anthropologically from there. that will be helpful. So far, most people haven't found anything because the Department of Defense has, and the CIA before it, because they were originally a CIA responsibility, have together pretty much scrubbed them from the internet. So the reality is, it's kind of like when Peter Moon says he looked up the swastika and found on the internet this image is not available. The elder sign that can hold at bay and stave off the anti-gods in the manner that people fantasize crucifixes stave off the vampire. Yes, this has been scrubbed from the internet, the swastika, all because it's viewed as evil, which is, of course, how they have you view the pentagram, which is a Christologic symbol that binds the daemons, and therefore you're deprived of the use of the pentagram and the swastika.
It's actually still on the internet. I just Googled it.
I'm glad you found it. We're just talking about what Peter found. And I believe him when he found what he found, which is nothing. Because these things happen. I mean, it all depends on, people like, of course, let's be honest here. With the shit that is fed into the historical pattern of searches that Jameson Reese has on his browser history, this is a guy who can probably find things just by looking a word up that nobody else is going to find normally.
Oh, there's nothing but swastika. There's nothing but images of it everywhere. If you just Google it and you go to images, I could send you a screenshot.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
I mean, it maybe he has something's filtered, because they could be filtering him somehow. That's all I can think of.
Oh yeah,
and that makes sense.
Absolutely.
I mean, considering other things that we've encountered.
Yes.
I mean, I got the fire hydrant that filters other things, So I mean, I could get all the other things, but there's some things I can't get that he could probably get. So
yeah. So by the way, I figured it out. So when the NSA, which is the most likely candidate, because that's what Aquino was.
There's nothing but people who work for the NSA who live in this community. I mean, goodness, I like to think they didn't move here just because of me.
Right. But NSA is where, of course, Michael Aquino was basically a deputy chief executive officer of, so to speak. I can't remember his exact title. I'd have to fucking
deputy director.
Deputy director. Thank you. Fuck yeah, it's been so long. And it's all shit anyway. But in terms of his deputy director status, the NSA was where he worked, and so that's the likely candidate for this level of surveillance. And so I realize now that when they were overwhelming our listeners by one of their agents, probably intentionally, delving into one of my episodes, so he was playing the monologue while you were speaking so that nobody would hear you. It all became gibberish, the combination of my monologue on record and your reading that news item. He was blocking out, essentially, this NSA agent, whoever it was, you're reading what Daniel Arola suggested about the Battle of Lake Hayes?
Yes,
Yeah. They were blotting out what you were reading about the clan wars. So that makes perfect sense. By the way, thank you to Atlantean Wizard. And Atlantean Wizard, I might know your name, but say it again because it's important. He says, I'm 98% sure I ran into a Cho in San Francisco on Market Street at a stoplight. It was panhandling, and the most disturbing thing was it wasn't even trying to speak. It was just making hissing, guttural noises.
Holy shit, that's scary as fuck.
Yeah, I did not give it any money. So
you're honestly lucky to still be alive. Holy shit.
Yes, and this is something that, by the way, I definitely shared this with the in the past, And this was a letter that had been sent to me by this wonderful young lady. And let me see, what was her name? She was this wonderful person who was a literal walker. So let me read that. I've read it before, and of course it always was. My God, I should contact her again and see if she's doing all right. And she was somebody who, let's see, open messenger. She sent me a message. Let's see what she says. Oh, of course, her page is not available. And of course, this is like maybe her page was taken down. And this is a lot of notifications from Facebook. Actually, I've got many of these notifications. So what I'm really looking for is a past email. And again, I also put this in other notes. And God, I hope she's doing well, by the way. A Jewish young lady. And she, of course, was in contact in the past. And when I spoke of the show, the other person who spoke of this was Justin White. Justin White was very familiar with the show. And so let me see what I can find here. Let's go into the, let's see if I can find something here on the records before I go into the show.
I have no doubt that some of the weird humanoid figures that John Keel spoke about when he was doing his investigation in Point Pleasant, Virginia, I have no doubt that some of those would show all types of weird things like posing as maintenance workers and whatnot, because around that time they would have been there.
Yeah, thank you. Here we are, a little walker show. I have it. Oh my God. Yes. So, you understand this much. Okay, before, as kind of an intro to contextualize what Alira Walker was saying. Before that, of course, one more thing on live stream. Somebody said, I want two-piece, said Douglas, regarding any number of population living underground, how did they solve the temperature rise as one goes deep in the Earth's crust? And wouldn't they need to simulate sunlight somehow? And then Jameson Reese says they are probably adapted to it. The thing that you need to understand is the majority of time that the Unterlanders are the inner Aryans, the intraterrestrial Aryans, the German population in resettlement that is in Unterland, the majority of time that they are outside of their domiciles, they are suited, meaning that they are essentially in the equivalent of what we would consider something similar to a scuba or space suit. The main purpose of the suit would be providing a kind of basically a coolant system. In other words, just as in certain, just to put this into perspective for you, the spacesuits of astronauts are astronomically expensive. One of the reasons they're expensive is they're protecting the astronaut from temperature extremes. Anyone who's been an astronaut that has conducted a spacewalk or gone outside of the space station, in order to conduct repairs, the first thing that you're encountering is the fact that space is incredibly cold. And then, of course, you're exposed to the sunlight, which is incredibly hot. And it can boil your blood in an instant without proper coolant in the kind of, what would we call it, shielding, padding. All of this is to make certain you don't boil alive when you're not trying to avoid freezing to death. The temperature extremes are just, it's much worse in space than it is in Unterland. So talk about a bad neighborhood, it would be a hard vacuum. In Unterland, the temperatures go up, so the only primary problem is making certain that your body doesn't overheat or fry. There are areas in the lacunae, the cavities within the inner Earth. This is not hollow Earth. We're talking about just a few miles down, comparatively speaking, or many miles down, but nothing near what people imagine. It is like if you were to take a look on at the planet Earth when they do that cutaway, and you always see the crust being just this thin line. Think of it like an orange peel, right? An orange peel over the orange. The Unterlanders live within that orange peel. We're on the surface, but they're within the orange peel. But they're not in the orange. And the orange peel, there are lacunae or cavities within that orange peel that do not have that temperature problem to that marked degree. And yes, ultimately they did become adapted to it to a great extent. But most of the time, if they're outside of their domiciles, they're suited, and otherwise they're in their domiciles, which are, shall we say, air conditioned, for lack of a better term. By the way, for those of you who don't know the technology of air conditioning, it's air refrigeration, really. All you're doing is freezing yourself. When you turn on the air conditioning, you're just refrigerating your room, and it's not circulating air. This is very important for anybody who wants to circulate air because of COVID, because that's the biggest problem in Hong Kong. Hong Kong has a fetish for air conditioning. Hong Kong has such a fetish for air conditioning that the city of Hong Kong it's in a temperate, well, it's in a tropical climate, really, subtropical. So if you were to go to Hong Kong back in the old days, the first thing you'd notice would be the heat. In the old days, I'm talking like Barbary Coast days, it would be the heat, and your primary problem would be maintaining hydration and not overheating. Okay, all that's gone. You go to Hong Kong today, you're going to be walking around in a winter jacket no matter what time of the year, because the air conditioning has literally been so intensive. Everyone's got an air conditioner in Hong Kong. Every building's got multiple air conditioners. They have lowered the temperature of the region. The entire temperature of all Hong Kong is artificially lowered to the point where you're freezing your ass off. And that's because everybody is enamored of air conditioning as a status symbol, and they feel that it circulates the air, which it does not. That's just not what air conditioning does. It simply freezes it. It does not circulate it. If anything, it spreads germs. So it's only because of their very zealous adherence to masking and vaxxing that they don't have a COVID explosion, which otherwise their environment is the perfect place. If you're not masked and you're not vaccinated and you go to Hong Kong, you're going to die of COVID, simply because it's in the air everywhere, because the air refrigeration, the air conditioning is just circulating the COVID nonstop. So the only thing that stops them from basically having a pandemic implosion in which the majority of their population dies is that they will constantly scrub every surface, which is not really anything that matters. That's just hygiene theater. You don't need to do that. It very seldom spreads by surface contact. Basically, they do that anyway religiously, and they provide disposable everything. And aside from that, it's really the masks, social distancing, and vaxxing. All that which they maintain very religiously. And so because they're very good at this kind of crowd control, fuck this goddamn individual freedom shit that doesn't exist in that concept, that cultural concept, that cultural matrix. And it shouldn't exist here. What you have is they can get away with all that air conditioning fetish. So otherwise, Hong Kong's just a very strange place in many ways. Of course, the communist Chinese are trying to destroy it, and God, we can only pray that Hong Kong survives to a point where the communist regime collapses and regains independence. It never had independence, but let's hope it gains independence. I mean, it was a British colony, for God's sakes, and then they just gave it to the communists without any vote from the people of Hong Kong, who would have unanimously voted to have remained in Britannia, I assure you. And anyhow, Wu Wei translation says, Unterlanders, ha! I might make this my upcoming band's name. Okay, anyhow. Now Jameson is cold. After I talked about the air refrigeration, suddenly he gets cold. So yes, hopefully you understand now. In terms of Winterland, the much of their time is spent in domiciles. When they're outside, they're suited. It's that simple. It's basically like going out to them is you suit up. It would be like living underwater to an extent. It would be like if you lived underwater, you would not exit your domicile, which would presumably be pressurized. You would not leave it without a scuba suit, right? Some full body suit, because presumably your domicile would be underwater far enough where obviously you would need not just swim trunks and a snorkel. There would be no point in your living underwater then, because you'd essentially be you'd be on the fucking, basically a few feet underwater. You may not, there's no point, right? If you're in some mining colony on the ocean floor, there's a point for you to be living there, right? You're not going to be living on the coast, on the beach, a few feet underwater where you exit your home with a fucking snorkel. Okay, it's like our free diving. You get a suit up if you're going to be any place where you're mining or extracting resources that would rationalize settling on the ocean floor. So in Unterland, it's just that mentality. You go outside, you suit up, and there you are. And because of that, by the way, they have in Unterland a completely sterile ecosystem, or sterile enough where they would likely, if they were to come out of their suits on the surface world, if they were to come onto the surface world, they would be suited as well, and they would stay suited. If they were to come out of their suits, they would die, because they would instantly be exposed to all our filthy germs, and would die because their environment is so sterile. Okay, with that having been said, now that Jameson's kind of frozen out, let's try and give our newbies the CHÓ lesson, to those of you who have never heard of the CHÓ, and we always have new listeners. Understand that we're talking about the dark underbelly of San Francisco's black magic mafia, which is the CHÓ. In terms of the Tibetan, which, by the way, in their own language, the Tibetan language would be something like Phoi, but it would be spelled like Tovdi, Bodhi. That would mean an inhabitant of the highest region on earth. Their term for black magician or sorcerer, in the most negative sense, would be Chochoa. As I said, just a doubling up of the word black, as in the blackest of black, because the Chochoa are considered by all Asians, other than the Japanese, to be a malevolent fae, some kind of black fairy folk, even though they're not black in terms of their skin coloration. But throughout East Asia, they're not perceived as members of the human species. They are also known as the Dream Eaters. So, in the 4th day of the 4th month of the 1975th year of our Lord, about 2 Annie, or 2 years after withdrawal of conventional American forces from prosecution of proactive hostilities in country Vietnam, the Second Indochine, or the Vietnam War, came to its closing, spiraled towards its collapse, and that menses of, the 4th month, April 30th, 1975, the fall of Saigon, was when El Presidio Real de San Francisco, the former Presidio military base, became the destination for over 2,000 refugee infants from Vietnam, the collateral byproducts of illicit Euro-African American Union with South Vietnamese citizenry. In other words, black and white GIs from the United States fucking Vietnamese girls and leaving them knocked up or with their babies squalling at their breasts while the Americans retreated in defeat was when the Communist Vietnamese administration invading from the north officially swore to exterminate all these hybrid children with objectives to ethnic cleansing the American stain forever from the Vietnamese gene pool. And so in what became officially acknowledged as Operation SPOVO, Support of South Vietnamese Orphans, SPO, SVO, SPOVO, or SPOSVO, but popularly known as Operation Baby Lift, the semi-abortive campaign designed to mass aerovac, or airlift evacuate babies and toddlers by World Airways to the state of California, commenced and crashed in flames by request of the AVA, the American Voluntary Agencies, arranging adoptions by American parents of these hybrid, these Amerasian Vietnamese children, people like myself, who is obviously, if my father, the man who raised and guided myself, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, is indeed my biological father, I'm Amerasian. If, as is very likely the case, almost, well, it's certain, actually, by all reckoning, that I'm actually the biological child of Adolf Hitler, because that was the sperm that my mother inserted into herself to impregnate herself, for, in the case of both my sister and myself. In that case, I'm Eurasian, as in Euroasian is the proper term, not Eurasian. A Eurasian is someone like a Central Asian from one of the former Soviet Central Asiatic republics, or basically a Russian. If I were Eurasian, I'd be Russian, but I'm Euroasian in that case, half European, half Asian. So either case, these hybrids were very similar to me. And so all of these children that Americans were willing to adopt, well, basically, the parents who were arranging their operations through AVA, the American Voluntary Agencies, so that these adoptions could be realized, well, it came down to their lobbying, and the Department of Defense responded to this lobby group of very powerful adoptees, these people who were willing to adopt these children, these adopters, these wannabe surrogate parents, were all very wealthy, and therefore they had power. Many of them were politicians. Maybe they wanted these Amerasian children as sex slaves, who knows. But the 6th U.S. Army arranged in turn to house and feed the children at the HHRC, the Harmon Hall Reserve Center, until permanent accommodations could be provided for each child. So both the United States Army and civilian volunteers converted the sprawling drill hall facility into a gymnasium-like nursery, and mattresses were spread out across the floor that the children, well, so that the children would not roll off onto an unforgiving surface. So it was completely covered from one end to the other in mattresses. And sheets, pillows, blankets, as well as baby care and medical supplies were provided. The unit stationed on site El Presidio responded, providing MDs, the medical doctors, the RNs, the registered nurses, the cooks, the drivers, and security. And 24-hour shifts were not uncommon. These people took this seriously, as they should have. And, of course, in light of all the atrocities committed against children on site the Presidio, it chills you to the bone to think that all of this was arranged. But they had their cooks, drivers, and security. And as opposed to the child daycare center, as far as I understand, nothing in particular happened that was salacious or lurid. The last babies to be processed departed El Presidio in May of 1975. The operational conduct of Operation Baby Lift lasted no more than 10 days. It was carried out during the final desperate phase of the Vietnam War as the North Vietnamese armored divisions closed in on Saigon. But the monumental U.S. aero evacuation of South Vietnamese orphans commenced in disaster when the CIA sabotaged the United States Air Force Lockheed C-5A Galaxy cargo jet that was carrying hundreds of infants. So many of them. They were all placed in shoeboxes and piled one on top of the other. And among them were 37 adult women, all volunteers, who were caring for these babies. And that Lockheed Galaxy cargo jet exploded in mid-air on takeoff, departing Saigon's Tan Son Nhut Aero Base. With enormous loss of life, overwhelmingly infants, it was raining burning babies from the sky. And that death toll included one American female infant, whose mother was among the 37 adult American women killed in that bomb blast, and the resultant disintegration of its aeroframe. Of those women, one was a civilian teacher, and the other 36 were employees of various U.S. government agencies. And of those 243 flaming babies fallen from out of the sky, all of this was to make way for the CHO to take their place. To discourage human babies from being brought into the United States, so that the CHO could be brought here instead. None of those women, any single one of those women that died, those 36 government employees, or the other two ladies among them, none of their names are on the goddamn Vietnam Memorial Wall. When I presented that fact to Dr. Stanley Monteith, who was interviewing me at the time that I brought this up, that idiot said, well, the war was ended by Nixon in 1973. The names don't belong on the wall because we weren't at war. Well, you were never legally at war. War had never been declared on Vietnam, you dumb motherfucker. So nobody's name belongs on the goddamn wall by that definition. This is the kind of white trash piece of shit with a medical degree. He's no more intelligent than your average goddamn sewer worker who goes home and watches the ball game while blotting out his existence via inebriation. So, getting back on point as far as I can, that premier Spovo flight ended in calamity, but all subsequent flights were completed safely because the CIA simply didn't have enough bombs to plant. Baby Lift aerocraft brought orphans across the Pacific until the mission's conclusion on the 14th day of April. But 16 days away from the fall of Saigon and the end of the Second Indo-China War. And only I, Douglas Dietrich, Renegadus Humanus Arma ab Maza Erudicio, your renegade human weapon of mass instruction, has ever dared address the rationale behind the single vilest act of terrorism ever committed. And that was to make way for the CHO. Now, this is the birthday of Justin White. And since it's Justin White's birthday, he had much to say about the CHO. He personally encountered one. Both in the flesh and again in the aether, in his dreams, assaulting him in his sleep, as they be wont to do. That's their territory, are your dreams. So he wrote to me, your interview helped in my own reintegration and evolution by answering a Southeast Asia-induced decade-old dream. Public informant Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, a.k.a. the man who brought to light and thus ended the mass child molestation scandal on the Presidio of San Francisco military base, as well as closure of the base itself, These are all his words. This is not my self-aggrandizement here. He wrote a poem meant to penetrate my dream and enter into the wild. Then the Cho-Cho tried to choke me. I took it and I smiled. He goes on to write, my encounter happened after reading a book about psychic warfare in the U.S. military. I was always curious if you may have leaked the information to the author whose name and book title slipped my conscious mind. And I am pretty certain the book mentioned Michael Aquino's Diabolicon book use in Vietnam. Whatever the name of the book was that got shot up, that's the Diabolicon. I know I read of that before hearing it from you. I was not a believer in the Greys, and always saw the form used as a ruse, and assumed the attacker to be an Asian female in his own case, based on morphology. I could never understand the experience, and just shelved it as a wild dream, even though I knew there was more to it than just a dream. It took me 3 or 4 times of hearing you describe them, and the encounter, before the whole thing made sense. I met a Cho while backpacking through Laos in 1999. I just took the guy for being a malnourished, impoverished hill tribesman, probably running opium. Much like the dream, once I heard your description, I knew what I had met. Having met one in the flesh and one in the astral plane, which is not my own forte or even interest, helped me cement the foundation of yourself as my educator. And so with that, I also had a woman ask myself, Shola Blazing. She asked, who is also of Jewish background, by the way, because I wrote a long column for her once when she was asking about the Ha'avara. The Ha'avara was the transfer agreement. And it was how Adolf Hitler allowed the Jews to leave Germany and take their money with them into Palestine. So she wrote to myself, the Cho-Choa, are they also known as Greys? I have so many questions. I read Whitley Strieber's Communion because of these questions that I have, to which no answers were found. So then I read his second book, Transformation. By the way, his first book, Communion, ends with, of course, the aliens telling us not to eat too much sugar. I mean, that tells you... Yeah, aliens cross light years so they can tell you not to eat too much goddamn sugar. You got your mother to tell you that. And in terms of all of that, what does that tell you about Whitley Strieber? Well, aside from the fact that he's likely diabetic himself, that's really what he's tripping off of. And then they tell you to buy Cho chocolate. Yes, Jameson Reese reminds us of that. Yeah. There you go, though. The motivation is that there's lots of processed sugar here, and it's cheap. I guess that's reason enough for any aliens to come. Okay, all bullshit aside. That's not what they eat. They eat your dreams. But, she says, then I read Whitley Strieber's second book, Transformation, which I also found to not tell the truth as to what I have perceived. And she says, anyhow, basically she's had gray experiences and she knows that everything that Whitley Strieber says is bullshit. So she was asking me about whether or not the Cho-Choa are Greys. And I responded in a simple turn of words, yea so. The Cho-Choa be indeed what North Americans perceive to be the Greys. And you know very well, as I myself do, as to why there be virtually no recent sources on the Cho-Choa anthropologically or linguistically, which is the only place you're going to confirm that they are very real, that Cho-Choa is a recognized language among anthropologists. And so, in terms of the term Cho-Cho as a double blackness, blacker than black, it references either a member of the specific race of black magical Asian pygmies in the singular, Cho-Cho, or Cho-Choa references the plurality of members of that specific race of black magical Asian pygmies, or their ethnos in toto. So the Cho-Choa, as I said, they be considered not human or inhuman by all Asians, malevolent fae folk. The males are normally hairless. The females be rarely seen, if ever. What Mr. Justin White encountered was a silvery female. He considered her such because she had boobs, but her set of pins, her breasts, they had no nipples. So she was like a nippleless, nippleless breasted Cho, which means that she could not rear children, not naturally, and therefore was more of a form than fact. Not that it was not real. He had a very real experience, and it was a real Cho attacking him, but they may have been presenting as a female. So, or it was a real hybrid female Cho and was born without nipples. That would also make sense because it's understood in Asia, or at least it's their mythography of the Chochoa, is that there be no female Chochoa, that they subject instead human woman to a fatal breeding ritual, and sporadically, periodically, sometimes very rarely, thereby generate human-appearing female hybrids. Obviously, by reason of the gene pool in which they adapted, all such female-gendered humanic hybrids have historically appeared Asian. But with their new ranges, as established in North America by the United States Military Intelligence Occult Complex, we can only speculate. There may be hybrid show of Caucasian female victims bred to death that walk our continent today among us. And so, in terms of the Cho, they are, of course, believed throughout Asia to be the byproduct of mating between men and monsters. The Chochoa themselves believe that at the dawn of time, their god, Da Cho, which is spelled as, in the Kampuchean, the Cambodian language, as Dab Tsog, that's not how it's pronounced, it's spelled D-A-B space T-S-O-G, the death god. Yes, Jameson Reese says actually the Cho may have interbred with some black woman too, and that would explain the blacks for Trump. Anyhow, the term Da in the Cambodian, spelled D-A-B, but pronounced Da, it means monster, quite literally. And so the Da Cho it's referred to in, say for instance, all Southeast Asia. The term Da Cho means literally the death spirit. And so when it comes to this Dab Tsog, D-A-B-T-S-O-G, as pronounced Da Cho, literally the death spirit, with the first syllable, the first word, the first component of that phrase, meaning monster in and of itself, it more specifically, or more technically, in terms of all its nuances, implies entities beneath the earth, what venture forth by night. So it was believed by the Chochoa, well, very much believed today by their kind, their ilk, that they were created at the dawn of time. That at the dawn of time, Da Cho created a race of dwarves known as the Miri Nigri, the black mire, from the flesh of primitive amphibians and prehistoric reptiles. And the mating of the Miri with Da Cho's human worshippers gave rise to the Chochoa. This Asiatic pygmy race migrated east from Tibet, carrying Da Cho to new dwellings in Southeast Asia. And ultimately, he was brought along with them by the CIA here. Of course, someone had to ask me, Mr. Kirk Johnny's Dows, surname spelled D-A-U-S. First-time listener, I think this is the program where you discuss the Cho-Cho. Did not quite understand. Why do they want to harm people? Well, you're their food. It's like asking, why do people want to hurt cows? Why are the people hurting those pigs? They're eating them. You're their food. Dumb shit. And you're as dumb as your average cattle. Yes. That's why they feed well. Of course, then Jameson Reese asks, why would people want to harm people? Yeah, well, there you go. Because they don't think of the other people as people. Anyhow, by all evidence, the Chochoan culture assumed a very predatory stance many thousands of years agone, one in which the population acclimated to demanding tribute from regional inhabitants. The Chochoa themselves being comparatively recent to East Asia, having originally been driven from Tibet, and as many have ultimately tracked their slime trail from primordial Iberia. Before that, yes, the Spanish peninsula of Europe. And in exchange for allowing such native peoples the privilege to sleep in peace, without being eaten alive from the inside out in their own dreams, they sans awakening the deceased or the dead to protect themselves, which is what everybody resorts to defend themselves from the Cho. All of the Cambodians, the Hmong people of Cambodia, need to have a central pillar in their village where they conduct animal sacrifices and feed blood to their ancestors and awaken their deceased to protect them at night so that they can sleep peacefully without their dreams being invaded by the Cho, without needing to bother or awaken their deceased, their descendants. Well, their ancestors, excuse me. But their ancestors are decedent, not descendant, but decedent, meaning dead. The Hmong tribes people would pay tithe, oftentimes in flesh and blood, to the Cho. In other words, certain members of their village would sacrifice themselves or be sacrificed, but certainly, normally, animals, fruit, food, everything the Cho wanted would be brought to them, because they do have mortal coils that require sustenance in the physical form, aside from their spirits, which they believe to be separate, which feed off your dreams. And in this manner, the Cho became accustomed to receiving tithes that maintained them in a lifestyle of primitive public support, wherein they were freed from all the responsibilities of subsistence agriculture, so central to the livelihoods of the majority of their involuntary benefactors, and thereby able to dedicate themselves almost entirely instead to pursuit of both the mystic and the martial arts, through which to continue this cycle of exploitation, a continuity which earned their ethnos the ultimate enmity of any ethnic groups who suffered their proximity. Only the fear, dread, and terror so inspired by their nocturnal assaults prevented their racial extermination until the Nipponjin, the Japanese people, arrived. Because the archipelago of the 7,000 islands, comprising Wa Kokugwaya, Japan, has never been cursed, or as mainland Asians would interpret it, with the Chochoan presence. They were never infested. So the Japanese were demonstrably immune to the Chocho. The inflicted tsuns, the sudden unexpected nocturnal death syndrome that the Chocho can impose upon any Asian or any human, well, the Japanese are immune because, as I said, they are of the draconian bloodline, the dragon line, that descends back to the Hachurui, or the serpent folk, and therefore are immune, unlike baseline humans, to Cho assault. So, Nipponjin, the Japanese acquiescence to regional pleas to eradicate the Chochoa, guaranteed grateful collaboration throughout all rural Asia. That was a critical factor in prosecution of hostilities throughout the Second World War, the Greater East Asian Pacific conflict, which the overwhelming majority of postmodern Westerners find unfathomable. All you hear about are Japanese atrocities. All of it is true. And yet the Japanese had voluntary collaboration everywhere they went. Why? Because the Japanese, well, they had one single outstanding extermination order from Emperor Hirohito, kill all Cho, on sight. And the Japanese carried that out and wiped the Cho from mainland Asia, except from Southeast Asia, where they retreated into the jungles and rendered themselves inaccessible, as the Ho Chi Minh Trail was to Westerners throughout the Vietnam War. And thus it was that ultimately, when Michael Aquino informed the CIA, as a Special Forces Green Beret operating in Vietnam, about the Cho, because the Special Forces of the Vietnam War era were trained to go behind enemy lines and train friendly populations to fight the communists, and the people they trained were the Hmong, and that's where Michael Aquino encountered the Cho. And when he informed the CIA about it, they said, well, we've got to bring them all home. The Cho are coming home. They sacrificed thousands of people who helped the American war effort throughout the Vietnam War, the Montagnards, the Hmong, various other ethnic tribes, descendants of Mongolian mercenaries. All of them were abandoned, or many hundreds of them were, thousands were, so they could make room to bring thousands of Cho to North America. All too many. As a matter of fact, when I think about the number of Cho that were ultimately brought to North America, 40,000 of them. Think about that. And they're here breeding your woman every once in a while to produce hybrids, to further inflict injury and suffering and pain upon you. This is why we had this young lady, Alira Walker, the owner of the Happy Dragon, where you can find handmade sterling silver jewelry and prints of original artwork at the Happy Dragon Gallery. I don't know if she's still got that operating. And she had a wonderful Facebook page. It was facebook.com/we know you're watching, but we don't care. That has to be my own attitude. Jameson Reese says this explains many of the disappearances. Yeah, many of them. And of course, there are so many other reasons for the disappearances of Americans. So many Americans disappear, believe me, and it's for any number of reasons. But the Cho are among them. Anyhow, so Alira Walker wrote to me and said, I would like to thank Douglas for his fascinating work. I find his way of presenting information so delightful. I've been listening to old episodes. I was not familiar with the Chochoa before hearing him speak about it. I think I may have seen one in San Francisco. I once lived for over 2 years in a warehouse at 6th and Natoma. This is a ghetto neighborhood she's talking about, very dangerous. And she said, of all the wretched, evil, ghastly, disgusting, and truly despicable horrors that I saw on a daily basis, there was this one creature I could not tolerate. Just the sight of it made me want to leave the planet, rather than stay on a planet that had such a vile monster upon its surface. Besides that, it's hard to describe its features. It was very small, but not a midget, around 4 feet, incredibly withered and scrawny. I don't think it was bald, but I don't remember its features very clearly anymore. That was so many years agone. The memorable thing about it was my instinctive urge to kill it. I was actually offended that such a thing had been allowed to live for so many days. She says, I do recall it would associate with other small men who were obviously Southeast Asian. The thing was, they were human, and this thing was not. You spoke of these things in the underworld of SF, San Francisco, involved with drugs and gangs and such. That was not the impression I had of this tiny demon. It was completely feral. I cannot imagine it having money or buying things. It was always messing with things in the street. It was obsessed with building altars of worship on light posts, stop signs, any fixture in the street. You would tie things to the light post, kneel before it, and pray, babbling terrible things to the anti-god that had been encased within the structure it had bound. There was lots of banging and clanging, and finally, one day I saw it had removed the huge manhole cover from the middle of the intersection at the corner of my block of Natoma Street and was living. It was living under there, inside the ground, under the street. I would see it walking around with tiny trees it had ripped out of the ground, very small trees. It would have one slung over its shoulder and would prance around as if on parade, displaying the tiny dead tree so proudly. I saw this quite a few times. The awful thing about it was the expression of total demonic glee. The shining eyes and huge terrible grin, as it would carry a baby dead tree dangling its little roots that had just been ripped out of the ground. I was working as an environmentalist, campaigning to save trees, as I did for over a decade. So for me, this was more than just a little disturbing. There was only one living thing on my block of Natoma Street, a very small tree. I would hang out next to it and smoke cigarettes, as I was not allowed to smoke inside. It was next to the wall with the dragonfly mural. When the mural would be tagged or damaged, I would go touch it up and repaint it. I bet the mural is still there. Well, completely tagged over by now, but yes, the original painting probably underneath all that graffiti is probably still there. She says, one night I saw the little tree was gone. I knew that monster had killed it. I was so mad. I couldn't get over it. I was effing furious. I really wanted to slay that foul mutant thing. I had a few beers and was still mad and not paying attention to myself. I slipped and fell out of my loft, landing on concrete, and broke my hip. Busted my hip wide open to the point where bone was exposed and I was bleeding. It took me over a year to heal from that injury. I always felt it wasn't just that I wasn't paying attention. It was as if the evil I was focused on had somehow made me fall. And that is so. I never knew what it was until I heard Douglas Dietrich speak of the Chochoa. I think what I saw was one of their cousins/descendants. In the underworld of SF, San Francisco, living under the street, killing baby trees. My question for Douglas is this. If that creature was a Chochoa, how did the CIA manage to do anything with them? I don't understand how they convinced 40,000 of them to relocate to the States. Was it at gunpoint? If they were taken by force, how were they able to control them out of captivity? If it wasn't by force, how did the CIA get them to leave their homeland? I cannot imagine such feral things working in black projects. I mean, if they had any power, couldn't they escape the CIA? How could the CIA even communicate with them to the point of explaining black projects to them? What incentive could such monsters gain from agreeing to terrorize people such as Whitley Strieber? I realize that looks like many questions. I know many people have questions for Douglas. He has so many great insights to share. I hope he's doing all right and has an okay day. Smile emoticon. Thanks. Anyhow, Jameson Reese says it was because Mikey was something bigger than they. What he's referring to is, of course, Mikey is the name Michael Aquino forced children to call himself. And there's an element of truth to that. Basically, an evil greater than themselves was respected, bowed to, an emissary of the anti-gods. They, of course, are the servants of Dacho, who in the barbarous tongue is known as Shaun or Faun. And the Death Spirit is not necessarily an anti-god of the great aliens as much as Cthulhu is, but more than alien enough, I assure you. This is not a god of your race. It is the anti-god which created these fiends in its image. And so Wu Wei translation says, good Lord, what a terrible story, with a very sad face. Jameson Reese says reality often is terrible, and Wu Wei translation says sad but true. So, Atlantean Wizard, I would like your response. This may have triggered some memories in yourself. Who said, again, Atlantean Wizard said, I'm 98% sure I ran into a Cho in San Francisco on Market Street at a stoplight. It was panhandling, and the most disturbing thing was it wasn't even trying to speak. It was just making hissing, guttural noises. I did not give it any money. And by the way, the money, if you had given it money, it may not have spent the money. It may simply have been doing what it was doing in order to get people close to it so it could get a lock on you and follow you home in your dreams. The money is meaningless to the Cho oft times in that sense. In terms of where we go with that, give my voice a break there for a minute. And this is something that, of course, was unleashed in the 80s and caused all of the gray experiences of all these people who were so violated. And now that people have the hang of the Cho, have an understanding of them, got an idea of what they're all about, have an idea of the horror, then I can begin to communicate a little bit about their magic. And so let me check into the live stream a little bit in terms of the time we have remaining. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. I mean, you know, who knows? We'll see if I get to geopolitics at all tonight. But in terms of, by the way, Atlantean Wizard said, I felt cursed by the encounter. I experienced a sleep paralysis attack sometime later. There you have it. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am, whoever you may be, Atlantean Wizard. Feel free to state your gender if you wish. I mean, I always prefer to know the gender so I can say sir or ma'am at least and pay due respects. Again, Atlantean Wizard confirms. I felt cursed by the encounter. I experienced a sleep paralysis attack sometime later. There we have it. And by the way, with our man Justin White, his experience, from What Justice I Can Do It, would be that basically he was in Laos, and at that time he was traipsing about and just kind of, I really don't know what the fuck he was doing, but I'm not quite sure if he can tell you what the fuck he was doing. He was, I think he was just kind of like, you know, hoboing about the world at that time. And so when he was in Southwest Asia, and in Cambodia, he also traveled to Africa, by the way. And in Africa, one of the things he noticed was, of course, stores full of cassette tapes, which at that time did not exist in stores as anything you could access easily. You couldn't walk into a store and buy cassette tapes in Europe or America. You're stuck with DVDs at that point in history. But when he was in Africa, he could find stores full of cassette tapes. Very different level of technology. And when he was in Cambodia, there was nothing at all comparable, not even cassette tapes. So the technology at a very low level, comparably speaking. And so in terms of there was some white guy who was probably some former intelligence agent who decided he was going to retire there. And he had a bookstore full of English language material, which nobody was going to buy. There was nobody who could read the goddamn English language in Cambodia outside of academics. And there were no academics in that area of Cambodia where Justin White was at. It was backwoods countryside. And so this guy had this bookstore full of reading material he was never going to sell. And it's just a front because he was obviously a spook. And one of those books was on psychic warfare, and that's what Justin White picked up and started reading about Michael Aquino and the Diabolicon, and said, this is trippy shit, and why doesn't somebody do something about this? And, of course, someone did. It was myself. But in terms of where he was at in Cambodia, and he purchased that book, he purchased other books. And by the way the guy would work it is he wouldn't even sell his original books. He had like complete photocopies stapled together he would provide for sale. And these had been pre-Xerox so that you didn't have to wait while he Xeroxed hundreds of pages. This is how this guy was just bootlegging copies to sell illegally to any English language speaking person who happened to be in an area, which had to be like, what, once every few years? And then sell him a few books. It's obviously this guy, this was a front. And so what it was a front for was the CHO. And so when our man Justin White brought home the psychic warfare book and was reading all about Aquino and all that evil shit, then on the way home, well, he had to find a way home. He looked for some transportation, and there was this really short guy, and Justin White is really tall. So when he approached this really short, deformed-looking, bald-ass midget, gray, like Mini-Me, except if Mini-Me were completely malnourished and had a Star Child skull and shit, which any of you who have ever listened in the past. And so Jameson Reese is saying this guy, the bookstore owner, was ensnaring English-speaking people as basically CHO food, CHO munchies, and for experimentation in their, basically for targeting, for their magic, for the CHO. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, that almost goes sense saying. And so what happened was Justin White, trying to look for a way with his book in his backpack to get back to civilization where he lived, or comparative civilization, the city in which he lived, or hotel room, wherever there was a hotel, comparatively speaking, would be a city compared to the rest of the backwoods. So he's on the river, which is the fastest mode of transportation throughout China and for thousands of years. And throughout Southeast Asia today, the rapid transit system is the rivers. And so when he basically went to the river, and there's this short deformed guy. For those of you who might remember, there was this poor bastard who came on Coast to Coast AM all the time and always talked about the Star Child. And of course he died from what I call the curse of the Star Child. This became the whole guy's life, was trying to get a DNA test on the Star Child and shit. And I understand that he got the DNA test on the Star Child and said, oh yeah, this history's gonna change on a dime. At that point we get this Star Child DNA test taken and shit. And it's like it's basically everybody on the internet pretty much says, I guess if this was Lloyd Pye who had this skull, they were saying that basically this was found in Mexico. And the paranormalist, as they call him, Lloyd Pye, was saying he was convinced this was of extraterrestrial origin, that this was an extraterrestrial human hybrid. And, pretty much all conventional people are saying it's a malformed human skull of a child who likely died as a result of congenital hydrocephalus, which is like the, water on the head syndrome, water on the brain. And so it was given all of this publicity. It was anyhow. This is what this man decided to center his life around. So if you take a look at the Star Child skull on the internet, this is the kind of head that this guy had. Eyes close together, bulbous skull that our man Justin White encountered. And he's short and small. And Justin White thought, oh, this is a combination of malnutrition and birth defects caused by Agent Orange. And, everything you could imagine he thought was wrong with this guy. But when he approached him, for some reason, the two Cambodian girls who were kind of on the beach and sitting back out of the sun because, they've grown up. It's not like they need to go to the beach to fucking soak up the sun and get some rays and get a tan. These are girls who've been in the sun all their lives. So they, when they're waiting for transportation on the river, they sit back out of the sun. So they were in the tree line. And so the fastest way was to wait for the slowest way, or the regular way, if you were a regular Cambodian like these girls were, was they were waiting for the slow boat. And the slow boat was exactly as implied in the name, a slow fucking boat. And it was slow not just in the time it took, but came maybe twice a day. So if you didn't want to wait half the day, like these girls were stuck with, then you would go to the riverboat mafia, the speedboat mafia, controlled by the opium smugglers, and they could afford the speedboats that could you'd contract one of them by paying them, and they'd drive you to your destination right away, speed you there in the boat. So he approached this guy who was obviously part of that speedboat mafia. Get it? Mafia, part of the Cho underworld. And as soon as he approached the guy, the girls started laughing at him. And he thought, oh, they're laughing because I'm such a tall white guy and this guy's such a short Asian guy. That's what he thought. They were laughing at him because they said, oh, here comes Cho food. And so when he approaches this Cho guy, hey, how about taking me back home in your speedboat? Then the guy, like, gets a speedboat there, like by magic, like telepathy and shit. You know, a speedboat comes speeding along and picks Justin White up, takes him back to his, little village where they got a hotel. And then he goes into the hotel room, falls asleep reading that book on Aquino's atrocities and shit, and wakes up with this silvery gray woman on his chest, pushing him down with the force of 10 elephants, holding him down so that he knows he's going to die like this while she sucks all his energy. And she's got boobs, but no nipples. She's wearing no clothes, but there's no discernment of her skin. It's all silvery gray. She's a silvery gray entity with no genitalia, no nipples, but physically strong enough to hold him down. He's struggling for his very life and finally realizes, I will die. I will die. And all he can see is 10 feet away on the coffee table where he left that book on psychic warfare and the U.S. military occult complex, the mind wars of Michael Aquino. And all you can see is that. And when he's looking at that book, then the Cho looks at the book too, and she laughs. She looks at that and looks back at him and laughs. Well, he's just realizing that he's not getting out of this alive. So he summoned all the will, all the strength he had, prayed to the divinity, just the spirit of life itself, and found it within him to throw her off. And when he was able to rally himself enough to where he could physically throw her off, she was stunned. So he throws her back across the room when he threw her off, and when she fell back against the room, she pretty much was wide-eyed and stunned, and then pretty much vanished. At that point, just did a little disappearing act and vanished. He can't really recall, I don't believe, how she vanished. It was just like he saw her move. It wasn't just like she exploded and thin air puffed into a powdery effervescence or something. It was like she moved as if to get out of there, and then she was gone. So that was, I don't know if I'm doing justice to his story. So Jameson is saying she was hallucinatory, kind of? No. How do you?
Well, I have a reason for saying that because I suffer from a form of I border on narcolepsy. So what happens is every time I wake up, I could walk up 2 flights of stairs, use the bathroom, and I'm still literally hallucinating like all types of weird shit simultaneously while being in a sort of sleep-like state. And they're pretty vivid, the hallucinations. I mean, they're very fucking vivid.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Justin White does not suffer that. You have...
I understand that, but what I'm getting at is the state of consciousness in which he's being assailed isn't it's not literally in the sleep state. It's a border. They have to get you in the border.
Yes, that's true.
So in that state, a lot of things that people will encounter as physically real and solid will be, oh gosh, a better way to put it, instead of hallucinatory, would be like they're on a different density.
Yeah. Yes, I got it. Yeah, that's definitely true. And but in terms of her, she was taking advantage of that half state, that semi state, because this is This is, of course, when people also receive phone calls from the dead. Our communications from the dead is in that state. You wake up in the morning and your mind is empty. There's nothing that has entered your mind yet. And traditionally, when we had the dial phones and the landlines back in the old days, that's when they would ring, and you'd get a phone call from someone you knew who had died. And there was a book published by that very title, Phone Calls from the Dead. Very real phenomenon. And so the dead do communicate through the electricity. The electrical medium venues are where they can communicate with people. And in the case of the Cho, of course, they have much more freedom in terms of their ability to operate. And they don't need an electrical medium. They are the electrical medium themselves, so to speak. They're their own battery in that regard. And they drain yours. And so the sleep eaters are out for you, and so we have people who encountered them, like Atlantean Wizard, Alira Walker, and then we have Jameson Reese, who's had certain types of experiences.
Oh, yeah. An initiation of sorts. If that's the only way I can do it justice, because I obviously, if they wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be here. So. See, clearly they were to try to keep edging me in that state for some reason for a period of years, almost fucking daily. I went through just about every god in every lexicon, and there is no god to help you there at that point. And then that's when I started to learn that, I have to just fucking get these guys back. I had to just get angrier and angrier every time they started doing it. And the fear became at some point a sort of hostility towards them, where I just started cursing at them and screaming at them, or I would just get myself into a fury. And over time, it just stopped, and they started to give me messages.
And tell us about those messages.
It basically be like a sort of metallic sounding voice coming out of specifically the right ear. It was never audible in the left ear for some reason. I can't figure that one out, but
I mean, there's go on, please.
Yeah, and these would be experiences even when I was like wide awake sometimes. And after a period of time, my fixation on aliens I was just like, okay, I'm done with this shit. And it just died with it. Well, that and the fact that, as I got older and I started to learn more about I started to take pleasure in ripping them apart with my mind. Whenever, at least they're constructs, not them physically, but they're constructs that
they're presenting themselves in. I mean, these are basically kind of like an avatar. So
yeah. It's like an astral. It's like they go to the same shop and they get these astral shells. And this is what people interpret as grays or whatever, but they could change the forms of those things pretty easily. They could turn them into a smoking babe for all you know, and just to try to milk you of your sexual essence and whatnot. This is
actually,
what a lot of people.
Do you know what? Everything you're saying is obviously true to me, but the smoking babe part, the reason why that is probably not doable for them is they don't have that human empathy. In other words, you would have to empathize.
No, I've seen them. Yeah. I've seen them pull it off, but the thing is, they can never keep it. That's the thing about it.
Okay.
Like they'll hijack something you're dreaming about. They'll hijack a form you're dreaming about. But in the middle of if it's a female, like if I'm dreaming about a female I'm about to copulate with, and they'll always jack it up somehow. And so all of a sudden the female, all of a sudden the female grows like these bulbous eyes and the head of a gray, and I'm like, whoa, no.
Oh man, that fucking sucks.
Yeah, that was one of the experiences I had, and the thing sort of just dashed away, and I was like, whoa. that was weird. All of a sudden, this hot redhead who was about to, just have her way with me, well, her head became something else. I'm just like, whoa, no, that's not exciting anymore.
Yeah.
That's kind of creepy.
Yeah, that's just awful. I really think that it's one of these things that and how was this experience with the lamb that you were originally asking me about, LAM in the Crowleyite sense? What is the connection again? I mean, it would be
The
obvious to
connection
some, but
was
yeah,
well,
explain
the
it.
connection was that was the gateway that they took.
Mhm.
That's how they jacked me. At first, I was dealing with Lam, but then something happened at some point, and the connection just got fucked. And this is what happens a lot of times when you're dealing with, different sigils of different entities, or you're dealing with different names that people are providing you with. The connections aren't always going to be clean, and if the connections are fucked, it's just gonna gate in all types of shit that you don't want gated in. They're just gonna jack it, and they're going to just fuck your shit up.
So, Islam in and of himself just a hollow shell that they take advantage of, or was he a real entity that they kind of pushed out of the way?
Lam was Lam was originally Crowley's interpretation of what he was becoming when he was connecting to Iwas. Basically, Lam wasn't an actual thing that he saw. People now Kenneth Grant took the story and he ran with it, and he made it sound like this is an actual alien intelligence. But what you're actually supposed to do with Lam is you're supposed to assimilate that intelligence as a means of putting yourself into to a sort of cosmic egg, and you're supposed to be using those like spherical things as a sort of astral thing to journey through the Kleepoth and all this other shit. It's being basically Grant turned it into a way of using it as a technique in which you can explore the tunnels of Set and whatnot, and go beyond that into these sort of anti-god realms.
Right.
And I, of course, at the time wasn't that read with the stuff.
Mhm.
And so I had just decided and the internet wasn't as full of resources on the occult as it is now. I mean, goddamn, what you have today is like, whoa, it's a treasure chest compared to what it fucking was when I started out.
Wow.
But I'm,
I
but
don't
I'm,
know
but
whether
I,
that's positive or not.
I, considering what we have going on in the world of occultism, I think it's not been a positive at all.
Right.
But the thing is, what happened was that at some point, that in a combination of probably buying the Simon Necronomicon and trying one of those botched ass fucking rituals at that period of time, all these things probably culminated into opening me up to that influence. And again, I don't know why they weren't successful at killing me with the amount of times that I was being, harassed by these things, but maybe that was never their intention.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It sounds like they weren't necessarily feeding off of you so much as
Oh, they
telling.
were feeding. They were
With-
definitely feeding off of me.
Okay.
They were feeding off of their intent was to feed off of the fear and exhaustion. But at some point, they weren't expecting
So
me
they
to
would
get
have killed you.
hostile.
They would have killed you. It's that your hostility overcame their objective. It's that simple. So there we have that. Yeah, and so that people understand this further in terms of the anthropology of the Chochoan tribes. Understand, of course, this much. They don't exist on mainland Asia in terms of China anymore at all. My father saw them when he served in China. I myself saw them in the Tenderloin. But they were all but exterminated by the Japanese in China and in Vietnam. So you could only find them further inland in Laos and Cambodia. And, of course, they were armed by the CIA in Laos. But they, of course, this is why when the CIA retreated in 1975, or the Americans retreated completely, they basically bombed every known suspected village to prevent any Chou remaining in Southeast Asia surviving. As a matter of fact, they dropped more bombs on Laos in a single day than had been dropped on both Germany and Japan and Italy, or all the Axis nations put together, including Romania, etc., throughout World War II. They basically dropped the equivalent, the explosive equivalent of thousands of Hiroshima bombs. They saturated Laos to the point of national extinction to kill all the remaining Chou that might be in these nations. They wanted to make certain that the only Chou left alive were here in America. And so in terms of where the Chou, of course, we know where they ultimately resettled, but where they ultimately originated, from what anthropologists were able to piece together before the Chou were wiped off the internet as a phenomena that is denied. Basically, the Chouans came into what is today known as Afghanistan and environs by the 2nd century, essentially out of the otherworldly abyss. And according to that particular legend, the Chochos may have been a servitor race of Ahriman, the Zoroastrian Satan, sent to basically devolve humanity by guarding the degenerative affluence of the Black Lotus, a very specific kind of opium. And even Orthodox anthropologists of the Victorian era suggested the Chochos were genetically disparate enough from humanity that they may have diverged from our genetic line as long ago as Homo erectus. I'm told that there's no data on the stream, and then I'm told that we have an excellent connection, so hopefully there's been no interruption. But in terms of my own father, he witnessed along with myself the Chou in the Tenderloin. So in terms of the magical ritual that I saw with my own eyes, understand that when the Americans vacated Southeast Asia and they brought what American collaborators they could with them back to the States, changed our immigration laws so that we could bring in Asians at all, then the Asians that they brought were dumped in America's ghettos. In San Francisco in particular, the Tenderloin in which I grew up, which had been a predominantly black neighborhood, became Asianized enough to the point where today it's called Little Saigon. And in terms of the Vietnamese who live there, so sad, the struggles that they went through, indescribable, unbelievable. I weep for them. And they were thrust into the urban environment, especially those from the backwoods of Laos and Cambodia, had no concept of what they were dealing with. They were washing their vegetables in the toilets, in the apartment rooms. I myself, of course, was growing up after we moved to San Francisco at a young age for me. When we resettled here, it was a ghetto community, the only place my father could afford, and where, of course, he had pleasant memories of being on shore leave from his days in the Navy. The place we were living in was called El Cerrito Apartments, but the police of San Francisco called it the Compound. Of course, the Tenderloin District of San Francisco got its name from the fact that all police who patrolled the Tenderloin got hazard pay, and so they could afford tenderloin steak. That's why it was called the Tenderloin. It was the Tenderloin Patrol. And when the police patrol becomes the dominant name for your neighborhood, well, you know you live in the worst of all neighborhoods. No other neighborhood in the world has ever been classified by its police patrol. So that is alone tells you everything. I've traveled the world in war zones all over the world, and I've never encountered a place worse or more dangerous than the Tenderloin of San Francisco. But when they began bringing in all of these Asian families for the first time in its history, it became a little bit more of a family environment. At the same time, of course, all of these people were simply brought as food for the Cho that the Americans had transported to America specifically. Well, this was their food. It would be like an ethnic cuisine, like a native cuisine. If you had grown up all your life eating Chinese food, because you're Chinese, then you're not going to adapt readily to another diet, a different diet. Just as your average American considers Japanese food to be a delicacy because it's nothing an American would ever eat to sustain themselves. Everything that the Japanese consider food is what your average white American would consider leavings, or leavings as in rabbit feed, or bait, like the kind of thing you would put at the end of a hook to catch a real fish. This is what Americans would consider Japanese cuisine to be. So this is why when the Geneva Convention for Prisoners of War asks that militaries feed their prisoners maybe a fraction of what their soldiers eat, this is something that's a very important factor to consider in Japanese atrocities, because your average Japanese is considered, well, certainly by World War II standards, was considered completely malnourished by all Western standards. And the Japanese in the field would eat by conquering new territory. This is what gave them such motivation to advance. They didn't really maintain a logistical supply line that was particularly sophisticated. So the Japanese military was forced to always attack, motivated oftentimes to get food. And that was motivation enough to make a fearsome warrior. And when the Japanese had prisoners of war, and they're feeding them 1/3 of what their soldiers eat in the field, because obviously a soldier in the field consumes a lot because they're expending a lot of energy, then what happened was these Americans get 1/3 of what these Japanese are eating, which is next to nothing, everything they can steal from the enemy. That alone is why Americans died at 7 times the rate, the death rate, that they suffered in Nazi prisoner of war camps. All Westerners died in Japanese prisoners of war camps at 7 times the rate that they died in Nazi prisoner of war camps. Excuse me for a second here. And so what you hear me doing at the moment is taking antacids, because of course what happens is I get basically every once in a while, due to the fact that I am a vampire, or rather a dampire, a 1/4 vampiroid from my mother, who was half vampiroid. The problem is that I really am, once I started drinking more blood, which I did over the holidays, obviously, I had access to my blood boys, and I indulged in hematophagic diet. Solid food, whenever I eat it, just doesn't process well anymore. Really, my mother warned me about this, that once I started drinking more blood, the more hard it would be to digest solid foods. And of course, so when I came home and scarfed a bunch of solid food to provide myself enough calories to make it through the night, well, it just really feels like I'm going to vomit it all out. And it just does not process well. It goes through the intestinal tract and really creates just extraordinary heart pain because it's gas. Just basically, it becomes the source of a lot of gaseousness as my body attempts to break it down as easily as it does the blood. By the way, any one of you out there, if you ever tried to even drink blood as just an experiment, you wouldn't get past the first few sips. Believe me, you would vomit. So since I can tolerate drinking as much blood as I do, I'm obviously not baseline human. No baseline human can tolerate drinking human blood. You can't hold it in. You will vomit it up. It has nothing to do with any moral repugnance. It has everything to do with physiology. Your body cannot digest it. So in terms of, as a matter of fact, I can guarantee you, you'd have an easier time eating shit than you would drinking blood. It's that simple. You couldn't retain it. So when I'm eating solid food, and like I scarfed earlier, it's not that I have that visceral kind of reaction where I can't swallow it. It's the digestion process. It's not holding. So the body does ultimately metabolize it. But the breaking it down is the hard part, and it's not comfortable. So there's times, like just moments ago, until I take these Gas X and the other antacid, it's just, if I didn't do that, the pain is excruciating. It's like I'm suffering multiple heart attacks. I'm not kidding. It's up worse. So in terms of what my father and I saw in the Tenderloin, what was going on was all of these families that were relocated into one of the tallest and largest housing complexes in the Tenderloin was El Cerrito Apartments, which wasn't that large. It's but still larger than most places in the Tenderloin. Most of the places in the Tenderloin are not sky rises. They're not housing projects. They're just old fucking dumps, hotels and motels converted into apartments. And when it came to the El Cerrito apartment complex, it was the biggest one, 100 units, meaning 10 stories. And of those 10 stories, 10 units on each floor. So 100 units. And compared to the rest of the places in the Tenderloin in general, one of the largest ones, and therefore called the compound by the police. So in the compound, entire floors would burn up in fires because these new residents from the backwoods of Cambodia and Laos who washed their vegetables in their toilets had no idea how to use the gas ovens and would promptly blow the place up, start enormous fires, and these conflagrations would consume entire floors that would then become permanently blocked off. So we had like maybe one floor that could never be used. And that became, of course, the haunted floor. And there were some floors in which it was rumored there was cannibalism, some floors on which orgies were taking place. But ours was 609. We were on the 6th floor, and it was the residential floor. And so families were often there. The elderly had all died off, and my father would be called on by the landlord along with other known residents so they could break down the doors whenever they suspected an elderly person had died who didn't pay the rent, and then they would break the door down and find the elderly person dead. And so in the case of my father, he was often called, when it came to the death of these Asian immigrants, because they all, began to die because they were food for the Cho. And understand, of course, that when it comes to the Cho, the Hmong tribesmen, had no means of defense against them once they were imported to the United States as Cho food. And they fell prey to them via a phenomenon called SUNDS, SUNDS, the Sudden Unexpected Nocturnal Death Syndrome. And all of this was based on the fact that they had no central pillar in which to make their sacrifices to their ancestors to protect them at night. And so they were constantly vulnerable whenever they slept to the Cho. And the entity the god of the Cho, the Da Cho, D-A-B space T-S-O-G, but pronounced Da Cho, the one known in the barbarous tongue as Sean or Fawn. In 1975, when the communist Laotians, the Pathet Lao victory, caused most of the Hmong to flee to the refugee camps in Thailand, 100,000 of them were airlifted to the United States, specifically to serve as Cho food for the 40,000 Cho. And when they came to the United States, it was around 1977 when we had both ethnicities relocate en masse. That is when all the men began to die of the SUNs, the sudden unexplained nocturnal death syndrome, victims of the DAB, the Da, the monsters beneath the earth who venture forth by night. This is what they would tell the Westerners investigating the phenomenon, both the police and the medical authorities. For those of you, of course, who understand this as the old hag experience, obviously the entire phenomenon of the SUNs, well, let me try and explain it via the symptoms. The first thing that you suffer in SUNS, S-U-N-D-S, sudden unexplained nocturnal death syndrome, you first suffer in your sleep a sense of panic and extreme fear. Then cometh the paralyses. Then comes the chest pressure. An elephant on your chest. Then, while your ribs are being crushed, you get that overwhelming sense of that alien presence in the room. Animal, human, spirit, none of the above, but a combination of all of the above. Animal, human, spirit. Any and all of it combined into an overwhelming xenopresence, an alien form in the room. And then finally, sensational disturbance. That means auditory, visual, tactile, while the rape of your essence proceeds. That would be the fifth symptom. The sixth symptom is when, well, you wake up dead. And that's how all the men began to die screaming. And of course, we'd hear the screams throughout the night. And in the morning, the landlord would come, knock on our door, get my father and other men to break down the door, and they'd find the dead Laotian male clawing at the air, his body paralyzed into that clawing motion at the air, dead, of course, but his body left frozen in that position of clawing at the air. Now, other Asian groups also began to die from SUNs. Vietnamese, Cambodians. And all of the family structure and ritual had been disrupted for all of them by the feng shui, the geomancy of San Francisco, of any major urban city. There's no room in any apartment or architecture in any urban home for a central pillar. And the central pillar was the universal feature of the Hmong villages, the dwelling place of their ancestral spirits, absent in all American architecture. Not a single apartment or house has ever been built with the central pillar in the Western world. Well, certainly not the United States. And so the Da attacked 60% of the Hmong in America. That means every single male and some females, at least 10%, underwent at least a near SUNS experience. 3 times the norm of the American population and the average American experience of the old hag syndrome. So, of the old hag experiences in America, well, think of it this way. The Hmong and other Southeast Asians experienced the highest rate of the old hag phenomenon of any known population in the world, except without the old hag, and instead something more like what Justin White experienced. The kind of gray girl with the vapid, empty gray eyes. Silvery, mercurial would be the word for it, like liquid mercury, reflecting your terror so you could see yourself scream while she strangled the life out of you. And, of course, the evangelical Americans, Protestant to a fault, tried to convert as many of the victims to Christianity as possible. But any of the Hmong who converted to Christ and abandoned most or all of their native spirit traditions, they died the most. Christ was no protector here. Christ lost against the Chó. They would die. We would find their bodies gripping their crucifixes in a death grip, crying out to Jesus with their last breath. These were the Hmong who died the easiest and the quickest. They had the highest death rate of all the sufferers, 72%. You were almost guaranteed to die if you converted to Christ. And so, in terms of the Da who were airlifted to the United States, well, the Chó who were airlifted to the United States, they carried the Da with them. It was rumored that the CIA had the House of Da. In other words, if you've ever seen the Japanese parades where they have the miksha, the portable temple in which the god is carried, that they carry on those Spirit Day parades, the Hmong, of course, would whisper that the Chó had something similar for their god, but of course as a god he could multi-locate in multiple such structures, that many of them were brought to the United States and hidden all over the North American continent, in Canada and North America. And that enables them to strike anywhere. So what happened was that all of the Hmong were destined to die. They were going to die out in America. And it took a courageous medical anthropologist named Dr. Shelley Adler. She was a woman who basically pointed out that these rates of Suans were completely unheard of in Laos, where the virtual countermeasures could readily apply. The idea of summoning their spirits anytime they were needed to hold off the Chó, to hold off Da Chó, the god of the Chó, the death god. She pointed out none of that was possible here in the United States, and that only in refugee camps and that were in America did you have village and clan groups that could sacrifice to a central pillar that they could erect. Otherwise, their families, their clan groups, had been profoundly atomized. This separation of the families into apartment units, it prevented shamans from carrying out the slaughter of sacrificial livestock to the ancestral spirits. And with this neglect, the ancestors starved, and Da Chó broke the barrier again and again to finally kill his food source. But Dr. Shelley Adler appealed before Congress, and in a massive presentation to the Congressional Committee about the refugee status of Southeast Asians in the United States, she was able to initiate between 1977 and 1981 a rural exodus of the Hmong tribesmen into the American countryside. By the way, I need people to tell me if we've had a break in communication. I was told we had no data on the stream, and then it went back to excellent connection. Hopefully everyone was able to hear everything I said. But in this rural exodus of the Hmong to the countryside, after half a decade of massacre, after 5 years of mass death, Dr. Shelley Adler was able to preserve the Cambodians who later became the dominant owners of donut franchises all over the United States. By the way, Atlantean Wizard says, having experienced a number of demonic encounters, I've found the only surefire way to gain the upper hand is to drop the fear. Easier said than done in the heat of the moment, he himself admits. I presume it's a he. So thank you, Atlantean Wizard, for sharing that. And that is true. This is what happened to our man, Justin White. Wu Wei Translation says audio is perfect. Thank you so much. So with Justin White, he overcame his fear with rage. His hopelessness, really. He felt not so much fear. Well, obviously he felt fear, but as he began to die, he felt sheer hopelessness, apathy. This is part of the psychic assault. And in terms of our man Jameson Reese, he said, of course, he replaced his whatever he was experiencing, fear or whatnot. He may be too egotistical to admit what he was experiencing exactly, but he replaced it with rage and began to hit back. And otherwise, I'm sure he would not be here today. And in terms of Atlantean Wizard, he dropped the fear, and that's what overcame what otherwise would have taken his life. Oh, so Jameson Reese does admit it was terror that I felt. Thank you, sir. So you're back. I take it that you're back. And thank you, Wu Wei Translations, again, for letting us know that the audio is fine. Now that you've all kind of had a... So he says, sheer terror of death. Thank you, Jameson. That's a very brave thing for you to share it with us. Honestly, that's the right thing to do, is to be honest about these things. Otherwise, nobody's helped. Neither ourselves nor anyone else. If we lie to others about the fear that is an innate part of our survival, it is healthy to be afraid. Jameson Reese says, I have no gripes admitting my fears. Well, of course, anyone without fear is some kind of psychotic or a fool. Anyhow, Vlo Grant says, Douglas, is this timeline collapsing? What esoteric principles surround this great reset? I'm not saying Vlo Grant is a troll, but this is obviously detracting from the narrative. I'm not going to respond to that. This is not, by the way, it's not even really a constructive question necessarily. It's you're implying kind of like an answer to your question. In other words, there is an implication in your question by saying that this is a great reset, implying that, oh yes, and Jameson is saying, don't forget the solicitations. I'll get to, thank you. Remind me when I finish talking about the show. Now that you're all kind of introduced to the show, and that was, of course, an extensive introduction. At this point, if you don't understand the phenomenon to the point where you can understand what I'm talking about, well, you just haven't been listening. And as for... So Jameson says he's got to grab some cookies. He'll be right back. That's I don't need to know that you're grabbing cookies. Just the BRB, the be right back will be fine. I don't need to know about the cookies. That's irritating. Otherwise, Flo Grant retracted his message. Oh, by the way, you don't need to retract it. I'm sorry. I'm coming down a bit hard on you. I'm sorry. That is a bit harsh. Each one of those things where I can put it this way. It's kind of like an intro into. There are things that are happening that lead people to be talking about a great reset. Obviously, this is bleeding over into certain concepts of chronometric collapse, which means a kind of a chronological It wouldn't necessarily be chronometric because that would imply the measurement of time, but it's as if time itself is somewhat collapsing. Let's basically, and thank you, Vlo Grant, for understanding. Let's basically put it this way. We live in a timeline that we will either make work or it will collapse because it is basically a shared Maya, as in illusion. Maya in the Buddhistic sense of the Bodhi matrix, the shared illusion. Our shared illusion right now in this critical juncture of time is the delusion that the Allies won World War II. It needs to be universally recognized and accepted that the Japanese won World War II for our timeline to heal, because the timeline is being warped by an insistence on anti-reality, which implies the anti-gods, just as antimatter is destructive of all that it touches. So too, anti-reality is destructive of this timeline. So in this sense, I have to get back to the show by answering Vlo Grant. It's in a sense as if I'm obligated. So your question is not resented as much as I originally responded to it with a kind of resentment. That's not, it actually serves a purpose and it's necessary. For people have to understand, to break the illusion is the only hope we have to maintain this reality, or this reality will collapse. Our space-time continuum will collapse. It's being collapsed by anti-reality. The anti-reality delusion being that the Allies won World War II, when in particular the Japanese won World War II, whereas the Reich retreated from the surface of the world. Vlo Grant says, thank you, Vlo Grant. I owe the thanks to you. So understand this, when it comes to this space-time construct, J-Mo is saying reality is held up by belief. That's not the case, only in a sense. The truth is reality, but reality can be damaged by belief. It can be damaged by a false belief. The false belief can destroy reality itself. This is why, in order to preserve their lie, their anti-reality, the cult of the kings of Edom need to make the stars right so that the anti-gods can enter our reality now. Otherwise, they lose their war. And they have to wait until the cosmic Hakenkreuz, the cosmic hooked cross in the sky, the stars being wrong for them, that polar star, along with the rest of the stars in the constellation we call the Big Dipper, forms in its cyclical orbit in the sky a cosmic swastika, the cosmic ward against the anti-gods. This is why the stars are wrong for them. And until the aeons past, where those constellations change and are no longer forming that elder god sign, that swastika in the sky, that holds the anti-gods at bay, until the stars are right for them, and that elder sign is gone, we are safe. The only thing that renders us so vulnerable to them is our belief in alien gods. This is why the God that created you in his image was so jealous of these other gods. He was jealous of these other gods because he gifted mankind free will. He gifted you free will so you have the choice to worship other gods. But he wants you to know he's jealous of these other gods because they will destroy his creation. They will destroy his creation by subverting you. You are the weakest link in the chain. When your mind opens to the cult of alien gods, the belief that we were seeded by extraterrestrials from outer space, the belief that the Star Child is an alien-human hybrid, the belief that Von Daniken and Zacharias Sitkin have the answers when they're providing you the boldest of lies. Understand that the man who was the first to walk upon the moon for America. There were others before him, but the first American to walk upon the moon, the first Allied officer, Neil Armstrong. He, and you can verify this yourself by looking it up, he went down to the Amazon jungle to hunt out the cave in which Erich von Däniken claimed alien computers had been sequestered. On a plateau in the Amazon jungle, in the Guyana highlands, one of the most unexplored regions on Earth. And Neil Armstrong commanded an expedition to visit that plateau and penetrate those caves. And they didn't find any goddamn alien computers, I can tell you that. Rather, what we have instead is a violation of our reality based on a shared impossibility, a shared lie. This does not sit well with reality, and as antimatter destroys physical matter on contact, our lie, this shared lie of the Allies, that they won the Second World War, is what is causing the collapse of our reality at the most critical time in human history. Understand this, Flo Grant. Any generation, of course, says their generation is the most important in history. But only in the case of my generation is it true. Understand that with every other generation, the generation is always important. All generations are important. Every link in the chain is what makes the chain. We cannot exist without the links in the chain being interconnected. But it's my link in the chain, the link of my generation, that is the weak link in the chain. Our generation is what makes or breaks reality itself. Because ours is the most aborted generation in history, the 13th American generation. The generation of X, as people call it, Generation X, my generation, we were the victims of the pill. And because we were the victims of the pill, and were the most aborted generation in history to exacerbate our extermination as a generation beyond that, we are left in the choke point position. We are the choke point in the hourglass. All of the past and all of the future rides on us, my generation. I was born in 1966. And, of course, the 13th American generation. Just for anyone to understand, let's take a look at how many years that covers. And that should basically give you an idea of what we're dealing with. So when it comes to the 13th American generation, people born between 1961 and 1981 are America's 13th generation. We're the first generation that woman took pills not to have. If you were ever to ask any MD what the most important medicine was in all the universal history of the human experience, what medicine impacted all humanity more than any other medicine in human history, it was that goddamn fucking pill. Once that pill was made available, mass murder of children erupted on a scale of killing them in the womb that had never been seen before in history, and millions of people who should have been born were never born. For that reason, my 13th generation is the first to have gone through the divorce revolution. We went to school when schools stopped teaching the traditional curriculum. So we, born between 1961 and 1981, we are considered a failed generation. And as the 13th generation to be born since the American Revolution, we inherited the crashed economy. So we were weaned on Vietnam and Watergate. And we're all ranging in age. Well, by the year 2016, we were ranging in age from about 11 to 31, according to the demographers. By the way, just as you had the baby boom generation of World War II, we were considered the baby busters, the baby bust generation, as the most aborted generation in history. So I keep emphasizing that abortion part. Why is that so important? Because we are the first generation to manifest the inverted pyramid family structure. The inverted pyramid family structure is one where if I were masochistic enough to get married and have a child, we could only afford one child. But your average person, unlike me, whose parents were the age of most people's great-grandparents, because both of my parents had been World War II veterans in the military sense, your average person would have parents that are much, much younger than my parents were. So your average person would have not only a child to support if they got married, 2 people, beneath them a single child, and each one of them would in turn have, on average, 2 parents each to support. Their parents would normally be still alive, so they'd have 4 grandparents to support, and 8 great-grandparents to support on each side. So overall, we'll do the math. So you have 4 parents on each, 2 parents on each side equals 4, plus, the great-grandparents, that's 8, plus the 16 great-great-grandparents, and that equals 28 people, plus the child. That means each married couple has 30 people to care for. Each married couple has 30 people to care for. 1 child and 28 senior citizens on average. So all the money they earn goes to taxes to support the elderly with all their elderly discounts. And all these motherfuckers are sucking up everything and producing nothing. So my 13th generation is the choke point in the hourglass because it all dies with us. The massive gerocide, the loss of all memory, the loss of the delusion that the Allies won World War II, which is maintained by all the baby boomers and their senior citizens, the so-called greatest generation, which was the greatest failure in the history of mankind. The greatest good-for-nothing generation. All of them will be paying the price in their massive die-off, their great gray wave. The fuck-ups, as our man, Jameson Reese, refers to them as. The greatest generational indulgence. So, here in terms of the end result, by the way, Conspiracy Kitty, who's our Lady Shauna Bando, is back, says, still live? Oh gosh, as I just woke up. Oh, I think Douglas just reading. Good morning to all who are still here. Anyhow, Vlogrant says, wow, I was born in 1998, and I feel as though the choke point you're speaking about is beyond counter. So with this narrative unfolding seemingly at an accelerated rate, I don't know what to do. Well, the only thing that you can do is survive it. The only thing any of us can do is survive the collapse to build a better world. And this collapse is more than just a collapse of our society. It's a collapse of reality itself. This is what you're referencing when you're talking about the temporal collapse, when you're talking about the Great Reset. Because a pyramid set upon its pinnacle, its capstone, and sent to spin like some Jewish top during their holy days, it's not going to stand. It cannot spin forever. It cannot stay on its capstone. He says, I suspected the essence of what you're speaking once the elderly started dying en masse. Yes, a draddle. Thank you, James. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Draddle. How was it? That idiot Arnold Schwarzenegger, to prove he wasn't a Nazi, because at one point he said how much he admired Adolf Hitler, and he was born in Austria, of course, where Hitler himself was born. He had to make up for it by going Jewish and wearing a yarmulke and shit. And I think the worst of it was when they had to. I think they totally scrubbed the footage of him, but yeah, there was footage of him with that goddamn draddle going, singing the song about "I made thee of clay," in that horrible Austrian accent. I try to purge that from my mind. At any rate, the great gray age wave, the gray tsunami, that is the ship of state. Well, that's the iceberg on which our Titanic, the ship of state, will sink. By the way, this is the way it is all over the world. This same phenomenon is not an American phenomenon. I am a member of the 13th American generation, but all over the world it's like this. The inverted pyramid familial structure, the anti-family that will collapse because the draddle will fall, the pyramid spinning on its capstone, all of this is worldwide. This is the family structure in communist China, the Empire of Japan, Germany and all of Europe, Canada as well, most certainly in Russia, the entire northern hemisphere of civilization, which is all of civilization as far as the economy is concerned. Even today, if Pakistan and India, both nuclear powers, went to all-out thermonuclear war and annihilated each other's population, that wouldn't crash our economy worldwide. But all the worldwide powers, which are the world economy, all have this inverted pyramid family structure. The 13th American generation, well, we could refer to all those generations all over the world who are part of this same generation, but not American. That would be Generation X. It's X as in the killer asteroid X, the demographic asteroid. When this crashes, your world collapses, and reality has to be reset by those of us who know the truth, that Japan won World War II, and this is why the Allies, upholding this illusion that they won the Second World War, collapsed, is because they couldn't live in a world of unreality, because the unreality cannot stand. A foundation of quicksand sucks in its believers. They're all going to die suffocating in their delusion. They will die with their delusion. This is what I am addressing as your Vulcan intervention. And as your Vulcan intervention, with everything that we've said about this timeline and its coming collapse, all based on history, the history comprises the timeline. All empires are empires of the mind. All of civilization is chronotic. It cannot exist outside of time. Since the myth being pushed by the Allies is not of this time, it is a fantasy, then this time will collapse. And with chronotic collapse, history will reassert itself. It would be as if you were base jumping. And base jumping, you're defying gravity. You're riding on the wind. When you're base jumping with those little squirrel wings, those flying squirrel wings from off of a set point, you have to do so from a fixed point where you've calculated a landing that will not crush you. The Allies have not done that. They're riding the winds on pure hot air that they won World War II, and their economy is collapsing, and ultimately they will hit the ground. And when they hit the ground, their body will compress, their bones will sunder, and they will die, exploding the way human bodies do, like a tomato. We will see this in terms of our world economy, and with that we reset reality as it truly is. Montauk Madness 2.0 says, "Good, Douglas, thank you. But the evil ones, they left seeds on the plateau, on the island in the lake of dread, which the old ones caused to be put there. And on the inaccessible plateau of Leng, in today's Xinjiang, Nigeria, where the communist Chinese are exterminating the Caucasoid Turkic Muslim population to prevent their knowledge of this from ever reaching the outside world. From these seeds have sprung the Cho people, the spawn of elder evil. And now these people, the Cho, relocated to North America. They await the day when Loigor and Jar will rise again and sweep over all the earth." By the way, our man Blogrant is leaving me a little something, and I'd hope he could explain to me what that is. It looks like it might be a birthday cake. I think that's his way of wishing me the happy birthday that we will be talking about in the next transmission, or it could be an oil drum. I'm not I'm not quite sure. I have to press the show button. Maybe it'll become more clear to me. So is that an oil drum, or is that like a birthday cake? By the way, Montauk Madness was not saying good, Douglas, as if what I was saying was good. He was saying good morning. So we'll return now to the lair of the star spawn, who, of course, are the Zothians, in the sense that the Chochoa are a dreadfully near-human race of tiny people, superficially representing a kind of caricature of Asians. In other words, they evolve to resemble Asians the way certain insects evolve to resemble insect species that they are not. And they've long been connected with the anti-godly races, the races of Arsha, the unholy, the literal unholy species that rampage in our dimension. While conjecture runs amok over whether or not it is correct to call them humans, mutants, or something else altogether, the Chocha live mainly human lives. They walk in human societies, forever tainted on a genetic level by their progenitors. They were, as I have said, formerly native to Tibet, a plateau of great horror known as Sang. The folk religion of the region was Bon, B-O-N, a faith that placed great emphasis upon magical action. Indeed, it was a deeply shamanistic and animistic culture the Chocho camest from, that extensively interacted with a world of spirits and gods. When the Tibetans accepted Buddhism in the 14th century, not that long ago, comparatively speaking, they created their own brand of that venerable philosophy, strong enough so that today Tibetan Buddhism is a vibrant wing of that religion. Tibetan Buddhism embraces the central idea that the world is all illusion. Maya. Sarah Thomas gives me a number of birthday cake symbols and gift boxes and little... yes, God bless you, honey. I love you dearly. And in terms of the Tibetan Buddhism, in disambiguation from the other forms of Buddhistic belief, it... well, as I'm being distracted by Montauk Madness saying I sent you a message on Skype. Yes, thank you. I'll take a look at it sometime soon. Anyhow, basically, if I can, and Flo Grant sends a birthday cake. I think originally it was an oil drum. Right. Okay, I've got to take my eyes off the off our live stream. I'm monitoring it only to see what time we have left. At any rate, Tibetan Buddhism, as I said, embraces the central idea that all the world is Maya, an illusion. It espouses a belief in reincarnation and elaborate rituals to propitiate spirits and ancestors. A strong Bon tradition has survived, almost at odds with Buddhism, allowing worship of such beings as Mahakala, the Great Black One, and Yama, King of Death. The Chinese referred to many of their devils and demons, the rulers of the many hells in the cosmology of China, such as the Tree of Death, or represented by the Tree of Death, and the Hakabala. These are known as the Yama Kings, which dominate each Klipoth, or Shadow Sephiroth, the Sphere of the sewers of Seth. And the end result of the Bon religion, the original religion of Tibet, having been usurped by this Neo-Buddhism, is that it became the cult of the Yama Kings. The end result in this antithetical, oppositional balance between Bon and Buddhism in the Tibetan cultural matrix is a stately, hierarchical faith which openly acknowledges magical belief to this day. Now, unwilling to be culturally singled out, Cho similarly accepted the syncretism Buddhism placed upon them, and created a religion similar to that of Tibet's. The key difference was that the Cho had certain knowledge that beneath Maya, behind the curtain of illusion, the illusion of the world, lurks a terrifying reality of monstrosity and malevolence. The Cho path of magic is, ergo, therefore, as dark and cruel as they see the true world is. Indeed, the Tibetan word for black magician is the singular syllable of Cho as a result of this cultism of chaos. Even amongst this corrupt race of Cho, the magicians are feared by their own kind. Though not always leaders, these black magicians of the Cho are always respected and listened to in policy. Thematically, Cho magic emphasizes shamanic behavior, guardian spirits, ancestor worship, and a direct experience with cruel and benign supernatural beings, a knowledge of the spirit world, and other typical elements of shamanism are present. It stresses the unimportance of human ego and importance of supplication to the chaos mythos of the anti-gods. Even Tibetan magic shows a distinct dark side in and of itself, conventionally, with such rites as biting the tongue out of a zombie to gain magical tools. So Cho magic be even more brutish and vile The essence of CHÓNGYÁNGJIÉ magic is ugly strangeness, an experience and intimacy with otherness, a xenophilia, a love of the alien, to the point of sexuality. That's what would bring us to the CHÓNGYÁNG rituals. The CHÓNGYÁs have an elaborate system of belief, many hundreds of holy books and scrolls and parables and dizzying be their array of religious figures and gods. Many of these are simple human constructions, fictions at worst, weak other gods at best. But core amongst the magic works of these folk are the black bodhisattvas, the black Buddhas. The great work of these magicians, who, as with human saints in Buddhism, become Buddhas in the flesh, these are the anti-Buddhas. And their great aim in life, the reason they stay mortal or bound in mortal coil, is to gain enough power to become a kind of minor god and stay on as a sort of anti-saint to the living JoJos. Because once you ascend to Black Buddhahood, as with the Buddhas of the light, you are not living in the proper sense, you're not living in the conventional sense, or even really alive by definition. Not the definition of the baseline. Every magician from Cho culture ultimately strives to this cursed state, to them a blessing, of Black Buddhahood. All Chochos raised in the Orthodox culture serve the anti-gods zealously. They believe, and may not be wrong, that the great ones themselves made it with their ancestors in the dim, dark past. Therefore, they possess the holy words and truths of the gods themselves. The very essence of them flows in Chocho blood. This has led to a deeply arrogant and xenophobic culture, in the sense of a hatred of the alien outer, in disambiguation from the xenophilia of the other they so lust. Chochos believe in as much possible interaction with the beings they worship, making pacts and alliances with them. Through human sacrifice, torture, cannibalism, sexual assault, self-mutilation, and other sadistic acts, Chochos shamans gain favor with alien monstrosities and do their will. Chocho evocation is effective as it is horrible. The priest magicians often utilize gory forms of panoply, such as robes made of human skin, tools made from body parts, drinking of blood and copulation with animals, and yes, ultimately aliens. Not in the extraterrestrial sense, but in the sense of those relic populations so alien to us. And terrible curses are placed upon transgressors and enemies of the gods, the anti-gods, and the Chocho consider any enemy of the anti-gods an enemy of the Cho. And so terrible curses be slung against the enemies of the gods and the Cho, the anti-gods and Cho, in any of their rites, when it comes to their combat magic. And so, too, terrible blessings be slung upon those whom they favor. Chocho magic is amongst the most effective sorcery in the world for torture and for killing. Sympathetic magic, requiring the fluids, skin, hair, and bones of the victim are taken, danced around, and chanted over in the weird language of this anti-folk, and results are usually spectacular and horrible. Indeed, well, I can say Not all Cho-Cho magical rites are as visceral. Due to their belief in the bleak notion that becoming entirely non-human is a blessing, the Cho-Cho have many grim practices to break down the ego and create their cultists. Forced cannibalism, exposure to unholy beasts. Unholy meaning those that are not whole, not of creation. Prolonged torture and other rites have long been exploited by the Cho to recruit for their cult, as has showing a gentler side of their magic, slowly luring other peoples down their dark path. Necromancy, the raising of the dead, is another feature of Cho-Cho religious life. Elaborate rituals to create zombies and ghosts are known to almost all of these wizards, who use them as sentinels and servants to hold command and respect over their own anti-folk, their own anti-people, abhumans, as in abnormal, as well as to intimidate rivals. Possessing spirits are also routinely used, often binding, forever binding, powerful, hateful beings into innocence, allowing intelligences to roam our world cloaked in the flesh. Well, perhaps some of these beings so forever bound can be expelled. Certainly so by the death of the mortal coil they possess. In terms of Cho-Cho spells, most of the more horrible spells that Michael Aquino taught myself are known to the Cho-Cho magicians. The death spell and clutch of Yogtha be trois classical examples I can think of. Enchantments to warp the mind, create confusion, and generate terror, as well as hurt and maim, are all part of their repertoire, as they did with Alira Walker, busting her hip open on the asphalt of San Francisco streets. Centuries of battle and feuds with their neighboring tribes in the old country, being drafted into wars in the 20th century, and now fighting for territory on the streets of the First World, all have made the Cho-Cho masters of war magic. All of their spells are quite brutal in nature. And that brings us to the people who want to learn the magic of the Cho. What becomest of them? How fare they? That is something that I will preface by my own experience on witnessing the Cho in action with their magic. My late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, a man who participated in no less than 5 wars, quite realistically. The pre-World War II China Wars, in which he was part of the gunboat patrols on mainland China, in the rivers, in theater China Command. World War II itself, in the Pacific, with some Johnson ventures in the Mediterranean under orders. The Korean War thereafter. Then Vietnam. And the Cold War altogether. 5 wars my father fought in. The 3 acknowledged wars, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, upon his tombstone in upstate New York. George Joseph Henry Dietrich had seen it all. And as a sailor from the days of old in China, the China of the warlords, in thrall to the CHO, paying them tithe so man could sleep in peace at night. My father saw them in action in China and recognized them instantly on the streets of San Francisco when they were brought here by the federal government to feed off Americans. And my father warned me of them instantly. But the worst we saw of them in action was on a day in which, how do I describe this? In San Francisco, as with all major urban ghettos, most of the time apartments consume an entire block side by side. Standing side by side, apartment buildings will surround, take up every side of a full city block, and leave in the middle an empty space for their backyards, so that you have these trash yards in the back of these apartment complexes in which all the weeds grow rank and wild and tall, effective jungles for children to hide in and play war, until, of course, they're simply unsafe because of all the discarded needles and broken glass, and amongst all that, the rotting tires filled with their rainwater to breed mosquitoes. Courtyards, as our man Jameson Reese does remind me. I never dignified them with even the thought of a title of courtyard, but I suppose that's the proper name. And these courtyards in the back, well, no one looks at them because what you see when you look out your window is directly what you see on the other side, which are the windows of other apartment dwellers. So you see their private lives, unless, of course, they can afford curtains and shades, which the majority of people in the Tenderloin could not. I would look out the window and see men fucking each other in gay copulation in apartments, in other units, not directly across the street, but angled on an apartment on the side. Elderly hags and crones practicing their own form of witchcraft or simply cooking directly across the street. Never anyone you would wave to or acknowledge. Everyone pretending the others did not exist while observing them from afar. And of course we had the bar in the local neighborhood that played music till 2 a.m. in the morning when it closed, hence one of the reasons why I evolved into the nightlife aside from my biology. All of this, and in that environment, one day in the building not directly across the street, but above the bar, that building which the bar had been a part of, which we would hear all the music from throughout its opening hours, into the night when it would close at 2 a.m. On one of those floors, through that glass window, I spotted what looked like children. And this mass of children was what we would call in the military marking step, marking time. That means marching in place. By the way, when armies cross bridges, they break step. They do not march in unison when they cross a bridge, because armies marching in unison cross a bridge can bring that bridge down with the sheer power of vibrational force. Armies marching in step create a shock wave throughout infrastructure. The ground can take it, bridges cannot. An army marching in step across a bridge can't bring that bridge down. This is what the CHO were doing with their building. In a single apartment, what looked like an army of children was marching lockstep and chanting. Marching and chanting and shaking to its foundations the building they were in. The entire building was visibly vibrating. Certainly the glass of their windows was vibrating to the point where it looked as if it would shatter. And their chants, so inhuman, monotonous, and then repetitive, and then what I would say was sibilant, ululations. All of this that they broke into, this kind of pattern and breaking thereof in their chant, completely inhuman to the ear, the sound of a world that is not ours. All this while the Cho, leading the march, separate from those in formation. When I called my father to the window, he automatically, instantly recognized them and said, "They are the Cho." The man who was leading the march was, well, there was an urn, a great urn in front of the window, so that the sun shining through the glass would reflect upon it. He held over that urn a bag, a burlap bag, with something inside of it the size of a piglet squirming and churning within that bag, and he stabbed that bag with his blade until all the blood poured out into the urn. My father said, "That's a human baby, son. That's a sacrifice so that they can breed. This is their fertility ritual. A woman will disappear off the streets tonight." We called the police. Of course, they never responded. No one answered our call, as was normally the case. And the marching continued while they bled a human baby in a burlap bag dry into the urn that they then offered unto the anti-gods. That was the Cho ritual I saw with my own eyes. When I would relate that experience to many Asians, they would call me a liar to my face, because they would say, "No one sees the Cho." Not that they disbelieved the Cho existed, far from it. Rather, like the ancient Celts and the Irish, they believed that the leprechauns were simply fairy folk no normal human would ever be blessed or cursed to see. They exist in the invisible. To your average Asian, they're an ever-present, invisible terror. Like the leprechauns of Ire, not friendly folk at all, people who steal and torment until you give them gold. So too, the Asian perspective on the Cho, an invisible but ever-present terror. But not being fully Asian, and my father being Caucasian, and my mother's Japanese blood making her immune, all of us could see the Cho. The Cho are visible to our eyes, though there are Asians whose minds simply reject to view them. In other words, the Cho is physically there. Someone like Justin White sees them. Many Asians do not. Their minds reject it. Yet those two young ladies were laughing when Justin White approached the Cho and spoke to him. When I spoke to some other Asians about that, they said maybe the girls were laughing because they saw this tall, gangly white guy talking to himself. And maybe they couldn't see the Cho. And that potential's always there. In terms of humans trying to use Cho magic, I saw this happen through a man named Philip Cunningham. People who were listening to me back in the days of Revolution Radio, at the time that Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, he detonated a tactical nuclear weapon. This was captured on video by someone's cell phone. At that time, I brought on Philip Cunningham, who had been through training in the Army that enabled him to identify a nuclear blast. And yes, they train for that basic reality. Tactical deployment of nuclear weapons on the field, what they look like. He'd been through that much training. He'd served his time in the Army, and then the Army lost all of his records. When they finally discovered his records again, so he was able to go on disability, he turned on my show into a blithering idiot, unable to express a single sentence coherently. But in the one episode on which he was coherent, he spoke at length about the tactical nuclear weapons deployment in the Ukraine by the Russians in their attempt to conquer that newly independent nation. Thank the gods of our ancestors, the Ukrainians have not yielded. It is the fact that they hold the Russians at bay that the Russians are not on the shores of North America now. Understand that they're fighting for you. They are the front line for all of Europe in particular, holding Russia back. In terms of Phil Cunningham, at the time that he became a gibbering idiot the next time he appeared on my transmission, on my program, it was because he said he had entered a school of Buddhism, which required the consumption of supermassive amounts, almost toxic amounts, of alcohol. There's only one brand of Buddhism in God's universe where alcohol is the communion to a degree of toxicity that causes the collapse of most participants. The Black Buddhism of Chochoa. Philip Cunningham had entered a chogram. Like so many white men lured by some Asian beauty who was almost inhuman in her elfish features, a hybrid Cho who happened to manifest in her mortal coil in the female form, a rarity and most certainly the product of an involuntary breeding with some American woman abducted. Indeed, Philip Cunningham's age and the time that this happened, where he entered the chogram, as we used to call it in the military, when someone decides to convert to Cho Buddhism, the Black Buddhism of the anti-gods, to ultimately strive towards becoming an anti-Buddha through all the opposites of what makes a Buddha in any conventional sense. The Buddha of sin and lasciviousness and lust and drunkenness. This inebriation spirituality. At the time that Philip Cunningham was trying to placate this Cho girl, I recognized that she was probably a product of the involuntary breeding with whatever woman was abducted off the streets of San Francisco the day that, as a child, I witnessed that Cho fertility ritual with my father. Whatever woman they abducted that night, these births of hybrid females are so rare, it was likely the fertility ritual, the killing of the human baby, which enabled the birth of a hybrid showgirl the night they abducted some unfortunate prostitute off the streets of San Francisco in the Tenderloin, in wake of their blood ritual and baby sacrifice, in the apartment block on which I dwelt and witnessed their foul deed, called the police to no avail, and this Cho girl was very likely that seductress which brought Phil Cunningham into his doom of attempting to practice Cho magic, convert to Black Buddhism, and render himself via the Chogram, ultimately a black anti-Buddha upon the earth. That was his fantasy, his ultimate objective, and one doomed to failure, because when it comes to humans and Cho magic, humans can easily learn Cho magic. It is, after all, significantly human magic in and of itself. However, these sorceries are vicious and hateful, powered by the suffering and death of people, the more innocent the better. Few investigators will meet a more sadistic creature than a Cho wizard bent of making account of his enemies, or more foul and hateful than a Cho shaman given completely over to an unholy totem. A totem of Rasha, the anti-tree, the tree not of life or death, but that anti-tree which be neither and antithetical to both. The difficulty in becoming tutored in Cho powers is that these magicians are xenophobic and unwilling to share their abilities with others of their own kind, let alone an outsider. To these black shamans, humans are batteries of agony who exist only to serve their ambitions towards becoming one with their dark masters. Even other Cho are barely noticed by the arrogant Cho sorcerers. Any, as Philip Cunningham intended, who do manage to ingratiate themselves with the culture and learn the difficult, linguistically remote Cho tongue, soon become aware of the overarching desire to become a black bodhisattva, to ascend to Black Buddhahood themselves. A state of inebriation is constant, the requisite of chronic consumption of alcohol so necessary so that they can dull themselves, blot out the atrocities they commit on the path to that ultimate darkness. Because those who cannot commit to this ideal will soon run afoul of some ancient spirit who can see the truth of them and viciously punish their lack of temerity. Adepts in Cho magic serve the racial goal, or die. By the way, our lovely Sarah Thomas says, I'll never look at a Black Buddha statue the same. Spelling, as in CHO. No, honey, it's TCHO, with a dash in between. And, of course, aside from that hyphenated Cho, understand that each O has the umlaut over it. So it would be Cho. Correct pronunciation. I slur it when I pronounce it out of laziness in terms of my relating my knowledge of them to you now. Understand the correct pronunciation would be much more emphatic than the way I've been saying it. As for Philip Cunningham's futile quest, yes, Sarah, that's it. Actually, both T's would be uppercase because it's a emphatic. It's a doubling of the Cho. Cho means black, and you double it to mean blacker than black in the Tibetan language, hence the race of utter abyssal blackness. Thank you, honey. Yes, there you are. In terms of the futile quest of Philip Cunningham, via his chogram, to become one of them that he could win the black heart of a hybrid Cho girl, another problem is the sheer horror of this magic. Gnostic states certainly insulate a magician against madness, but the Cho sorcerer spends a life hip-deep in atrocity. sanctums filled with body parts, ritual murder, the study of torture techniques, and acting in service of beings who wish nothing but cosmic malevolence upon humanity sends most non-Cho-Choa stark raving mad quite quickly. Even a determined sociopath does not have the cultural conditioning and legacy of service to evil of a child of that race. The truly gibbering mad are of no use to the mythos of the anti-gods, the pantheon of chaos, and are often culled by their very practice, which would involve much self-mutilation and ultimately self-disembowelment or the opening of too vital a vein. Cho-Cho magic should rarely, if ever, be practiced by investigators on the side of the light seeking to combat the agents of chaos. It is a cruel and hateful sorcery, marked by suffering and genuine sadism. Unless one is capable, as I am, of confronting moral quandaries, or, of course, as I was forced by circumstance, to ever contend with particularly dark cultists in their campaigns against myself. Cho-Cho magic serves as a warning as to how corrupted humans can be by the outer gods, rather than any weapon to use against them. Now, Gabby V says, very interesting. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. And what I will try to do is send our lady Sarah Thomas a spelling of the Cho, but she pretty much has it, you know, she's got it down now. And with that, you will find mostly absolute crap unless you specifically look for Cho-Cho as a language. And for those of you who think of ever visiting that, by the way, our playbacks at this time on the stream are 666, which is apropos, yeah? So, there is a Cho chocolate. They say their factory is in Oakland, and that you can visit this factory. You can arrange for tours. Our local correspondent, Holly Coditis Kiefer, a woman who contributed $100 to myself fairly recently and needs to have an episode dedicated to herself quite soon. Tonight's episode is dedicated to Joe Tai, who contributed $250 and paid the price by immediately thereafterwards suffering while he was camping in a tent. A white woman, he's Asian mind you, suddenly entering his tent and seducing him, and then accusing him of rape, something that never happened to him in his life until he contributed to Douglas Dietrich. Understand there's repercussions for sponsoring myself, and understand you must do so anyway because this is your stand against the darkness. If you're not willing to face those risks and confront them in triumph, as Joe Tai did, you will, well, you'll contribute nothing to humanity. Again, Our Lady Sarah Thomas is very appropriate about the number of playbacks. Since, as I mentioned it went up to 668. It was a momentary perfection there. It's fine the way it is. I prefer the increase, if for no other reason than the fact that it's an increase. And 8 is a good number in Asia, that's for certain. So, with everything that I spracketh about the magical practices of these various relic populations, our friend Jameson Reese will remind me, of course, to conduct the solicitation at the end of our transmission. But I am, of course, obligated at this point to try and summarize all that I have covered to the best of my abilities, which by no means, of course, is all that I can cover or all that I can bring forth to try and educate the lay person about. But I do want people to understand that, when I speak of these magics, how do I put this all in some perspective that your average person can understand? We have brought about, as I said, the relic populations, how their magics are potent because their cultures have no problem with the reality of magic. The human species has a weak magic by comparison, in the sense that the majority of modern cultures deny the reality of magic. And therefore, until they accept the fact that quantum mechanics is naught but metaphysics in practice, metaphysics in motion, only then, when quantum brings us back to bridge that gap between science and magic, will our magic ever be as powerful again as it was in the days of the ancients. Right now, we are crippled in our resistance to the elder races of the anti-gods, the races before our own God's creation of man in his image, jealous of the gods which of our free will he gifted us, we can worship should we like, and all too many humans do. This is where we come into a sense of magical corruption. Magic corrupts on a less than spectacular scale. It can change the magician. If you've passed through a gate to a far world, if you've screamed out words in perverse tongues that forced ancient colors to do your bidding, as I said in the past, if you forged a sword that cuts through reality itself, sometimes it becomes easy to view people without your skills as complete and utter lessers. Exempligratiate. Using a few spells. I've seen Christian investigators shut down the local ring of decadents who were exploiting drugs from Carcosa, thus bringing terrible things into the world during their fugues. Banishing spells, summoning lesser monsters to fight the figments, even going so far as to destroy a chapter house, the chapter house of a cult with magic. Locally, the forces of the anti-godly pantheon were dealt a resounding defeat. So the Christian investigators I knew of felt confident in their abilities as sorcerers. Later, deep ones were haunting a local fishing village. And an aquamphibian sorcerer was present, who was able to counter the Christian welded magics. Well, at some point, a Dagonite fetish of the lurkers from beneath the seas fell into one of these investigators' hands. And renewed, relying once again on magic, the deep ones were soundly thrashed in their venture on the surface world. But then our ancient enemies, the Hastur worshippers, were back and hungry for revenge. Their god, the King in Yellow, had changed them, giving them power and influence. And all throughout the city where this carnage was manifest, Hastur the Unspeakable was corrupting officials. So the Christians I knew were under siege both legally and supernaturally. Something had to be done, as not even the new aquaphibian magic was going to get them out of this. So research led these errant Christians, these investigators of the occult, with their originally Christian agenda, to be aware of the feud between Hastur and Cthulhu. And already reliant on magics, it wasn't hard for those intrepid investigators to make the leap to looking for the magic of the sleeper. Of course, making sacrifices and looking for the favors of Cthulhu have their own dangers. Hedonistic orgies, even ritual human sacrifice, be the only way to gain the power to survive what they got themselves into. And of course, none of them survived as Christians in the end. This is the slippery slope of the mage, or the amateur arcanist, who would want to manticize themselves into magehood. Howard Phillips Lovecraft portrayed this corrupted kind of occultist in the character of Joseph Kerwin, the Mad Mage, of The Strange Case of Charles Dexter Ward, who was certainly that breed of wizard who looked at all humans as his lessers. And that is where magic can take you. Don't ever go there, would be my advice. I myself, of course, was found by Michael Aquino to have what he called a high resistance to magic, in its parallel to radiation. It would be like that individual who plays with plutonium that was basically saying, hey, don't be afraid of this, kids. I can swim in the waters of nuclear reactors. I can set plutonium alight in the palm of my hand. This crazed individual who's out to promote radiation as safe for the children. The Don Mastic of our day. And for those of you who don't remember, Don Mastic was the individual who inhaled all the world's known supply of plutonium and then had to have all of it burned out of his fecal matter, boiled out of his fecal matter, so it could be reclaimed and used in the Fat Man plutonium bomb. But this clown, this Don Mastic, this latter-day Don Mastic, eats uranium. Don't ever do that. For some reason, Don Mastic lived to be nigh 100 years old. This Galen Windsor character who does what he does with radioactive materials may do the same. Certainly, I mentioned the Habakusha who survived the atomic bombs of Hiroshima, and those who survived both bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And when we speak of these Japanese double bomb survivors, there are enough of them which, as I said, they have their own special name for them in Japan. And if you ever look up the Japanese survivors of atomic bombings, to get the specific Japanese word that is the name for them, you'll find it quite easily. Hibakusha. And of course, those that survived both bombs, because many of the people evacuated from Hiroshima evacuated to Nagasaki, then of course they're referred to as the double bomb survivors. And as I said, if I can remember the word for that, it was something similar to Niju Hibakusha. And that would be, of course, those who are double bombed, survived both bombs. And there's hundreds of them. There are thousands of single bomb survivors. There are hundreds of people who survive both bombs. The one thing they all have in common is the overwhelming majority of them live to be over 100 years old. So when it comes to the Niju Hibakusha in Japan, the people who were doubly bombed, as I said, there's a documentary titled Twice Survived, and it's subtitled The Doubly Atomic Bombed of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was produced in 2006. The producers found 165 people who were victims of both bombings alive, all of them well over the age of 100. The production was screened at the United Nations. So the reality is, those who survived both bombings, for some reason, they were enhanced. they had life extension, as were many of the survivors of even a single bombing. So for this reason, they have a Japanese Confederation of atomic and hydrogen bomb sufferers, because of those who suffered nuclear tests in the Pacific on fishing boats, etc. Maybe there's around this group, the Nihon Hidenkyo, that was formed by Hibakusha, atomic bomb survivors, in 1956. And so all I can say is that obviously there's enough to form a lobby who survived these bombings. There is something very mysterious going on here. Some people obviously are enhanced by radiation. There is no doubt of that. Radiation resistance, radiation enhanced. In my case, the parallel of radiation holding. Michael Aquino considered me a kind of occult Hibakusha, someone who has a high resistance to the radiation of magic. I can walk its path, but I seldom apply it. This is something that, in my case, is barely used. Don't you yourself go and use it. There is no benefit you can gain therefrom. However, you should be aware of it, because your enemy uses it. My enemy being your enemy, the enemy of all life on earth, of all life in creation, the cult of the kings of Edom. Now, as we enter the bottom of the hour, my thanks to all of you for tolerating a very dark foray once again, and I felt obligated to finish off that which I had started. I didn't get into Asian geopolitics tonight. I'll get into that on my birthday. That'll give us something to talk about till Peter Moon shows up, and something to speak about again after he leaves on my birthday. Let me see if I've got something in the messenger box here. And of course, we've got some response from Veronica Bartolini, Justin White, and other people. They're checking out my posts. All right, I guess it's time for me to do that reading from my sponsor, our solicitation, and then I can call it a night. And let's see now. All right. So here we go. Here's something that I want to check into first. Let's make certain that is turned on. All right, then. Where are we now? Oh, yes. Looking up solicitation. I'm so easily distracted. Oh, then again, it's been a long night, right? We did a lot tonight. Oh, my God. Oh, forgive me. So where are we now? All right, I turn to the solicitation page, scroll down, and read out the appeal for the Baron Ben Estanius. After which we'll be done for the day. Essentially. Unless Pete the Moon Man shows up. Or Jameson Reese returns. He said BRB, I think. I don't think I ever saw him come back. He says back. Okay, there we are. Jameson Reese is back in time to hear the solicitation. You might as well go take a bio break while I do this. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime. Yeah, he's distracting me from this. This is he says he's seeing trails and shit. There you go. Yeah, by the way, okay, I'll bite. Okay, come on for a second. Tell us about this optical effect. You've got like the LSD trails, like the acid trails, right? Kind of like light trails when you're moving around and the lights are melting in front of you. Is it that kind of like that? Scrigglies, like acid worms and shit. What are you seeing? I think he's on mute. He can't talk. All right.
Oh, sorry. There's my microphone. Yeah. But yeah, it's like if something moves, it leaves like this after image, and lights seem to, like metallic things specifically, they seem to have like this aura about them.
Do put this into perspective or context. Let people know.
You're
high out of your mind.
So what I mean by aura is like, if I'm looking like a fence or something, there's like a few inches off of it, you could see like this light image of it. It's just really weird. I don't know. Damn, how the fuck am I still able to speak?
It's pretty impressive. But then again, you're pretty inured to absorbing toxins throughout your life. It's kind of like my resistance to magical radiation. You're resistant to chemical radiation in the sense of the shit you put through your body. Yeah, you've got this built-up tolerance. That's what it's called. By the way, for those of you who take prescription pills and then years of taking them, the effect becomes, a bit blunted. Your body's building up a tolerance. That's what it's called. It's not immunity. So people.
Well, this isn't a tolerance though, because I'm tripping harder.
Balls. You're tripping balls, right? That's good. No. That's what you get high for.
The thing. But you see, well, what I'm saying is usually if I was at this level, I should be like, I gotta go sleep now.
That's delightful. Well, thank God you're not. Thank God you're not. By the way, Sarah Thomas sends 3 pink pulsating hearts and says, "Blessed be thy slumber, Douglas." Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Vicky Johnson says, "Much love, Douglas, surrounded by hearts and roses. God bless you, darling. I love you too." And thank you to all of you who have provided your upvote support. And the Agents of Chaos hit us with 15 downvotes that don't seem to be going away. We'll see what happens after publication. But definitely the 62 upvotes counter that. Make certain everyone to use whatever computers you have in the house, iPads, laptops, to put another upvote with a different IP address, because they're fighting dirty. They always do. I've described to you just now what they're like. Fight back as dirty as they do. You don't need to resort to magic to do that. One of the things that I'll do is, of course, go back to solicitation. So, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his unpublished or yet-to-be-published book of that same title, The Unfinished Man, And, of course, review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. Okay, my throat's totally dry. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben Astenius himself privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-0406. All right. With that, in the last few minutes we have remaining, well, more than a few, we've already had people hear me say that I was pulling it for the night. Well, they heard the solicitation. They all take off then. Everybody takes their bio breaks at that point. There might be some things that I can say about magic now I've got Jameson asking me if I did acid before. Yeah? You did as well, right? He's on mute. That's like... Says nope. Oh, God, you're fucking kidding me. How on earth did you manage to avoid that amongst everything else you've tried? I mean, you've tried damn near everything else.
Psychedelics scare me.
Oh, do they really? Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. I prefer dissociatives and deliriants.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, deliriants are kind of hard, but you know.
I get it. I mean,
still.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, you're getting practically psychedelic effects anyway. So go on.
Well, the point is, like, psychedelics merge you with the world, you see, and therein lies the problem. I'm someone who loathes the world and has always sought to escape the world. So, you know, the idea of taking something that's going to pull me further into it is going to really sound horrible to me.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm not yelling at you. It's about that time. I mean, at this point, my brain's pretty much, you know, at the stage where I just go, yeah, cool, right? I mean, look, I get it. What you're saying is...
No, but what was your trip like? I mean, because you're not just a regular dude tripping acid. That's why I have to ask.
It's funny you say that. Well, it was, you know, when we were attending all of those courses, UCSF, for the extended education for adults concerning medical issues, medical journalism courses, for lack of a better word, because I hate the original name for that affair was this mini med school. It was cute, but it's just awful sounding, and has But as I said, they brought in lecturers who were Nobel Prize winners, etc. Just one of the guys who was brought in, one of the most important was Dr. Louis Bennett. And Dr. Louis Bennett, of course, was the man who had, like I said, designed the heart medication that saved thousands of lives in Taiwan, at the least, and yet was poison in Israel. They can't administer it in Israel because it kills Jews. This is the reality of race. What is efficacious medicine that saves the life of one race is toxic poison that kills another. If that doesn't prove the reality of race, well, by God, you're a fucking idiot. I mean, so Understand race is quite real. It is not a construct. And acknowledging race does not make anyone a racist. So, in terms of Dr. Lewis Bennett, he was someone who took acid legally before it was made illegal and happened to have a very pleasant trip. I'm afraid that I really can't go beyond his experience in the sense that my experience was not legal, but it was nonetheless not really much else other than a very pleasant trip. There was nothing really adventurous about it. It was, I didn't feel that I had talked to God or confronted any alien entity, but I will say this. I can understand why people are convinced, and they may not be wrong, that they traveled to other dimensions on acid. That they basically, there was this one individual who was suddenly confronted with this incredible mountain of gelatinous organic matter with multiple eyes peering out from its oozing folds of amoeba-like translucent substance. And he simply acknowledged respect, and the being simply acknowledged such in return by not killing him or absorbing him or devouring him, and then he bowed out of the dimension. This is something that you can have happen on acid, and of course there is the experience that people have had where they look at their friend and see that their friend has basically about a dozen heads all in a circle like some Hindu god staring back at them, and that's just that borders on a bad trip.
Yeah. I've heard, so I heard more horror stories, but then again, this was experimental shit that people were taking. And I
understand that all acid is experimental in a sense, but anyhow, go on. Yeah, go on.
All I could say is the idea of I mean, I don't know, something. It's just it's invasive having the entire world all of a sudden just become one with you. I mean, granted, I mean, marijuana is kind of like that sort of. I mean, for me at least, it had some really psychedelic effects to the point where it did seem like, I was on another dimension in my room. I think I might have actually been on a few episodes when I was talking to you about that, but
oh yeah,
but it was, but I mean, it's not as, it's interesting, but it's not fun. It's not like dissociating where all of a sudden I'm more on my left brain when I'm dissociating, I'm more analytical and shit. It's kind of fun versus, being present and feeling stuff and, oh gosh.
Thank you. That's nice. You can go on like this, help take us to the top of the hour. I mean, might as well. I mean, after all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's more dissociating than hard intellect and just not feeling your body? But if you're doing something psychedelic and all of a sudden you feel too much and it's like, okay, this is kind of intense, it's like, okay, yeah, I wanted to feel my body, but not like feeling every cell at once simultaneously oozing with fire and seeing the world spin around me so fast that I feel like I'm going to hurl. That's just not fun.
Well, there you go.
And that's just weed. That's not even acid.
Yeah, weed is, of all the narcotics that are out there, really the one that I enjoy the least and the one that disagrees with me the most is weed. It's just not. It's just I don't enjoy it, and
You can't be productive. You can't be productive on a drug like that. It's impossible.
Thank you.
For anyone to say like, oh man, when I do weed, I feel like I could write poetry and I could write rap. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, well, you obviously haven't heard anything you've written. You'd realize what the fuck was going on here.
Yes. Yeah, and there you go. It is what it is. We don't want to get on his birthday, Justin White. We don't want to get him too angry. I mean,
well, yeah. I mean, dude. Well, obviously, he, that's the same kind of the same kind of synergy I have with toxic shit that most people wouldn't enjoy tripping on. He has a synergy like that times 10 with marijuana, so totally respect that. For him, it's probably the opposite. He's probably more productive on it and stuff,
Yeah, he was insisting that.
I mean, look, I used to think I drew better when I was drunk, and then I decided to try drawing while I was drunk, and I realized, holy fuck, I can't draw a goddamn thing because I'm drunk.
But by the way, I want people to understand, and thank you for sharing that. I want people to understand that I was talking about the Cho company, the Cho Chocolate Company in Oakland. So Hollycooditis Kiefer went to visit that because they have this kind of ad. In the building that's in the ad that they show you, that they say you can tour, it does not exist. It's physically not real. It's not a real building. It does not exist. She went there. There's nothing there but the parking lot. There is no such structure. The one you see in this ad that says, hey, come take a tour of Cho Chocolate. That's some idiot who's just, say, yeah, everything you say, I'm going to take a tour of Cho Chocolate Factory. Good fucking luck. It doesn't exist.
Well,
it's not.
Who the hell printed that up? I mean, it had to have been the CIA or some shit.
Who knows?
Just to kind of cover for the Joe who they have netted in and use as an asset, which I'm sure that even if they tried to expend them, they probably wouldn't get very far.
Yeah, and so there you go. And in terms of, let me see here. I'm trying to. Here we are, Cho, New American Chocolate, proudly made in Berkeley, California. And, of course, then I had another guy, Greg La Liberty, asking me, so are the Cho Pygmies working there like Keebler, the Keebler elves and shit? Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Just brilliant people.
That is something like Derek Talley would ask.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
He would ask, what did they taste like? Can I eat them?
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Mr.
I'd be like, did you have any Cho recipes?
Yes. They
Southern drawl.
Yeah, you got him perfectly. And the funny thing is, he's not even Southern, and yet he has what is that?
He's from fucking Chicago.
Yeah, I know. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, then again, I don't think he was really a truck driver either.
I
think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. Believe me, I can see where you're coming from. It's one of these things where, I know you. I'm pretty sure he was a truck driver because he called sometimes while he was driving. But that's just what makes it worse because, of course, the guy was faking his eye test, so he could drive without glasses. I mean, this crazy son of a bitch.
Well, I believe he was doing that. He was probably driving something without glasses. But the question is, was he really hauling hydrogen, or was he in a freaking oh my gosh, a meat wagon? Yeah. Hauling bodies to his next ritual.
Oh fuck, he could have been like abusing the truck on contract and using it to do both, right? He could have been bringing his cargo and transporting bodies.
The thing is, I don't think he was working at all. I honestly, I am convinced that all those times he was driving, that what he was really doing was he was like getting rid of bodies, or getting rid of bones of bodies, so that he can, keep eating white women, which is what he seems to have an interest in.
That might be it.
A black man facade. Every black man wants a white woman.
He did say that. He did say that on record more than once, that was what the whole thing about civil rights was. That, civil rights was really about us wanting the white woman. Yes, I mean, it was like...
and I have to think here, being a black man, what the why, of all women, why a white woman? They're so generic. You see them everywhere. It's like it's just so common in culture. Why want that? Do something exotic, something different.
That is exotic to his kind in terms of the kind of individual he is.
God.
But that's such as life. At any rate, not that I'm discouraging talking about him. Believe me, it's fun to shit on him, and he certainly deserves it. But yeah, it's at that point where I'm fading. So, love to you, son. Love you dearly. Have a blessed day. My love to all of our concurrent viewers right now who are dropping by the second, because our quality of conversation is pretty much dropping by the second. And that's okay. And then we'll be back. We'll be back before you know it, because Wednesday, my birthday, will be here before you know it, and I'll be 55 fucking years old before you know it. And as far as I'm concerned, my life is just beginning. Honestly, he means well, but Gregory Strasbow was telling me, and I will read his dream out. He gave me permission to do that. I'll read that out, probably the next episode. And, basically, Rocco Fowler, be patient with us. I understand you left a message on Skype. I don't know if I'll be able to access it. We'll see. Certainly, we tried to make it happen tonight, and it just wasn't happening. The Skype was not cooperating. So, in terms of bringing him on, and, other than that, let's take a look around here. What was I going to say? Yes, his dream. So in terms of his dream, Gregory Strasbow, and I went magically to his message box. I did. That was quite by accident. Basically, what was it he brought up? Yes, here's the one thing that I question, or have a little issue with, and I think that's understandable, is when he said, basically he says, he says, I am not physically well, basically, is what he was saying about his own condition. And then he says, what is it that he says here? The funny thing was, I looked for this before and I couldn't, it's hard I'm finding it. Anyhow, he expressed, of course, his love, certainly he's someone who's helped actually with a contribution in the past. We just timed him out for a little bit tonight because, he was just going wild a bit with we don't mind people being active in the chat room. It was just, he started asking questions which I think he knew should not have been asked when I'm trying to concentrate on something.